and welcome to the Southern African Endurance Series. My name is Nadine Wilkin and this is Prince Ndaweni, and we are live at Kyalami racetrack bringing you all the action for round 4 of the SAE today. Prince, why don't you give us a breakdown on all the classes today?
Yep, plenty of classes to look forward to. We've got 8 in total for the Silver Cup with 44 cars on the grid, Silver Cup 2.0. We've got 42 bikes for the MRSSA class, and we have some exciting news about them. Nadine will get to that in a bit. We have the Super V class as well with a total of 12 cars, but one class. And then SAE, the endurance grid, which we're seeing today for the 4-hour, has a total of 34 cars. That's the biggest grid we've seen so far, and we also of course include the 1-hour dash within that 34 cars. There's definitely plenty for us to look forward to for today's racing.
As Prince mentioned, the exciting news we have is the MRSSA will actually be joining our series for the full year for 2025. Definitely something to look forward to. Excited to have the motorcycles with us on grid all year round. So we will see you during the day. I'll see you in the pits a bit later and on the grid. Until then, enjoy the show.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Kyalami racetrack and welcome to round 4 of the SA Endurance Series. I mean, the South African Endurance Series coming to Kyalami, back to the home of motorsport, and I've got to say, really excited about this. Prince, your thoughts?
Plenty to be excited about. A jam-packed program, as you saw. Geez, all varieties of motorsport available for our fans to come out and enjoy. So we do urge you still have a chance to get your tickets, your general access tickets, VIP, sold out in, I believe, record time. As far as our records and the rounds we've gone through is concerned, quickest yet that we've experienced. But there's plenty of chance for you to come through, enjoy the braai vibe, the setup out in the sun. It is a bit chilly out in Midrand today, Steve. So there's plenty variety in terms of the experience. You got the chill, early on in the morning. It's going to get a bit warmer as the day progresses. It's going to be nice and chilled, and you can come out and braai and camp out in the sun. But we've got, again, a jam-packed program that we want to run through, and the Silver Cup 2.0 is going to be kicking it off for us this morning. We've already had a couple of warm-up runs, and it sounds like the engines are all nice and crispy, and all the racing drivers are ready and prepared for today's racing here. Silver Cup 2.0 at about 5 to 8 or so, and then we're going to go on to the open superbikes. Of course, as Nadine said, MRSSA has committed to a full season and a full tour with us for 2025. So all the more incentive for them to perform as well as they can for the day's racing. Then after that, we have the Super Vs. We have a total of 12 cars on the grid, and that's going to be at about 5 to 9, where the race starts, all things being equal. And then we go on and have the superbikes, the 1000s, 600s. Also, we have the Masters and the Bots class in that group after that. That's about 9:25. And then closer to 10, that's when the SAE begin their warm-up, and the decibels are going to be running through the roof, Steve.
It's going to be an incredible one, and here at Kyalami, it is a home treat for everyone to come to. It's going to be an exciting one. We've got a jam-packed full day with 2 wheels action, 4 wheels action, tin tops, sports cars, everything you can imagine is here at Kyalami. And I can't wait to get the day kicked off. But, oh man, this is just one of our absolute lovely home circuits here in South Africa.
Yep, so as you saw, again, I urge you and remind you, get here as quick as possible, quick as you can. Choose a spot out in the outskirts of the circuit, because that's what the general access ticket also gets you a chance to camp out and get closer to the cars than some of the people in the VIP even. I reckon general access has a lot to be envied by some of the VIPs. But we're going to also go through the track itself, Steve, because like I said, the fans do get a chance to be camped out and closer to some of the turns, right? But what exactly can they look forward to? In what manner are the cars navigating, for example? I mean, full tilt by the time they get to turn 1 at Crowthorne, but what goes on in terms of going around the circuit, and what does it take?
Well, at the moment, you're seeing down for the start-finish line into the kink. That will be turn 1. Hard braking into a left-hander. You want to go wide as possible, as Giuliano's doing at the moment, to go for a late apex into turn 2. That will be Crowthorne. Then you're going to come up through the Uxkay sweep. It's a right, left, and a hard left-hander to go onto a short straight. That will be through Barbecue, which we're going to see Giuliano go through now. It's going to be all about hard braking. We want to get your nose on the inside, try and force your competition out wide, down the old pit straight, and you're going to be charging through towards Sunset. It's a long right-hander that the drivers are going to be having to navigate their way through. and they will be coming out with that short little straight after sunset, heading towards Clubhouse Bend. Hard on the brakes once again. You want to try and keep to the far. You want to go to the far right to ensure that you have a hard swing for the left-hander. But if you have your competition, you want to try and press them towards the hard on inside, because they will lose out drive. We'll move them way out to the right-hand side, so they don't have anything. Middle of the track will be the option there. So as Juliano is making his way through Clubhouse, now it's a short little straight where you're going to have to get on the gas right before the S's. You're going to climb slightly on the brakes just to get the car settled. You want the nose to tuck in to the left-hander. First to the S's. You're going to gently start feeding the power through as you come down the second, heading towards the second late apex once again. Back onto the power as hard as you can, because now you're going to start the climb. This is where it gets tricky and where we'll see horsepower come into play. Heading up towards the top of Leocorp into a long left-hander. It's a double apex, remember, for everyone that's raced around here. So you're going to have a first apex. You're going to brake just as you get over the crest. Again, first apex, go out wide, and then come down into a second apex. So you'll watch the cars make their way through and head down the circuit. So this is at the top of Leocorp. Beautiful shot. Won't see too many passing maneuvers here, but you will see a lot of drivers pushing the boundaries, and it will be a Constantine effect for back markers. Now heading down from Leocorp, we're down the mine shaft, and this is as fast as you're going to go. You want to keep to the far right-hand side, ideal racing line, absolutely pinned all the way through. Standing right all the way down, heading towards Crocodiles. A little gentle left that's going to get you, but you're still flat out. Now you're getting to the braking zones, 150 meters. You will watch majority of the cars will start to lift, 150 meters, down onto the brakes, hard, right hand, in through Crocodiles, back onto the power. Now you make your way towards Cheetah, the dreaded Cheetah, where you want to get as close as you can, but it does have a bit of teeth there, and that sausage curb will go and push you into the weeds as quick as possible if you get it wrong. So little right hand, you'll see a sausage curb. That's as close. You want to get your front wheels right near to it. Otherwise, you will understeer into the dirt. Now it's hard braking into Ingwe, our final corner, and where the pit entrance is before you get back on the gas, down the start finish line. Fastest lap time that was set was in 2020 by Matt Campbell, a 1:42.021. That is what's to beat here at the track. 4.5 kilometer circuit. Silver Cup is ready to take it to the line. We've got 6 rights, 9 lefts. It's anti-clockwise that the driver's going to have to deal with. And at the moment, temperatures are a bit cooler, but we're expecting it to steadily go up during the course of the day, roughly about 23, 24 degrees.
Now, I must give credit to the creativity. Firstly, beautifully laid out track, Steve. I think that gives a fan the perfect perspective of exactly what all our competitors have to face today, or as close as possible when you're sitting in the comfort of your own home watching the stream. The layout and the naming of these corners is quite interesting, because it gets more and more challenging and sounds more and more challenging the further you go along. You start off with Crowthorne, you skate sweep, you're in barbecue, sunset, it's all nice and romantic. The clubhouse sounds fantastic, but by the time you get to Leocorp, things kind of switch up. You're going down a mine shaft, getting chased by cheetahs, and at that point you've seen some of the cars. They're really exposed to the elements of nature. I've seen some cars specifically at the sausage curb at Cheetah going on 2 wheels if they get it wrong. So it's a very challenging part of the circuit to be at. It could literally undo your lap, as we saw yesterday in qualifying.
That's definitely it. But we got our Silver Cup 2.0 lining up on the grid. Everyone rather excited to get themselves sorted out for race 1 of the Silver Cup 2.0. And in these a little bit cooler conditions, the turbocharged cars are going to absolutely love it.
Yes, I was going to ask you about those conditions and what difference it makes in terms of performance for each of the vehicles, depending on the spec, of course. We know the turbos are going to love the crisp air at this altitude here in Kyalami, but what do the naturally aspirated vehicles have to look forward to?
Well, when it gets a little bit warmer, those turbos are definitely going to take more of a beating. So it's going to swip around, but naturally cool air works better for an engine. You don't want it to get too hot. You don't want it to go and lose around. But with everyone lining up on the grid, a monstrous field of Silver Cup 2.0 and a standing start here at Kyalami to kick it off. So a bit of rubber going to be laid down at the start.
Yep, and we're looking at a peak temperature for the day at 23 ambient, and the rule of thumb generally is that track temp is about double or so. So we'll see when it's about, what, 8 a.m. that we're going to get to that temperature. If I'm not mistaken, it's a bit lot later in the day, actually, later in the afternoon. But at the moment, we're sitting at the just before 15-degree mark when it comes to temperatures. So we'll see how that transforms.
Yeah, well, lined up on the field, everyone set up, ready to go. And we do have the guys getting a bit of fun. You have the qualifying in front of you. Let's run through it quickly.
Yeah, so as you see, the bright red number 40 BMW there has the inside line going into the kink. The kink is an informal turn, but you treat it as turn one nonetheless, and that of course is Sav in first place. In second place we have Giulio Arriaga. We saw him sort of warming his car up profusely. He took us through that lap run with Steve. Devin Robertson in third place, Mike McGregor in fourth, Marnus du Plessis in fifth place, Dirk Lawrence in sixth, Kobus Brits in seventh place, Fado Sidik in eighth, and we also have Tony Spazo there in ninth place in the top 10. That is being wrapped up there by the number one car of Rodney Grace. We've also got Wayne Lebotsky in 11th, Tiaan van Rooyen in 12th place. Chris Crenier had a chat with him yesterday in 13th, and Johan van Heerda in 14th, Dieval Pretorius 15th place, and Vic Diaz in 16th.
It's going to be a monumental run. Jakes Camphor in 17th, 18th is John McLaughlin, followed by Grant Kramer, Craig Gimme, Bojan Gerbert in 21st, Franz Jensen 22nd, Anton Blitzer, David Lenson, Michael Pringle, Lawrence Tolliard, Terence Ladner, Sebastian Bullard, along with Vane Lebotsky, Labuskakny, I do apologize, Nico Blitz, Marnitz LaRue, and it does look like that is one of our road trees that was going past, unfortunately not having an easy time there. Following 32nd is MC Lansley, followed by John Simpson in one of our historic cars. He's going to be having a bit of fun. Freddie Watkins, Grant Murray, Michael Fade, Andre DeLange, Jonathan Fisser, and Michael Koenig rounding out our field as we look to go green. Standing start, all eyes to the front. Sav Gautieri going to have a great run with the BMW. It's turbocharged. It's going to make its way up to the top, one of our Class A cars, lining up against one of our A-plus cars, which is our space frame turbocharged vehicles of Giuliano. He's unfortunately missing his usual companion that battles out with him, of Marius Jakob. So Marius, unfortunately, not in the top row, but will be cheering everyone on the way through, heading into turn one. A quick right-hander. The King going to be at lights on, lights off, and away we go. Michael off to a good start at the back. It does look like everyone's charging a way through. Fantastic starts. No one getting bottled up, but three wide as they make their way through, as DeLange trying to make his way through. Giuliano up in the top spot. Sav getting a horrible run off the line, and it looks like Devin Robertson is trying to make up a bit of time as well. Sav into second place. Now we'll try and get back onto the gas and get ahead of everyone as quick as he can. Marius Jacobs making his way from the back of the field. Michael Koenig also made up a good bit of time, but out in front it is Sav losing out a bit of ground, and now Mike McGregor all over the back of him, trying to go and get a little bit more pace underneath him as they come around the likes of Barbecue onto the short straight, heading towards Sunset. Get on the gas, too wide all the way through. Not going to be an easy time through Sunset, and you can already see how Giuliano is not hanging around. He wants to get away from the rest of the field as quick as possible. Mike McGregor, unfortunately, losing a little bit of time to Sav. Just hasn't got that top end as he makes his way through. Really getting on the power, side-by-side action as they make their way in towards the S. It's going to be hard braking. Give it a quick flick and then get back onto the power as quick as possible. Drivers trying everything they can to just get one up on the competition.
Looks like a really good start there from Marnus du Plessis, one of the young guns who's been shaking it up in Silver Cup 2.0, and seems to have managed to get out of that bit of, there was a bunch up there going into Sunset, but he broke through that and managed to avoid much trouble. So he's still in fifth where he started, but we want to watch out for him. He's been really shaking things up in Silver Cup 2.0. There he is. We have him in frame now, and he's got a couple of cars ahead of him. He seems to have closed that gap, especially under braking. Someone losing their stuff, they're kicking the smoke up. But you see Marnus catching up very quickly and maybe gaining a pace or two in a couple of laps.
It's going to be an interesting one. Sav trying to get onto the back of Giuliano as quick as he can. That BMW is not hanging around at the moment, trying to get on the gas as fast as possible. Giuliano having a bit of top end to keep pushing, but down into third place. So life is getting a bit interesting. Devin Robertson lying in third place, trying to get away from Mike McGregor, who is constantly pushing him, trying to get one up on the pace. And it's an inside pass as Sav goes for the launch. And Giuliano not getting an easy run there, gets stuck on the outside. He's going to be pushed off the apex. And now he is looking, hunting down left, right. But that BMW definitely has legs as they make their way through Barbecue, heading towards Sunset. Devin Robertson opening the gap to Mike McGregor, who is chasing down as quick as he can. But take a look, Giuliano looking up on the inside through Sunset. Can he carry the momentum through? We may see another change up for the lead as the drivers make their way around the corner. Sav out in the front, just managing to defend. You can see slightly moving to the middle of the circuit, trying to force Giuliano to hit the brakes a little bit harder than planned, but he will have the advantage through the S's. So car's a lot lower to the ground, which means it's going to be far more stable through cornering versus Sav at the moment. But Sav now getting the power down, and Galtieri is really getting on the gas as quick as he can. Every BMW fan is loving this right now, but it's time for the Tigra to get looking for the inside line through Learcorp, over the curve, lost a little bit of driver, got unsettled, has to get back onto the power, but now it's slipstream all the way down the mine shaft. Get in the tow, try and follow him down towards the Crocodiles. You will need to go a little bit late on the brakes. You're going to have to get really into that 100-meter zone if you want to go for an inside pass. Just not close enough just as yet, hoping for a little bit of understeer to come out of Sav, who gets it beautifully done. Very tight line, though. That is going to compromise some drive. Now heading towards Cheetah, a quick dab on the brakes, flick the nose in, and it does look like Giuliano had to back out of it a little bit more than planned. Sav going in, really hammering Cheetah as hard as he can through Ingwe. Now it's back onto the power, utilize all the circuit on the way through, early on the gas, and Giuliano keeping right into that tow, not wanting to lose out a bit of time. Sav leading out the field with Devin Robertson running in third place, Mike McGregor in fourth, and then we have got Monas, who has now made up some incredible time to get himself up towards it. Sorry, that's Wayne Lobotsky, who has got himself all the way to the top. Oh, Giuliano with a massive tank slapper on the way through. Couldn't quite keep it together. Goes back onto the power and still chasing down that slipstream inside line, heading towards Sunset. It's a drag race between these two. Sav just lightly on the brakes. Will lose out the position.
Oof, that was brave. Very brave from Julio there. Let's see if he made it stick. Yep, he did. Down the inside on Sunset is a brave place to do it, but he definitely had the courage needed there. Looks like a lower center of gravity is paying off for Julio in this instance. Looks a lot more nimble around the tighter stuff and the tighter parts of the circuit. And also he seems to be he's chosen a much tighter line than Sav at most parts of the circuit. Of course, he's trying to get quicker and catch up to him and sort of half the distance that he has to travel to try and close that gap. Now, I do wonder if that is an inherent characteristic in the car that's making him do that, or is the fact that he's literally was just trying to keep it. Because look how outbraked himself there and has given Sav a chance to have a look down the inside. By the time they start at Mineshaft, going down the hill, it's going to increase Sav's advantage with the slipstream advantage that we see going down the hill here. Let's see under braking if that gap has been closed. Definitely has. Sav having a look down the inside, trying to tighten the line a bit more, but he had to swing back out so he can meet that curb a lot better. By the time they're down with braking, Julio but Ori there going a bit sideways, squiggly rear. You can see, but they're going down into Cheetah now, and it seems to has the car back in control, but still seems a lot more loose than Sav is. The rear there, giving Julio a lot to work with, apart from the fact that there is a BMW filling his rear view mirrors.
Dieval Pretorius in the Mazda RX-7 had no choice there. Not only did he have Giuliano up on the inside through Ingwe, but he suddenly had Sav going and sliding the BMW across his nose and just having to back out of the throttle, but absolutely tremendous stuff. When you're talking about taking a tighter line, is that an inherent characteristic of the car? Yes, because the Tigra up in front is a space frame car. It's got a shorter wheelbase. It's a little bit more nimble, like a go-kart. Very, very low center of gravity, fiberglass body, so it's incredibly light compared to Sav. But Sav has got plenty of power underfoot. Two different classes at the moment fighting out. Sav Gaturi is in the P class, which is our production class. That allows for a bigger wheel profile on the cars. And then you have got Giuliano Araga, who is currently in the A class, and he's gone off into the dirt.
No.
He's gone off into the dirt in Sunset. Sav is now free away from Giuliano. Giuliano losing it into Sunset in the distance. Now will be overtaken and lose out quite a few positions. Hopefully that car is still stable and ready to go out. Otherwise, if he's gone and landed up in the kitty litter, it will be the first thing to unfortunately get stuck and throw him down. So that promotes Devin Robertson up into second place.
Oh, jeez. Sav breathing a slight sigh of relief, and Julio was giving him a lot to work with, especially in the first couple of laps. And considering the fact that this is a production car versus a Class A plus car, it was quite interesting as well. The lap times, not much to tell in between the two of them. It looks like Julio's recovered. We'll see. We're not necessarily in the same frame anymore, so we're definitely not as close as they were. It looks like Julio's a lot closer to Devin Robertson, but we'll get a clearer picture of that when we get the new lap completed just now. But definitely a lot less pressure on Sav Gualtieri. He will be aware of that. You might see the body language and the roll of the car being a lot less aggressive. There you go. I think that's still Devin Robertson in the other BMW, the other production BMW. The black one that's behind him. It's not yet Julio Iraga. Yep, still. We don't have Iraga back in frame. It's Devin Robertson.
I think Giuliano might be stuck. We saw on the mine shaft that there was another car that was unfortunately trapped. There is our Mazda RX-7 that is coming by, so definitely a drop down towards that. But we go through the running orders. Sav Gualtieri in first place, Giuliano Iraga, who's running was in second place, unfortunately out. That means Devin Robertson would move up. Marius Jacobs has also gained a bit of time, along with Mike McGregor losing our position to the run. Wayne Botsky going and making his way around the circuit. Dirk Lawrence running in 7th place. Kobus Brits in 8th. 9th is Chris Cornier along with Rodney Cruz. So this is going to be a proper run. It doesn't look like we can see Giuliano on track. This is Chris Cornier though, who is out really trying to get a little bit of time and break away from Rodney Cruz and Tony Sasbo, who's had a great time out there. The two little Hondas really pressurizing Chris Cornier as they make their way through. Devin Robertson still trying to make up some time. Big Boss Auto, he's returning to the world of BMWs and closing the gap to our leader. Sav getting a little bit off the gas, now getting caught out by back markers, and unfortunately has compromised 2 seconds in that last lap. And that has allowed the gap to close down as Devin Robertson's going to hunt him down. Devin Robertson with a history of note. He has represented South Africa in the NX Legends. He is a multi-champion in nationals across different formats of motorsport here in South Africa, and now is pressurizing onto the back of Sav Gualtieri. The two BMWs leading out the charge, now starting to work their way through. Sav going to have to really dial it up at the moment, and you can see Devin Robertson using all the circuit out of Cheetah, going and flirting with the fringes of the track.
Flirting, I think he's committed to the fringes of the track. At this point, they're married. It's matrimony. And it's making a difference too. Let's see what the lap time difference is between Robertson as well as Gualtieri. It's significantly close, but it's not quite there. Devin Robertson's best time thus far today, this morning, is a 2:01, and we've got his most recent as a 2:06. I think he paid the price there going too wide and kicking up some dust just before Ingwe. So it's definitely going to make a difference when we can see him swerving. It looks like he's trying to get some stability back into the car, but he's definitely closing the gap on Gualtieri, and I wonder how much concerned Gualtieri is about the distance between himself as well as Robertson. But in first, we still have Gualtieri leading. We've got a couple of one lap to go, in fact, to close this off. And I think most of the work is done as far as Sav is concerned. David Robertson trying his best, but the biggest loser for this morning definitely has been Julio Iraga, who wasn't able to recover his car. We haven't seen him in frame since he lost it at Sunset and went off the dust, and he was stuck there. So he's going to have to be recovered at the close of the race. But Sav Gualtieri definitely will be happy with the work he's put in for yesterday afternoon through quali and right up until this point.
I don't think it's done just as yet. Quite a few back markers still coming into play. Sav managing to get past one of our Datsuns and now needs to get chasing down. Devin Robertson will have the mine shaft to try and make his way through. But take a look. There is a big train ahead of Sav that can compromise his drive. And they're heading into the most technical part of the circuit. Crocodiles to Cheetah. And you can see having to really gamble on. Unfortunately, it looks like Devin Robertson going to be losing out a bit of time as they make their way through. Sav really trying to reel him in at the moment. But Devin Robertson, at the worst time, into Cheetah, side by side, gets an unfortunate amount of understeer. Now it's coming to Ingwe, really trying to carve his way through. But Sav getting the win for Heat 1 of the Silver Cup 2.0. in spectacular fashion, comes across the line, breathing a sigh of relief. Devin Robertson in second place. Mike McGregor will be going and fighting out with the likes of Manus du Plessis and Marius Jacobs as they will be coming across the line for the race. Absolutely tremendous stuff. And what a run for the start of today's racing. I mean, incredible. Mike McGregor taking third, Manus du Plessis taking fourth, and Marius Jacobs taking fifth. Sixth place will be Dirk Lawrence in the little Honda, ahead of Corvus Brits, Chris Cornier, and Fadio Sokui, who has really done a great job, and Tony Sasbo also getting across the line. Two drivers all the way out from Mozambique having a bit of fun out here, which is always fantastic to have some international drivers joining the fray.
Indeed, Manus du Plessis getting a 1-up there. He started in 5th and finishes the overall grid in 4th place, but that was impressive racing from him. Rodney Kreis in 11th, Tiaan van Rooyen in 12th place, Michael Koenig in 13th. He overcame an issue during qualifying yesterday. There was some work being done on the top end of his engine, and he overcame that. He also caught a stray, let's call it that, in qualifying, but he overcame to be able to finish in 13th. Andre De Lange in 14th place, Wayne Lebotsky in 15th, Jace Camphor 16th place, Anton Bitzer had a chat with him, did a rebuild, a lot of work has gone into his car, and he finishes in 17th there. Dave Leishan in 18th, Vic Diaz 19th place, John McCacklin in 20th, Bjorn Gabbert in 21st, and Franz Jensen, Terence Ladner, Nico Banza, as well as Lawrence Dalyard go up to 25th place. Craig Gammy in 26th, Michael Pringle, an interesting story there. A lot of work also done into that car. New cam, I believe, went into his VW in 27th for him. Sebastian Aboulier in 28th. Vincent Labotsky in 29th. And we've got Dion Swabski in 30th. Moritz Leroux in 31st. And MC Lindsay in 32nd.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Freddie Watkins coming across the line in 33rd. Gerrit Murray, Michael Ferd, along with Devold Pretorius. Julian Araga unfortunately lost out of that run, and Johan van der Heerden also going and losing out. Grant Kramer not starting, John Simpson and Jonathan Visser unable to get it to the grid, so they will be counting out. But that is the first of our races here today, and what a run it's been for our classes to charge our way through. Gotta say, Silver Cup 2.0, always bringing the excitement, always bringing the close racing, and emphasizing how there needs to be social club racing, that all about bringing back the fun and going and bringing out more of an affordable cost for tin top saloon racing, which is always great stuff to see. Absolutely love them.
Indeed, and we had to run through the entire grid. Just in case you thought we were faking, we actually have 44 entries in the Silver Cup 2.0. 44 cars carrying nuts and bolts as fast as they can around this epic Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. We've got a cool picture of what we can look forward to for the rest of the day's racing, and we've gone from four-wheeled action. We're getting ready for some two-wheeled action now, the open super bikes that are going to be ready to get things underway, but we're still clearing up that massive Silver Cup 2.0 grid. And just to reflect on the race, Devin Robertson must have been shaking his head, laughing in utter disbelief at the role the back markers played towards the end, but he still was able to secure second, as you can see behind Sav Gualtieri. Mike McGregor in third place, Manus du Plessis in fourth. He got a one-up there, having started fifth. Marius Jacobs is in fifth place, Dirk Lawrence in sixth, and Corvus Brits Chris Crinier in eighth place, Fado Siddiq in ninth, and Tony Sabo wraps up the top 10. So it was an exciting, definitely not short of any thrills, was the Silver Cup 2.0. The rerun of that should be equally as thrilling. Hopefully Julio Iraga gets a chance to rerun things and hash it out and find out what the issue was that got him stuck and couldn't finish that race, so he can join at the very least this top 15. And I mean, a finish is better than nothing a lot of the time, but he's definitely more competitive than just being part of the top 15. You could see his lap times is 0.2, 0.3 difference between him as well as Sav there, Gualtieri, during the race. So he's definitely got the pace for a comeback, a hot comeback that is, in race 2, Steve.
It's going to be incredible stuff. But now moving on to the first of our MRSSA that have joined us coming in next season, next year for 2025. We're going to have a debut outing here with the SAE this year, which is going to be incredible stuff. For anyone that doesn't know about MRSSA, they're a category that's been around in different names and different formats over the many, many course of the years. Regional racing was the main home for us, and as times have evolved, the guys formed the MRSSA, bringing in some of the most fantastic long circuit motorbikes that you're ever going to see, Ducatis that are really, really highly sophisticated. That's sitting in the bots category, but also going and bringing the newer riders towards the long circuit racing on motorbikes, which is absolutely grand. So you've got everything from your novices to get used to bikes, get used to the racing format, or even you that has a bike sitting in the garage that you wish to try out for racing, you're able to bring it out to the track, go racing with the guys, right up until the highest form of competition, where I'm talking about national champions are competing here. They are fighting it out, really giving everything they can. You got youngsters looking to stamp their name in history also joining here today, which is absolutely incredible. Unfortunately, one of our Silver Cup 2.0s, that's one of our polos, getting taken off the circuit, a bit of recovery being done. That's down the mine shaft, so it's going to be a bit of hard work there. And thankfully, free-flowing and going, but it looks like nothing dripping out of the bottom, so that's going to be quite thankful. The bikes are always concerned about being around cars, if there's going to be oil on the track, what is it going to do? Well, here in the SAE, we always make sure the South African Endurance Series is all about safety and prioritizing the drivers and the riders, ensuring that the track is 100% safe no matter what, that oil's not a problem, that debris is not a problem. Everyone getting the track sorted out, making sure it's safe and fun for all our categories here today. It's not just go and try your hand and good luck for what out the conditions are there. We've got to always make sure. So even though there's been a little bit more in terms of making sure the safety gear is up to spec, going and switching out from having a 5-point harness all the way to a 6-point to stop you in a car from doing a submarine when you hit the car and you slide between your belts heading in towards your pedals. We've changed that. We've changed the rules to allow for it. The bike's also getting more sophisticated with their riding gear. A lot of the riders moving over to crash impact gear where they have airbags physically deploy when they get thrown off the bike. So they have a gyro that goes and picks up if there's a sudden shift. They're thrown off the bike. It detonates an airbag that sits in behind their back and towards their neck, the C-spine. That goes and helps cover up what you similarly you see in the MotoGP. Absolutely incredible stuff. The guys working on the safety gear for all the riders and all the drivers.
Yep, safety of utmost importance. The organizers of MRSSA also emphasize that as much as the class and the entire competition is open to pretty much anyone who has a bike and has two wheels worthy of competition, the utmost of the baseline, the underlining point there you have Giulio rather being recovered from Silver Cup 2.0.
And a broken wing, so definitely, unfortunately that was a touch with all.
Oh, jeez. All right, hopefully that is a quick enough fix to be ready by race 2. But to finish the point about MRSSA and safety, you elaborated quite well there on the safety element of this competition. If your bike is good enough and safe enough to compete, then do so, because it is open to novices as well as people who are seasoned. So definitely safety being the underlining point there. So an interesting combination of equipment here. You've got the young and the old in terms of the riders themselves, as well as the equipment, Steve. And I see some 2016 equipment out here. I see some even more recently launched bikes from 2020. So in terms of how these bikes handle Kyalami, though, what's the picture there? Because we just saw 4 wheels going out and trying their stuff out on the circuit. But how does the prospect change in the handling and all of that when it comes to 2 wheels?
So a lot of cooler weather is going to be tricky because you got less rubber on the track. So you're relying on your front tire and your rear tire to get you around.
Yes.
But Kyalami is a low degradation on the tire circuit, which means you can push a little bit harder. You can get into those heat cycles without worrying about the tire falling apart, going to canvas, and that's about that. Remember, they're going to be relying on the sidewalls of the tires on entrance and exit of the bikes. They're running a harder compound on the front versus a softer compound on the rear. Reason for that is they're putting more load under braking onto the nose. They're leaning onto the nose to just try and get the bike to bite up and go. So a lot of that is going to be coming into play for our riders, especially on the thousands. They've got lots of high end in terms of power. Their power band is huge. They're able to go incredibly quick but you also got to slow down quite dramatically through the corners, where versus a lot of your lower powered in terms of your 600s, your 800s, they are going to have a bit of an easier time. They're a lot lighter, so it's easier to kick them through the corners, lean them left and right and get them back up, so it's a lot less fatigue on the riders themselves versus the 1000s, which are a lot heavier to deal with. So bit of a counter problem there. More power, more weight that you're going to have to deal with, and with these riders, they're going to really push themselves. But we're seeing the top of the top come and lead into it, and they're going to be having a huge amount of fun. But it is going to be a tricky one for all that are going to be racing here today.
Yep, I'd imagine so. And you mentioned the youth and the younger riders that are coming out and bursting onto the scene. Sia Shabalala, one of those, very charismatic young man. He's going to be on a Yamaha R1. I'm looking forward to seeing how he struts his stuff. He's been around for a while on the scene despite his age. He's very young, in his early 20s, and very excited and very enthusiastic about his racing career and the prospects that he has for him. And it's a huge field that we've got. A total of 18 in the open bike, in the open class, ranging with machinery from 600s to the 1000s. So I'm looking forward to see how he navigates that. But we do have in the starting order, when it comes to the grid and the picture at the moment, spearheading the entire class in the open race is Adolf Johannes, and we've got Themba Khumalo in second place, Damien Parufakati in third place, and Tian Fouché in fourth, Luca Bertolini in fifth place, and Diego Troy in sixth place. Ryan van Niekerk in seventh, Jaco Goose in eighth place, Troy Tonking in ninth, and Ryan Fata in 10th place.
Absolutely incredible. Then we got Tristan Matthews, Leon Horn going and running in 12th. We got Matthew Mark Schultz running in 13th. Alan Hirschler going and battling out. Interesting to see the two of the spearheading the MRSSA going and having a bit of fun here. Giuliano Somogeso going and running in 15th. 16th is Mick Landley, along with France Yuri, Kaz Hirschler, Alan Barrett, Tristan Porchita, Gavin Arab, and Henny Miller running in 22nd place. Lining up on the line, standing start for the bikes. We will watch him go 3 wide instead of the cars 2 wide, naturally, because the bikes are a lot smaller. But if you're a big fan of MotoGP, if you're a big fan of SCBK, you're about to see the South African equivalent, which is absolutely tremendous. A wide open circuit for these bikes means that turn 2, you will see riders going 3 wide, 4 wide into the corner and really give it everything they can, where you can fit 3 cars. Well, you can double it up with these bikes, and they're going to be standing on the line, getting ready to go. They do have a slightly split start, and the reason for that, you'll see there's a bit of a gap. They will start on the green, but they're splitting the start to allow the different classes to go at the same time, but also have a little bit of breathing room. It does help for newer riders to also have that little bit of breathing room. Reason we're going on the green for both sides, though, that is for pure safety, because if a rider goes down and you have one that's already gone out, you're waiting, green light for the next one, and they go. By the time they arrive on the scene, it's quite dangerous. You've got a rider that's down. A lot of drivers get into that, well, tunnel vision approach and land up in a world of hurt as well. So for safety, we're starting everyone on the green, but giving them a bit of space to get them racing. So, lined up on the line. Okay, it looks like our CSE just going to be waiting out, making sure everyone is safe to do so. Moving off the line, it's going to be lights on in just a few moments. Ooh, nerve-wracking. 30-second board is out. Moving on to our next, that'll be the 5-second, quickest 5 seconds of your life. Longest if you're on the grid. You can see riders taking a look, prepping themselves, and away they go, launching off the line. There goes our first group, and it looks like our novices are going to be watching for lights today. Going to have a bit of a waiting start this time round instead of sending them off all at once. So while our first pack has disappeared into turn 1, turn 2, now our second pack, which is the largest one, will be lights on, lights off, 3, 2, 1, there we go. And away they go, launching off the line. Oh, unfortunately, one stalling on the line, having to try and get going once again. Unfortunately, not an easy run, and I think that was Damien Parufakati who landed up with a bit of a problem there as they come charging down into turn 2. Late on the brakes, lean it in. Now gentle as she goes, wanting to just get a bit of heat into those tires and make your way through without having too many problems. It's going to take you about a lap to get it up to 10. the riders having to push themselves a little bit more as our front pack make their way out of Sunset into the clubhouse bend on the short little straight, heading towards the S's. It's going to be late on the brakes, try and get it all tightened up, but out in front, it does look like Tembo's not hanging back at the moment, trying to get a little bit more pace. Adolf going and having a great time. So Adolf really needing to dial it in as much as possible, trying to get his way down the mine shaft as they really gunning it. It's going to be sitting on about 330 kilometers now on these machines as they battle their way down. Now the cars are going to be stopping at 150 meters before line. You're going to see the bikes going a lot deeper. They'll go to about 90 meters and really sling it through. Yeah,
90 meters is the extreme end when it comes to cars, but I suppose the lighter weight and power to weight ratio of the bikes helps them achieve that level of aggression going into the corners. Now you spoke a bit about the tires and the fact that they seem to have to be warmed up for maybe 1 or 2 laps. We spoke a bit yesterday with the MRSSA and how these tires last very long. The durability is quite impressive. Is that a factor? Is that factoring in when it comes to having to warm them up for the first couple of laps?
Well, they've got Pirellis on the bikes, and that is absolutely a brand you want to stick with when you're in motorcycle racing. It does have a very easy time in terms of tire life, but what a lot of these riders tend to do is they push themselves a little bit more. The set of tires can last them a race. Some who's a little bit more gentle will last 2. So you'll watch our top riders will switch out the tires. You'll generally see the sticker. It's still on the front wheel. That will tell you if they've switched out the tire sets or not. You don't want to keep an old tire sitting on the rear and a new tire on the front. You do want to swap them around altogether, just ensuring that you have a bit of grip all the way through. So definitely want to keep an eye out for as our riders need to dig deep on their way through. But Tyler Richardson out at the top of the charts with Orapiri in second place. Tyler Morgan going in, running in third. Jandre Free trying to get a little bit more pace. Jordan King and Christian Carvello is a little bit of the older side compared to his competition that's ahead of him, but will be giving him a good run for his money. Klein Turnbull also trying to get into the fray. And Mitch Mortimer back out on track. He is one of the riders that, well, landed up with a bit of a problem yesterday, had a laceration on his arm while going and working with the bike as well. So unfortunately, he got a bit of a cut on the arm, had to go through to the medics and get cleared whether he can participate or not. He's now trying to make up the time. Still got that aggravation of a cut onto the arm. So that is one that will bug him.
Yep, Orapiri, one of the youngsters, one of the young competitors that you'll see, and you were quite impressed with his overall approach to his racing and the speed that he's able to achieve. Do you reckon this is more of what we can expect from him from race 1 and 2?
Definitely, and Tyler Richardson will know how to push him to know each other from short circuit racing, back on Pee-wee 50s. Both riders are incredibly quick with it, and Tyler Morgan will also try and make up a bit of ground as well to help do it. So you've got some old competition, some old rivals going and making sure that they can push each other that little bit harder on the way through. Orapiri will be trying to close the gap at the moment, 0.3 of a second. So first and second overall, trying to make their way through. Well, first and second with Orapiri in the 500s class. That is the smaller of the bikes. Yes. But Christian Carvello, who is on the open thousands, will have Jordan King all over the back of him trying to make up some ground as well. So definitely the riders are going to have to be well prepared for what's to come between them all.
Yep, definitely an interesting factor to see that you've got 2 different performance levels all on one piece of circuit. But impressive to see the level of safety that all of these riders are able to achieve. And of course, that is of the utmost importance. Now, I noticed obviously that the fact it's obvious that we've got a difference in terms of the machinery. All Japanese, but not quite the same. Orapiri on a Yamaha, while Tyler Richardson on a Kawasaki. What are the different performance characteristics of each bike? What are the strengths and weaknesses between the two?
Well, they do get very, very close in terms of performance.
Yes.
A lot of the companies can build them to what it is.
Yeah.
A lot of people do prefer the Yamaha. The Yami is able to have lots of low-end torque compared to the Kawasaki. The Kawasaki, a very high revving motor, naturally is an absolute screamer, got a lot of top end on it. Power band is way up through the revs, where the Yamaha R1 is a little bit more towards the lower end of the spectrum.
Yeah.
So the Yami is definitely a good one out of the corners, but when it comes to the top end, doesn't seem to have the same pace. A little bit on the grip side though, you will see the Kawasaki's run a little bit harder than the Yamahas as they try and work their way through with it. Both trying different approaches, a little bit of work done to the chassis to try and get them to the top of the order. I mean, they are taking prototypes all the way that are getting ready for the likes of MotoGP. It then filters down through racing. A lot of these bikes that you're seeing now are the same bikes you can go pick off a showroom floor and go drive on the highway, such as the R1, which as stock is absolutely incredible. It's got a little bit of a race fairing, a few tips and tricks to just make it get that little bit more pace, but absolutely one that I would personally enjoy. My personal favorite has to be a KTM, purely on the look of it, knowing the characteristics. Yes, the reliability is an up or down. You battle with it, but the Yamahas and the Kawasaki's are definitely a lot stronger in their builds.
Indeed. And a lot of strength being shown by Christian Carvalho at the moment. He leads the Open Superbikes with the 153.3. Our leader for the novice class is Mitch Mortimer, and for the 500s it is Tyler Richardson. Those are the faces of each of the classes. As far as lap times and gaps are concerned, in between, the nearest competitor for Carvalho in the Open Superbike class is Jordan King. He's half a second off, but a lap ago he only had 1/10 in between the two of them. So I wonder if Jordan made a slight mistake there that threw him back and created and added that 0.4 deficit to his lap time. So he's going to have to correct that and see what the next lap looks like. He is on, that is Jordan King, of course, on a 153.9. So he is some way off in terms of pace. And as far as Mitch Mortimer, the gap between him and the nearest novice, that is Malcolm Govender, the number 6 there, 2:04 is what Malcolm Govender was able to achieve, and Mitch is in the 159s. So that huge deficit between the two of them. But Malcolm, of course, would also have a bit of traffic to navigate, I think. So that's also going to be a factor into how he tries to shave away that time.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a tricky one, as riders need to push himself that little bit more, as we do see the number 35 going and battling through. And that looks to be Ryan van Niekerk that's having a bit of fun there. Double check on if that's Ryan. Same sort of color scheme heading into the corner. But here is our top pack. This is the front runners, as we see the likes of Christian Carvalho battling his way out. Jordan King all over the back of him. Now, Christian Carvalho has got a lot of experience underneath his belt, participates in both short circuit and long circuit racing, so he's able to adjust himself for the tights and twisties. But it seems like it does look like Jordan King getting the drive, heading towards Sunset, going to go around the outside of him. Christian Carvalho tries to go for a defense, managing to break a little bit later into Sunset. The confidence coming into play, getting back onto the power. Jordan King is going to be right up against that rear wheel, looking to try and get underneath him and cause Christian Carvalho to just sit up a little bit more, to back out that power and lose out a bit of time. Remember, they've got to lean these bikes in. You want to get as close as you can to the ground and ensure that you can keep onto the power as hard as you can. And considering this is the overall race and also leader of class, you need to really give it everything you can. Christian Carvalho not getting the drive up the hill. Now into Leocorp. Can he go for the double apex with everything working out for him? A very tight line. Jordan missing the first apex, now going for the second. He's able to get it. He's trying to get the power down, getting a little bit more sweep. The gearing is working a lot better in his favor. Coming out of the corners, he's got a lot of that quick acceleration, but when it comes to top end, Christian Carvalho has set it up that he can really get on the gas early on and have a longer game to it instead of a short burst. One of the bikes coming off, that is through Clubhouse, and now having to return back onto circuit. Thankfully, not coming off a bike, but definitely not what you want to do in two wheels, and now having to scrub some of the dirt off the rear wheel. So let's take a look at this out of Sunset. And a hard braking, unfortunately, not getting it all booked in, opting to go straight, keeps it alive, and across into the dirt. So very, very well done. Instead of when you're braking, trying to turn it in and landing up, going and seeing yourself, well, you managed to go straight. But a change up in position. Jordan King ahead of Christian Carvalho. That's all over the back of him. Carvalho looking inside, looking outside, going to get back into the toe. Tight braking line heading onto the old pit straight. Back onto the power. Now it's heading towards Sunset. He knows he's got the legs here. He just needs to get within that power band to ensure that Jordan King can't get through. Jordan King, though, carrying just enough space. Heading into Sunset now, heading up towards Clubhouse. It is going to be all about first on the brakes. Jordan King really pushing it deep into the braking zone. Really relying on those tires to just keep the grip and keep ahead of Christian Carvello, who seems to be losing a bit of steam underneath him. He's going to have to try and get his second win now. These riders are really pushing it as hard as they can to try and make up some time. With 3 laps to go, though, it is all or nothing at this point of the race. You've got to try and dig deep. You've got to go for the pass. And if you're hanging around, you're going to lose out. Christian Carvello just not having that same endurance that Jordan King is carrying through.
Seems like Christian Carvello in the first half of the lap was going a lot wider than Jordan King. Of course, Jordan has a signature aggression that we've seen that you're touching on. But Christian Carvello, as you can see there, his outward trajectory after coming out of a corner seems to be a lot wider. He corrected it a bit going up the hill from the S's going down into Looikorp, especially at Looikorp. That was the tightest I'd seen his line. But otherwise, he seems a lot wider in his choice of racing line than Jordan King.
Going and switching it up a little bit. Jordan King is actually trying a more defensive role. Remember, these bikes don't have rear view mirrors, so you are relying on, one, seeing where a shadow is, listening to where a bike is while listening to your hum of the engine, and you're having to try and work out and think what's going to happen. Where are you going to get attacked from? You will see the riders occasionally down the straight, they'll put their head down and slightly to the left to ensure that they can see where the drivers are. You don't want to look to the right, because there's a reason for that. As you look to the right, you're naturally, your right hand, which is now on the throttle, pulling back on the throttle. You turn right, you naturally start bleeding the throttle off, which means you're going to lose position. So you want to look left so you don't have that same problem. So something that does come into the fray there, something to think about. Mitch Mortimer in the novice class, though, running 3rd place with Tyler Richardson in 4th. Clive Turnbull, who is having a tough time with the 2 youngsters, able to make up the time. Jordan Gaines, has now bumped himself up into 4th place. Mohammed Isop as well, getting a little bit more pace underneath him, trying to make up some time. So definitely there is changes developing during the course of the race on our timing screens, but what we're watching right now is Jordan King opening that gap to Christian Carvello, now getting within a second, 1.2 seconds, heading into Looikorp down the way. And Christian Carvello, I think the endurance has just run out for him, but as time is coming to a close very, very quickly, 2 laps left in this race, and Jordan King has checked out. He's gone to the express line, disappearing away from this and relying on pure power to just break away from Christian Carvello.
Now, I do wonder if, as much as Jordan King has checked out, I mean, he hasn't put set a real wheel wrong rather over the past couple of laps, especially after having overtaken Carvello. Carvello also seemed to bleed off in terms of pace. I mean, I was looking at his last lap time, 1:53.4, which we both had a brief chat about in terms of width and where he may be losing or gaining time. Definitely a significant pullback there from Carvello, but you can take nothing away from Jordan King and the amount of pace that he seems to have found. A 1:52 dead, his quickest yet. He just set recently. So he's only getting quicker despite the fact that we have 1 lap remaining.
Well, as these tanks are getting lighter and lighter, the bikes are getting a little bit more lively underneath them. And I know with Christian Carvello and Jordan King, they really fuel it. If you say you've got a 8-lap race or a 10-lap race, they fuel it for 8.5. Just so it's right on the cusp there. You're going to fill 200 mils into the tank at most. But with 1 lap to go, Jordan King has pretty much got it in the bag. He's just got to keep himself together. Christian Carvello getting caught out by the back markers, unfortunately trying to gain a little bit of time. He's going to have no option but to suck it up, take a breath and go, right, 2nd place is here. I'm going to have to start looking towards Heat 2 a little bit later today. But absolutely great run from him as they make their way through. But it isn't over yet. Anything can happen. Late braking maneuvers, landing into the dirt, bikes giving a bit of an issue. So many factors can happen in the last stage of the race, as we've seen before. And MRSSA is all about having those monster upsets. That does happen in terms of the category. They have some phenomenal racing, close side-by-side action, as we've witnessed all through the race from our absolute pros. World-class riding at the moment, which is just monumental. But coming down into Ingwe, late on the brakes, gets it hooked in. Jordan King will be taking the overall victory and going and taking it for the Open Superbikes 1000. As he comes across the line, Christian Carvello will be following up in 2nd place. 3rd of our Open Superbikes will be Clive Turnbull, along with Mohammed Isop, as they will be coming across the line shortly to finish up with their race. Looking at our novice class, though, Mitch Mortimer, Jordan Gaines, and Majola will be coming in third place. Adil Adam in fourth, along with Mark Gaines, Sean Peterson, Malcolm Governor, Matthew Houghton Walker will be finishing up in eighth. Ninth is the likes of Tuka McKernos, as he will be coming through. Jenna Ladlaw as finishing into that top 10. Moving on to our 500s, though, Tyler Richardson done a great job to keep ahead of Orapiri, Tyler Morgan, and Jean-Ray Ferry rounding out the field there. So great run from all the different classes, but also great run from our riders. A great show of knowing what the circuit's all about, getting to see of what it's, where everyone is, and also that rider situational awareness, not only in combating one another, but also ensuring that you can get past your back markers safely. And you can see a bit of praise going towards our marshals, a thankless job. They do an absolutely amazing job. If I wasn't here in the commentary box, I'd love to be a marshal, because the amount of work that you do, but also the satisfaction at the end of the day is great stuff. But our MRSSA coming in, making their debut run here at the SAES. And I've got to say, welcome aboard, guys. Can't wait for the 2025 season.
Indeed, the future certainly looks fast, and the mercury is rising. And after race 1, where things were slightly cooler, we're not quite there yet in terms of peak temperatures, of course. By the time we get to race 2, now I just want to have a look and see where my timing math is. 11:15 is where we're going to be at for race 2 for the open superbikes, and at that point our temperatures will have increased a touch more. What effect is this going to have on our tires, Steve? Because we spoke about the attrition that comes into it. The bikes also, during the course of the race, if it's a 10-lapper, you said they fuel for about 8.5, and the lighter the bike gets, the more skittish I'd imagine the rear is. So how is all of that affecting the performance of the tires?
So low degradation circuit means that these tires will be able to go in for another round. It will get quicker in Heat 2, so you can keep the same pair of tires on to go and have a bit of fun in Heat 2. Saves a bit of bang in the buck, but it does also have a negative effect in terms of your pull away. You've got to be very cautious that, remember, you've worn the sidewalls down. It does make it a little bit harder to get onto the gas early on, so you're going to have to keep it up. But take a look in the pits there, all of the teams just going and supporting the riders on the way through. And that's what MRSSA is all about, a family atmosphere for two-wheel action. So we have got a proper shot here at Kyalami, the kink, and also down into turn 2 Crowthorne. But there is our results. Jordan King ahead of Christian Carvello, Tyler Richardson taking a third place, along with Orapiri, Mitch Mortimer, Clive Turnbull, Jordan Gaines, Mohammed Esop, along with Majola running in 9th, and Adil Adam in 10th.
Indeed, Jordan King with 2 races to go has one hand on the crown, should we say. And we have Mark Gaines in 11th place, Tyler Morgan in 12th, Jean-Ray Fourie in 13th place, Malcolm Govender in 14th, and Sean Peterson wrapping up the top 15. Definitely the mercury is rising. Look, I'm getting more excited about bikes, I must say. The prospect of MRSSA joining the SAES Tour for the 2025 season is definitely going to be something to look forward to. And we have our Super V class getting ready to get onto the grid. 12 cars, these single-seaters that we have out here, open-wheel cars, of course, getting ready to set the stage alight here at Kyalami. Some exciting talent out throughout the grid here. I mean, there's the likes of Bevan Williams, track record holder in a 250 kart at Swartkorps. We've got a couple of other exciting entries. We'll get into that as soon as the racing is underway. But this is a very exciting class. The racing format certainly is interesting. It makes it, again, friendly, social, affordable, and open to someone who's willing and is passionate about motorsport. Had a chat with a couple of the competitors, and they're all excited about the prospect of the Super Vs developing as that time goes on.
Yeah, we've also got Peter Hills joining into the category, multi-national champion in Formula V, now having to have a bit of fun in the Liqui Moly Super Vs. Grant Will in the that is our prototype car using wishbone suspension, testing out a few bits and pieces that will later develop into the Super V class. And they're looking to really start developing those cars a little bit more, trying to get them a little bit better onto the grid. but we've also got to count for a couple of drivers that are here. We do have the singer, we do have the legend, Early B, Il Swartz, going to be going and having a bit of fun, looking to really stand his way towards the top. I can't wait to have him. And then also, we have got our actor, we've got Francois Jacobs that will be Francois Jacobs going to be having a bit of fun out in the track, a bit of single-seater action. We've gone from 2 wheels, we're going to 4 wheels, but once again, no fairings on these. One of my favorite in terms of racing, single-seater action. Second to that has been bikes, but now with the Liqui Moly Super Vs out on track, it's going to be an incredible, incredible time. We've got lots of pros here, and Bevan Williams will be, I think this would be his very few times he's had a go at both Peter Hills and Lucian Ranchanda. Peter Hills and Lucian Ranchanda have a long, long history of being rivals in single-seaters, going and fighting it out for the championships. These two have locked wheels, and I mean locked wheels, literally going and fighting out for championships. So they are now rejoining on the circuit after, I think, 3 years away out of versing each other. So incredible, incredible stuff.
Yep, definitely looking forward to that. It's always exciting to see a class that sort of evens things out and is willing to make things as fair as possible and open it up to it's purely about the talent and your ability and your passion that's going to make the difference for you in terms of how you edge out. And like you mentioned before, you do have a couple of the prototype sort of hybrid vehicles that are facing a lot more one vehicle rather that is facing a lot more development than the others. And there are components that I had a chat with, I think it was Mark yesterday, and he was just telling me about how his mechanic Ryan and him are also very interested in the development of, for example, the front wing and how a different size of surface area has different effects, and perhaps the curvature of certain designs would have a drag effect on the car, and they're trying to see how to decrease that effect. And all of this work and development is ongoing during the course of the season until these Super Vs hit that sweet spot in terms of the handling ability of the cars, and you'll see them, of course, throughout the tour, going from circuit to circuit, adding layer upon layer of development to each of these single seaters until it reaches perfection.
Now, it's going to be incredible, incredible stuff. As they make their way through, though, we do have the grid of our drivers as they make their way through. I do want to also highlight the fact that we got Yannick Herber, who's only had his time in a Formula M, now having a hand at a proper go in a Super V. So he's looking to have a bit of fun out there. This is going to be his first time in a 1600 Volkswagen suspension vehicle. He was in a Formula Ford, converted into a Formula M. Lots of power. The KTM that we saw in the last round, in round 3, that was Yannick Herber's car. He's now into something completely different here at Kyalami, and the first time he's going to be attacking Kyalami in anger.
Yep, and someone else who's in a car that is completely different to what they're familiar with. Henriette van Wyk in the number 5 bright orange that you're going to see there. 1600, of course, 1400 rather, as compared to the 1600s that we have on the grid. She did say she's had to do a lot of adjustments in terms of driving style and having to use the momentum that's needed around the circuit, given the power output of the car and the width of the circuit. You certainly have to force yourself to have a bit more momentum. Would you agree, Steve?
Oh, there's 2 ways to it. You don't want to use too much of the track, otherwise you're going and doubling up your effort. So let's take a look at the grid as they start to line up. We got the likes of Lucian Ranchanda, who is battling out for the championship, has got Peter Hills lying in 2nd place, Bevan Williams in 3rd, 4th place Yannick Herber, followed by Grant Will, Nolan Skuman, Mark Tucker, Blaine Demelian, Il Swartz, also known as Early B, lining up with Philip Sharks, Billingham, along with Annette van Wyk and Francis Jacobs going and lining up in 12th position. Interesting stuff. Yes, we got a mixture of 1600s. We got a mixture of 1400s. They're going to be battling out on the track and looking to have a bit of fun. But I am interested in this front pack. Lucian Ranchanda, a national winner in single-seaters. Peter Hills, national winner in single-seaters. Bevan Williams, a national winner in, a regional winner in single-seaters. Has competed in Formula Fords and he's competed in Formula Monoposto. Yannick Herber, a winner in Formula M in regional racing, which is absolutely great to see. So we have got top class championship winners running 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Now looking to heat it out all in the same machinery. Little adjustments done to go and get a little bit more pace out of them in terms of setup. but exactly the same machinery, exactly the same chassis, and they are looking at, well, other than Yannick Herber, who is actually running a new chassis called the Stealth V. So he's hoping to get a little bit of work done into that car. That is the newer chassis that's coming out, but all the components are exactly the same as his competitors. So the chassis is different, the components are the same,
Yes.
and the driver now having to adapt first time out in a Super V is going to be really battling it out. He's not going to have that power that he had in his Formula M, and not having the same amount of grip that he's used to with his Formula M, that KTM, that modified Formula Ford. But now jumping into something a little bit more standardized, they're looking to charge it through. Pity Hills having his first go in terms of the Liqui Moly Super V will be lined up on line. Lucian Ranchanda looking to give it everything he's got. 2-minute board is up. The car's now settled. This is where you start bringing the revs up. You gently go 1,000, 2,000 RPM. Lights go on. You go up to about 4,000 RPM. Hold at 4. Maybe go to 4.5 if you want to get a little bit lucky. Nothing more than that. Otherwise, you're going to create too much wheel spin. No stall outs on the grid. Push the clutch as hard as you can to the floor into first gear. Wait it out, drop the clutch and away you go. Lucian Ranchanda getting a fantastic launch off the line ahead of Peter Hills, but now it's coming down into turn 1. The kink is going to be all flat out. Turn 2, though, is going to be interesting. From 4th, you're going to go down into 3rd gear. Really get it to sling through a light lift to also just get the car to button up underneath you. Bevan Williams tucking into the go, and Yannick Herber, unfortunately, dropping down into 4th. Van Veek at the back of the field trying to make her way around the track. Lucian Ranchanda long since gone. Peter Hills trying to go up on the inside. Goes for the attack. Couldn't get the pass done on Lucian Ranchanda. Both going and having a little bit of a whoopsie-daisy moment. Bevan Williams getting back into the attack as our top 3 are battling it out tooth and nail at this point. And these 3 will challenge each other. They will push right onto the wheels of one another. But Lucian Ranchanda will need to try and pull away as he is looking to claw back his championship after losing quite a bit at Aldo Scribanti to Jean-Ray, who is not racing here. So Jean-Ray Leroux, who is unfortunately out for this round, now has Lucian Ranchanda able to score maximum points, but he has got some stiff competition around him. As we see Peter Hills really keeping Bevan Williams very, very busy. Bevan's able to get ahead. Now we've got Peter Hills running in 3rd place. Also new developments on the wings that have been done to these cars. You can see slightly adjustment wings just to try and improve aerodynamics, which you went and hinted at a little bit earlier before the race, of the amount of work that's going into aerodynamic upgrades of who's able to get a little bit more pace out of the cars, reducing drag as much as possible. But you still got a Beetle front suspension on these cars. You still got a Beetle gearbox with a 1600 motor in our top 3 that are really giving it everything that they can. Bevan Williams a little bit more comfortable, had a bit more practice in the car. Aldo Scribanti had his first outing in it, got into the top run of the order, so he's really able to go. Peter Hill still trying to figure out the car at this point, saying, okay, what needs to be done? How does this react? Because it's slightly different to my Formula V that I usually drive, because it doesn't have as much aero, and it definitely doesn't have a 1600 in the back. It's got a 1400.
Yep, indeed. And in the first couple of laps, you can see the level of aggression from Lucian Ranchanda, as well as Hills and Williams. And I had a chat with Ranchanda yesterday, and he was talking about how these cars seem to allow you, specifically at this circuit, the low dead characteristics, I think, may be coming in there, but they allow you to actually be more aggressive very early on. You don't have to wait for the tires or brakes to come in or anything of that nature. You can literally feel the car, in his words, willing you on very early on in the race, and hence you see the kind of aggression and sort of fight that's already formed from the beginning, from literally turn 1 with the top 3.
Well, Yannick Herber, Grant Will, and Mark Tucker having a good run. And it looks like Grant Will, unfortunately, losing out to the 2 Super Vs. So Grant Will in a more closer to what was a Formula GTI back in the day. Now getting modified and worked on. So it's got wishbone suspensions, meant to handle a bit better, but has got some incredible drivers of Mark Tucker and Yannick Herber just ahead of him, trying to push their way through the field in the Super V class. So they don't want to lose any time to the likes of Grant Will at the moment. But running into our top 3, take a look. Peter Hills all over the back of Bevan Williams, trying to get a little bit of a lift. Bevan likes a stiffer suspension. He likes to kick the car around. He likes to get it to slide underneath them, move around, where likes of Peter Hills is a lot more stable, softer suspension, just trying to work around the car, and has got himself into 2nd place, taking a little bit too much curb, but you can see a lot more of a bounce happening to the car versus Bevan, who is all the way about tightening that suspension up, wants as much reaction time as possible, but also is on that knife's edge the whole way. And Peter Hills, with years and years of experience in single-seater racing, compared to the youngster of Bevan Williams, who has had some great moments in single-seaters, competing in Formula Fords, Formula GTIs, in Formula M's, now going and trying his hand at Super Vs, going late onto the brakes, over Peter Hills, who has been racing in single-seaters for quite some time, way longer than even myself has been alive, which is 29 years. So he's had more than 29 years of experience every year that he has raced. So he has really been into the fray of the battle for quite some time. But Lucian Rachanda at the top of the pack has broken away, and a little bit further down, Yannick Herber is still battling out with likes of, that would be from Jacobs, that's actually gained a bit of time and getting ahead of Grant Will. I do apologize. Mark Tucker is actually a bit further down the field.
Yep, Mark Tucker certainly is a bit further down the field. I wonder if it's him sort of coming to terms with the front wing adjustments that he has to make and the work that's going into the front end grip of his car. It does seem to be paying dividends just as yet, given the fact that he's 0.9 off Blaine DeMillion there ahead of him. And the gap between Williams and Hills, not much at all, 0.6 of a second. It seems to be ebbing and flowing between the two. At most, I've seen, I think, 0.9 of a second or something of that nature. It seems both of them are trying to stay within the slipstream of the other, but the gap definitely has opened this time around, with it looks like Williams falling back quite significantly as we go up the hill and start off Loikop under braking, where a lot of the cars do prefer a later apex here, compromising the first for the second. These Super Vs seem to be hugging this apex, so they don't mind at all being a lot earlier and compromising the second. Actually, it seems to be the reverse of what we've seen all morning so far.
Well, you are a little bit lighter. You've got a very nimble car that doesn't understeer. It's got more of an inherent oversteer. Down the gears a little bit too quickly there for Lucian Ranchanda as he tries to use engine braking to slow the car down. So missing the brake marker, down the gears, and it gets very squirrely underneath him. Peter Hill's now taking up the advantage there. But naturally, these cars will want to hug the inside line. You don't have to put in too much steering input to carry the momentum through. And also, you want to rely less on the brakes for these cars. Because it's lighter, it's all momentum based. Even though you're in a 1600, you're still relying on pure momentum to throw you around, get you to the top of the pack. And all you want to do is a slight lift, light touch of the brakes, just to get yourself all set up and get going. Grant Will, on the other hand, slightly longer to the normal Super Vs, having a little bit of blowback out of the exhaust. Now trying to go side by side with Yannick Herber as he battles his way through. Yannick Herber trying to pick up the pieces, was doing well earlier on, but unfortunately tapering off now. Bevan Williams carrying a little bit more momentum. Rodney Williams will be sitting on the sideline, starting to write down notes, what they need to adjust and what he can physically see at the moment. But Lucian Ranchanda, who is really battling it out, looking to maximize the points this race, will be able to put himself back up on the top of the championship standings.
Indeed, he's just a point adrift, so he's definitely going to be happy with the whole going out of race 1 for the time being. You don't know what's going to come for race 2, and you never want to preempt that, but definitely going to be happy with his performance thus far. Now, looking at the standings overall, Roo is in first, and Carl Lawrence is behind Ramchande, and there's very little in between. Like, every race counts. You just have to make sure you're available for every round and not to miss out on the opportunity for a massive points haul. But things have been pretty much the same. Lucien secured himself quite early on, and the real battle has been between second and third, between Hills and Williams, and it's back to that sort of ebb and flow between the two. And it looks like someone having a look on the outside there. I think that was Williams going a bit wider. There he is.
Going very wide.
Yep.
Hills going for the outside line, going to try and slot back. Bevan, though, not able to get it in, but looks like Peter Hills just trying to get on the throttle and has got his hand up. Yep, no, that car is not having a bit of fun. Every time he gets on the power, it's just having some blowback through it. So he's going to be looking to retire the car, or he's going to have a slow go around. I think he is going to go slowly around. Unfortunately, that takes him out of the fight. It allows Bevan Williams to have a good go and carry on the momentum. Lucian Ranchanda, who's checked out of this fight, is gaining a bit of time. So interesting battle that is going to start to pick up, though, is going to be at 5th and 6th. They're going to be very close onto one another. Grant Will was making up a fair amount of time there, trying to get going, and he landed up with the likes of Yannick Herber that's on the back of him. So Yannick Herber trying to gain a little bit more pace to make his way through. So ebb and flow between the two cars there. Grant Will in the more of the prototype vehicle, trying out wishbone suspension and a variety of different upgrades, where Yannick Herber is actually in the newer chassis to go and fight his way through. Still the Beetle front suspension, Beetle gearbox. A lot of the parts you would go and find from a Beetle. The only difference is the motor. Running a 1400 Golf motor, or you're running a 1600 Golf Polo motor into the back of it. Still into that inverted Beetle gearbox, so that's how we've got the rear wheel drive versus the front wheel drive that you normally see in a Beetle, going in and actually turning the flywheel the other way round for it to mate with the engine. So bit of a handiwork there just to turn it all around. But they are on semi-slick tires as well, not onto full slicks. They're keeping away from the full slicks. The only one that would look at full slicks would be the likes of Grant Will, because he does have that provision to do so. But to keep the cost down, they're running onto the semi-slick tires just to keep the inherent grip, keep the cost down of the cars, and try and have a bit of fun. The whole build-up to the Liqui Moly Super V is trying to get more of the youngsters involved in single-seater racing, and, well, having no wings on the car makes a lot of youngsters turn away from the stuff, saying, oh, it doesn't look fast. So development of the wings, not only for aerodynamics to improve the car in terms of what it can do on the track, but from a social point of view, you go and arrive with one of these cars on a trailer and you're going to have everyone flocking to it, because it is incredible to see. Very tight, stiff cockpits as well. It does make it very interesting. So you do have to have a little bit more of a chassis built to you. There is a variety where they widen the chassis up a little bit to allow some people that, like myself, are a little bit on the wider side to get in. A bit of narrow chassis as well. That's what you see in Bevan Williams. It's a very narrow chassis, very pushed back, just to go and sleek it out and trying to make his way through. Bevan Williams just getting himself all organized, getting a little bit unsteady, heading into Yuxke and out of Yuxke, and now heading towards Sunset.
Now, Bevan Williams sits steady in 4th in the championship. He did skip rounds 1, 2, and 3, but first time of asking at Aldo Scribante, 3 wins in a row. So definitely stating your intent in terms of what you can offer for the rest of the championship, and definitely puts the pressure on the likes of Lawrence Ranchanda as well as Leroux out ahead of him. So Williams, if anything, consistency is going to do him a massive favor, because he's already automatically, because he wasn't competing as yet, thrown the first 3 rounds. So you can sort of understand why he'd be a lot more aggressive and be chomping at the bit as compared to more some of the other competitors.
I know Gareth Burley, who was commentating down there, was properly behind Bevan Williams the whole way. He's going to be smiling ear to ear to see the 2nd place at the moment. Jacob's also a fantastic outing for him, currently running in 3rd place. Gucciman Chanda checked out in 1st place, going to be maximizing his full. Grant Will, who is still fighting out with Yannick Herber. The two of them have done battles in Formula Monoposto in 2 different types of machinery, the Formula GTI and a Formula M. Now it's a Super V with a prototype Super V battling it out, very similar to a GTI chassis, but that is Grant Will's own home design in the garage. It's a front yard special, if you can call it that, going and battling it out with the more engineered of Yannick Herber's Stealth Super V, now running in tow. Slipstream down the mine shaft, going to look for the left-hand kink. Yannick Herber tried to get in, not having the top end. Grant Will walking him to the fringes of the circuit. Yannick's going to have to get very late on the brakes here to just try and sneak it in. Grant Will around the outside, will have the cornering to go for the inside line, couldn't get it done. Was too late on the bow. Yannick Herber going and taking a deep breath on the way through. Gets that pass done and dusted as they make their way through Cheetah, heading towards Ingwe and carrying the momentum through Ingwe. So absolutely phenomenal stuff. Another little car going past, that is the Devo car. Nolan Skuman. And that is actually a Omega chassis. That's what it's called. It's called an Amiga. And has been put in with a 1600 motor. It's gone all the way from Cape Town as one of the cars, and also Arnett van Wyck's car is also one of the Cape Town cars, going and battling out with a little bit more of an orange to stand out amongst the Liqui Moly sponsors. And I've got to say, Liqui Moly is going to be smiling looking at how far their branding has been cockpit, and everyone starting to jump on board. New drivers starting to get into the fray of things, wanting to be a part of all the amazing action here of the Liqui Moly Super V Heat 1 here at the South African Endurance Series, round 4 at Kyalami.
Indeed, and Nolan Skuman, you mentioned a bit about him and that Omega chassis. Spoke to him yesterday, and he was quite confident in his knowledge of the car and sort of where it performs, and he was confident enough, in fact, to skip some of the sessions in terms of practice, and he was pretty much ready a lot earlier on than a lot of the other races to get ready and go into quali, which I wonder how much of a difference that makes going into the race if you're going to decide to compromise 1 or 2 sessions, given you're confident. I mean, we've got some blowback. Is that Bevan Williams?
No, that is Grant Will,
Grant
and he's
Will.
getting very unsteady as well. So that engine, not a happy camper. He's still maintaining momentum to be on the back of Yannick Herber, but definitely having a bit of a tough time under braking, a little bit of lockup as well. So he is really trying to claw his way back and bottoming out the car as well. So maybe a little bit too low in terms of suspension setup. 1 lap to go though, and the driver's going to have to really dig deep here. Yannick Herber and Grant will get told they got 1 more lap to make it or break it. For Yanni, it is everything on the charge and a major confidence boost for him. Able to switch around in the different single-seaters that he's raced in his career. Now having a good go ahead of Grant Will and starting to improve his lap times. Through Cheetah though, needs to come in a little bit closer. He's losing out a lot of momentum. Needs to take more of a tighter line there.
Yeah, Grant will probably holding on, knowing that there's a lap remaining. So maybe he thinks he can fight through that cough that the car seems to have. And obviously, it's not much left in it, but obviously it's going to be a compromise in pace. You'll see a significant drop in his time. You can really see even the aggression going out at the top of Luikop, a lot less than before, and having to compromise and let Yannick Herber go there. Now, it's not much remaining now, and we've seen a lot of work go into, especially the first couple of laps. I mean, Lucian Ranchanda absolutely disappeared into the lead here, and he's been pretty much in a different race and league altogether most of the race.
No, it's going to be absolutely incredible, and you know, with the amount of work that he's done into the car, both himself and his dad have really put in. So Roger's part of the entire creation of the Liqui Moly Super V, and is the current chairman of it, making sure that all the cars are up to par. And we got to have a chat with him. He says he's incredibly proud of how the category has come and how far it's come, and also that Lucian Ranchanda is back to the top of the field. Used to being at the top of a single-seater action, and now also getting that first place means that lots of development work has been done to the car to iron out a lot of the niggles that they have been facing at each of the different circuits. The build-up to it going incredibly huge. Checker flag does come out though. Lucian Ranchanda will be taking the checker flag ahead of Bevan Williams. Frano Jacobs running in 3rd place. Yannick Herber in 4th. Grant Will in 5th. 6th place going to Mark Tucker, followed by Blaine Demelian, Philip Jacques, along with Il Swartz. Ellie B in 9th place. Great run there. If you can talk about dropping some hits, well, let's talk about Early B jumping from the music scene into the racing scene. Not his first hand in terms of racing, but first time in single-seaters has been this year. And he's been really loving it, actually going and wanting to put some songs together, talking about his experience in the Liqui Moly Super Vs. He's got chased by Nolan Skuman on it van Wyk, our lady driver, the only one that's in the category and doing a fantastic job in doing so. Also a photographer by trade and a driving instructor as well. So she's having a lot of fun with the car. She's in the 1400, but while not as on par with the 1600s, hasn't got the power, she's learning the fundamentals of carrying momentum, where a lot of people tend to go more power and miss that crucial learning step. So expect to see her clawing up through the run. Unfortunately, one retirement was Peter Hills, who was on the charge. Something went wrong with the car. We saw, unfortunately, a lot of smoke coming out the back of the exhaust. But Bevan Williams going to be smiling on his 2nd place, scoring a good points for his championship run, considering this is the 3rd last round of the championship that they're going to really need to improve here. So keep an eye out on that. That's going to be a proper one.
Yep, he jumped into the championship at the pivoting point, right at the halfway mark, and he certainly asserted himself quite strongly with that three three race back-to-back win. Now you were touching a bit on early Swartz there, and just about his music career and how he wants to incorporate some of the racing into his writing. Interesting story. He told me he actually had to fly out to Stellenbosch for a gig, and then come back this very weekend to complete his racing. How about that for commitment?
Well, I mean, what else are you going to do? I mean, come on, let's be honest here. Are you going to be on stage with all thousands and thousands of friends cheering you on? That sounds great. But you come to Kyalami with all our fans, thousands that come out to come and watch, and also the petrol heads that are watching, whether they're at home across the world, going and keeping an eye on all the action. And you get to have a bit of fun here at the central of motorsport in South Africa. I mean, that is the absolute game plan for it. But what I do want to point out, there is points for the fastest lap, which at the moment, Lucian Ranchanda holds, so he's going to score an extra point for the fastest lap set.
Yes, and that was in lap 4, I believe, very early on. And I think Bevan set his best lap a lot later on in trying to take that point away from him. But that was an improvement, in fact. Best lap we saw from Peter Hills was around lap 3, and then from there, sort of fell away. Ranchanda really asserted his authority on the class in first place, Bevan Williams in second, Frane Jacobs in third place, Yanni Gerba in fourth place, Grant Will in fifth, Mark Tucker in sixth place, Blaine de Million in seventh, Philip Jacques Billingen in eighth place, Earl Swartz in ninth, and Nolan Skuman in 10th place.
Some amazing racing being done, and this is only heat 1 of the Liqui Moly Super Vs. We still got plenty of action here at Kyalami, and if you're around the area here in Midrand, or if you're a little bit away, if you're in Joburg, if you're out in Pretoria, highly suggest to come to the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit and enjoy the amazing racing that we have here, because this is a build-up to the big one coming up later today, the 4th round of our South African Endurance Series of 4 hours of Kyalami, going to be coming up in due course, so keep an eye out on that. But still so much racing to go on from our MRSSA and also the likes of the Liqui Moly Super V, who were just out, and our Silver Cup 2.0 with one of their monstrous fields coming and being a part of all the amazing action. I can tell you, there is comments coming around from all over, even one from our grandstand saying that the bike's sounding absolutely amazing, singing the praises of all the cars come through, well, all the bikes coming through. So it's just absolutely incredible to see you all guys joining in from the virtual grandstand side of things, and also here at our physical grandstands. So a big welcome to you for the round 4 of the South African Endurance National Championship. And here at the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit, Prince, I mean, this is just, don't know about you, I'm loving this. It's warming up, it's getting exciting. We're expecting 24 degrees temperature.
Yes.
Perfect time to bring out a braai, have something to drink, and enjoy some time with the family in a perfect outing.
Oh, the racing entertainment podium is what I like to call this. You have first place it started in third instead of first. In third place, I would say, is you and I, the commentators. We have pretty much a pretty decent seat here. We can see pretty much every part of the circuit, get to chat about it live and share that all experience with the listeners. We've got second place, which is the fans. They get to come out here and enjoy a prize, set up with their family and friends, and get as close as possible to the cars at different parts of the circuit. Some are in the VIP section. I've seen a couple of them walking around and enjoying the scenery and the sun. And then, of course, in first place, you're actually in the seat on the bike, getting to, flex your talent before South Africa on the live stream and the world, pretty much on a world-class circuit. The circuit is absolutely stunning, and I keep hearing the praises and the sort of flowers being thrown at just how well developed and well refined the circuit has become over the years.
I do want to point out, this is the only circuit in South Africa that on an FI level is able to run endurance racing. It is the only one, and I do want to point out, a FIA Grade 1 circuit can handle Formula 1 cars. We're at Grade 2, all right? There's a couple of adjustments that need to be done, but you can't get any better than this here in South Africa. This is the premier circuit, and we have got the premier series going and racing here. Honestly, I'm going to tell you rather frank, Prince, if I wasn't here in the commentary box, I would be giving everything to go and race and be a part of all the action. But our MRSSA heading out onto the circuit, this is the next round of bikes that are going to be having a bit of fun, and looking forward to some amazing action after Heat 1 for our open superbikes, novice and 500s were so closely fought between Jordan King and Christian Carvello on a stock Kawasaki ZX-10R, going and fighting it out. Tyler Richardson getting that third place. Well, let's see what everyone else can do, because they will be talking in the pit saying, right guys, we went and showed off, we set the bar, time for you to push it a little bit further.
Yep, so now we're looking forward to the 1600s, the Masters, as well as the bots, which consist mostly of Ducati V4s, I believe.
Yes, there's a Ducati V4's a new addition to the world of motorcycles. Very, very highly developed motorbikes by Ducati. And honestly, if you want to talk about having power to weight ratio that works, they're not very heavy, they're very powerful, they have lots of electronics to help with rider assist. They even have, in terms of a wheelie assist, which stops you from going and jumping onto the back wheel when you get onto the power. So it helps bring that nose down the whole time, and it allows you to just really go full taps off the jump or the start. Also, cornering is a bit better, where a lot of electronics and adjustments are able to set the bikes up a little bit more, which is just great to see the development that's gone on. We always talk about the cars in terms of development, but bikes, so sophisticated machinery, from gyros that are able to adjust what is going on, and when your lean angle comes in, going and adjusting power to ensure that the tires don't get worn down too much. Your brakes also having a little bit of a shift. They do have weights that get shifted back to front to help with the balance of the bikes in the development. I mean, go and take a look at some of these bikes off the back. We never used to think bikes having wings. Why on earth would you have a wing? I mean, the person's in the way. But the development of it is to try and help with airflow over the front, over the rider who tucks down underneath the front, and then also helping maintain pressure of all that airflow coming off a rider and off his back, down in onto the back, to help keep that rear tire firmly planted on the ground. I mean, that is what's incredible, is the development that's gone in, and the smallest intricacies of these bikes, just to ensure that they are absolutely towards the top end.
Oh, geez, the amount of forces that not only the bike is exposed to, but the person actually taking the bike around the circuit, I can imagine, is massive. And I think that's why, considering how advanced some of these bikes are and how difficult it is to marshal them, that's why MRSSA has considered that novices need to be accounted for, and room needs to be made for bikers who are absolutely enthusiastic about being on some of the finer cutting-edge equipment, but also still need some time to learn and sort of break it in and understand exactly how this equipment works, and get a lot better at achieving faster times and performances when it comes to races. So it's a great thing to see the inclusivity of the class, despite the fact that you're looking at such high-end equipment as you've broken down here, Steve.
Yeah, Adolf going to be running in first place, Tembo Kamalo in second, Damien Perfacati running in third, Tian Foucher in fourth, along with Luca Bertoloni. Diego DuPont going to be chasing down with Ryan van Niekerk, who is looking to make up a bit of time. His main sponsor, Aston Nesbitt, actually doing some short circuit racing today, went and gave him a phone call and said, listen, keep it on the track, keep it all together, and I want to see that up towards the line. Troy Tonkin running in 9th place, and Ryan Frutter running in 10th. Tristan Matthews down in 11th, 12th, Leon Horn going and making his way through. Matthew Mark Schultz will be trying to also get a little bit more pace. Alan Hirschler, Giuliano Somagasso, Mick Landy, France Ferree, Kaz Hirschler, Alan Barrett trying to make his way through. Tristan Porkita, Gavin Arb, and Henny Muller going and making through in 22nd. 5-second board is up though. Lights on, getting ready to go. Excitement, lean down, put pressure on the front, and go, go, go as they launch off the line. You already see one of them doing a wheelie in the background, going and jumping on the power a little bit too much, putting all the power to the rear, lifting the nose up and losing out a lot of time as they charge their way through into turn 2, late on the brakes to try and get it all hooked in. And it looks like it is good side-by-side action, a little bit of elbow to elbow getting mixed into the race as they now claw their way through, heading towards Yuxke on the power, a light turn in, get back onto the power, feed it all the way through, carrying the momentum. The riders will be experiencing about 4 G's worth of force as they get onto the power, which is going to be throwing them around. Remember, they have to really lean into it to try and keep the body weight to not throw them the other side of the circuit.
And the fans already coming out to the sides of the circuit to catch some of this action. I can imagine the excitement building up. But that was very tight. Turn 2 became a very small space very quickly, but it seems the bike's been opening up a little bit more, and you see the different performance characteristics coming into play here as we go up to Loikop after the end of Sunset. We've got the top 4 have already established themselves, being the front runners now. We'll get a full picture of things as we complete the lap, of course, but already there's a running order that we can see. Of course, we do have the different performing bikes in one group, but also we have the different ability levels and levels of skill. We see a nice overtaking move there down the inside at the top of Loikop. Very tight place. Plenty of opportunity there for overtaking maneuvers.
A bit of dirt that was kicked up, and I don't know whether that's a bike that's just put a wheel off wrong. I don't know who it was, unfortunately. Damien Perfecati trying to make up some time as well, trying his way through the order, and Schultz also having a bit of a go as it's been late breaking down into Crocodile. Many of the riders just trying to focus on a hard charge at the moment, sliding their way through, getting a little bit loose, and very, very interesting to see. We do have a more of a stand-up bike that is running at the back end of the field, which is always fantastic to see. Some developments are going in there. A lot of people tend to say you need a superbike the whole time. Red flag being called though, so we do have a rider down, and that was the dirt at the top of the mine shaft. Unfortunately, one of the riders going down. Red flag means no overtaking. Slow it down, end of that race. It will be called for a restart as our medics will be going to take a look on the rider that's gone down. Very, very quick place to unfortunately come off the bike and land up in a world of hurt. So we do want to emphasize that they do have a lot of safety gear, the leathers, the boots, the helmet, all coming into fray. And there we go. Unfortunately, one of the riders down. He's been told by the marshals to just remain on the ground, and is moving. So the marshals just ensuring, and the rider just trying to get his breath back. That is a very, very high pack. So that's out of Leerkop that he's come off and landed into. So that's just all acceleration on the way through. But marshals attending, going and saying, listen, catch your breath. That's all good. We saw him moving. That is a positive sign. And we do have the barriers allowing for a little bit more of a shock absorption versus into the hard oncos. So that does help as well in terms of taking a lot of that shock to the body. So he will be out of breath. We'll be trying to catch his breath. Maybe a bit dazed as well, but we will get him back up, and with our medics attending to him, they will go to our clinic here at the inside of the circuit at the Kyalami, where it's fully kitted out to handle anything that is thrown at them. Plus, if we need to get the riders out, there is multiple hospitals that you can go to. There's also be able to get helis in. I mean, this is one of the premier circuits that you're going to be at, so they have the finest care for our riders. But the MRSSA riders will be going through, as we do see. That's Caden Roberts, who is having a bit of fun. He's part of the King Price team, going and making his way through on a 600cc, trying to improve his time. But the riders will see one of their ones down. They'll give a thumbs up, checking if they're okay, making sure. This is where the family aspect comes in for a lot of these riders, where it's, you know, the old saying of Fast and Furious, when you have Vin Diesel say family, well, go down to the pit with the riders, and that's what it is. Yeah. Honestly, I've never experienced a family atmosphere compared to being around motorcycle riders.
Yep, they're all pretty much in the same, they're literally in the same dugout, effectively, because they can all speak to each other and shout across to each other. They're very, very cozy setup out on the grid and in their boxes. And you could see, you're talking about the family element and how they're all taking care of each other. I could see a lot of the riders looking back behind them to see, okay, who's actually missing from among us. So they're actually trying to establish how many individuals perhaps also actually were lost out at the start there. And man, what a start it was. It was quite tight. There's not much space. And I was saying how much there is a great overtaking opportunity that seems to be there at Loikop. We just didn't know also how difficult it can be to navigate that in a scenario where you're either overtaking, where you're being overtaken, or trying to, like you say, get on the power as quick as possible, because it's a full acceleration zone going down into Crocodile.
Well, that's it. You're going full taps, and unfortunately a bit of understeer can land up in the world of hurts. If you are too far down, you can slide and have that slide out underneath you. The front can just let go, and well, you'll end up in a problem. So a lot of the riders going and having to face that. What they will be doing now is also communicating with one another. One thing about being on a bike, open up the visor and you can shout to your mate. You're a lot closer. Gesturing's a bit easier as well. But as you pointed out, they're looking, trying to see who's the competition. They will be getting back into the order for a restart. So the riders now have to settle themselves down once again, refocus on what is needed to keep on going in the race. So you'll watch them take a deep breath, try and go, okay, what do I need to do here? Get back into the order and ensure that they can get going once again. So one of the riders looks like he may have just dropped the bike a little bit, so now they picked it up. And that is just, I think, fatigue coming into play. They're checking. All right, so they're doing a bit of checks on the riders, just looking at all the bikes, making sure that the bikes are safe in terms of tires. You'll see a lot of them will try to jumpstart the bikes by just pushing it a little bit further. So some work being done to all our riders, and waiting out on everything that is happening our MRSSA. But Prince, while we wait for the restart on the race, let's talk about what is to come for everyone here at the track and everyone watching in the virtual grandstands. Big welcome to you guys, and we are going to be having plenty of fun here at Kyalami. It is going to be a monumental run and a monumental effort that is a build-up to round 4 of our South African Endurance Series, the 4 hours of Kyalami. Oh, I'm excited for that.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're just joining us, we're at the sharp end of our first round. We've seen the full display that we have on offer. We started off with Silver Cup, went on to the Open Superbikes, went on to the Super Vs, and now we're looking at the Superbikes once more, but a combination of the 1000s, the 600s, the Masters, as well as the bots. And the next item on the menu for your racing breakfast for the day is, of course, the SAE. They're going to be warming up for the first time out today, getting ready for, of course, the 4 hours of Kyalami a lot later on. There's so much for the fans in particular to look forward to. We already have, remember, 300 ticket winners that actually won and entered the competition to get a ticket. They went out to 4As and engaged with our team. Steve, you were there and had a lot of fun. I saw you taking our whole... I saw you more of your teeth than a lot of people, actually. Steve, you look to be rather enjoying yourself. And 300 of those people that you met and engaged with are joining us here on circuit. And of those individuals, one will be chosen. There will be a grand draw for one of them, a group of them, not just one, a group of them will be chosen to enjoy hot laps later on when we're done with the first part of the day's racing. So once the first heat for each of these are done, we're going to have hot laps for those particular winners after the SAE warm-up.
Yeah, no, it was absolutely incredible at Fourways, and being around also with Prime Media there was just incredible stuff. The radio DJs going and having lots and lots of fun. But also just being around the machinery. We had a couple of our cars lined up on the circuit, or lined up there for a show where you had to take a photo of the codes, the specialized codes that were swapped out every single day to get them sorted out. It gets you a little bit more comfortable, and all the selfies that were being taken. But there was more support, and I've got to point this, even though that we had the Lamborghini Trofeo that was lined up, that was a big pull for everyone. They got to see the Super Cup car of Cara, the Calyx, going and sitting there.
Yeah.
But they also, Quentin was drawn to the people and Porsche, the 944 was the big draw car.
Oh.
Everyone was walking up and saying, I like this thing. It looks crazy. It looks fantastic.
Yeah.
This is what we want to go, because it's not the big fancy sports car that you usually see. That was a big draw. We also had the Toyota Gazoo Yaris, and we had the Toyota 86 that lined up there, which a lot of people were walking up, looking and saying, hang on, this is road legal. It drove here.
Yeah.
So a lot of people inquiring, what are the cars or what are the races?
Yeah.
And then finding out with the race. But everyone's saying, wow, I want to be there. I want to be at the 4 hours of Kyalami. I want to say that this is incredible stuff. And going and telling them, hey, listen, at the end of the year, there's a 9 hours of Kyalami that's going to be happening as well. It was also just that big enjoyment factor of, okay, right, we want to be there. We want to see all the racing action happening around, and hearing that this is a national championship where the guys get to compete. Many of the petrol heads going and saying, I want to build up a car. I want to join up with the series. It was incredible. It was fantastic. I'm a little bit jealous, though. They're going to have hot laps, and we saw Nadine have a hot lap at SWAT Corps. I've been kind of trying my luck, needless to say.
Yep.
Rolled the dice, haven't got it quite yet. That Snake Eyes is still there. One day, going to roll that Nat 20.
And chances are you'd actually want to be at the wheel for that hot lap, Steve, as opposed to being a passenger, I'd imagine.
I plead the fifth.
That's all I need to hear. Nothing at all. Because that hit the nail on the head there. But a couple of fans enjoying themselves saying the Kawasaki sounds insane. That's Ferg on the grandstands. Good morning to you, and I hope you have a good day of racing, and I hope more of the fans are going to be joining us to fill up those grandstands, and also part of the outskirts of this circuit. And I'd imagine in four-ways, Steve, just to go back to that experience and engaging with the fans, I hope you told them just about the V8 Roadsters, because I love how you break it down for me, the way you put it, and the fact that you could literally take one of these cars, slap a number plate on them, and keep it moving.
Yeah, that's it. And we didn't have one of our backdraft Roadsters there at the mall, unfortunately, but honestly, they had all the footage from previous races going to look at the TV and go and say, wow, that is impressive. They got to see the torrential downpour of Aldo Scribanti. They got to see the craziness of Red Star that you and I experienced at the beginning of the year. The SWAT Corps race, where it was nose-to-tail racing that had everyone guessing, and even a shot of Schalfisser who managed to get it into the dirt in the last 5 minutes of the race. There was kids busy sitting down watching. Mom and Dad were walking around looking at all the other shows, and the kids went, no, we want to see what happened at the end of this. And seeing the racing, just the light in the eyes, it brings a smile internally, going and seeing all the amazing petrol heads being a part of it. And even in the sim racing world, lots of people are very, very excited to see all the racing. For guys that do a lot of Assetto Corsa Competizione, finding out that there's 4 hours of Kyalami, they are flying through. I know there is about 6 people coming all the way from Cape Town just for this specific race to be a part of it. And you can see already tables being set up, camping chairs being set up. I mean, this is just absolutely incredible. This is what it's about, though.
This is how you do it.
This is what you do. But the problem is they're going to do exactly like last time, where our camera crew are able to zoom in onto the prize. But there is our medical crew. They have collected the rider, and now they're taking him to the medical center. It's a good thing that they're not in haste, though, because if you're going in haste, that means there's a bigger problem.
Urgency,
with a gentle drive like this, means that the rider is stable, is calm. They will be giving a little bit of medication to help ease up if there is any pain. There will be a little bit of bruising and knocks and bites, but this is actually a very, very pleasant sight to go and see, because it's a lot more confidence building as a paramedic. This means you've got a stable patient, P2, which is priority 2, needs to be seen fairly urgently, but is not in life-critical condition, which is always great. The rider will be taken, checked out properly, even by our ALS and the doctors, to ensure that everything is okay. Our safety car going and double-checking the circuit, making sure everything is okay before they go to green, and our motorbike has been collected as well. So just to ensure the safety of the competitors, the safety of the circuit, and now the riders will start filing themselves back into place after a little bit of a waiting time. Now this is the tricky part. You've waited, you settled, you sat down, you went, oh, experience, loving, soaking it in. Now you've got to get back into race mode once again after that little bit of time. You're going to have to get ready for the lights. And, well, let's see who is still on that edge, who's ready to go, and who's going to be caught napping at the line.
Yep, medical assistance car not taking the racing line is what Steve is saying, and that's a good thing in that instance. But looking at, okay, our grid is back in position and ready to go. We had a couple of the riders going out to the side to get a comfort break and sort of readjust their knee pads. I saw someone sat down, lay down a bit to readjust their kit there. Of course, like you said, Steve, it's a lot more advanced. There's a lot of safety mechanisms that are there, so you're just trying to make sure that everything is in place and set. But at the pace that the marshals are moving a lot faster and urgently, we know that we're going to see the red lights on in just a bit, and we get our restart and that squeeze into the kink and down into turn 2. We got one of the riders waving to signal something.
Yeah, he's signaling to the marshals just to double check. They'll most probably do a warm-up lap, re-stop on the grid and go, because remember, these tires are very, very cold, and it's going to be just something to keep an eye out for. So they're going to have to really just let everything settle, try and get some heat back into those tires before they get up and racing once again. Otherwise, they're going to land up in a world of hurt. So it's something to be aware of. The tires will still be reasonably cold. A lot of these bikes sit with tire blankets on them in the pits, just to warm them up to about 90 degrees plus. And that, unfortunately, is now dropped down to roughly about 10-15 degrees on tire temperature. So these are now very, very cold.
A huge jump.
Yes, so they're going to have to just get a bit of heat into it. This is where you start leaning onto the brakes. You start trying to heat up the brakes. The heat goes into the disc, it dissipates into the rim, then into the tires. Remember, you've got a harder compound on the front, so that is going to rely on more heat getting into it versus the rear. But the heat cycles does mean that these bikes are going to have a trickier time in the later races. If you're planning to keep a set of tyres on throughout the day, this is not the most ideal situation in terms of heat cycles they're going through. It takes a lot of life out of it, but what we know of the Pirellis is definitely lots and lots of work has been done to them, and being a part of the sponsors for the MRSSA is absolutely great. And also you will have the Bikewise going taking a look and ensuring that the cars are all set, all the bikes are set up. Also, I know there's going to be quite a few people that are going to be replacing their skid plates, which sit on the elbows and sit on the knees, and that allows you to just go and get a little bit lower to the ground and use the skid plate just to get rid of, help you through the corners, because you want to get as low as possible. The last thing you want to do is have your bare knee hit the ground and you run into a world of trouble. Now, 120 k's an hour, I wouldn't like my knee on the ground there, or even my elbow, so I'm glad those are existing. They actually held on by Velcro, so if they do get stuck, they easily pull off, so it doesn't have the rider getting thrown out. So that is another little factor. They used to be inbuilt into the leathers. Way back in the day, they had them built into the leathers. That landed up with a problem. One, in terms of you use your leathers, you throw it away because now it's worn down.
Yes.
So that makes it more in terms of cost. Second to that is that getting hooked and getting thrown off. So they changed it to more of a Velcro on the sides just to help with easy replacement. Also helping it with just going and a bit more onto the safety aspect there. So
interesting.
Absolutely tremendous stuff.
And considering the speed they're going at, I don't imagine it's just your standard issue Velcro that you're going to find in mom and pop shops. It's proper higher grade and Fiat developed and approved equipment that you have. FIM developed equipment.
This is it, and rigorous testing. Yes. But these skid plates, they last about a race or two before the riders replace them in any case, because they get worn down very, very quickly on it. So it's something that is a consumable on the leathers themselves, but with all the rigorous testing that goes through to ensure that they are 100%, well, it's definitely great. But as you said, they're extremely strong pieces of Velcro. It's actually very difficult to pull off. I've tried. I've got to stand on both ends of the leathers to try and yank it off. It's not a quick, easy 1, 2, 3. It's definitely not opening a bag of chips, I can tell you that.
Steve Koenig, is there a piece of machinery you're not familiar with? That is the great mystery that we have to solve.
The lawnmower.
Okay, there we go. There you go. So we know your chores definitely didn't include grass.
No. That's robo mowers exist, my friend. Robo mowers exist. But we are getting ready to go green once again. So all the riders now settling in, eyes focusing, tunnel vision towards the lights. 30-second board is up. You start looking towards the lights. You start bringing the revs up. 5,000 RPM is where the power band's going to be here. Then lights on, lights off, and away they go. Drop the clutch. Get back hard onto the power and pull your way through. Everyone having a bit more of a settled start. Middle of the grid, though, started having a bit of a bounce as they make their way through. Heading into turn 1, turn 2, it's going to be late on their anchors. Damien Perfecati trying to make up some time. Diego Troy Dupont trying to make his way through. Keep an eye on the battles ahead. Caden Robert trying to also make his way into the fights of things. But it's Bradley Dawson who is out at the charge with Adolf trying to close down the gap. Timber Kamalo will be also keeping a fair amount of pressure onto the back of them. They were going to run nose to tail for the first little while. Remember, those tyres got down to 15 degrees. A warm-up lap wasn't enough to get it to 90 in terms of what their operational temperatures need to be on the in terms of tyre pressures or tyre heat, and that will also move the tyre pressures up. So they're going to take a first 2 laps a little bit more gentle before they really stop winding it up. So you'll see a lot of the riders would prefer not to get too close to the ground. They'll rather try and just keep it all together. And as we see, Roberts going and gaining a little bit of time side by side, moving across, trying to defend and get going. He is really onto a proper charge. The King Price team is a little bit split at the moment because they have got riders racing in short circuit and here on long circuit. So the Roberts family going and splitting their focus at the moment, trying to cheer on the entire family. For our bots, though, it is Leon Horn that's trying to also make up a bit of ground on his charge through. So great to see a mixture of riders trying to improve and get themselves towards the top.
Yep, the next couple of laps, like you said, is going to be effectively an indirect warm-up so they can reach ideal operating temperatures. And while that happens, you gotta sort of figure out, okay, should I compromise too much in considering that I got to warm up my tires first? How much do you want to risk it? All of that is playing in their minds. And of course, the fact that we just came from a red flag as well. You want to be as safe as possible in doing so. You don't want to risk it all and lose it. I mean, we've got so many laps to go. Still got about 6 laps, I think, remaining of this race. So you do have a bit of time to get your tires there and then sort of push it up to your leaders and the guys at the cutting edge at each of the classes. And you're looking at each of the riders, okay, they're going a lot lower than before, definitely a lot lower, getting their knees now scraping on the circuit as compared to when they started the race. I think some of them are quite happy with the performance they've got so far.
Well, I can tell you, and I do apologize, it isn't Roberts that we were watching there. That was actually Ryan van Niekerk, who is on the on the 600s chasing down the thousands ahead of him. So he's first in class with Diego de Pont right onto the back of him. So he's trying to make up a bit of ground there. Jaco is trying to chase him down. He's part of the Masters, and first to the Masters, and is really into a great charge. He's got Troy Tonkin trying to chase him down. So keep an eye out on 4th and 5th place overall. That is our S6s. That's our 600s open class. So we're going to have to keep an eye on what Ryan's going to be able to do. Diego de Pont is going to try and really dig deep to get it in. So as this is second, this would be Luca Bertioni coming by. We will see Ryan van Niekerk. Oh no! And I think that is Ryan who is off, and unfortunately the bike unable to get going. So singing the praises of our incredible rider who has really made it through all the riding factors. Through all the forms that from short circuit to long circuit, unfortunately not working out in his favor. But one person that will be smiling from that is Diego de Pont. He's going to be progressing up into second place. A little side-by-side action, a little bit lower down in the field as the rider's trying to make up a bit of time. So Jaco Koos moves up into 5th place. Tristan Matthew into 6th. Troy Tonkin into 7th place. Will be our change-up. Unfortunately, Ryan van Niekerk stopped out at the edge of the circuit. Will have to be a spectator at this point, watching the incredible riders of the MRSSA make their way through between our SBK 1000s, our 600s, our Masters also out on there. Our Masters is actually something very, very interesting to talk about because we always talk about the ages and how that plays a factor. Well, the Masters is specifically designed, if you're 45 years and older, there's a class for you. So that's where you get to have a bit of fun. I've got to say, getting closer to that age. I'm 29 years old. I think mentally I'm 12. Physically I feel 60. But my ID book says I'm 29. Can I fit in that class? Because that is where I want to be. A lot of riding coming into it. And also it does provide where everyone says you get slower as you get older. Well, these riders are showing that they don't get slower while they're older, but they do get a class to score some points and maximizing it. So I really, really like that integration coming into it because it does cater for your older generation, I can call it, and your younger generation.
100%. Catering for all the groups in the demographic is exactly what MRSSA have emphasized in terms of performance level of the bikes, in terms of the equipment and how advanced some of it is and how some of it maybe is slightly updated. All of that is factored in, including, of course, the riders themselves. So you're not closed out. Definitely have an opportunity. Maybe if you add up the feeling, how you feel. So you said you feel 12, you look 29, and you add those up, you may eventually get to the age of 45 or so. I know I could also do with about 15 or so years. I don't know how I'm going to find those because I don't have the dynamic you have going there. But I see red flags being waved again by our marshals.
Yeah, so something has gone on the circuit, and this would lead to another restart. Unfortunately, not ideal circumstances for our riders. Oh, man. Okay, well, up and going to be not a very happy camper, unfortunately.
Tristan Matthews, is that?
Yeah, that is one of the BMWs that has unfortunately got a wheel down. The rider inspecting the gear, not feeling 100%, rightfully so, coming off the bike. But that is definitely not going to be a good run there.
Oh, geez, he must be gutted with himself. Marshall's helping get the bike back up, rather. Let's see if he'll be able to get the bike into the pits on his own steam, or on its own steam. But yeah, as it stands, we've got our second red flag of the race for this time around. The Superbikes is 1,600, the bots and the Masters that have provided us with plenty to talk about from the beginning. And 2 red flags, just an indicator. They see some of the bodywork. Yeah.
That's a front fairing that's come adrift.
Yeah.
So no, is that the front fairing? No, that would be the rear fairing.
It looks like.
But definitely not ideal, unfortunately. Tristan Matthews
Yeah.
taking a look, going, can put that back together, but a bit of inspection being done there. The car, our medical car, will be going out and just making sure that he is A-OK, making sure that the bike is A-OK, area is A-OK. So a little bit of work coming into play there. Looks like he's trying to restart it and get going once again. Engaging, can he get it to fire up? Figuring out where can he hold the bodywork. Just tells the marshal, listen, can you hold on to this bit? Maybe a bit of a souvenir. Bring it back to the pits. So he wants to get back into this race.
Yep.
Gets it in gear, so gently trying to move it and get back on. Oh, kitty litter, not going to be too fun here.
Not at all.
This is how you make something that weighs 300 kilograms, weighs 600 in a matter of seconds, try and get through the kitty litter. Tippy toes all the way through. But always great to see that the rider is safe and sound, that the barriers, the kitty litter, everything doing its job to help slow the vehicle down, the bike down, and also slow the momentum of the rider as well into it. Oh no, now you beached into the kitty litter.
Oh dear. That's going to take a bit of work. He's going to have to push it off.
So
without the added weight of him being on it, yeah.
Yeah, not ideal situations
Not
going
at
through
all.
the kitty litter.
Not at all.
But our fantastic marshals here at Kyalami going and being a part of everything, making sure that they can get the bike up and going. Our officials making sure that the rider is okay, saying, listen, we need to get you checked out here, and we would rather just out of safety take it back. So our medics going and ensuring that they can get sorted out. Incredible work. We're getting to see lots happening in the background. The bike's pulling into the pits, so it looks like they're going to go back onto the tire warmers, get themselves resettled, and looks like that may be the end of their race, unfortunately, for the ongoing. So 2 red flags put a bit of a dampener on it, but we got to see some great racing out there while the race was alive and going. Yeah. So keep an eye on it. Heat 2 yet to come later today, and I'm sure they'll get all those bikes back out and going. There'll be, for Ryan van Niekerk, he will be quite happy to get himself going. For Tristan Matthews, will be like, okay, get a little bit of repair work on the bike, get back out, and get going once again. So our marshals ready to go and push the bike out of the kitty litter, which is incredible stuff. This is not the same kitty litter that you're going to let old Freckles go and enjoy himself. This is specially done to slow the momentum of vehicles. It's a little bit deeper. You can beat yourself quite quickly into it. And it does run into a bit of a safety thing. It is FYI checked to make sure that it's at the right level. There's enough of the kitty litter that's there, enough of the runoff sand that they can slow down even the heaviest of vehicles at the highest of speeds to ensure they reduce impact against the walls as well. And for the riders, it's, well, you get a bit of sand in your shorts, but you will be thankful after it.
Indeed. And listen, we've learned today, as far as the circumstances that have come our way, 2 red flags equals a checkered flag. This as far as today is concerned, but we definitely have plenty green flags ahead of us and awaiting us. Of course, we have the SAE class, the endurance class, waiting to get their warm-up along for the day. It's the first time they're going to be coming out onto the circuit. You can see some of the cars already. That Can-Am, one of the favorites, I think that's Dr. Mike Various Can-Am, that's out at the moment. And we see a backdraft a bit further adrift. So they're getting ready to go out and warm up their cars. And Steve, you spoke about the operating temperature. Running temperature for the bike's tires, 90 degrees roughly, and 70 degrees in the tire blanket. I heard someone whisper to me that the cars, the main circuit cars, particularly the Nova, would be looking, not the Nova, the Ginetta rather, would be looking at below 80 degrees, just below 80 degrees in terms of being in the tire blanket. Is it the same running temperature then going onto the circuit as the bikes?
Going onto the circuit is going to be, our tire warmers, they're going to be a bit higher. They will gently cool down. The reason why you want to keep them reasonably warm and not push them into the optimum tire temperature for like just going on a cool down lap. In a race, you're going to be taking from tire blankets and putting onto the car. You want them at perfect temperature. You want them ready to go through into their first heat cycle. For a start, you want to be slightly out of that operating temperature to allow a little bit of cool down and also to ensure the tire pressures are okay. So they do run it slightly lower. Any semi-slick is going to be between, or any slick tire is going to be between 80 and 90 degrees in terms of it. 110 is where the tire gets way too hot and starts slipping. So you don't want to have it way too hot. So it's a very, very fine line on the calculator. Ideally, 80 to 90 degrees is roughly where you want to keep that tire at. That's where your pressures are going to be optimum. Any higher than that, unfortunately, does to it. Factors that will go and increase or decrease what the tire heat's going to be, the tire pressures as well, is going to be how cool is the track, and also what's the conditions that we have got here at Kyalami, because it is expected to warm up to 24 degrees, and we see a couple of our spectators enjoying the shot. My personal favorite corner to take a look at will be the S's.
And your personal favorite car, the Can-Am's, getting ready to navigate those S's. It's going to be a couple of minutes now. Some of the racing drivers already in their cars. You see the Samlin Racing Gallardo there. The Super Trofeo, of course, is a bit deeper into the pits. A bright red, fantastic looking vehicle that Samlin Racing have put together in 2024 spec. It's also going to navigate its way around the circuit. Plenty for us to look forward to over the next couple of minutes. The fans, of course, as you saw a couple of frames ago, enjoying themselves out on the circuit. That's the kind of tailgating you want. Bring out the bride, bring out the family and friends, and it's going to be a good day's racing. Temperatures, I think, have risen because I saw a couple of the riders fanning themselves out on the circuit as they're waiting to get underway. So if you're still fanning yourself, it means it's a lot hotter than we've had over the course of the morning. It's 9:51 at the moment, so we're not at the hottest of the day, far from it, in fact. But definitely those factors are going to come into play for our competitors in the SAE. We've got our lead performer so far, thus far in the championship, has shown have the Adjust for Sleep team with their Nova Proto car. Beautiful to see, a stunning car. Some of our fans are enjoying the scenery there. That's exactly how you want to use your bike here, especially when it's spec'd the way you have this one right here. I mean, it's a full-on camp-ready machinery there. Beautiful scenery that they're enjoying around Kyalami. In terms of the championship standings for Class A, the leader at the moment is the Promogen Audi team. Which has had a driver change. There's a slight difference there because Brad Liebenberg still running in the car, but Paul Hill, unfortunately, because has to take care of his health, has, fortunately for Kara Hill, said, Kara, get into the saddle and let's see what you've got alongside Brad.
Well, that's it. This will be your first time in racing in anger in a GT3 car. First time out in a GT3 car was at Aldo Scribanti in the Aston Martin. But Kara went and convinced her dad, Paul Hill, to buy the Audi R8, which for many people are going, wow, this Promogen Audi does look a little bit familiar. Well, it's former Michael Stevens' car that's looking to go battle, and we saw what it could do at Kyalami. Now you've got two youngsters in the car, and the next generation of drivers, Cara being a second generation in terms of racing, looking to push her way through. But while the warm-up is going underway, there's so much to go on about. But we've got to reiterate something here, because we do talk about the teams, but the championship is actually a driver's championship.
Indeed.
So the pair-up is going to make things interesting, because Cara is going to be starting in a car that she's not in the championship running for. So she's going to score no championship points for her Class C car. But for Bradley Liebenberg, he's going to usurp Paul Hill in the championship, which means he will be first of our Class A's. Cara will be scoring a few points to get into a championship fight, to get ahead of Marius Jackson and Joseph Ellerine, who unfortunately been running a little bit of a rough race this past little while. But our Backdraft Roadster's out on track as well. Incredible machines. You can rent and race. You can purchase the cars. Most affordable way to go endurance racing here in South Africa, and I would say would be the most affordable to get into in the world for national sports car racing. It's the cheapest form to go into national sports car racing in the world. I don't think there's anything that can compare to it, which is a big say for the national V8 Roadster class, going and running their first season this season as a national championship. Last year they weren't a national, but even Motorsport South Africa has recognized and got a motivation there to saying, look, we can do this. And so far they've proven their worth with everyone wanting to jump into it. A lot of drivers that compete in different classes going and jumping into the backdraft roadsters, just how simplistic they are, how incredible they are to drive, but also how closely the field is matched. These are the same spec chassis, same running gear. Only thing that differs from them, other than the drivers, is the way you set up the cars.
Oh, incredible. And we've seen the most exciting competition definitely among some of the teams. Maybe if we sort of go microscopic on it, the likes of Pesty Racing, the likes of Tradecore, we have an interesting dynamic going on there. We saw in qualifying there's a bit of work to be done. The likes of the People Group car as well are leaders in 3 championships, not only in the V8 class, we've also got them in index of performance, as well as the overall championship. So all of that is paying off for them, and it's always been a case of it's no longer the shock of seeing the V8 roasters performing so well because of, one, the affordability and performance and how well they built out of the facility down in Durban, but also the fact that this is a proper, fully running competition and class. It's established itself. It's definitely cut its teeth over the past couple of years, and I think it's outgrown its training wheels, so to speak, and that stamp of approval definitely was that officially being a national class.
Yeah, it's definitely where you want to be for endurance racing. There is multiple different classes. You did touch on a performance of index, and how does the National V8 Roadsters beat out a GT3? Well, it's quite easy to that one. The index of performance is my personal favorite in terms of championship.
Yeah.
And that's all about consistency between drivers. Remember, you can have 2 to 3 drivers in these cars, or 2 to 3 drivers in the cars to battle it out, but that means that consistency between each of the driver needs to be perfect. You're working in percentages. You're working in 0.1, 0.2 of a second of one another, but at the moment, we have got Philip Mayer, who's leading the championship, tied with Mark Harvey and Dean Wilson. Remember, it's a driver championship, but our Class E's are really at the top of the mainstead in that consistency. So for the likes of Kara and Yuri Umpi Swart, who are not racing, well, Yuri not with his teammate, Kara, who's now in a GT3, they've got to work on their consistency because there's still a shot for index of performance instead of class win.
Yes.
So they might not be fighting for the same class, but there's still another championship that is requiring that little bit of motivation. For Kara, though, it's going to be about figuring out a new car and maintaining a good pace with herself to ensure that she gets the index of performance that's needed to move her up through the order. Yuri MP Swart, with something that's a little bit on the lower end of things, is going to be a little bit easier, but it is a brand new car. We've got to talk about the Stradale Motorsport team, though, bringing in that 997 GT, that Porsche 997 Cup car to the fray. We did see it at Aldo Scribante. It was the backup car after the big Mercedes, unfortunately, had a problem and landed up with the actual drive shaft going and snapping. So they brought it out, and, well, looks like they're still thoroughly enjoying the car and its consistency. They've seen what the 992 of the BBR car can do in terms of consistency, so it's not too bad. But there's Harry Arungi's going and saying how's it to our officials. We saw Arnold Neveling going and having a bit of a chat and taking a look at the car. Beautifully done. I've got to say, Porsche has a habit of making stunning vehicles over the course of time, and being a part of Kyalami, where Porsche is now synonymous with the circuit itself, they're going to be really enjoying seeing so many out there. But
Indeed.
We do have the Lamborghini out on track. Very, very interesting little car, the number 27, the Inter Africa. Formerly, the Celso Scribante car was in black, and it's returning to Kyalami with different shades of color on the nose. It's also got 2 Celso Scribante. It's got a tribute there, which is absolutely a nice touch for Inter Africa.
Yeah,
but I do
classy.
think for the Inter Africa team, the number 125, they're going to be also having a double-edged blade there because they were out-qualified by this very Lamborghini.
Yeah, Rambo, as they call the 125, is going to be looking over his shoulder, maybe looking ahead at Blueberry, which is the name of the number 27, to see what to do to find that time. And an interesting factor came into qualifying yesterday, of course, which is, I suppose, the index of performance factor. We can call it that. How all drivers, it is a drivers' championship. You've got to remember that. So that's been factored into into qualifying, in the sense that we have an average qualifying time that is calculated based on the number of drivers. So qualifying format changes. Each driver has to go out. Instead of just putting your fastest driver in the saddle and saying do your thing, it's everyone's qualifying time that comes into effect. And Blueberry came out best at number 27, shown ahead of the 125 at Inter Africa. So that's going to make a difference for them going out into the race as well, showing that the average overall is just that much ahead of the class.
It's going to be incredible, and I think a lot of people are going to be raising an eyebrow of the pair up as well. Two drivers making their debut entry into the South African endurance scene have really shown what they can do with the right machinery underneath them.
Yes.
There is our Rico Barlow Just for Sleep Nova Proto, that is Norma Nova, that's ready to go. An interesting pair up there. We have seen from SWAT Corps having the likes of Charles Visser, who gets behind the wheel. Last time out here at Kyalami, if we go back, Prince, let's adjust it back a little bit, where we saw Charles Visser teaming up with Jonathan Mahutsi, and also going and with Daniel Rogue, landed up going into a bit of a spin and not able to finish the race. Lots to make up here, but we did see that beautiful, the bright red, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, the only one in South Africa, and lined up, and right behind it is the only one in existence, Backdraft Slingshot 2.0. I mean, this is just fantastic machinery, and to have a Super Trofeo here in South Africa, it was the very first time for me to even see one at Fourways Mall. Now getting to see it around the circuit, honestly, I've never been a big Lambo fan, but man, it's growing on me big time.
Yeah, I mean, look at those eyes. When you look deep into its aggressive-looking eyes and the face there. I mean, look, it's incredible to consider the fact that a couple of months ago, this car was in boxes at the Samden Racing workshop, and nothing had been done. It was bare carbon. There was really nothing indicative of a car, to be fair. And to think that this is what they were cooking up the entire time, for this car to come out and just look this stunning, is absolutely exciting for the series as well, to have such a stunner and a look out on the circuit. A performance, 650 odd horsepower.
Yeah, about 650 horsepower to going through, and also being a one-make series that it usually performs in, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo class. Does sometimes pair up with the Ferrari Trofeo class, which they were using the 488 at one point as well. So Lamborghini's answer to a one-make class, which was egged on by actually the Porsche Cup, was the first development. Then Ferrari said, hey, listen, we can make our own. Lamborghini made their own, and even Ford went and made their own Mustang series. But I've got to say, the Super Trofeo by far is one of the good-looking cars, striking images. It's definitely that one that you have out on your wall as a monster of just a monster of a car to have. But right behind it, the Slingshot 2.0, one of one, that's making its way around. Still developments every single race on it. It's absolutely incredible to see it. The only other Slingshot that ever existed, the first one, landed up getting written off and is now hanging on the wall at the Backdraft factory, saying this is what the car is, this is what we've learned, and how they developed Slingshot 2.0, which has had a bit of a history. It's caught on fire, it's got burned to the ground, and has been rebuilt, developed with a new wing, a new rear body to go and get going, which has really performed well at SWAT Corps. They actually arrived with the rear wing not even attached. They went out with it just driving. But here is just a stunning shot. The blowback coming out, just that runoff of the exhaust is just incredible. Stunning. But having that in the same shot as Super Trofeo, I got goosebumps already. Just, you've got a brutal V8, you've got a stunning V10, and oh man, just some awesome machinery out there. And just one of a kind, it really is.
Yeah, South African versus Italian/German engineering there, which is quite a nice little cultural moment where motorsport is concerned. I think that's the beauty of the SAES tour, how it's an amalgamation of so much engineering prowess. We've hopped on about the V8 Roadsters and the Backdrafts and just how much they're contributing to motorsport locally and abroad. Which is a fantastic thing, and how the finest GT racing equipment in the world is touching our shores. And thanks to the series, we get to enjoy that on a regular basis. Remember, this is only round 4 of the series. We've got 2 more rounds to go, and we've got the most exciting, of course, the pinnacle of that being the SAS 9 hours of Kyalami later on. We've got a great picture of, again, the GT equipment at the cutting edge, the number 27 Blueberry Lambo, and Axel Jeffries, of course, at the marshalling that car. And he's going to be alongside Philip. It is Philip Barron, who's alongside him. Both of them seasoned, absolutely seasoned when it comes to GT racing. They've been all around the world when it comes to that, so it's definitely nothing new to them. And there's something ashore on the horizon rather for them as well, because at the end of the year, I know Inter Africa are preparing for some exciting stuff overseas when it comes to endurance racing. So this also is in preparation for that, making sure they're gelled and sort of part of that Inter Africa racing setup for what's to come for them.
And there is our championship contender vehicle that has Stu White going to be being the faster of the drivers, and then Leclerc going and getting himself through. So it's going to be a very interesting pairing, and lots of work between the two of them, both pushing each other in a way. Stewie having to take on the mentor role and really start working out with Leclerc having to move and improve through it. So going to keep an eye out on it, and let's see how it's going to all work out. The Inter Africa team also did have a bit of a hardship here last year at Kyalami, which they're looking to shake off for the 4 hours at Kyalami. And there's a beautiful shot of the end. This is the front. Engine is towards the back, but you can just see how much fabrication, how much work has been done. This is usually where you go and put your handbag, because that's all that's going to fit into the front on a road-going vehicle. But in the GT3, lots of little intricacies into the car. A lot of everything you see is pushed towards the driver. Try and force everything to the middle of the car for even weight distribution, versus having everything towards the front and the rear and landing up with a world of problems. So lots and lots of work there. Also very accessible to go and get different pieces. Remember, you can replace hubs easily in this thing. You can take bits of suspension out very easily as well. It's meant to be pulled apart in an endurance race as quick as possible and put back together as well. So that's what the GT3s are all about. Fun fact about GT3s though, that you wouldn't know, and for some people they would. GT3s came in as the budget version of Tin Top Sports Car Racing. There was GT1s and GT2s.
Yes.
The GT2s were cheaper and less powerful than the GT1s. GT1s eventually turned to GTEs. The GT3s was the budget version.
Yes.
That was essentially our backdraft roadsters. Oh, how's that? Something to think about.
Okay.
All right, so they were essentially the backdraft roadsters for overseas supercar racing, and eventually it's now taken over because GT1, GT2 have fallen away due to the cost of those cars.
Indeed.
But GT3, you'll notice, like a BMW, has a rearview mirror and a rearview mirror camera. The reason for that is the specifications of a GT3 is that must be the same car that comes out of a factory that is purchasable for a customer, but also retains some of its road counterparts, which is a rearview mirror in those. But for a Lamborghini, you don't have a rearview mirror that you can see out the back of. You've got a screen. So for anyone that's looking around, go and look at like your games. You'll see any front engine vehicle will have a rearview mirror and a camera, where a mid-engine will only have the camera because there actually is no rear window to look out of in real terms. So just a bit of a
that is
play
interesting.
there.
I didn't know that.
Go look.
That's quite interesting.
Go look at all the different cars. But
perfect timing there.
992.
Yeah, it looks. In fact, he's dressed in grey, matching that number 5 PBR Porsche. It looks great. And in fact, after this warm-up, we have a lot of the fans going to get to enjoy hot laps. So that's why you can see a couple of the fans, obviously.
That's one of our VIPs.
That's one of our VIPs, yes, exactly. Our VIPs are going to get a chance to go for the hot laps, I think. So there's a couple of preparations going on for that. So all at the ready. Another of the backdrafts about to go out again. Just to make sure everything works and everything is on song. We had a bit of a chat about the Slingshot 2.0 and its history and how it's a one-of-one and how unique it is. A couple of unique niggles that Steve Clark says that they were working on yesterday that they had to sort of overcome, but nothing untoward, nothing too drastic. It was just literally setup work that was coming on. And one of Steve's favorite cars on the circuit, the Can-Am, they're coming out. Beautiful livery, absolutely fantastic livery. Actually, I'm getting a prop now. I'm appreciating it fully. You spoke about it yesterday. I was like, okay, Steve, whatever. I'm still with the fighter jet, which I still am. But now this is a close second for me.
Yeah, no, the Shelby Can-Am series, they came out to South Africa in the actually in the later 90s. It was an overseas series that did a lot of oval racing and long circuit racing. Eventually it landed up on our shores here in South Africa. It was a national series for many, many years. Unfortunately, did taper away. This is the Gen 3 body. So it's been, having all the aerodynamic upgrades. The rear wing is a little bit different as well to allow for more airflow, a little bit of pressure onto the rear, and also get sorted out. It's also got a sequential paddle shifting gearbox that is all set in, a more powerful motor that is there as well. So it's really on the tip of how it's been. This is exactly how the National Series ended. This is the car. This is a piece of history.
Frozen in time.
Frozen in time, South African history, and the second of our Can-Ams. Glad to see more starting to come out of the barns and the woodwork, that everyone has tend to just kept them and preserved that piece of history. Mike Veria and the rest going and saying, bring the cars out. They're sports cars. Let them race, and they're going to be competing in the 1 hour dash. There is the Promgen Audi, and, the Kalex VW was called Hero. This one, I think, is going to be Kara's villain arc. Since we had the hero, we need to have the villain. And the Audi R8 is going to be exactly that, going and chasing down. For Bradley Liebenberg, though, it's going to be pressure on to score maximum points, because now this is a chance for him to get up through the championship. Paul Hill is walking around. He's not feeling 100%, but we did have a chat to him where he said, I think I just lost my car. They originally was saying the seat didn't fit Cara, but it looks like the team sorted that problem out very quickly.
Yeah, the team sat him down, he says, and they're like, Paul, will you kindly step aside, please? To which he didn't decline, surprisingly. But you know what? Unsurprisingly as well, because his belief in Cara has shown. She already had to go in the Aston Martin V12, and that in itself, I think, proved that she's got the mental to throw her weight and the talent behind the Audi R8 GT3. So let's see how she's going to have a go at the moment, and getting some settings going, and just running through what the program is for the next session or so. Just make sure she's on song, got the car being jacked up there and getting ready to go. And once they're done, she's going to be underway and getting an installation in. But it's going to be an exciting time for her. We were watching her during qualifying yesterday, looking at it certainly is a deficit because of how, of course, this is the first time with the car and driving it in anger. But you can look forward to more seat time. It's exactly what you want. A lot of the time is for you to get familiar with the car and shave as much seconds and tenths as you can, as quick as possible, for that to make a difference for you in the championship. And speaking of the championship, you touched on how Brad Liebenberg now has the unique opportunity. And I say unique because a lot of the standings are grouping the drivers because, of course, they're in the same car. This is one of the anomalies where you see a driver stepping up and creating a gap. One or two of them do exist throughout the classes that we have, but this is at the spearhead of the championship in Class A, which is going to make a huge difference going on into the rest of the year.
Well, they are going to be battling it out with the BBR Racing. It's also changed their drivers, with Henk Laatskhan unfortunately not able to make it. He's got some commitments, but Robert Volk will have his first hand in the South African endurance scene. So he's really looking forward to have a great time out there. And joining up with the BBR Porsche, where they know how to get that car absolutely stable and consistent, is going to be a great one to keep an eye out for. They are running currently 3rd, 4th and 5th in the championship behind the Promgen Audi pair-up of Paul Hill and Bradley Liebenberg. But there is our backdraft roadster getting a bit of a tank slap. You can see cross arms on the way through. No ABS, no traction control in those. It's just brute force monsters. Oh man, absolutely love them. Backdraft has built such an amazing category that it's, if you want to have a good go in South African endurance racing, I would highly recommend to get into the Backdraft Roadsters. You will not regret it at all.
Absolutely. I'm cooking up an agenda for Backdraft, okay? Listen, I was walking in the pits yesterday, the day before yesterday, and I saw one of the cars with a sign on them. At the top of the sign it said, car for rent, okay? That's how accessible these Backdrafts are. It's literally, it's pretty much walking to a racing dealership. Should I call it that? I think that's a good term to sort of phrase it. That's how easily accessible and at the door motorsport could be for any one of us. Some of you sitting in the grandstands, if you're joining us on the live stream, anyone really could, if you're willing, commit to a series like this and be able to carry yourself well through a season. And with affordable financing of the racing, some beautiful backdrops coming out here. And I saw a more road-going spec parked also in the pits, a bright red one, quite similar in terms of this, but it had the windscreen, of course, and all of that. So that's just how beautiful the series is. You literally could put a number plate on one of these cars and continue and make your trip, do a quick bread run, do a school run, and park it in your garage. And next weekend you go racing.
Well, Backdraft has got the cars that you can rent and race, you can purchase and race.
Yes.
They also a manufacturing plant that allows you to buy road-going cars. You can buy them out the box, turnkey, and go.
Yes.
You can also buy the kits to build it yourself, which is absolutely tremendous. So if you're a DIY, there's an option for you. If you're a turnkey, there's an option for you. If you want to go racing, there's options for you in different formats. We'll see our Class B, the coupe, that will be going out as well, and that is the Patemba car, absolutely stunning, closer to GT4 spec in terms of South Africa's build, which is phenomenal. And then our National V8 Roadsters, as you said, you can go and literally walk up, have a chat to Brian Martin and say, look, I want to race, what do I need to do, how much it's going to be, and it's not going to break the bank. It really isn't going to break the bank. It's the cheapest way to go into national racing in terms of endurance racing, but also I wouldn't put it past. It's actually, you can take these cars into sprint races just fine and do very well as well. So there's so many options for it, and personally, if you're weighing up the cost of building a car to come racing or going and just getting into the backdraft, it's actually a lot cheaper to go into a backdraft, and you will have more support from the entire backdraft team that bring their trucks full of spares. There is insurance, there's different financing, there is catering for all sides of the spectrum, whether you're going to bring you a silver suitcase with everything and put it down on the table, or whether you want to be a little bit more on the reasonable side of things and not get in trouble with your better half. There is an option there as well.
So you mentioned cheap, you mentioned catering, and you mentioned better halves.
Yes.
And all sorts of lights are going off in my head, because you can, for cheap, get a ticket for yourself, general access. Join us if you're watching again on the live stream from home. Get yourself a ticket. It's only a couple $100, 150 actually for a general access ticket. That is very cheap. And then get your better half, get them one as well. And in fact, you can get your whole family. You can bring the whole squad. Get yourself tickets, general access. You still have a chance to come and join us out on the circuit. Catering, you mentioned as well. Bring a braai, bring a whole setup. You can camp it out comfortably and enjoy some of the finest racing we'll see on the continent, actually. This is a very unique experience, and I think you definitely want to max it out. To get the chance twice a year this year to come out to this particular circuit, but we have, of course, in our tour an array of beautiful circuits. We have Red Star, we have Swartkorps, we have Scribanti. So all of those circuits also out there for us to go out and enjoy. But if you're in Joburg, if you're in Pretoria, and you're able to, come out and join us in the sun today, and we've got a full day of racing ahead. We just saw the warm-up for the SAE class, and we're going to have some hot laps, of course, of some of the VIPs, and we're going to do a quick recap, of course, of what we've enjoyed so far for our racing breakfasts, just so you know you're up to speed and you know exactly what's going on and what the scene is, what you can look forward to for round 2. That is heat 2 of some of the races that we had this morning, but it's definitely been nothing short of exciting.
No, it's incredible stuff, and it's just, you know what to say, that we're here at Kyalami after at one point was thought to be a circuit that was going to be dropped off the map. It was going to be carved up, a piece of history lost in time. Has been saved, and to have a series like this where it's bringing back the local scene of racing. Everyone goes and associates Kyalami for international racing. It's FIA grade. That is what it is. Well, our series is all about giving back to also the locals and bringing it to the South African scene and showing what we can do to the international, because as much as we like to say, well, going and having international is always the best, I beg to differ. Our local guys have proven themselves to be the best champions there is. We have proven ourselves that the guys are right up to the top of motorsport, but we also to go and do fantastic racing. So let's take a look back, as you said, reminisce of what we've had so far.
Indeed.
Because this is going to be great. So we're going to take a look at the Silver Cup 2.0, the start of the race, and you can see over 40 cars battling it out door to door into turn 2. Beautiful shot of some great racing a family atmosphere for the Silver Cup 2.0. They always improve, getting some very quick machinery, affordable machinery for sprint racing, and a vast amount of classes. As you brought up in the start of it, was 7 classes that are racing out there. We got to see our production, our P class, which is driven by Sav, who took the win ultimately while he was battling down with our A plus car of Rugger, who unfortunately landed up in the dust at sunset. But you can see how close the racing was between the two of them, and the rest of the cars all filtering their way through. Eventually, Devin Robertson got to have his hand at trying to chase down for first place. The Big Boss Auto doing everything he can. Absolutely brilliant driver who we will see going and driving a little bit later today in the SAS, who's actually helping with a bit of work there, also going and helping out with the Timber car, working on the cars there as well. So he's looking to have a bit of fun. But great times here at Kyalami. Beautiful shots and the vast amount of machinery. If you're a petrol head, this is exactly where you want to be. Whether you're a big fan of sports cars, tin tops, bikes, single-seaters, we have it all in the series. But the Silver Cup 2.0 put on a great show for Heat 1.
Yep, absolutely. And the back markers came into play towards the end of the race there, because that was a crucial point, I think, for Robertson in particular, who thought he was gaining on Sav, but it didn't quite materialize, and the pace just wasn't quite there. So we'll see, I think, a rerun and a reattempt from Devin Robertson going into race 2. That was definitely exciting from the Silver Cup. Earned themselves, I'd say, gold ranking in terms of how you start a morning for racing. When they get back out, I want to see what Iraga is going to make of his second attempt. He definitely had the pace there to stick with Sav throughout the race. And if they've overcome the issue, technical niggle that saw him beached at turn, I think it was a Crowthorne, if bigger. Yeah, it definitely was a Crowthorne where it was beached. And earlier this morning, we definitely saw that. And, yeah, we also had the two-wheeled action that came up, the superbikes, of course, and we're going to have a look back and see what happened there. Steve certainly got excited about some of the youngsters you've seen go on from very early on in the ranks of racing, and they were able to come out and strut their stuff at the cutting edge of two-wheeled racing here in South Africa.
Yeah, from Pee-wee 50s, and that, for anyone that doesn't know what a Pee-wee 50 is, that is pretty much a pocket bike version. They were racing since they were 3-4 years old.
Incredible.
I feel absolutely old to say that, but Tyler Richardson was exactly one of those riders who actually came third overall. Christian Calvello on his stock Kawasaki ZX-10R got himself into a second place, and Jordan King, who eventually managed to pull away after having a very tight fight for the majority of the race, had a monstrous time. I mean, this is what it's all about. I mean, it's generations that we're getting to see, from the highs and the lows, from the youngsters to the oldest, that get to have a bit of fun, and it's going and cementing themselves in history is absolutely a fantastic time of things. The MRSSA, I've got to say, when the news broke out yesterday, folks, it broke out yesterday during a driver's briefing. We had our guy. We love the series. We love what it's happening and how this is progressing through history. We want to be a part of it. For 2025, we're committing ourselves to be there and be part of the series. It just blew my mind. I think the whole world lit up at that moment to, one, welcome the categories into it, but also to go and say, well, it's good to see motorcycle racing getting onto the top of it. I can't wait till we could call the MRSSA. One day, I do think it's going to happen, a national category where we will see the best of the best go and continue to fight it out, and new blood vying for the top spot.
You know what? I want to dub a new term. You've heard of commentator's curse, right? I'm going to call this what we hope to be the commentator's blessing.
Fortune.
You better, commentator's fortune. There we go. You better be preempting something beautiful. It would be great to see full-on national status being given to the MRSSA. Plenty of a following, too. A lovely community behind this series. It's got a deeper history. Of course, you've said many renditions of it have come and gone. And we saw some of the fans also in the live chat reminding us that Christian was quite competitive in race 1. Christian's bike being a stock Kawasaki ZX-10R. I mean, you see the knowledge base is so vast and so wide, and people are so entrenched into that culture. So it's definitely a series that's going to bring a lot more support and fans and overall following for not only the individual series, but overall for the tour. It's a great addition for the year to come, that is in 2025. So I'm looking forward to that.
Well, taking a look, what I'm looking forward to is I'm seeing gazebos going up, which means it's getting warmer. The sun's come out, And for a person that is born in Africa, we enjoy sunlight. I'm not a big fan of cold temperatures. We can leave that across the pond. I want to have my 30 degrees warm temperatures, short top, and going. But also our spectators lining up. Cars filling up all over Kyalami, all the different points, whether you're at the start-finish line, whether you're at the Aces, whether you like a Yuxgay barbecue clubhouse, you have your pick of it. Just so much going on. Our VIPs having a lot of fun walking around. Also having just a couple of people who have won the VIP, have won tickets that never thought they would come to Kyalami. It would have been just out of reach. Now coming and joining in with the families, and they have the time to go and enter for hot laps. And I can tell you, as the very few that have gone around Kyalami will say it's the best experience it is, because you get to be on a FIA grade circuit that is just at the top of the charts, with a series that is at the top as well. So you get to be a part of history in that respect, taking lots of photos. Even if you're general access, this is what you want to be a part of. So great stuff here at the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. Oh, it's always fantastic saying that.
Yes, I could hear you leaning into the pronunciation of that. But we're gonna continue our recap of the morning's racing with the recap of the Open Superbikes race highlights. Of course, we mentioned how Jordan King was well involved in a battle there and had to fight things off very early on. Looked like a tight start and squeeze there into turn 2, but eventually established himself quite well. He had to win first from Christian Caravello in that stock Kawasaki ZX-10R. It was a beautiful fight to see between the two of those, and the different dynamic as well. It seemed like Christian preferred a certain line as compared to Jordan, and both of them were certainly late on their brakes, not too early on, as they have to give their tires a chance to sort of warm up and get them into that ideal temperature and operating window. But eventually you could see the different performance level between the two, with Jordan asserting himself and dominating, dropping and shaving away those lap times over and over again. At first, Christian was sort of copying his homework. You can see there how quick he was able to sort of get into like 0.2, 0.1 of a second from Jordan, but the gap certainly widened as we progressed. And of course, Tyler Richardson was in third for that particular battle that is Tyler Richardson third overall, but leader of the 500s, which were the second class that we had in that particular race. Ora Piri was in second behind him. Then we had Tyler Morgan, of course, in third for 500s. Mitch Mortimer led the novices, and in about a 9-second gap between him and second, which tells you all you need to know about his intent for the day's racing. One more race remains for them, and a couple of our riders, of course, went on to the kitty litter and had to be recovered. But obviously our marshals ever at the ready and ready to recover and help them. Again, you can see a few more shots of that battle between Jordan King as well as Caravello there. And at this point, you can see Caravello starting to fall away slightly, going a bit wider than Jordan. Some compromises were being made, but he tried so much and so hard to stick to Jordan all the way through. But eventually, it was just a lot, and you can see at this point it began to widen. Jordan having a look over his shoulder, and as you can see, it started paying dividends. That consistency from Jordan is what really made the difference, and he was able to bring it home for the open class and to take the checkered flag in emphatic fashion, and we're looking forward to race 2 for them.
Yeah, it's definitely the MRSSA. It's just great stuff to really show off what they can do. The different classes coming into the fray of things, allowing for more of your season racers to have a bit of fun, and also your novices to really try their hand at it, is definitely a welcoming sight. And to be part of a national tour like what the South African Endurance Series is, it's just awesome to see that. We did have bikes for the very first time at Aldo Scribanti, which was a big draw card for a lot of people going and supporting out, and to have it here in Gauteng is always a fantastic one. But the next is what we're going to be talking about. Personal and a lot more attached to my heart is single-seater racing, and Liqui Moly Super V really showed off what it can do. Lucian Ranchanda, Bevan Williams, Peter Hills, all having a bit of a fight. John the likes of Grobler going and dipping back a little bit off the start and losing out a bit of time. But Bevan Williams and the likes of Peter Hills went to war with one between each other, and that allowed Lucian Ranchanda to break away but ultimately Bevan was able to get a little bit more aggressive, get past. Peter Hills then retaliated with that same aggression and was able to really force Bevan onto the fringes, unfortunately, until the engine went and started coughing and spluttering and needed to pull in the pits. But Bevan, for the first time, had to work incredibly hard, and this would be his second time ever versing Peter Hills in a single-seater in action. So having to work that way through, it's nice to see the two generations of Peter Hills, a very, very experienced, seasoned racer. Bevan Williams also lots of time underneath his belt in terms of racing. Now having a generational battle. Lucian Ranchando, on the other hand, was more than happy to say, you guys fight it out. I'm going. That's it. I'm not hanging around here. But even down into Crocodile, you can see Bevan really tried his luck at it. And unfortunately, this is the moment that Peter Hills did not like, when the engine started coughing and spluttering, putting his hand up, and that was a retirement for him. But for Lucian Ranchando, who got the overall win, will be happy. Bevan Williams was unfortunately lost his driving partner and had to wait it out.
Yep, you can see the marshals that they're ready to recover some of these stragglers. A couple of niggles, mechanical coughs and sneezes that they will have to work through. But I think it was Yanni
That was Herber and Grant
yeah.
Will going at one another. Grant in a little bit more of a prototype build, with Herber first time in a Super V doing a fantastic job to battle him out, eventually getting the upper hand, but only towards the end of the race.
Yeah, that was the tail end of the race, and I suppose that's exactly how you want to time it, when the checkered flag is in view and you have to secure yourself a better position. Nolan as well, getting himself a comfortable win, I would say, considering the context of qualifying, and I'd imagine he's quite happy with the result that he came away with for the race.
Absolutely incredible stuff. And there's a beautiful shot through sunset, and you can take a look at how some of the cars lining up and just how much work has gone to this track. And just with the series that's coming in, we've got the calm before the storm, because we're going to be starting up with our Heat 2s coming up very, very soon. And also the build-up to the 4 hours of Kyalami, where it is going to be a monumental fight, ladies and gentlemen. And if you're joining us here on the grandstands, a big, big welcome in physical, and also a massive welcome to those that are going and watching in the virtual grandstands. Absolutely incredible to have it. And I always say our virtual grandstands. I don't like to say the chats. I don't like to say that, because everyone here is sitting on the grandstands watching the racing action, watching history being made here in South Africa.
100%.
I mean, that's what it is.
Yep, you may as well be here. Definitely is on the virtual grandstand. Shout out to you, Joshua, in the virtual grandstand, saying it's amazing, entertaining. A couple of others, I think it's Kevin Painter, saying he's enjoying the coverage. Says the best quality he's seen in South Africa. It's a shout to all of the team and individuals that come together to make this happen and to bring you the best entertainment. You absolutely have to have the best quality. Now, it's again all about the fans, all about the people in the virtual grandstands, the literal grandstands as well. We've got a whole entire package that's come together for them for today to be the best kind of entertainment that they can enjoy in South African racing. I mean, we've got a whole bunch right at the moment as we sit. We're actually seeing some of the hot laps going out. Some of the VIPs are enjoying that, and overall, of course, we've got our voucher winners as well. They're going to be going in through that. 300 winners we had in total. 300 individuals were lucky enough to win general access tickets, but 1 or 2 of them are going to be picked out from the crowd for them to actually go out and enjoy some hot laps. As you can see in frame, some of the Silver Cup 2.0 cars are getting ready to stuff for the second time around. We can call it brunch, maybe. Yep, Silver Cup brunch. How about that?
Nah, that is the 2.0, and knowing Marius, there's probably a Bri hooked up already, and he's getting himself ready after the race. But talking about having Bris, take a look at our grandstands, looking absolutely tremendous stuff. The bikers lining up. You can see a couple of the Yamahas all set up to go. Everyone enjoying, waiting for Silver Cup 2.0 to come out on track. We do want to also point out that we're not only going live out on YouTube, folks. We are doing something that is great for South African motorsport, because it is a return to the world of television. And that is what I'm super excited about. Do bear in mind that we will be broadcasting out on SuperSport. Yes, you heard me right. We will be out on SuperSport. It will be a little bit delayed, though, purely on the fact of the Olympic Games going and taking up that space. So if you're a fan of the Olympics, great stuff. If you are supporting all our South Africans, are doing a tremendous job out there going and representing the flag. A big good luck to all of the South Africans in the Olympics. It's great to have you guys out there, but I am really excited to have our racing back on the TV and back out for many people to enjoy at home, not only watching here out on YouTube. So a big shout out to that, and make sure you tune in to 215 at 6:15 to catch all the live action out on SuperSport. Highly recommended. Lots of fun going to be had there, and we will be following the 4 hours of Kyalami. Silver Cup 2.0 going to be heading out onto the track, and I won't lie, I'm a little bit nervous. Brothers out there on the track, and after a bit of a crazy qualifying where, well, bird strike plus fuel pump, and he got to fight his way through the field. I am nervous, but I am looking forward to seeing if Arika managed to get his car up and going and fight it out with Sav once again. Will we see that battle? We cannot count out Mike McGregor along with Marius, who has now made up a good bit of time as well. And don't count out Devin Robertson, who has now gone and dialed in the car a little bit more. Kobus Spritz, Chris Cornier, even the likes of Fadio Sidkri and Tony Sasbo. Keep an eye on those two that are coming out. New names to the Silver Cup 2.0 and really put themselves into a top 10 situation in Heat 1. So they're looking to really get on the climb, both fighting in Class B though. So that is going to be one to keep an eye out for. Dirk Lawrence, the fastest naturally aspirated Honda, out on the track, looking to have a bit of fun, a bit of waving to our fans out there. Always great to see, and always going to see some phenomenal actions. I mean, this is a monstrous field of 44 cars lining up once again for their final heat of the day here at Kyalami. Lots to go through for Silver Cup. Lots of taking deep breaths to make this happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing how Manus du Plessis is going to perform for this race. He's been one that's getting a lot of shouts, a lot of nods in terms of his raw pace over the past couple of races. He's shown a lot of promise, and he definitely will be looking to improve. I think he finished 4th place, if I'm not mistaken, going into from the previous race, so he will be looking to improve on that. I want to just check quickly there. If I look at, we're basing our grid at the moment, correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, on lap time set in the previous race as opposed to finishes, so that your pace going into the end of the race was going to count for a lot. That's why you see maybe some of the racers were increasing their pace and getting a bit more aggressive towards the end, because that was what they were thinking of, where they're going to be sitting going into the start of the race. So that definitely is one of my shouts to see how he performs. Another shout for me, I think, Michael Pringle, as well as that's Sebastian Lanzetti setup car, seeing how they perform their first or second entry, if I'm not mistaken. Still cutting their teeth when it comes to this side of things in Silver Cup. First entry, yeah, their first entry into the race, that is correct. So they're definitely trying their best to be at pace. I mean, this is their second and last chance, because after this there shall be no more, at least as far as this weekend is concerned. So they're going to try to make the most of that in that VW. It's going to be Chris Kinnear in that 333. Chatted to him a bit. He's very excited about his Toyota and the performance that he's got behind it, explaining a bit to me. But despite the space frame's diminutive sort of appearance, it's quite heavy. It's quite a heavy car.
To an extent, it's a bit of a twofold situation there.
Yeah.
It's definitely they not the lightest of vehicles compared to your sports cars like the Nash that Michael Koenig's behind, but they are far lighter than some of the machinery out there. Example, the BMW, I mean, those, you take one of the doors off that of your BMW at home, or even a Golf, believe it or not, it is an absolute ton of weight that's lost. And remember, the space frame is literally just a metal frame with a fiberglass shell put on top of it. So there is next to no weight there. But they do have a slightly shorter wheelbase because the space frames originally came from oval racing. Short oval racing, not long circuit, but not long, but short oval. So they're very tight and narrow in terms of their run. So they're very nimble to go-around cars, but they do make them very tricky because instead of doing one turn, you're actually turning twice in a corner just to try and get the car to bite and grip its way in.
Yes.
So keep an eye out on that. It is going to make a bit of a difference, but now we do have a bit of an interesting take as I see Devin Robertson lining up on the outside, and there is going to be a rough time there. But we've got to counter also some of the historics. I mean, we have got a Ford Escort Mark 1 out there in the field. We've got a Peugeot 206, so a couple of older cars, and there's a rugger starting at the back of the field who was fighting for first, now has to make his way up 43 cars to get into first place. And take a look how busy it is. But I do want to also take a nod to, well, a Bantam Bucky. Yes, you heard me right. A Bantam Bucky is able to race. And there used to be lots of them. There used to be Tartar Buckies that were racing in Silver Cup at one point.
Okay.
There was 2 of them that were racing there. But the Bantam Bucky is coming back in the fray, which I wonder if someone's going to take a piece of history. And there was a Volkswagen Combi. No, it still races to this day. A Volkswagen Combi that actually does rallying. So people use a combi to go rallying. But the Bantam Bucky out on the track is always a great one. So not only that you can bring your tires to the track, hook it in the back, and you load the whole car and you've got space to do it versus the rest, but something unique, very light on the rear compared to others.
Yeah, you can carry a whole race setup. You can carry a whole gazebo on the back of there.
That's it.
Yeah,
you take your race car, go to the S's and set yourself up. You've got a nice seat, just drop the tailgate. Bit of history there.
Oh man, that's beautiful to see. Wow, looking forward. Yeah, but yeah, just to get back to the point on Iraga, 43 cars potentially to be overtaken. We got the 2-minute board that just went up now. 43 cars is a long way ahead. I don't know. You saw how tough it was for Devin Robertson to navigate his way through the back markers, so it's going to be a challenge for Iraga, that's for sure.
Duplessis looking to take a charge. He's gone out with the rallying. Devin Robertson just moving ever so slightly, getting into the box. Got to be careful. Jump starts as the lights are on. Standing start. Lights on, lights on, lights off, and away they go. Duplessis having a terrible run. Chris Cornier off to a great start. Michael Koenig getting them shoved right into the middle as they all launch their way through. Rugger really trying to carve himself, but sticks himself in the middle of the pack. That is going to be a rough run. He needs to try and get to the inside or the outside to do sweep across. And take a look at Marius Jacobs. He puts his nose in, gets the pass done and dusted over Mike McGregor. And now you also saw Devin Robertson losing out of position. So he's trying to make his way through. And Rugger now stuck on the outside, trying to make his way through, lightly on the throttle, 3 wide around turn 2, turn 3. Who says that it cannot happen? Well, it's been proven wrong. Michael Koenig also trying to make his way up through the corner with the Nash, the low ground sports car, doing everything he can. But Rugger is on the charge. Take a look as he's carving his way in through the field. But Sav now having to deal with a new competitor of Marius Jacobs, the chairman of the Silver Cup 2.0, and wants to go for the championship and saying, listen, BMW, I'm not on the right foot at the moment. I don't want you to be costing me a few points. Let's get going because I know my competitor is starting to carve his way through, getting past the Renault, now chasing down the VW Sirocco and the Datsun just ahead, heading towards the S's. Rugger's not keeping anything back. Dirk Lawrence, who's a little bit further ahead, also making up a bit of time as well.
Yep, a lot of work still to be done by Iraga. He's trying to get it over and done with as early as possible, which I think is the best approach. You just do not want to eat time and speed away very early on. You don't want to have that taken away from you just because of traffic. You're going to try and cover that off as quick as you can. But Marius Jacobs definitely no slouching. So he's going to be trying to trouble Robertson, and that's Robertson and Sav out at the front. Robertson, not a great start. He fell away there. I don't know if it was a reaction time or someone just got the jump on him.
He was caught sleeping at the line, that is for certain. And then we've got Trace, who is now dealing with the likes of Iraga onto the back of him, trying to move his way up. Then we've got Tion, who is in the BMW just ahead of them, going and taking a look in his mirrors. Michael Koenig moving out of the way. He sees Iraga trying to go up on the inside. These two all puts it together. So Michael Koenig got all the flack of, listen, I'm going to come through and I'm not going to leave you any option on this, as Iraga straight lines him right past. Goodbye. Not having any problems to launch his way through, and now needs to try and get back on the charge. Take a look, though, a little bit down the field as drivers are trying to make their way up, and we've got Anton Blitzer, who's battling with that Mazda RX-7. We've got Duplessis trying to improve his times, and move his way up through the order. But Saes still out on top. Chris Cornea going and getting some side-by-side action. But Araga has closed up, and now with only being the second lap, we've only been going for 2 minutes and 50 seconds, and he's already made his way back from last all the way to, let's take a look here, I want to get this right, 11th position, because he's just passed Theron, and now Chris Cornea is in his sights.
Yep, 11th position overall, and looks like he's at about 5th or 6th in his class, if I'm not mistaken. So he's halfway across that battle as well. He's right in the middle of the race, quite literally. So now his next challenge would be, of course, getting past Cornea, and that's not going to be as easy, because Cornea, of course, does have the sort of agility to get into those tight spaces that Araga can get into. A tight space manifested, and Araga was like, okay, I'm going through that door. Chris didn't make it as difficult as I thought he would, given the fact that the cars have the same sort of diminutive stature, but it's still Araga, aggressive as ever. Flat out, of course, from the top line shaft all the way down into Crocodile. And look at that, Araga just disappearing into the distance.
Oh no! Michael going and saying that's it's for the car. So the Nash, unfortunately, out once again. Not into the wall, not anything but a mechanical damage, unfortunately, is the call on that. And telling the marshals, please do not bring out the fire extinguisher, otherwise I've got to clean this. And now I've got to go and explain it to the owner, Paul, who's sitting in the pits going, where's my car? So Mike's gonna have a bit of work on his hands there. But some great things. Chris Cornea still giving a good bit of chase. He's trying to make his way up through the order, but Araga going and making up a bit of ground. And also Dirk Lawrence making a pass on Fadio, who is battling it out. Andre De Lange now has the likes of Araga onto the back of him. De Lange in the VW Golf Mach 1 going and modifying it. That is a 2-litre that he's gotten there. And having a bit of fun out in the car, a little bit more modified than your usual Mach 1 Golfs, bouncing around a bit, really using all the bump stops. And I have noticed his left-hand mirror is folded in, so due to maybe a little bit of contact, that is landed up. So we do have a bit of a problem out on circuit. That is Michael Koenig. Oh, no, that is, unfortunately, that was off the rear drivetrain that went and broke. So the drive shaft may have broken there, and that was all. As you watch the car instantly bottom out. So that's not an engine, that's not a gearbox, but that is a drive shaft or something that has broken and dropped the car down. He's managed to move it off. Thankfully, on one of the easier parts, he's able to move it out very, very wide into the S's. But it does mean that the S's is a no passing zone, as we do see a sort of a side-by-side action as one of our new drivers going and hassling the likes of Lawrence just ahead of him. And Dirk Lawrence, who is one of our fastest naturally aspirated cars in the Class B, now trying to make up the time, and Araga having to thread the needle between the two of them, not having a good time with Lawrence, who was a little bit quicker into the Crocodile. So Araga's going to try go for the inside line through Cheetah. No, backed out of it. Lawrence is going to battle him tooth and nail, and you can see Araga is now starting to make mistakes. That tail's starting to get very unhappy. But Dirk Lawrence knows that Araga is quicker, but he cannot come out of the gas. Otherwise, he's going to lose a position to the likes of Sikri behind him. So Sikri is getting and keeping a huge amount of pressure and forcing that Dirk Lawrence needs to keep at it. So proper run there. So keep an eye out on that little run.
That was an interesting thing to see there. Lawrence was on 3 wheels at the final turn, and so that delayed the time he would have to instantly get onto the traction and back onto the throttle. I think that's where Araga was like, I'm definitely taking this jump. I'm not going to handle you for any longer. By the time Lawrence had his wheel finally go back down, Araga was already trying to get back to the start finish and continue his fight back up into what looks like, let's see, he is the third Class A car at the moment, so he's back onto the podium in terms of class. 6th overall, though, is Araga, and he is trying to catch that man, Sav Gualtieri. And it's the fight for the overall.
Parked on the left-hand side, so double waved yellows. So that is definitely a no-pass zone for the drivers. Marius Duplessis now dealing with Araga onto the back of him. And Duplessis has got a car that is well, it races in ovals and it races in the world of long circuit racing. He's done lots and lots of racing with that car. New one that's really turned heads has Araga getting past him through Leerkorp. No problem there. Araga didn't lose too much time, but it is going to help. Duplessis will keep into the toe, trying to pull down and catch up to the car just ahead of him, and that is Mike McGregor in the number 93. That is now making up a little bit of time. So Duplessis is going to utilize the advantage given here, considering they will, after this lap, have 4 laps left of the race. So it's all or nothing. But Araga from 44th, now up in towards 5th place overall. I mean, this is incredible. You want to talk about a climb back. This has been a climb back. But he's going to have to now get in with some very, very stiff competition, as Mike McGregor is not going to give away too easily. And he is on a proper chase after Marius just ahead of him. So Marius, the chairman, running in 2nd place, and Sav has broken away from them. So I don't think 1st place is on the cards anymore. It is a fight for 2nd. But it is a fight for class position, because Marius is leading out our Class A's, and Araga, who has been part of the championship, now needs to do everything he can to hang in it. But there is some proper side-by-side battle down the field, and with a couple of our historic cars having a great time out there with the likes of Datsuns and Siroccos really showing off what they can do. Jensen around the outside in his little Datsun, going and chasing down one of the Siroccos. Always great to see it, with also a beautiful BMW. Oh, a little bit too much corner through Ingwe, and that causes a little bit of a bounce around. So proper racing further down the field. But Dave Lation, who's having a ton of fun out in the BMW, going and lifting the wheel a little bit more. This is a yellow flag up at Leerkorp, so someone is parked.
Oh, there we go.
Bonnet went and kicked up. That is a bonnet kick-up. So that, in other words, the pins that hold the bonnet gave up, and that bonnet comes flat against the windscreen.
And that's Sebastian Bouliat who lost his bonnet there. Jeez, that's all the way up.
He hasn't lost it, it's in front of him. But have you ever had that moment where you're in a nice sleep and someone just walks up and hits the door? That is pretty much the equivalent to it. Not an ideal point of view to have, and not especially at Leerkorp. You kind of want to be able to see things, but unfortunately that's not going to work. So here's going to be a battle. Mike McGregor is now looking to get right onto the back of Marius, and Araga is right behind him. So this is going to be a proper push between the three. Araga getting very out of shape. McGregor leaning into him a little bit, trying to force him to come off the gas, but it's not going to help out. Araga does have the straight line, going to go around the outside, going to switch around to the inside, heading to turn 2. And Marius, who is going to the middle of the circuit, just trying to identify where the cars are at the moment. Mike McGregor keeping a very defensive line, keeping it all together. Absolutely stunning. A very well-presented car. Now has Araga around the outside, through, snaking his way up into Yuxke. Hard on the brakes, will go around the outside. Going to push out a little bit. That nose just biting right at the end. Otherwise, he would have been venturing into the dirt. But now Araga has to go and battle it out with his championship rival of Marius Jacobs, who I think will also give him a long way around. He may be the chairman, he may be the happiest guy in the pits, but when that visor comes down, well, you've got a mortal enemy ahead of you. Yeah,
you've got a pure competitor. And I do imagine when you saw Araga in his rearview mirror, you wondered, when did you get here? Because he had to fight through 40-odd cars. At the very least 40, because now you're looking at the front three, the front runners, and Araga has not stopped. His aggression has not abated. You can see him going down outside there. Let's see side by side going down into that left-hander. It's a very narrow space usually. Okay, Marius Jacobs goes tight and forces Araga around the outside at Leerkorp, and around the outside works apparently for Araga, because he's now gotten ahead of Jacobs and takes himself that 3rd place overall, and he now then leads his class.
Absolutely, just keeping his foot pinned to the floor. Araga
not letting
is, if you want to talk about having the bit between his teeth or a chip on the shoulder, well, I think he's just proven it now. He's opened up. I mean, from the start of the race, he is now into 2nd place. And Sav, who's ran away at the start of it, we've got Araga who's just clawed his way through, now trying to get past one of our Bantam Buckies, gets a little bit of a snap oversteer as he gets on the gas, he's really pushing as hard as he can. Marius Jacobs getting pulled in by Mike McGregor, as they will be fighting for third place in class as well. So definitely going to be a rough race for McGregor, trying to make up some time, but losing out in terms of straight line. He's able to get it through the cornering, but he just can't get it on the power as they make their way through, snaking their way up towards Yuxke. It's going to be hard on the gas all the way through. Some great shots of Alfa Romeo actually coming by. GTV going in and making its show here at the Silver Cup 2.0. Just great to see it also, Polos. Then we've got to talk about our leader getting boxed in as his side-by-side battle. That is one of our Peugeot 206s that are keeping ahead of Andy Guzman in the Mach 1 Golf, going and having a bit of fun. Sorry, that's not the Mach 1, that is a Mach 2. And how I can identify that is because the rear mirrors are different to mine. The side mirrors are different.
So you're exactly what you're looking at. But no, oops, that's not my car. It's basically what you're saying.
Yes.
But and what's happening now is the back marker is becoming a factor when it comes to this race. I was waiting for this moment because you saw towards the end, we've got how many laps? Yeah, two more laps to go. It's exactly the point where the back markers became a factor for our front runners, and it's pretty much mirror images with Sav Gualtieri as well as Devin Robertson. But it seems Sav has made light work of those first two back markers, and so has not yet has Devin Robertson. So it's not yet a problem for him. And you've got also Jela Araga, who's going to be making his way past, I think it looks like 3 back markers for him. He's been very aggressive all race long. And I think the agility of his car does suit him and help him a lot in situations like this, because he's able to go side by side. For example, at a place like just before Ingwe, we haven't seen a lot of moves like that at all. And that's played to his advantage in his fight back up to overtake 40-odd cars. And that has absolutely been fascinating to watch, just how much risk he's willing to take to get his place back. But being class leader, definitely worth it. Taking a podium now overall, even more so.
Well, that's the thing. He's got to get past Devin Robertson, who is closing down, because Sav at this point is running into some very, very rough back markers, because they're in their own race, remember. They are still racing each other, as we do see Dion, who's coming by in the Ford Escort Mach 1. And he's trying to just keep it all together. He will move to the far left-hand side, which will be the ideal line. But take a look how close Devin Robertson is in second place, onto the back of Seb. With 1 lap to go, Devin Robertson having the same problem as what he experienced in Heat 1, getting caught out by back markers. This time, a little bit closer. If Sav gets caught out in these next few corners and loses out a little bit of time, he's going to have Devin Robertson right up his rear, heading into Ingwe. That's no fun, because Devin's going to put his nose in there. He's not worried about sharing paint. He will go to Big Boss and say, listen, let's get a new fresh coat of paint on the car. Sav, on the other hand, getting caught out by one of our Polos. You can see Devin really giving it everything he can. Now up into Leocorp, going to go late on the brakes, trying to sweep around for the inside line, keeping very, very tight. He manages to get it in, not to lose too much time, but Sav has just still got enough just ahead of him to try and pull his way through. So this is going to be a proper chase down in through the mine shaft, now into the Crocodile, formerly known as the Bowl. Hard onto the brakes. Cheetah and Ingwe are the only corners left here. Devin Robertson runs out wide, trying everything, but I think it's just a little too late again, as Devin Robertson misses the apex of Cheetah, trying to go late on the brakes. Sav getting the win, taking the double victory here in the Silver Cup 2.0, and will be smiling all the way through to the line after a phenomenal race. Devin Robertson getting second place, 2 rounds in Heat 1 and Heat 2 as well, and a rugger on his climb all the way back into 3rd place overall, first in his class for the A+ category.
Oh, Julio Araga saying effectively, look, if only I was at the front when this race began, if only I was in that top 3 at the very least, I would have been celebrating a race win. But his pace was nonetheless impressive. He'd be happy with taking a class win at least for Class A, and celebrate a little bit less for a podium. But I think his performance spoke for itself in terms of the level he was at. It looked flat out throughout the race, Steve. And at some point, I was wondering how he's even finding these gaps to thread through not only the back markers, but his competitors. It just seemed like there's not enough space for him on the circuit, but he created it and manifested it. Over 40 cars overtaken. But definitely made it exciting for us to see. Plenty of near misses and opportunities for back markers and things like that to sort of interrupt it. Look at that. Look how close that was. Jeez, there was nothing in it there. It is luckily for Sav, he was already coming off the brakes there. And so I think that helped the weight shift and him being able to actually get back onto the throttle and get power to get out of that. Oh, Kitty lit.
One of our international cars, unfortunately.
And look how deeply dug into the Kitty litter that car is.
Well,
Jeez.
Sav, I think, went off the power, got the little bit of the rear to come out, and then stood on the power as hard as he could to try and force an oversteer at that point.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's close ding is getting there, and you're like, no.
Yeah.
Gets it hooked in, but well done on his part. The SPS are racing a Silver Cup 2.0, putting on a phenomenal show. There is going to be a little bit of cleanup work needed, but some phenomenal racing right the way through. The Silver Cup coming out, performing, showing off what they can do, usually a crowd favorite in terms of sprint racing, and all about bringing the most amount of fun. I have actually heard that Silver Cup at one point, there was a passing ideas of what can they do different over the course of racing here in South Africa. One of the jokes that Marius, well, it was a joke, I hope it's a joke, said that he wants to try and introduce a Joker lap at Red Star. So that's what they want to try and do with Silver Cup after going and doing short circuit racing. The first time they ever did short circuit racing was at Red Star with this very series, the South African Endurance Series, in round 1. And then they now looking to pull a Joker lap as well. It's just so many ideas coming in for Silver Cup 2.0. And the SPS team are looking and saying, we're glad to be part of the sponsoring. But I know the BMW M Performance Parts category, as Sav drifts it through crocodiles. Yes! That is how the BMW M Performance Parts drivers show off how to do it. They leave a bit of rubber in style, and I know that Benny is going to be smiling ear to ear, seeing 2 BMWs taking the first and second year at Silver Cup 2.0, saying that's why we trust in the BMW brand.
100% M-Power in full effect. What's also in full effect is, of course, the bikes that you have, the open super bikes that are lining up. Of course, we're going to wait a little bit, a short while, for the cleanup. A couple of casualties from the race that just came and went. Michael Koenig was one of those. I saw another car on the left-hand side, not too far off where Michael Koenig went off. It seemed like what Steve interprets to be a drive shaft issue affecting him there. So they're going to be recovered while the entire Silver Cup class files up into the pits once more. But that was definitely worth the watch, definitely worth the wait. Twice as exciting as what we saw in the morning, given especially that fight that Julio Araga had to put together to get back up into the front running. And Salve Gualtieri, of course, finished in the front as ever, a double race win. Definitely going to help him out in the championship. Devin Robertson in second place. Julio Araga, of course, in third. Marius Jacobs fought back to the front in fourth place. And Mike McGregor in fifth. Marnus Duplessis in sixth place. And he lost a couple of places there. Dirk Lawrence in seventh. Andre Dilanga in 8th place, Tony Sabo in 9th place, and Rodney Grace in 10th.
Absolutely incredible stuff. And I mean, a monster field if we go down. Chris Cornier in 11th, followed by Tian van Rooyen, Anton Blitzer, Wayne Lebochka, along with Jake Tamfer, Vic Diaz, Dievel Pretorius, John McLaughlin, along with Frodo Sequoia, who unfortunately we saw broke down at the end of the race. Fortunately, he was able to see the checkered flag. Yeah. Lawrence Tolyard also rounding out into that top 20.
Yep, and as one of our recovery vehicles makes its way up to, I think it was Sunset, where a lot of the breakdowns came on. We've got Bjorn Gabbert in 21st, Dave Leishon, Terence Ladner, Franz Jensen make up 21 to 24 places, Craig Gamy in 25th, Michael Pringle in 26th, Dion Schwabski in 27th, Vincent Labuskachny in 28th, Grant Kramer in 29th, and MC Lensley in 30th place.
Now some phenomenal running there, and some big turn of events. Our marshals now working to clear up the circuit, make sure it's all okay, get rid of any debris that can be a bit on the dangerous side of things, clear up the cars, and there is the shattered windscreen. So nothing wrong with the car in terms of driving, but just the hood came up, smashed the front windscreen. So the driver is saying, listen, can I just start the car, get it back? Now that we close the bonnet, no need to tow it back. Let's just gently get it back. a couple of cars getting fished out of the dirt and towed back by our Kyalami marshals, the KMA Association. Once again, a big shout out to them. The KMA being a monster part of South African racing and have worked tirelessly behind the scenes. Honestly, some great ties there. They've been through all the different iterations of Kyalami. They've been at the forefront, at the top of motorsport in South Africa, and you can see our marshals going and picking up all the pieces. So there's actually a tire missing off that car.
That's why the front left looks so dug into the kitting. There's nothing to hold it up.
Yeah, and if you lost a rear, that's fine because that's where there's no drive. But unfortunately, front wheel drive, you kind of need both wheels there.
Yeah, it might help you.
Just a tad. Unfortunately, wheelbarrow, but you need to turn it the other way around.
So but I hope it's not a drive shaft issue or something connected directly to the driver. It's more on the wheels and nuts. We'll see. We'll see if that competitor is able to get back onto.
I don't think it was a mechanic failure of who tightened up the wheel nuts, though. I don't think that. I hope not.
It's not
Otherwise,
those,
someone's going to have a talking to.
Yeah, we're not in pit stop territory here because the tires are generally on pretty much all weekend. So we'll see.
Yeah, that's the thing is you always make sure you talk things up correctly.
Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. Michael Koenig getting some work done. So he's going to have to use the flatbed, the Nash sports car going and getting a little bit of a lift, a bit of sand being put to try and clear out some of the water and oil that would have been dropped down at that present moment of time to help soak it up, and they'll be dusted out. But also our marshals, young and old, being a part of it. If you can't be a part of motorsport, in terms of driving, I would highly recommend coming and being part of the background of it. Whether you want to take up your time in stewarding, COC, environmental steward, very important in terms of environmental stewards, even marshalling, you can be a part of it. I've actually attended one of the marshal days here at Kyalami with the Kyalami marshals, and the amount of training that they go through all the different things of medical problems, big crashes, fires, all that. So they are able to handle everything, rain, shine, hail and snow. They're pretty much like the post office in that sense of things. But lots of work being done, lots of cars being fixed, and lots of cars needing repair work. And I know once I get them back to the pits, it's going to be one monumental braai as we build up to the 4 hours of Kyalami for round 4 of the South African Endurance Series. Prince Indweni on the microphone. And I've got to say, Prince, it's glad to have you back going and calling some of the action, the radio voice here up in Gauteng. And, well, you got to have a little bit of a break from the situation of everything that's going on. But it seems like all is coming back to you and seeing all the racing.
Yeah, indeed. And the fact that we're fresh out of a crazy round 3 is what I'm like, what did I miss out on? That was incredible to see the scenes down in PE and just the storm descending on the circuit and that, having to navigate that. Just the stories I'm hearing throughout the pit lane are just incredible. How they're overcoming that shock and entering into the challenge ahead of them here for the SAS 4 hours of Kyalami, which is, again, still open invitation for all of our fans to come out and join us. There's plenty to look forward to. We just wrapped up Silver Cup, of course, the second running of their class, the 8 classes in total that they have, their 44 cars in total. Open Superbikes is still on the way. The Super V Race 2 also still on the way, and of course the 1,600 Masters as well as the Bots Superbike classes. And we'll close that up and then we get ready to run for the SAES 4 hours of Kyalami. Certainly great to be back and looking forward to seeing how the second half effectively of the season is going to look for us. This is round 4. Incredible how much time has come and gone in between, and so much has happened, so much chopping and changing. We've got driver changes in the SAE, we've got, and also driver changes you would not have expected to happen. Some are closer and some are a bit further in terms of expectation. We've got international racing drivers coming in and descending on our shores to strut their stuff here at Kyalami. So that alone tells you the pedigree and the steps the series has taken to sort of increase that level and increase the challenge and spectacle that we have to offer, not only for the fans, but as well as the professionals, racing drivers themselves. One or two more vehicles have to be recovered at the moment. Of course, when the team, I think, discovered that there are no wheels, we don't have both wheels at the front, it's just easier to roll it onto the truck using the rear. And once they've sorted that out, we should be able to get things underway in a couple of minutes. But we also should take a moment to acknowledge a lot of the teams that have come in to make this happen, acknowledge our sponsors, plenty of a huge community that comes together. First of them, Creative Inc., of course, who are a signing and wrapping company who've come in and put in their contribution to making things happen. We've got Motul, we've got Liquimolly rather, we've got Supersport, of course, when we're broadcasting live on Supersport a bit later. We've got Worth, plenty of sponsors that work together with us. Dunlop, of course, our tire sponsor. ATS Motorsport, bringing in Dunlop, of course, into our shores and bringing their wonderful equipment, helping out all the teams in terms of tires and the compounds, keeping them fresh, keeping them ready. They have a nice little setup alongside the teams, right in the middle of the pits. There's a total of how many? 40 and 50 boxes. In terms of where the cars can actually sit in the pit. And then ATS is right there in the middle so that they can serve the teams from the most convenient position. And it's spreading either to the left or right, so it's easy access for all of the teams to get their tires.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And also being the series sponsor for tires, it means that if not all, there's one or two that are unfortunately not on the Dunlop tires at the moment. But Dunlop is going to be getting that sorted out. They will be going and being our major tyre sponsor for the ongoing future for the South African Endurance Series, which is just great to see. And having a big partner like that to be part of it. I can tell you that ATS also coming in with a variety of bits and pieces. If you need to go and get some new belts, if you need to go and get some bits for the race car, if you want to get some stickers, some bonnet clips as well. I think some drivers are going to be needing that. Or even just some lug nuts to get onto the tires. They've got it all here ready to sort it out. And it's always great to see a Creative Inc. also coming in with some great styling and improving it. And you are watching it all here. Commercial parts, the SAC being a part of the show as well. And we got to also give a big shout out to LiveX bringing all the camera shots as well here at Kyalami. So shout out to them going and bringing all the live action. Otherwise, it would be you and I sitting in the virtual grand. Well, we wouldn't be sitting in the virtual grandstands. You and I would be at the S's, going and watching it from there. But our virtual grandstands alive, well, and excited all the way through.
Yep. People saying it looks like absolute fun. Someone was actually shouting out to the quality of the broadcast from the virtual grandstand. Just forgot who that was, but everyone's enjoying what we've put together so far. Plenty of fans. We spoke about the BMWs and that little fight and the drifting towards the end. A couple of people enjoyed that. Tian van Rooyen seems to have a lot of fans down in the virtual grandstand. So plenty of support coming through. Again, a long day ahead of us, very long day ahead of us. So there's enough of a chance for you to come out and join us if you can. Seems like most of the recovery work has been done when it came to the last of the casualties from Silver Cup. So we're almost there and ready to get back onto two-wheeled action, which seems to be... I'm surprised, actually, Steve, at how much you were involved in following two-wheeled action. I actually didn't know about this side of you.
There's lots of... I don't think I've been too involved, but the MRSSA has been definitely a category that's raised an eyebrow for a few people of going in, bringing back a bit of history that was tapered away over time, but now getting stronger and better every time, getting a bit louder, and also being part of our 2025 is going to be absolutely incredible. I really do look forward to our classics that are part of the MRSSA coming and joining in 2025 as well. There's a bit of excitement for that. We will have the classic bikes from the 1960s, 70s, 80s, and 90s rejoining into it. So that's always going to be an incredible one to keep an eye out for later in the action. But that just really shows how the series is growing. It's getting better. It's getting louder. It's getting more income of whatever racing that you like, and whatever tickles your fancy at that point, whether you like the sports cars, whether you like tin tops, GT3s, whether you like GT4s, you want to see some special stuff, we got it all here. And the world of the South African endurance scene and especially here at Kyalami, which is an amazing circuit. So highly recommend. It's definitely the one to put on. But as we get a bit closer to the factors, end of the year is the big one that everyone's getting ready for.
Yes.
The rule change came in where the teams have to be in 2 of the races prior to the likes of the Kyalami 9-hour to be able to race in the Kyalami 9-hour. So a lot of the teams that were just wanting, I'll just come right at the last minute, guess what? You have to do the 2 runs before. And now this has been the taste test. And down in the pits, having a chat to them, they're glad that the rule actually got brought in because they didn't know what they were missing at that time.
100%. And also, if you consider the fact that you get 2 runs around Kyalami as opposed to just 1, diving into the main one that is at the end of the year, this also becomes a pseudo dry run. To actually see, okay, what can I expect for the full 9 hours? What should I be preparing for? Because, I mean, to be fair, the 9 hours, the SAS 9 hours of Kyalami does become a bit of an anomaly in the way it comes at you. So many different elements can be thrown at you. And I think, looking back, teams are going to celebrate 2 things. One, I've already mentioned, the fact that you get to do Kyalami twice. The second is that we had around, in round 3 in PE, that cats and dogs understatement in terms of the elements that were thrown at everyone, which is something the SAS 9 hours of Kyalami could do for a brief period. We've seen that happen time and time again over the past couple of years, and possibly it may help the teams to have had that kind of experience, especially the teams that have these tires that are on the edge, on the cusp of saying they have enough grooves to sort of flick out rain to the side, but they're mostly slick and have to navigate really slippery conditions like the V8 Roadsters. So they may just appreciate having been thrown in the deep end, quite literally, number of pools were forming at round 3 there. But it definitely, I think, is going to serve them well to have that notch under their belts.
Deep end is an understatement.
Yeah.
That if you had Wade Walkers, you were still getting wet. That was just definitely a different type of race, but it was an enjoyable one. As much as it was wet, it was windy, it brought a different challenge. And that's what the South African Endurance Series has been. Every single race since it started has been a different challenge to the teams and the drivers, and even to the point of force majeure being that whole change. It wasn't just looking at a rule change. It wasn't just looking at a class change. It was the entirety of what the forces of nature was able to bring, which is incredible to just go and touch on as well. So I'm honestly super excited with it. I'm looking forward to how the championship is all going to be rolling out, because it's incredibly close even in the overall championship game, because that is what we're going to be looking at, is the overall championship, your classes championship, your performance of index, how that's going to go. But we haven't even touched on that by the end of this race, the 4 hours of Kyalami, we're going to have at least 10 minutes into that nighttime run, which means just as it gets into the twilight zone, you're going to have to try and figure out where your brake markers are. Suddenly, the one that you've been trusting all day is suddenly fading away, and our drivers are watching our support classes and seeing exactly where the grip is lying at the moment. They got to do a warm-up and get a general feel. Now they're getting to see, okay, there was a little bit of a problem there. There might be oil that has been cleaned up. It might have a loss of rubber. Got to think about that. There's a little bit of dirt on the fringes, but now we've got our bikes heading out onto the circuit. The MRSSA going and it's starting out their next run.
Yep, and it's absolutely crucial for our drivers in our races to be prepared for the prospect of racing at night. It definitely transforms on you. But we still got full daylight to look forward to for our two-wheeled action there. Everyone's going to be lining up not too long from now. Get their tires all warmed up and brake temperatures into their bikes and make sure that we've got maximum grip and maximum, maybe minimizing the attrition. You don't want to be the victim of wearing off of your tires here. But Kyalami seems to be treating these tires very well. Everyone's given that feedback that it's a very tire-friendly circuit, which is a good thing in terms of where you want to aim and how you want to plan out your race in terms of the aggression level you can put out, and at which phase of the race you want to do that. Now, just trying to think back to see where there were a couple of stragglers that came off and weren't able to finish their races. But I think that was in the combined bots class as well, where we had a couple fall away. The superbikes, these particular superbikes didn't seem to struggle in terms of riders coming off the circuit and not being able to complete the race. But yeah, certainly was excitement, quite a build-up of excitement, especially towards the end of our first half of the morning's racing. So race 2 now coming up for this class of racing drivers. We've got a couple of favorites to look out for, of course. Jordan King, not a small feature. Definitely someone who stated his claim, of course, on things. He going against up against Christian Caravello in that stock Kawasaki ZX-10R, and as well as Tyler Richardson, who's going to be a feature there. So do watch out for that 3. They're definitely going to re-announce themselves, having shown us what they have to offer in Heat 1 in the morning. Different riding styles, different characteristics coming in and being on display, and to achieve the very same thing, getting that middle step in the podium. So we've already gone through as much as we're starting this race for the past couple of minutes. In between, of course, the heats, we saw our VIPs who got to enjoy a hot lap out on the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. That must have been thrilling to experience that for the first time. It was early on, we saw early on in the morning, just as the sun was still sort of introducing itself to this beautiful circuit. And yeah, it certainly looked fun. I can't say I don't envy. Definitely cannot lie and tell you I don't envy the fans who got a chance to do that.
I would highly recommend for people to go take a look at the South African Endurance Series Facebook page.
Yep.
Lots of photos being put out by our amazing photography team. Also social media going out, reels of everything. So go and head over to Facebook, South African Endurance Series. Go take a look at all the action happening out there. It's incredible, incredible shots. And also tag us. Let us know what's your favorite moments as well. We love to hear the favorite moments of our spectators. Keep an eye out on all the racing action. But as we're getting ready to go, I'm very interested to see if Christian Caravello, going back in history, Christian Caravello always tapered off in Heat 1.
Yeah.
But much like the Springboks in a rugby game, come the second half, he gets a bit of life put underneath him. So I do think Christian Caravello is going to give Jordan King a run for his money here. Tyler Richardson, who was first of the 500s, looking to try and battle it out once again. He's done a very, very good job to be third overall, but let's see how it's going to go. The fight towards the top, though, is definitely going to be the likes of Jordan King and Christian Caravello. But I wouldn't count it out. The rest of the field looking to push themselves that little bit more as well. They saw what happened in the first race, and they know what to do. So Urapiri is going to go after Tyler Richardson. Mitch Mortimer, he's still going after getting a laceration on the arm yesterday while changing a tire. He went and cut his arm on a sprocket. But there's no quit in the riders. They want to keep going. Clive Turnbull, he's also looking to make a bit of time. Jordan Gaines, Mohammed Isop as well, vying in 8th position, and Majola in 9th, and then you've got Abdul Adam, who's lying into that top 10. So keep an eye on it. This is Heat 2. Riders at the ready. They got to talk, they got to see the conditions, they got to feel it out. Now it's a bit warmer compared to what they had, so there's going to be more grip into these tires going into the first half of the race. 5-second board is up. Lights will be going on. Bring the revs up. Sit at about 5,000 and drop a clutch and go as our first batch go off. Jordan King and Christian Caravello trying to break away. Our second batch waiting to go out. That will be Tyler Richardson, Urapiri, Mitch Mortimer. They are waiting to get themselves off the line as well. But it does look like our leaders out towards the front trying to pull away and get their way towards the top. And that will be our opens of Jordan King, Christian Caravello, Mohammed Isop trying to also get away as nice and quickly. Chabalala, Clive Turnbull are going and making their way through as our novice and 500s make their way out onto the track, not too far behind, all looking clean and beautiful shot. If you're a big fan of bikes, nothing's better than a shot down turn 2 and seeing this just horde going and closing in as they make their way through. So keep an eye out for it as they make their way around the circuit, heading on to the old pit straight, heading towards sunset.
Yeah, definitely a lot of biking fans I've seen out on the circuit, and they definitely want to get as close as possible to the circuit for the time being. Shabalala wasn't much of a feature in the first race, So let's see what happens if he's able to get his name in and about and get into the mix this time around. Had quite a subdued one in the open class. So let's see what this final race can bring. This is your final chance to stake your claim at dominance in the championship and in standings in the points. Of course, a couple of rounds have come and gone. We just came from round 5 where MRSSA is concerned. 5 rounds in total have come up. We were at if I'm not mistaken, we're at Swartkorps actually in July. So right now is round 6 and one more round to go for this particular championship. So a lot at stake already, considering that the close of the season is on the horizon.
That's it, and it's all about a great charge all the way through, but it does look like Christian Calvello has tapered off a little bit off the back of Jordan King as they make their way through. And the two of them still side by side through Crocodile, and I said tapered off, and then suddenly my words get absolutely destroyed in the Crocodile. Christian Calvello, remember I said he gets that aggression into Heat 2.
Yeah.
Take a look at these lines now. A lot more
Tighter.
leaning onto the front.
Yeah.
A lot more trying to just lean it in, rolling onto the power early on, and claw his way through. I mean, if Matt was here, Mr. Hollywood himself would be going and cheering on. Big fans of Christian Calvello and Jordan King. And he's going and taking a look at the amazing action. But Calvello keeping the pressure on, losing it up, heading into Yuxke, will be trying to make up some time. So lots and lots of fights all the way through the field as our drivers now, riders starting to mix the mix of 500s and novices all together. Now the novice class is an open class, so you can bring any type of bike that you have in your garage waiting to go out. Get to learn, get the feel of racing, whether it's a superbike, whether it's a stand-up, a sit-up bike, whether you've got a little bit of a low-powered bike, a 500, a 600, you're able to get it out and get going once again. So it's great to see that there's different catering for the riders as they try and push themselves a little bit more of the MRSSA, and with everyone trying to step it up at the moment, it is going to be a proper charge.
Yep, as things stand. The charge at the moment is being led in the 500s by Tyler Richardson. Leader for the novices is Mitch Mortimer. And of course in the opens it is Jordan King, who's got Christian Carvello to worry about for the time being. A half a second, just over half a second between those two. There's really nothing in between them. But it looks like a lot more comfort goes the way of Tyler Richardson as well as Mitch Mortimer. A couple of seconds for them ahead of their closest rivals. Ora Piri in the 500s is the one trying his best to shave away time as much as possible. He's 2 seconds off Tyler Richardson in the 500s, and he's got not many laps to go for him to be able to mitigate that deficit. 6 laps remaining for him to try and see how he changes that. Plenty in between now and then. We've seen how unpredictable it can be as they lean into that final turn at Ingwe to make their way down the home straight.
Now it's going to be a proper charge at the moment, and the battle for the classes is hot on the heels. But overall though, it is going to be the likes of Jordan King and Christian Calvello getting a bit of pace. They are closing up, so it does look like our timing board slightly out between it. But our 500s of Tyler Richardson, Ora Piri, Tyler Morgan, all having a good go. Jordan King leading out of the opens with Christian Calvello trying to make their way through. But they are now getting mixed into the back markers. They're getting into the slower field. And now this is where it gets interesting, because you get to see even though you're on a 500, you can still take the fight to 1000cc if you know how to corner better. They will have the top end over you. So it does lean into the riders being able to move forward and work around different skills being utilized of how you're going to navigate through traffic. As we see Jordan King still powering out Christian Calvello right onto the back of him as they get past one of our 500s that is sitting on the left hand side, now gone way past. You can see the size difference between the 1000s, and also as you go down in the capacities, a lot of riders have come through, actually started riding on the 150s. Then they're moving up into the 600s, or the 500s, then 600s and the 1000s. That's the transition one would go through at the start. And you get to learn the basics of momentum, control, how you're going to feed the power on, that type of stuff. By the time you eventually get to Christian Calvello and Jordan King level, where they have got years of experience, they know how to power these things. They know how to carry every bit of momentum possible and able to take the fight just like this. And you can see the riders leaning over. You would wonder why they would kick their leg up to one side. Well, that's to show, pass me here. They don't want to take their hands off the handlebar because on the right-hand side is your throttle. You don't want to let go of that.
That is an interesting detail. That's what I thought. Look, from a layman perspective, you look at it and think, oh yeah, I definitely want to stretch every now and then when I get a chance down the home straight. But it's a matter of convenience and safety, of course, for your other riders.
Two ways that it goes. You either lean your leg to help change the balance of the bike, to get the weight to movement, or to show. Second to that, have you ever seen the riders going and nodding their head? That is a tip of the hat. That's a thank you to getting let by, or even if they, saying thank you in traffic. So to all the motorcycle riders, there's a bit of one for anyone driving a car. If you see a tip of the head, that's them saying thank you. They don't have to take their hand off the handlebar because that's all they've got as a point of contact. But it's going to be close, though, as our leaders now carving through the back markers, trying to find their way around. And you can see the difference in the speed between the thousands and towards our back markers. But Christian Calvello, who is just behind this back marker, is Jordan King just behind the back marker, has got Christian Calvello. Now we're at the later stage of the race where we saw this is where Christian Calvello started tapering off, but at the moment he's still applying that pressure. He's got that second win on him now, looking for the inside line. Jordan King actually changing up his line into Crocodile, going for a defensive inside line. That has compromised his drive. Now heading towards Cheetah. He's not going to be able to get the pass done. That is going to allow Christian Calvello, because Jordan King is worrying about the bike ahead of him, takes a look over his shoulder, and suddenly Christian Calvello is saying, knock, knock, who's here? I'm about to go and get that pass done and dusted. And, well, with a bit of 2-minute notice, this is going to be a proper chase as they make their way through. Jordan King keeping on the power. 4 laps to go, though, and Calvello is still in the fight. A lot closer than what he was in Heat 1. And now Jordan King has to go and really claw his way through. This is going to be a proper charge.
Yep, and it looked like, Calvello looked like he had closed that gap. I mean, there was like something like a bike's length in between him and Jordan King, and that seems to have been solved. That problem, as far as Jordan King is concerned, it seems to have been solved, but there's nothing in it. You can never call it too soon, rather, is what I mean to say. But it certainly seemed like there was a lot less in it in between the two of them a couple of laps ago, and I wonder where Calvello was compromising that time. We went into great detail there, Steve, in terms of just how he navigates his way around the circuit. And look, Jordan King having a look over his shoulder to see what the gap is there at Sunset. Now going up onto the top of the hill there, the beginning of Loikorp is where a lot of the time I've noticed that Calvello had a tighter line. He'd been less wide and was trying to shorten that line and get as quick as possible to catch up to Jordan King. You'll see he was hugging the apex a bit more, but now he seems to have altered that slightly. Like his racing line keeps transforming. I don't know if it depends on what he's trying to achieve in that particular lap, seeing where he's losing, or it's a matter of a tad bit of inconsistency. I don't know which it is between the two.
I think it's the pressure one got to him, and that's why he lost that gap. And now he's altered the riding style. The dynamics have changed. The tires have changed. Also, the amount of grip, where you're leaning on. You can see looking over his left shoulder to see where Christian Calvello is. He's not comfortable through Cheetah. He hasn't found that ideal line through Cheetah. He's got it through Leeuwkop. You're heading down Mineshaft. The Cheetah is a loss for him at the moment. He's able to get the power down at Ingwe. But as you pointed out, going and changing up those lines, I think at this point it's a little bit of a defensive game, because remember, there's a lot of track and you're on a small bike. There is a lot of room for someone to take a spearhead charge and get past you. So you have to keep them guessing. At the same time, alter your riding style just to suit. As we go climbing onto the acres, that is the number 6 that is having a good run. That is Malcolm Governor after Jordan Gaines, Adquil Adam and Surya Chabalala going and fighting their way in a nice little battle. Mohammed Isop, not too far ahead of them, is trying to keep up the pace. So great runs there as our riders trying to push themselves that little bit more. Our novice class really showing off what they can do. And I wouldn't call them novices at this point, because they're showing some brilliant talent that is world class here at Kyalami.
Yep, the pace, I mean, if you've got the pace to be in the top 5, as far as Mitch Mortimer, for example, is concerned, it definitely does put you up there in terms of experience. You learn quickly, and also if you consider the fact that, look, this class being very accommodative to people entering and being new to it, you don't know what the background of the individual is before actually getting into this particular format of racing in a controlled environment. There's different skill sets. There could be layers upon layers of experience. Age comes into it as well. So no one's truly, well and truly a novice when it comes to these things. But you do have a side-by-side, and looks like Carvelo certainly not a novice when it comes to chasing Jordan King as far as today's racing is concerned. He's got a lot less down the inside at my
Cheetah
goodness.
got the lunge done and dusted, but now Jordan King's going to try and come back at him. Christian Carvelo took a deep breath and went venturing so close to the teeth of Cheetah, and now it is side by side, straight lining, head down. It's all about the power, the aerodynamics. How much have you had to eat just before climbing on the bike? Jordan King sitting up, trying to use his body as an air brake, trying to balance himself out as Christian was leading onto him, trying to force it, and the undercut comes in. Beautiful pass. Christian Carvelo now trying to make his way through, but Jordan King going and retaliating. It is literally action and reaction from these two riders as they boot their way around the circuit side by side, heading into sunset again. You can see sitting up, trying to slow himself down. So you can see Jordan King just battles a little bit, not as confident on the brakes. Christian Carvelo, on the other hand, has got his same old attitude. It has not changed for many, many years, and that is send it to the wind. If I come off, I'm going to make sure that they're going to put me in an ambo. Otherwise, I'm getting this done. And when you're holding it in first place in a fight like this is absolutely everything at the moment, as Jordan King is hanging on to the back of Christian Carvelo. Now we know he's stronger up into Learcorp. Can he get it done and dusted? Christian Carvelo going for an early apex though, taking it, going and Xing wide, not too much on the power as early. Jordan King getting a far better line on the hill, down to Mineshaft, slipstream all the way, tightening up underneath him, going and trying to put that front fairing right underneath the rear, and you can see Christian Carvelo on the inside line, giving him no room to try and get by. A quick switch back to the middle of the track, through the apex of Crocodile, back onto the gas, and Jordan King still hanging in, trying everything he can, looks at Cheetah, moving a bit closer this time, so he's starting to pick his line. He's starting to get more comfortable. Christian Carvelo, though, trying to make his way through, as they will be starting their final lap, folks. This is it. It's one or done for our riders for their final time around Kyalami for 2024. And here in the South African endurance scene, and it does look like Jordan King managed to get past Christian Carvelo on the way through, side by side into turn 2. And it is a phenomenal run. Christian Carvelo trying to go around the outside. Couldn't get it all booked in as yet. And Jordan having to really get on the gas. Up through, snaking his way up into Yuxke. Christian Carvelo trying to carry more momentum outside to inside. Will have the drag race. Can he go for the inside line in Sunset? Keeping close. Late option? No, not close enough. Not going to strike just as yet. Will it be Clubhouse though? As they come charging their way through. Jordan King keeping a very tight line to the right-hand side. Carvelo going for the hard left. Couldn't get the pass done and dusted as yet. Starting to feel a bit of an understeer into the bike, and there's no time to mess around. Through the S's. First S, left-hander into a quick right to pull his way up. And Jordan King taking a deep breath, hanging on for everything he's got at the moment. Christian Carvelo head down all the way, not backing out of the fight in through Learcorp. It is going to be a charge down the mine shaft as they make their way through. Jordan King doing everything he can. It's tooth, nail, everything that's sticking out. And the crowd going wild, that is for certain, whether you're here in person or at home, because we've only got 2 corners to go into Crocodile. Jordan King holding the inside line, going to force Carvelo to try and go for an undercut. Will it work? It is time for Cheetah. Carvelo needs to take a deep breath here if he wants to go for it. He tries to bring his front wheel in, couldn't get it done. 1 corner to go. It's into Ingwe. Late on the brakes. Can he do it though? And it does look like Jordan King across the front wheel. Gets it done. Takes the checkered flag for Heat 2 in a monumental charge to the line.
Oh, what a finish. Catch your breath if you can. Steve, you called it. Carvelo leaving it right up until the end. Leaving it all to throw it all at Jordan King. He threw everything he could at him. And it seems like towards the last lap, where he truly lost it was at barbecue. That's where all the speed by then was gone. He failed with an up and under coming out of Crowthorne. By the time he got to Barbecue, Jordan King had sort of sealed it. And from there, all he needed to do was defend and stay on that same pace he'd established for the past 2 laps. Man, what a fight. What a fight from Caravello, though. Hats off to him.
I'm definitely out of breath after that one. I won't lie. You asked me why I'm a big fan of bikes. That's precisely why I'm a fan of it.
I get it. That was brilliant racing between the two of them. Hats off to Caravello again. The recovery was definitely worth the wait. Patiently built it up for lap after lap until the opportunity came in the final 2. But ultimately, Jordan King proved himself why he has the name and claimed first place. But overall, we're looking at, let me break it down class by class before we look at the overall finishes. In first place for the 500s was Tyler Richardson and Orapiri in second place, and Tyler Morgan in third. For the novices, it's Mitch Mortimer out in the front. He's about to complete his lap. And then Malcolm Govender in second place. Adil Adam in third. We've got a straggler there out in the kitty litter who's going to have to be helped to recover. And your front 3 for the opens, of course, Jordan King, Christian Caravello showing out in Kyalami here for the round 5 of the MR SSA class. That was brilliant. Absolutely looking forward to what the final round is going to look like, because this is the last of their 2-wheel racing we're going to see for the weekend at least, and we have to look forward to what's coming next for them. Definitely going to be a close fight between those two.
Well, I've got to say, welcome MRSSA. And if you've just been exposed to what motorcycle racing is here in South Africa, welcome to MRSSA, where the best of the best show up to fight it out in some amazing racing.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely thrilled to have them around. It's thrilling to see the racing and getting to call the action. One of my tick box on my bucket list was to call motorbike racing here at Kyalami, as many have done in the past ahead of us. Prince, you and I as commentators, we always have that bucket list of the races we would love to call. This is one of them we can tick off our bucket list, seeing some absolute champions fight their way through.
Yeah, then this race literally took your breath away, Steve.
It did.
I was getting worried. I'd have to do the thing you do every now and then as a paramedic. But thank goodness you managed to get your breath back. That was really exciting for the past couple of laps. So Jordan King absolutely soaking it in from his fans, celebrating. I really thought he had lost it by the time we got to Cheetah. I really thought Caravello was going to dive it in there, but there was nothing in it, and Jordan just held on right up until the end.
Incredible stuff. Well, that is, we talk about setting the bar every step of the way. Silver Cup said, okay, check what we can do. MRSSA watched it and said, listen, we're going to put it one step higher. So let's take a look at the MRSSA Open Superbike and our 500s, also our novice class. Jordan King taking the win by only 0.182 of a second ahead of Christian Carvello. Being Ingwe, the last run to it.
Yes.
Tyler Richardson in third, followed by Mitch Morter, Orapiri, Mohammed Issap, Clive Turnbull, Malcolm Govender, Akil Adam, and Majola running into that top 10. Incredible stuff. Well, that is...
Indeed, Tyler Morgan taking 11th place, Mark Gaines in 12th, Sean Peterson 13th place, John Zay Free, who has plenty of fans out on the live stream, in 14th, and Yaga Shaha Bodin in 15th place. That was exciting and an absolutely wonderful welcome to the SAES Tour. We're looking forward to seeing what MRSSA has to offer going into it. We've got the 12 Super Vs, Steve's favorites, getting ready to go out and strut their stuff one more time. It is, of course, Bevan Williams who's going to try again to sort of dethrone a couple of competitors behind and ahead of him. Steve, there's this face Steve makes. There's this face Steve makes all the time when he says, I don't know. But looking at how the first race went, I think the pecking order certainly is clear. It isn't as easy as it looks, considering how, for example, you had the massive gap that Lucian set, and he said, you know what, this is my hill, and I'm the king of this hill, and Ramchanda definitely made it difficult. Bevan a lot closer in his battle, perhaps for second and third, you reckon, instead of second to first?
I think Bevan's going to have to really hang on the back of Lucian Ramchanda to do it. But I am taking a look in the pit there, and it does look like a Peter Hills is back in and going.
Yeah, and he didn't manage to finish.
He's going to be starting at the back of the field. But if you would know, in terms of Peter Hills, what he can do in a race in Formula V, he makes a point of being at the top of the charts, and he's one of those, when the chips are down, he's going to give it everything he's got. So it's going to be a good climb for him. Bevan Williams needs to hang on to the back of Lucian Ranchanda, giving it everything he can. Grant Will looking to try and take the fight with Yannick Herber once again. Blaine Demelian heading out onto the track. He's going to be looking to have a bit of fun. I mean, Blaine's kept it very consistent throughout the season, only missing out on Aldo Scribanti because he went in for an operation. And that's why he was out. And then we've got Van Wyk heading out onto the track. She's looking to improve and get a little bit of time. And then there's the little Omega V heading out onto the track as well, with Skuman hoping to take his way to the top. So very, very interesting to see it, and nice to see some single-seaters filing out here at Kyalami, part of the South African Endurance Series round 4. And this is also their 4th round. Remember, there is points for the fastest lap set in the race. That goes to the championship. And also your overall positioning. So that is something you need to consider in your championship as it gets closer and closer towards the end.
Indeed, and we also got to remember that during race 1, I think it was Grant Will, if I'm not mistaken, had a bit of smoke coming out of his car. So I hope that's been overcome, and it's nothing that's going to be too much of a problem during the course of this race. We saw a couple of them struggling with the same issue. I don't know if it was... No, it wasn't great. It wasn't Bevan Williams. It definitely was Grant Hill. They have slightly similar helmets, considering the glare and everything, but it was Will who actually struggled there. So fingers crossed for no niggles. Yanni Garba in the new chassis. That's going to be an interesting thing.
That's the stealth,
the stealth. It's going to be interesting to see how he finished up and wraps up his day. Had quite a close fight between him and Hills towards the end there. So it's, definitely some exciting appetizers that we saw in the first race. Let's see how they culminate. We saw the race flip on its head when it came to the previous class with the bikes, and the competition that was established early on in the morning here. But one thing about Lucian Ramchanda, if you let him get away, he's not coming back. If you give him space at the start and down into turns 1 and particularly in turn 2, you're not going to get back.
The thing is, he knows the competition behind him. He knows that he has to stay on the ball. Look, in terms of points, he's got the best lap. He got the best qualifying lap. That's 1 point. Okay, so that's 1 point to put him tied with the likes of Jean-Andre Leroux in the championship. He got the fastest lap as well, so now he's a point over, plus he got a win. So he's opening the gap to Jean-Andre Leroux, who is getting pulled back by Bevan Williams, who's trying to get ahead of Carl Lawrence in the championship, and also Jean-Andre Leroux. So Bevan Williams needs to really tuck in to get going. Remember, he scored maximum points at Aldo Scribanti the last round, except he lost out on the best lap, and he lost out on the fastest lap. He did get the overall win, so he walked away with a good full points there to go and claw his way through. We're going to see how that all turns out in the championship, because after this they've only got 2 rounds. They've got 2 rounds left to get the climb. But Lucian Ranchanda, on the other hand, has an opportunity for the first time in Super V. He's going to go for a championship. This will be the first championship for them to get an overall. So he's not looking to put himself as the debut champion for the South African Super V Association, which is just always Super V South Africa, here in the SAES part, and powered by Liqui Moly as well, and trying to show that brand of what they can do. And Liqui Moly is going to be very, very impressed of how it has evolved over time. But Lucian Ranchanda now going to be setting his sights on the start lights. You can see not looking around, not phased in his mirrors, where Bevan Williams, on the other hand, leaning in, looking around, just getting himself a bit more comfortable. And you can see the difference in focus straight off the bat. Bevan relaxes himself, gets himself into the flow. Lucian a lot more stiff in his approach, looking at the lights. That is what he's going to watch. He's going to sit, get the revs up, look at the lights, go. Bevan, on the other hand, checking where the competition is, where they line themselves, how far they've moved. We've also got Paul Hill. We've got Peter Hills back. He's going to be keeping an eye on. And I know his 2 sons are watching very closely as well. The Hills brothers will be also keeping an eye and supporting Dad on the way through. So Peter Hills going and saying, Vaughan, Brandon, I look forward to seeing you guys having a crack at this one time. But it's Dad's turn, and I've got a youngster who gave me a hard time in Heat 1. So 2-minute board is up. Waiting for the 30 seconds, the 1 minute board, fastest 1 minute that you're ever going to have. 30-second board will then go up, 5-second board, lights on, lights off, and away they go. They don't want to sit these cars for too long. they don't have fans to cool them down. So it's all airflow to blow through the radiators to try and cool down the water in these water-cooled engines. Lights on, lights holding, drop, go. And away they go. Bevan off to a terrible start. And he went and stalled it on the line. That has dropped him down right towards second last. So Bevan Williams had to try and bump start the car to get going, but that has just lost Lucian Ranchanda. But it has helped Peter Hills, who's now up into second place. And take a look at Grant Will up into third. He's got a fantastic run. Blade the Million is also having a great run. Oh, that's Grant Will that's lost it. And in the middle of the track at turn 2, no one clipped him, thankfully. Jeez. But the rear wheels are going and lining up and turning him around. So Grant Will took a deep breath there. So did everyone that arrived on the scene. But Grant Will, amazing start into third. Now, worst case scenario, he's down the field and having to claw his way back. Peter Hills, though, lost track of Lucian Ranchanda at the moment because he was now trying to keep an eye on what's happening in the mirrors. So Lucian has checked out of this fight like no tomorrow at the moment. Peter Hills now trying to make up some time. But Blade the Million. That is Blaine the Million, who's having
it's not Gadway, yes, it's the Million.
That's the Million, and Skuman having a good go at one another. So the Million, an older chap in terms of single-seater racing,
Skuman
stuck on the outside.
Yeah,
Skuman through the S's, gets a squeeze in.
Makes it stick.
Oh, man.
What an opportunity taken there from Skuman. And he's already got a car's length worth or so. He seems to have some decent pace going down at the top of Loikop. Now, someone looks to be looking down the inside to go tight there. It's Bevan Williams, on a recovery drive for him. You can see meeting the first apex. And does he compromise the second? Yes, he does. He's going to get a decent drive now going down to Mineshaft. By the time they get to Crocodile, must have made it stick by then, knowing the aggression level of Bevan Williams. There you go. He's going to go out wide, take the inside, and makes it stick. Nolan doesn't make it too difficult, giving fair room. That is given there by Skuman, and Bevan Williams is going to be pissed with himself in how he had to compromise 4 or 5 positions in that start, and having to bump himself back up into it. But he's definitely got the pace for it. It seems that recovery drive is well on its way. But as it stands, it's him having compromised that top 3 position. And when we get a clear picture now as things reset themselves, we'll see our race leader, of course, being Lucian Ramchanda, who absolutely disappeared into the distance, and someone who disappeared right with him into the hills. We haven't got quite a clear picture at the moment, but it was Peter Hills.
That looked like it was Peter Hills that got
Peter
into
Hills
the top.
So
he's trying to make his way through and chasing down. Then you got Bevan Williams trying to make up some ground as well as they battle their way through. And Nolan Skuman doing a fantastic job in the Omega chassis, keeping ahead of Blaine the Million, who is trying to chase him down at the moment. It is going to be a proper run. Mark Tucker also getting into the fray of things, going to try and close down onto the battle as Bevan Williams now trying to dig his teeth in to try and make up some time. So proper racing going on for our drivers. Who's going to be able to take the climb on the way through? But Lucian Ranchanda checked out of the fight. Nolan Skuman's got a big gap between himself and Blaine the Million. Mark Tucker trying to go on the inside and just not able to get the pass done on Blaine, who is bouncing around at the moment. Blaine loves the circuit. He's a big fan of the likes of Senna, who went and raced around here for many years, and also Michael Schumacher when we had all the Formula 1s out here. But Blaine the Million has raced on all forms of Kyalami, dating back to the earliest of Kyalami. So he has been on every single version of Kyalami. When I had a chat to him, he said this version by far has been the most interesting and technically advanced. The others have been all high speed. This is more of a technical one that has gone through. And now Mark Tucker getting sucked in as he tries to make his way through. Peter Hills losing out of the ground, and Bevan Williams getting the pass. So Bevan up into second place, losing out the drive though, and Peter Hills trying to come back on him. Peter just trying to get on the gas. I think there was something coming out of the exhaust when he was standing on the power. So I don't know, trying to drive it through and just see what's going on. But Peter Hills having a really tough time out there. Right onto the back of Bevan Williams, is not giving up any bit of the run to him. So now it is nose to tail. Bevan Williams has managed to get the pass done. There's how the gap is between Lucian Ranchanda and Bevan Williams and Peter Hills, as they have broken away and in their own little fight. Bevan Williams trying to go a little bit later on the brakes, hooks it in, really getting a little bit of a slide. Peter Hills a little bit more gentle, feeding the throttle in. Won't have the same drive up the hill, but it will give him a more comfortable drive heading into Yuxke. And, as he makes his way through. So, sorry, that would be Yuxay sweep into Barbecue. Gets out of Barbecue, now short straight into Sunset as they make their way around. Nose to tail, but don't count out Nolan Skuma.
Yeah.
He is clawing back some time into these two.
He is. He definitely is. And having been given the opportunity, he's definitely going to grab it with both hands. He seemed very confident in his ability to get his way around the circuit. Now, I noticed something interesting here. It looks like Bevan Williams is a lot lower set in his car as compared to Peter Hill. Am I imagining that?
No, Peter Hills is actually been invited as a guest driver to race in the car. So, and he is a little bit on the taller side, a little bit on the bigger side, jumping into the car. So this car isn't up to built to him in that respect. He's into more of a borrowed car. Bevan Williams is also an invited driver, but he has a habit of going and making himself very homey in the car. Like youngsters' way of going and finding the sweets cupboard early on, you know, when you had the guest house sort of thing. So he's hoping to really make his way a bit more comfortable. So he sits a little bit lower. That helps in aerodynamics, but they also have to have a clearance to the roll bar itself as well. Because remember, if these cars turn over, that roll hoop that's above their head, that black part, is what's going to be protecting you from landing on your head. So there has to be incredibly strong. It has to be extremely stiff. And also you have to sit within under a certain minimum underneath it. So we don't have those halos like what we see overseas, and it's starting to develop here in South Africa. But we do see the world of having these roll bars coming in and making things a lot safer and a lot easier. So you'll see some with a slightly adjusted roll bar, a little bit further up for them. Others are really on the cusp of things. You will also notice a couple of drivers will try and integrate it into the bodywork itself, just to try and help with aerodynamics. So it's just not this bar that's getting hit in the wind. They're going to try and integrate it as well. So there's been many different ideas to try and make the drivers a little bit more aerodynamic, because you suddenly have to rely on all the air moving over the front of the car, over the driver, and then over to the rear, versus in tin top, it's over the front of the car, roof, and then rear. On a motorbike, it's the front fairing, the rider who has to get low, slope himself, tuck himself in to get the air onto the rear tire. So there's a different forms of motorsport, aerodynamics coming into play, but these cars are a lot more reliant on mechanical grip than aerodynamic.
Indeed, and Kyalami, given how technical the circuit is, certainly will demand a lot more of these cars, aerodynamically at least, than a number of the other circuits you may see.
I would say it's more mechanical grip, because there's a lot of straightaways. You're keeping the power on the whole time. So you want to try and flatten everything out, because you want to minimize drag and maximize top speed. Because take a look down the mine shaft here. If you have more aerodynamics, which means more drag on the car, pushing the car back, slowing you down, you can quite easily lose up to 20 kilometers an hour coming down the mine shaft if your wing is set wrong. So having a lot flatter, but just give slight adjustment that in through the corner does help put a bit of pressure on, but you want to reduce that drag as much as possible on the way through. So Lucian Ranchanda trying to make his way through. Nolan Skuman, though, getting a bit of a tank slapper, trying to slow the car down as he was going down through the gears and locking up that rear diff, trying to battle it back. Remember, these cars also in terms of brake bias is something interesting, because they run 60-40, which means 60% of the braking is on the nose and 40% is on the rear. So you will watch the rear snake underneath them while you're putting pressure onto the nose.
I'm just looking at the gap between the two flaps that you have on the rear wing there. With Nolan's car, which you said is an Omega chassis, it seems to be slightly bigger and slightly more open as compared to the rest of the Super Bs.
They're trying out different ways. You take a look at Lucian Ranchanda's car. You'll see it's also a double wing that's underneath. Also trying a different idea. So when you had a chat to Mark Tucker, when they were talking about the front wing and what it does, there's also work on the rear of how to do it, and also how they mount it to the gearbox. So like the Swan Neck we used to saw on the Silver, on the Slingshot 2.0, to now the more of uprights that we see on it. Same here with the Liquimolo Super Vs, where they're trying to adjust things to help the car aerodynamically. They're trying to also reduce the amount of drag, get it a little bit more sturdy. They've got an added power to it, and they're having to do a little bit more. So you can see even Bevan's car, the bodywork change, also the bit of a swan neck of the rear tail onto the back of it, a lot lower as well, to try and help complement the car itself. So different ideas coming into the fray of things that will try and push the cars a little bit better throughout the race. But it does look like Lucia Ranchanda getting a great time out here will be taking the overall victory as he has launched away 6.5 seconds. Bevan has been trying to claw into it, but I don't think he's going to have an easy time out there. That's for certain.
Yep, if he's going to be trying to claw into that, he has to have significantly long arms. 6.5 seconds is a long way to try and recover that. I think it definitely is, it goes without saying, he definitely would have been able to mitigate the gap between him and Lucian had that start gone clean and had it gone in the ideal way. I was so rooting for him to have an aggressive start there, but it just didn't materialize for him.
I'm just taking a look at the timing tower there. It says Frank Jacobs, but we know it's Peter Hills that was in the car.
Yes.
Peter Hill's engine gave up the ghost. I think Jacobs went and said, Peter, jump in my car. That's why we've got the transponder of Jacobs on the car, but it was definitely Peter Hills' helmet.
That makes sense.
So,
yeah,
a bit of a helping out in terms of that of, hey, listen, you take the drive, which is great. But at the same time, it does play up. So we are seeing Jacobs on the timing board, but it does look like that is Peter Hills that's behind the wheel. Then we have got Van Wyk doing a fantastic job at the back. She is just trying to keep it all together, learning the car. She's in a 1400. By next week, there's a 1600 in the car.
Yes.
Great stuff. Lots of work going to be happening into developing that car, making it better and better and bigger and faster to try and catch up with the rest of the field. Early B, though, into 9th place. He's chasing down Grant Will and Yannick Herber, having a great time. So 7th and 8th is definitely one to keep an eye out for, as Yannick Herber and Grant Will be right on top of one another. Philip Billingham dropping off, and there's Blaine Demelian, there's Grant Will coming through. So Grant Will trying to get on the power, and once again, that little bit of smoke coming out. I think that's more of a timing problem, but he's got Blaine Demelian. Now, Grant Will and Blaine Demelian know each other very, very well over a good number of years. Both on track and off track. Now they're going to have a great chase with it. Yannick Herber managing to get himself up towards the top and launch his way through. And then Billingham down in 9th, and 10th place is Early B. Earl Swart having a great time out there. Great to see that we're having all these new blood coming in. We've got people venturing from different backgrounds and genres of music even to be a part of it. But Blaine Demelian is singing the song of the 1400 because he's also in a 1400. Oh. That's not a 1600. That's a 1400. That's why he's got twin Weber carbs on the side, 40 side drives that are going through. So you'll see he's got an airbox off to the side, and then you've got the 1600 but carbureted, which is what Grant Will's running.
Yeah.
And that is also the same. So we've got fuel injected and we've got carbureted.
Yes.
Yannick Herber's with a carburetor, that's a 1600. Then you've got Blaine Demelian with a 1400, and you've got Grant Will on a 1600 carbureted. So old tech in terms of that to work their way through, but it's good to see that Grant Will onto the back of Blaine Demelian, trying to force his way through. Blaine a little bit more sturdy though, keeping it all together. You see him watching his left-hand mirror. That's where his Achilles heel is. He keeps watching the left-hand mirror. He doesn't keep too much on the right-hand side. So if you want to catch him out, you want to try and lean a little bit left and then a quick right, because he can't really get that adjustment to go into it, and you force that head to move around. That seems to be him. Sit slightly at an angle, watching left-hand side. Grant Will powering his way past.
Yeah.
Grant Will has definitely got the top end.
Yeah.
So it's not good. It's all about getting the drive out, but Blaine Demelian was putting up a good fight.
Yeah, definitely was. Just positioning, placement, all of that comes into effect when it comes to your technique around the circuit. It's like you were saying, despite the difference in performance, if you can place your car or bike for that matter in a decent position, you can challenge those around you with a slightly or tad more superior equipment. I'm also observing how Grant Will's wing, specifically the side of the uprights of the structure, a lot wider lengthwise. They definitely have a lot more surface area that they're working with as compared to some of the others that we've seen. I think that also works into the general shape and surface area of the wing that goes across itself.
It's all for Formula GTI.
Formula GTI?
It's all for Formula GTI.
Okay.
So it's for a 2-litre or an 1800. Formula GTI was the original baseline of his car, which he built up the Willari, which it was called. And this is the second chassis he's built specifically for the Liquid Moly Super Vs, and still got the front wishbone, same as what a Formula GTI had. but trying out some different things. Remember, that is a testing car.
Yeah.
That is a prototype, but will not actually be contributing in terms of points to the championship.
Indeed.
Like what Lucian Ranchanda and Bevan Williams are currently fighting out for. And Peter Hill's also trying to make up some time. Nolan Skuman doing a phenomenal job on his debut outing in the Liqui Super V in the Mega chassis, which is a little bit different. You can see it a little bit more stockier.
Of course.
Mark Tucker, Yanni Herber, also Yanni going in having his debut outing in a Super V, but not his first time out with the category because he was originally here in Aldo Scribanti. But there is a bit of a problem with the wing.
Yes,
of,
definitely.
is that Lucian Ranchanda's wing? Yes, it is.
Yeah,
it's bouncing around. So
it looks very loose, yeah.
the mounting, I think, is come adrift, and that is just causing a bit of a shift around.
Yep,
that
there
is
it
a
is
bit
again.
of a problem.
It's going to destabilize the car quite significantly. You can see it a lot more now.
It's pushing. This is going to put pressure on the wrong side of the gearbox, and it's now going to start causing a bit of a unsettling, especially down the mine shaft, because now it's going to start talking everything up.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, this is going to put load on one side of the suspension versus
Not
the other. So not ideal circumstances, but he just needs to hold out. He's on the last lap. Down the mine shaft he goes into Crocodile. That wing has just got to hold on for everything it's got. If you're relying on the one block nut that's there, it's got to hold on for everything it's worth at this point as he makes his way through a little bit more gentle. So he's felt that there is a problem. He sees that it's moving. He's actually taped it off the throttle and now just trying to make his way around nice and gently. You can see the wing rocking around, so he knows that's a bit of a problem. But that has allowed Bevan Williams to close up right into the final corner. So Bevan Williams was so close while Lucian Ranchanda was trying to take a more cautious approach. Bevan Williams will come across the line. Do want to point out Lucian taking a gamble there by celebrating, moving left and right. He tapered off the throttle. How often have you seen in your time of commentating where celebration too early before the checkered flag and all it takes is your competitor to stay on the gas?
Yeah, considering also he's got a loose rear wing, he's definitely piling on the risk, but I guess that's what 6 or 7 seconds buys you. Some comfort, relative comfort, I think. So he knew it was in the bag, and it definitely wasn't something for him to worry about. The fact that Bevan Williams had fought tooth and nail very early on to try and mitigate from the damage of a very poor start from him. That was a jump or something of that nature really just destabilized him, and had he lost something like 4 or 5 places. Nolan Skuman also looked very impressive. He got himself a 4th place, significantly improved gradually all the way through. He started off in the mid-pack from qualifying with race 1, and then sort of placed himself there or thereabouts, which is exactly what you want. And now he was in for an opportunity for that 4th place, so kudos to him. And of course, we've got Yanni Gerber in 5th place and Mark Tucker in 6th. Grant Will 7th place with Blaine Demillion, who featured back and forth between him and Grant a couple of times, but he placed himself well within that top 10. But definitely exciting stuff in the mid-pack there. Interesting dynamics that we spoke about and looked into. You can see how the different cars, different work is going into developing the class to get into that sweet spot in terms of performance, and seeing how all of that affects the performance out on the circuit. I must say, it seemed like these cars they're a lot more curb happy as compared to some of the other cars we've seen out on the circuit. They're definitely comfortable with actually getting onto the curbs.
To an extent, you don't want to bottom them out, and that's one thing about single seaters in sports cars, because a lot of the characteristics we're seeing here in the Liqui Super V will, if you take a look at the Kyalami 4 hours coming up later today, you can take a look at the Shelby Can-Ams, you can take a look at the Ligiers, all the same characteristics. You can get very close to the curbs. They tuck in quite nicely into the corners, but then you've also got to be very cautious though. Too much curb causes them to bottom out. It does kick the car up quite a bit,
it does.
because remember their ride height is a lot lower. It means they haven't got as much movement going in, so they can't really hammer the curbs as hard as like the Silver Cup 2.0 cars that have a little bit more of the ride height to it. So it's proper bit of fun, and the marshals going and waving. Always great to see. What a phenomenal run for our Super V South Africa, our Liqui Super V South Africa. Lucian Ranchanda taking the top, followed by Bevan Williams from Jacobs taking 3rd. Nolan Skuman, Yanni Herber, Mark Tucker, Grant Will, Blaine Demillion, Philip Billingham, and Annette van Wyk going and rounding out that top 10 in the run. It was great to see the drivers pushing themselves a little bit more and ensuring that they can have a bit more fun. But that is not the day's action done and dusted yet. That is the day's done for our Liquid Moly Super V, as there's plenty more on the program, Prince.
Absolutely, Super Vs have come and gone for the second time, and we're looking at superbikes this time, the 1000s, 600s, the Masters, as well as the bots, which also, of course, combine the Ducati V4s. They're going to close off their racing for the day with the second time around at the circuit. They will have learned from the mistakes. Also, they came across a couple of niggles for their race. 2 red flags equaled a checkered flag, unfortunately, and they couldn't finish their race. But what percentage of the race had been covered? Beautiful family scenes that we're seeing here. Everybody getting cozy there. That's brilliant. It's exactly how you do it. This is exactly how you do it. So if everyone's watching from home, this is exactly what you're going to be doing. Chilling, bring out your car, bring out your bride, camp chairs. If you've got a van,
that's the way to do it.
Even better. Even better. So absolutely plenty time left for you to come through, get your tickets, get your general access, and this is exactly the comfort level you can expect to enjoy and find decent spots. There's plenty space out on the circuit for you to get up close and personal with the cars. You can smell the exhaust fumes as they make their way across and around the circuit. It's picturesque as you want for a racing circuit, and it's signature South African too. I love it.
I've got a question though. If you had to pick a spot to go and camp around the circuit, you've heard my favorite spot. What would yours be?
I haven't actually heard your favorite spot.
The S's.
The S's.
The S's is my top spot, because you hear the deceleration, guys going down the gears and then going back on the throttle. You also can hear them screaming down the mine shaft as well. So you're getting a nice shot of, if you sit at the first S, you can see the cars coming down the mine shaft heading towards Crocodile, just as they taper off out of your view, and then next time you'll see them is by Cheetah. So it's a good viewing point to see that half of the circuit. That's my personal favorite. Then if we go and remember when we had a chat with Gareth Burley last year, his favorite was sitting at barbecue,
because you can see the reverse side of the circuit from the bottom all the way up.
So that's what his favorite was. Yeah. And now, got to ask you, what's yours?
Oh, geez, you might have sold me on yours and Gareth's. But I do remember telling Gareth I still enjoy Luiko, purely because of just the height advantage that you have in standing from the top there. The disadvantage, though, you can't see the entire circuit from there. So you don't see everything that's going on. But it still stands hands down in terms of this. When you have a nice setup like that, you've seen your gazebo out there in your crowd. It's a really nice homey space that you have to yourself at the top of the hill, looking over not only the circuit but the entire city of Johannesburg.
Yeah, definitely a picture moment. And when you're sitting and having all the cars from the South African Endurance Series racing around as well, this is going to be an absolutely amazing one for all the drivers and also for all the spectators lining up and taking a look at the racetrack. But we are going to be moving on to the next batch of our MRSSA. And wow, okay, that is a properly kitted out Ford Ranger, I won't lie.
I'll tell you what, yeah, a couple of seconds ago, we didn't have that whole canopy setup going. Now they're like, okay, let's flex it out. The sun is out.
And the lad's on a bike.
There we go.
There we go. Future generation of the MRSSA getting himself ready, training early on. That's always fantastic to see. But the MRSSA coming out with their second batch of guys. You said 2 red flags. They've managed to get that all sorted out. Unfortunately, Tristan Pohita will be out of the race due to a breakdown on the bike, so he's not able to get back out and rolling once again. So it's going to be one for, we've lost him, unfortunately. Yep. He was one of the bikes that came to a stop out on the track and having those mechanical problems.
Yep, that was a tight racing line that lad was taking around the cooler box. You could see compromised the first apex and took the second. Definitely showing the talent early on. We're looking forward to see what we have with the superbikes. Huge class here. I do wish to see them actually complete it this time. That 2 + 2 = checkered flag wasn't a great thing to see for Heat 1. The Heat 2 better promise us exactly what they have in line. I think there's a lot to look forward to. I want to see how the 1000s perform, the combination of the 1000s and 600s, seeing their different characteristics in how, for example, you've got more band with power band with the 1000s as compared to the 600s, and to see what the more skilled 600 riders and experienced 600 riders can do in the corners to sort of make up for that deficit.
Well, that's it. It's the 600s will have the advantage through the S's, through the Yuxke sweep.
Yeah.
They will be able to move their way up through the corners, but the 1000s are going to have the advantage when it comes exiting barbecue, heading towards Sunset.
Okay.
And down the mine shaft is going to be a big big one, and also exit of Ingwe right down to Crowthorne is flat out for them. So that's one thing they've got to make up some time for. Remember, there's only 6 right-handers and 9 left-handers around the circuit. So those are the only corners that a 600 can close up on 1,000, but also with a 4.5 kilometer long circuit, there's plenty of straight line for the thousands to really stretch their legs.
Yeah.
So
it sort of offsets. It definitely tilts it in their favor when it comes to the advantages that they have mechanically. Well, let's see what they're going to have. They're probably getting the last bit of their preparations in before they finish things off. And yeah, we look forward to it. And there's that view. So from the top of Loikop, this is the kind of perspective you have. You're not only sitting in Africa's most beautiful, one of the world's most beautiful racing circuits, you're also sitting in one of the world's most beautiful cities. And I think that's particularly what I enjoy about Loikop. And you're almost in a different, you can barely, I don't know, it's almost quiet, quaint. You're almost in nature as well because there's so many trees around there as compared to the rest of the parts of the circuit. I particularly enjoy that as well.
You look forward to the big oak, I think it's an oak tree that's sitting on the right-hand side as you get over the crest. About the 60 meter, 70 meter brake mark, you hit your brakes on that and you're able to get into the corner. That's what I know about Leeuwkop, is you watch for that tree. The moment they cut that tree down, I promise you, no one's going to make Leeuwkop.
Oh my word. Racing lines for the entire country's changed.
Gone. Instantly. You go over the crest, and if a tree's missing, you're going to find half the guys visiting Joburg. I can tell you that.
If that tree's missing, we have to rename the circuit. It's completely different altogether.
That's like game over. That whole part that you think you knew is now gone. But now the bikes are heading out onto the circuit. The MRSSA going to put on a great show. Unfortunately, 2 red flags were the end of their heat 1. And that's definitely changed. Adolf Bischoff taking the win officially on Heat 1 with Damien Perfacati and Luca Bertoloni going and rounding out that top 3. Unfortunately, 2 riders down, one at Leeuwkop, one at the was the left-hander just out of club, and that would be likes of Clubhouse, so he landed up on the entrance of Clubhouse. And then Ryan van Niekerk having that breakdown as well, going and having a stop. So that's definitely going to be something to keep an eye out for, as we had the 3 riders down. A couple of interesting factors here. We do have more of the sit-up bike that's going on with one of our riders. You've got our super bikes. We have got the 600s that are looking to really step up the game as well. And we've also trying to open up the classes. I've got to say, I'm really, really glad. And I know that the Bikewise team have been working with the riders to help set these bikes up, get them all sorted. New set of Pirellis were put onto the bikes as well, just to try and maximize the amount of grip that's going to be on it. So shout out to the 2 sponsors there for the MRSSA being a part of it and helping with it. And you can see there's already a sticker on some of the tires, and that it tells you it's a brand spanking new tire. Until that sticker comes off, then you know that you've used the tire. You'll see some with a bit more of a glossier setup. That is the new tires, and then others will have that more of a darker, abrasive look to it. That's been used quite a bit. So I think some have opted to change the tires just to maximize the compounds, but also in turn they can set the pressures better. So they've just adjusted pressures to come into the fray of things. So that's something that you've got to be very, very mindful of when you're racing. In cars, it's, well, for a usual tin top saloon, tire pressures isn't too dramatic. In sports cars, it makes a big difference. GT3s, it makes a big difference. On a bike where you're relying on 2 forms of 2 tires, that is your maximum amount of grip. You're relying on those sidewalls to help with flexing to get the amount of power down and get the grip with in and out of corners. You can see a couple of riders actually climbing on the brakes as hard as they can. There's the sticker I'm talking about as our leader lines up. Climbing on the brakes, and just to immediately put that shock heat into the tires to get all sorts out. Remember that. Going to be running a lot of brake bias to the front to try and stop dead on those. So you want to get that shock heat into the tire, get it as high up into the temperature zone. It was in the blankets about 80, 90 degrees. It's now cooled down a bit. You want to try and push it as close as you can back to that 80 degrees. So for the start, you're off to a great one. So let's see how it's going to go. Heat 2 for our 1,600 Masters and Bots as they line up ready to go, chomping at the bit. Lights will be going on shortly, and it's going to be an outright fight down towards the line. Adolf hoping that he can go and get a great start. Damien Perfecati also looking to close down on the front as they're ready to go. Lights on, lights off, and away they go. Everyone challenging down for the line. You see a couple properly leaning onto the front handlebars, putting all their weight to the front to ensure that they don't get a pickup on the way through. And it does look like Diego DePonte going and making his way through. So Diego trying to also get a little bit more up the road. Oh, write it down. Oh,
no.
Write it down. And is now getting caught between the rear body and the tire.
Yeah, must be the leather's caught in between there and pulled in because the wheel was rotating at the time, so the leather must have been caught in.
Now that unfortunately the rider has gotten tightened up. So there's a very fine gap between the actual bike and the bodywork, and unfortunately he managed to slide in that very small gap. So just having to get his breath back and sort himself out. Marshall's trying to pick up. I do want to applaud the one Marshall, because when you're riding a bike, you get taught the first thing you do is don't try and lift up. You're going and bending your back forward and lifting it up. You actually turn around and put the bike against your back and stand up. That is the correct way to pick it up, and that is the correct way how you don't hurt your back. And for the riders to do a thing you expect it, but for a marshal, that is someone that's been keeping an eye on it. I applaud that. That is honestly one of the things. But red flag is out once again, as we know, for the two bikes that have come to a halt. The one trying to get the chap trying to get his breath back. Not ideal circumstances there, but not an easy time. I got a question for you, Prince.
What's up?
So if you go to a store and you buy a 1000cc or 1100cc bike, big bike, you know, Harley Davidson's that you're a big fan of, Kawasaki's, or even now Yamaha's out on the track, how do you know the bike's right for you?
How do I know the bike's right for me?
And these riders also do exactly the same with their racing bikes. How do you know the bike's right for you?
I would assume my height has a lot to do with that. So if I can get my feet to touch the floor while I'm seated on the bike, comfortably so, but not too much. So maybe if I get like my tippy toes.
There's a replay. Oh, he stopped dead on that. So he stopped dead on the apex to avoid a collision. Unfortunately, had the bike tip into the side of him. So while trying to avoid one accident, landed up with the other. And that's how it all happened. Okay.
Oh, jeez.
Not ideal circumstances, but we got to see it.
And there was not much to do there, not much reaction time.
So your height is definitely one. Because as we saw there, he was able to hit the brakes and try and put his feet back to the ground. Second to that is if you lie the bike down on its side, you must be able to pick that bike back up.
In the way the marshal did.
In the way the marshal did.
It.
You pick the bike the way up. Because if you can't, the bike is too heavy for the rider.
Oh, okay.
So you might think getting 1000cc is good, but that's a way to get caught out. So when accidents happen, and even like when the stopping power there, I've got to say it was quite amazing to see how the stopping power of the bikes, especially into turn 2.
Yeah, short notice.
I mean, that was less than 2-3 meters.
Yeah,
it was
and
next to nothing.
Instant. You saw that's how he ended up on one wheel. And we're gonna have a rerun now, try to get things going again. I'd imagine it's a spanner in the works, of course, but it was only 1.5 or so, one lap. In 1.5, it's 60% of a lap at full tilt, and the rest of it they had to cool down because of that incident. So it's not too abrasive and not too damaging, I'd imagine, to the tires and temps. So they're pretty much starting the race afresh. It was a bit of a warm-up lap for them.
And how's this? After having a rider hooked on the back wheel, that is the number 12 returning to the grid. And that's part of our V4s going in. That's the part of the bots class. Now trying to make his way back towards the sharp end of the field. So going and getting himself sorted.
Yeah, well, the rest of the grid waits for him. Get a view of our fans buying as close as possible as they can to the circuit. Yeah, great to see everyone getting comfortable for today's entertainment and racing. 1 more minute, I'd imagine.
So Adolf is lined up in first. He has got Temba Kamalo lying up in second place, looking to try and get past him. So they're definitely trying to just get themselves reorganized, rehashed, and get back and going. So we'll keep an eye on that. Damien Perfecati lying on the far right. Lights on once again. 2-minute board will be going up. So they are just going to go straight from this. This is not even a warm-up for them. They're going to go straight out racing.
As we said,
So cold tires, out of the optimum tire zone. This is going to be very, very interesting because the riders are going to have to apply every skill they know to try and heat up the tires and also keep it together. Sorry, no, they are going to do one warm-up lap. Okay.
It's a flag.
All right.
That looked like a start, yeah.
It really looked like they were going to just send them going.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, well, for safety's sake, we're doing a rolling, going to do one more lap, and the reason for this is to try and get brakes and tires back up to temperature for the riders for safety, and also just so it makes it a bit easier for racing. So keep an eye out on that. Very, very interesting time that we are in at the moment with the MRSSA. Now they have to try and cycle their head back in. I promise you, this is where you want to go and line yourself up for a start. You want to ensure that you get yourself going. When you see that green flag, you want to actually get off to a racing start. The reason for that is to try and get your head back into it, that as soon as you see something, you're going.
Yes.
You know, try and go back to grabbing that reaction time the whole time. The gentle pull away, yes, is great. It's the right way to do it. But I feel that you lose out that edge. Yeah. You've now taken yourself out of the race with a red flag, and you're trying to bring yourself back in. So I do feel that some drivers have got to really start to figure out what they need to do here to ensure that they stand up towards the top.
Yep, effectively you build yourself up for an hour or so in between races for that split seconds moment. Mentally you're building up to that, and for that to be taken away from you, you have to somehow find a way to mentally get back into that zone, and it definitely is tricky and it's not the same.
Also psychs out your competition, because now you start leaning on the competition a little bit, like, hey buddy, hey, just as you get comfortable, I'm sitting here, don't worry about me.
Exactly.
And you keep them looking over the shoulder, because suddenly they can see you're switched on, you're clicked in, you're ready to go, where others are going to be a little bit more of a calmer paced and everything. You can really see, like Perfakati was looking over his shoulder going, not quite happy about this. Got to really start button down the hatches here to ensure that he stands up towards the sharp end of the field. So going to be an interesting one. Let's see how the drivers are going to keep themselves going. Our riders lining back up on the line, hoping that they're ready for this race, looking to try and get a great jump off the line. So this is going to be a close one for all our riders. They're now having to switch themselves back in. Remember, we have got multiple classes racing here. We've got our bot class, which is mainly the V4s that are out there, the Ducati V4s. We've got our Masters class, we've got our 600s, and we have got our SBKs that are out there on the track. They are our faster class cars that we're looking to go through. Between them and the thousands, that's the matchup. Between them, 5-second board, lights will go on, revs bring it up to 5,500 RPM, hold the clutch, drop the clutch, go as they launch off the line, having a great start. Everyone getting settled in quite early on as they make their way to the King. Now heading towards turn 2. It's going to be late braking on the way through, and this is where you want to be tight on the inside line. You don't want to be stuck on the outside as you make your way through to Yuxke. The Yuxke sweep is the left-right, and if you're on the tighter inside line, you can at least breeze yourself back into the fray of things. You're on the outside, you're on the marbles that have been distributed by all the vehicles here today as they make their way through Barbecue, heading towards Sunset.
Looking at the sit-up bike rider, having to a slightly different body language to everyone else around the turns. The lean certainly is different, working a lot harder to get lower because everything is just that much higher. There's a height, can we call it a disadvantage if you're competing amongst here? But there definitely does seem to be a different way in which this particular rider...
The riders are going to have to really battle it out and try and move forward.
Yeah.
So it's something to keep an eye out for as guys try different things, but it is going to be some nose-to-tail racing a little bit further down as our drivers trying to make up, and that looks to be the likes, just trying to see who that might be. That might be Ryan van Niekerk, that is getting a bit of defensive driving while riding to try and make his way through. So as soon as we can get a number, we can try and identify it, but this is a little bit up towards the field, and that looks to be Adolf having a good run and he's got Kamalu by the looks of it onto the back of him. So Kamalu is in the tow, trying to pull himself along, and it gets his way through. But Bradley Dawson then means that he's gotten ahead and started opening up the gap to try and break away. As we see the rest of the bike starting to filter in. That is Luca Bertoloni and the number 7 that's chasing down, trying to make up some time. I think that is definitely Ryan van Niekerk, number 13, that will be getting some leading up ahead. So it's Adolf in first place, Damian Perfecati in second, Tembo Kamalu in third. Now Ryan van Niekerk with Luca Bertoloni on the two of them. So the two youngsters that know each other from short circuit racing, now having a good go with one another. And up towards our top end of the field, it's Damian Perfecati and Kamalu constantly pushing each other. Kamalu looking for the inside line, heading into Sunset, can't get it done. And take a look at Ryan van Niekerk having to go defensive as he's dealing with Luca all over the back of him. Luca will keep a constant pressure to try and get by. Remember, they're fighting in the 600 class.
Indeed.
So it is going to be close racing between them, and Ryan just having a little bit more legs out of Sunset.
Yeah, legs is definitely what you're going to need. The run up here, it's pretty much going up into the S. There's quite a bit of commitment there. Some of them, the car, your four-wheel competitors, of course, some of them going flat out here. So there's a lot of speed demands when it comes to the chicane here, but it's slightly different when it comes to the bikes.
Now it's a light tap off the throttle in the car and the bike. I haven't been privy to go and try my luck at it. I think anyone that's doing this is just brave as can be as they make their way through. Damian Perfecati and Kamalu still nose to tail with one another, keeping a battle on for second place. Kamalu applying more and more pressure into the Crocodile. Not so confident on the tires as yet. Very gentle on the throttle, just to try and keep it all together, but is starting to warm up a little bit. Damian Perfecati stuck on the outside. Now will try and swing across the nose. Does so. Gets back onto the power as quick as he can with Kamalu right in tow. You can see on the exit out of Ingwe slightly lifting those fronts and trying to force it back down as they really keeping the power on. But Adolf up ahead is long since gone, and now trying to keep himself ahead. And the running joke is, he says, must I wait? Well, I don't think he's waiting at the moment.
Not at all. And it takes a lot of upper body strength actually to get that going. But Temba Kumalo doing a good job to try and keep that is Damian Perfecati at bay. And he certainly is forced to wait at the moment as things stand. But not too long, only a tenth or so in between the two of them. So there's literally nothing to call it as yet. We're somewhere across in terms of our race, but we've definitely got into a rhythm this time around. And things
side, very close. Damian trying everything he can to go on the defense, and Kamalu as well, just trying. They looking for the same piece of ground. Unfortunately, a little too deep into the S's has cost him out a bit of time. This is part of the new Ducatis, the new line that's come out, and you can see the frustration from one of the rider, and I think that might be Kamalu that is very slow. Lost a lot of time out of the S's. And now just trying to keep it all together, and the frustration, putting his head down saying, damn it, I lost that run because it went in a little bit too deep. And it's starting to eat up into him.
Yeah, and also it seemed a bit wobbly there at the crest, at the just at the top of the hill there at Loikop, so having to lose maybe a tenth or so, something like that. But knowing that you have to commit pretty much flat out until you're heavy underbraking onto the front there at Crocodile, you're going to want to recover as much as you can. So you'd imagine he was back on the throttle as early as he could, as soon as he found stability, just to get that pace back that was compromised.
Back onto the power, and Adolf long since gone out of this little fight.
4 seconds.
Tembo Kamalu. Tembo Kamalu is in second place. Damian Perfecati is the one that got annoyed with himself with going too deep into the corner. So 4 seconds from our leader, and Tembo has done a really good job.
So, and it was Perfecati who lost 3 seconds in total now to Temba Kumala. So all of that is going to have to be gained back over the next few laps.
Well, keeping an eye, interesting enough, is going to be 4th and 5th place. So the 4th bike and the 5th bike that will be coming into shot. Ryan van Niekerk and Luca Bertioni are right on top of one another. So they are behind this pack that's coming through and heading into the S's. So just beyond the pack, we will see that Luca and Ryan are pushing each other. But the beautiful Ducatis coming out those V4s going and showing off what they can do. Absolutely great stuff. As we get a great shot looking towards Leocorp and coming down as our riders make their way through. So here is a little bit of action happening down the circuit, all trying to battle their way through and ensure that they try and close up on the riders. So everyone having to shuffle their way around. Now we were talking about the sit-up bike. That is, I think that's number 22 that's out there on track and trying to make his way up through the order.
Having a look down the inside at Leocorp, but not quite there. Title line had to be taken. It's going to make it stick. It's still down
It's
the
going to
inside.
make it stick.
Oh,
It's going to make it
nearly
stick.
side by side there, but had to back out. See what happens under braking at Crocodile.
Going to make it stick. I think that might be, that is number 27.
Late as you can, not late enough. Has to come out of that. So it looks like 52.
That's Yucca. That would be Troy Tonking in the 52. That is more of a sit-up bike that he's going for. So a different riding style required, but is really good under braking.
He's insisting on it. Eventually, it's gonna get down the inside, one way or another. But he's gonna have to leave it very late. I think it'll take a couple more corners to build up an overtaking move there.
Well, Troy Tonking is not hanging around, and he is really getting onto the back of Yucca Kraus, who is going and making his way through. So Kraus trying to make his way and deal everything he can. Sorry, that would be Ryan Flitter that's ahead of him. So Troy Tonkin's going onto the back of Ryan Flitter, and Ryan taking a bike that's not usually done for circuit racing, but is showing off that it doesn't matter whether you're on a superbike, whether you're on a touring, you're able to get the same type of riding style to do it. And one of the ones I tend to lean back to, which a lot of riders will remember, is Suzuki did the exact same thing in a 24-hour endurance race, where they took a bike like what Troy Tonking's got and actually won a 24-hour here in South Africa in it. So that's something to bear in mind. I wouldn't go and shun them to the edge of the circuit, but for racing, the superbikes are definitely your optimum. The sit-up bikes are showing what they can do. So definitely want to keep an eye out for.
Adolf getting unstable there. What happened there?
Under braking, trying to slow the bike down, and it was snaking underneath him. So he would put his boots slightly on the ground to just try and stabilize. The problem is you can't really put your foot completely on the ground, otherwise that's the handbrake.
You have to let it slide over.
You have to let it slide on your boot. Does wear it down, and now the boot's going to be very, very warm and very uncomfortable at the moment, because everything's just gotten a little bit of a sandpaper on the way through.
And Ntemba Khumalo not too far off, but not to say that he would obviously gain a sudden second or two to close that 4.7 second gap between him and Adolf. It's definitely still a lot more work to be done. Damien Purificati, of course, a lot further off. He lost things at 2-3 laps ago, perhaps. Something just seemed to go wrong for him.
Through the S's.
Then he hasn't been able to regain that. A total of 3 seconds between him and Ntemba Khumalo, while it was actually quite a battle for the early part of the race between those two. There was like half a second or so between them. It's a shame to see what's going to be the issue there for him. But in the meantime, yes, that's what we have at Adolf in the lead for the Super SBKs, and then of course the 600s are led by Ryan van Niekerk at the moment. Masters led by Jaco Gous in 7th place overall, and that's pretty much the split. We have 3 ways, and in the 12th place overall, I think, that's Leon Horn leading the bots over there. Those are your class leaders, but as far as overall stands, indeed Adolf has asserted his authority and hasn't had much trouble, apart from himself about half a lap ago under braking, but hasn't had too much trouble since the beginning of this race. Looking very dancing there. So there's a bit of a side-to-side action I hadn't seen from earlier on. Going over, I think that was Cheetah there, but he seems to have been stabilized now, and it looks a lot more steady.
I think a little bit further down also, we've got Troy Tonkin. Remember, he's on the 600. He's going off to Ryan Flitter. So that stand-up bike is definitely, well, the sit-up bike is definitely one you want to keep an eye out for. But Adolf, who's opened up that gap over Khumalo, has really, it's open out at the front. And Damien Purificati has dropped off, I think, the frustration of missing the brake marker into the S's. Unfortunately, getting the gearing wrong, it's just compacted on the way through. Luca Bertuoni now coming by, and it will have Ryan van Niekerk behind him. But keep an eye coming into shot, though, is going to be a close battle, as we will see Ryan Flitter trying to make up some time with Troy Tonkin onto the back of him. So let's see, where is that stand-up bike? This is still a couple of the riders coming through. So that is number 43. That is making his way around the track. And that's Jaco Gous.
Yeah, Fata and Tonking are somewhere off there. I think there's the battle that you were talking about just now.
Yeah, I was just swinging out of shot.
Yeah.
And there he is, unfortunately, going a little bit too deep.
Yeah.
So too deep into turn 2, got caught out, and that will take him out of the fight with Ryan Flutter. And now has to try and make up some ground, getting back onto the power as early as possible. 4 laps to go in this race, though. And the riders starting to take a bit of a beating with the heat. And also, remember, these riders are taking on 3-4 Gs of force on their body. And they don't have seatbelts, so they're having to really fight against the G-forces, hold on to themselves and the bike to ensure that they can keep things all up in order as they fight their way through. So not going to be an easy time for them as they get back onto the power, really clawing their way through. 3 laps to go, though. And it is going to be an outright fight for a lot of our riders on the way through. And it does look like the time's starting to break off. For closest is going to be 10th and 11th. Bradley Dawson, number 71, and the 187 of Matthew Schultz trying to make up some time. And that is the closest fight on circuit. But as we take a look at some of the MRSSA riders making their way through, showing off what they can do, the amazing two-wheel action out on circuit, but also just to have them back singing through the hills here in Midrand Kyalami, it's always fantastic as they make their way around the track. It's also that swung song. It's good to hear it echoing on a circuit that has been lying quiet for a good number of years prior to recent racing coming back.
100%, and it sets the scene, of course, for the next year's worth of racing on 2 wheels. It's going to be exciting to see how this revives racing overall when it comes to tier world racing. And there's always it's a knock-on effect. It's a knock-on and domino effect that you see a lot of the time with certain trends that become set. I mean, it's an entire championship that comes together. It definitely is promising for the growth of the community. We saw something interesting, I think, a couple of years ago with, for example, the likes of Nick Adcock in the SAE series, coming in with the Ligiers and all of that sort of, it has its reverberation around the community in terms of the kind of cars, in terms of level of performance of those cars and the type of cars people are interested in investing in and actually racing with. So this is definitely a massive, massive move to have the MRSSA joining on the tour for the next year.
Yeah, it's always going to be a great one, and especially with the likes of Ducati, Yamaha, Suzuki, all being a part of it. BMW we can't count out because they are there. Kawasaki is part of it. Honda. There's so many manufacturers that are developing race bikes and being a part of it. Also taking a look at this, saying, okay, we want to be a part of it. Ducati coming in with the V4s, going and being a part of the bots, and having these new fantastic machinery out there. Lots of work been done onto them. Having a very nearly a one-make class going in racing. It's the same as what Yamaha eventually did at one point, and also Kawasaki has done in the past, having a one-make class. I know a lot will be investing in bringing those type of bikes back into the fold and being part of it, so you can expect the grid to get bigger, better, and stronger. But out in front, Adolf leading out the charge, Temba Kamalu in second, third place Damian Perfecati, Luca Bertioni, followed by Ryan van Niekerk, Diego Troy DuPont, along with Jaco Gous, Ryan Flutter, Troy Tonkin, Bradley Dawson, Matthew Mark Schultz, Leon Horn, France Ferrari, Kaz Hessler, Alan Barrett, Gavin Ubb, along with Henny Muller and Alan Hirschler, rounding out the field in terms of 18 positions out on circuit. So great to see the riders pushing themselves that little bit more, soaking it in as they make their way down through the circuit, and riders having to really claw their way through. There's the head nod that I spoke about earlier. Is that little bit of a thank you, and that Adolf just saying thank you to fellow riders a little bit further down, saying, listen, I'm going to keep going. It's a little bit unsteady, heading into Cheetah now, making his way into Ingwe, foot down, try and balance himself out, gets back onto the power. He is going for a fastest lap time. What he is doing there is he's dialing himself in. He's looking to try and get his fastest lap time. So the lap time to beat was a 1:46.2. His last lap was a 1:48.1. So he's going to try and give it on the last lap to get the fastest lap time of the race. and beat it out. Second to that would have been Damien Perfecati with a faster lap of 146.816. And he's trying to also dial himself back in. So I wonder if Adolf has given himself a challenge to just dial himself through. Our leader on the number 32, now looking to just try and get that little bit more. Can he dial it in? Just as a one last hurrah of saying, listen, I can do it. I can get it. I will get myself to the top end of this order on the way through. So it's going to be a proper challenge for Adolf at the moment to try and beat his personal best and set the stage heading for 2025 with the South African Endurance Series, but also looking to take the win for their 5th round of the championship. The next round will be at Red Star, but for 2025, they're looking to be part of our series, which is absolutely tremendous. We heard the massive news of the MRSSA being a part of the series just yesterday afternoon, which had us all standing on our feet applauding and taking a look at the racing at the moment from MRSSA. It's been great. It's been fantastic. We've got some amazing machinery out there, some amazing talent. That the MRSSA is also the same competitors that raced and went and helped teach the Brinder brothers coming in. So how's that for a bit of a story fold to it? We're going to have maybe the next South African SBK champions coming out of the MRSSA heading in the future.
Yep, and that was checkered flag, wonderful checkered flag there for Adolf, who certainly earned himself the W in emphatic fashion, having put on 0.6 of a second in between himself. I want to see what that closing lap time was, though, because he did look like you were saying, he looked like he was in quali trim, in lap time, beating my own lap time trim, but it did turn out to be 148.1 as compared to his best time over 146.2. 146.2 was 6/10 clear of the nearest. That was Damien Perfecati there. That he did look like he was a lot more aggressive. I was excited to see, but he decided, you know what, I've earned myself the win, got a decent, fast enough time. I don't have to go in too much, and I've proved myself over the course of the weekend that as far as MRSSA goes, I'm the quickest man on the circuit.
Well, that's it. So for our bots, it will be Leon Horn along with Franz Ferry in second place, Kaz Hösler in third, fourth Alan Barrett and Gavin Arab in fifth for our bots. Moving on to our masters, it will be Jaco Goos ahead of Ryan Flutter, Bradley Dawson, Henny Miller going and rounding out into our 4 masterclass. Moving on to our 600, Ryan van Niekerk getting the win over Diego Troy DuPont ahead of Troy Tonkin, Matthew Schultz running in fourth. Moving on to our SBK, it's Adolf going and taking the top. Adolf Boshoff getting the win over Timber Kamalu, Damien Perfecati and Luca Bertioni rounding out our field.
Oh, certainly exciting. Timber Kamalu, a feature there in that battle with Damien. Damien fell away for some reason. I wonder what the explanation behind that is, but a sudden 2 seconds is what was wedged in between himself and Temba Kumalo towards the later part of the race, and Temba pretty much had a comfortable 3 or 4 laps to finish.
I wonder if he lost confidence in the brakes. Getting into the S's, he climbed onto the anchors and it straight lined.
Yes.
Did he lose confidence in those brakes? Was it not biting as much as he wants? But there is our results. Prince.
Indeed. Adolf in emphatic fashion in first place. Temba Kumalo second place. Damien Perfecati, who we're discussing, losing suddenly some pace in third. Luca Bertolini in fourth. Ryan van Niekerk in fifth place. Diego Troy Ponte in sixth. And Jaco Goos in seventh place. Ryan Fata in eighth. Troy Tonking in ninth place. There was a bit of a battle between those two as well, but also it opened up. The concertina between them opened up, and they were relatively comfortable in the way they finished. Bradley Dawson brings up and rounds up the top 10.
Matthew Marshall's in 11th place. Leon Horn in 12th. 13th is Franz Ferry, followed by Kaz Hösler, and Alan Barrett running in 15th overall. So that is our MRSSA done and dusted for today. Both heats and both groups done and dusted. Absolutely tremendous stuff. A big shout out to them for joining us, and also looking forward to see them coming back and being a part of the show. Now to get some work done on the bikes and get them ready for the next round, which they will be carrying on with. So big shout out to the MRSSA, and their sponsors joining in for them would be Pirelli and bike-wise, being a part of that. So good stuff to see it, and looking forward to seeing them joining a series, coming further, and being a part of some amazing, amazing action. But still lots of racing to go on, because this is the end of our sprint races, but we're on the build, we're on the countdown, the final countdown.
Indeed.
To green lights for the 4 hours of Kyalami, brought to you by the South African Endurance Series.
Indeed, and entertaining. I can barely call the next few moments also a drum roll. I don't think that definitely is an understatement, because we're going to have, again, a chance for our VIPs to, of course, enjoy some hot laps. And this time it's going to be with Inter Africa. Major sponsor, of course, and contributor to the running and foundation of this series, and competitors as well, with the likes of Stewie White, Axel Jeffries coming in from overseas, Philip Barron also joining Axel in that number 27, and of course Lloyd Klaka in the car with Stewie in the number 125. Lambo Rambo, and we've got another of the families that have come out to enjoy the fun in the sun. And keep it coming. Everybody keep piling on. You've got a couple more minutes until we have the actual start of the SAE race, but there's plenty of opportunity for you to come out and enjoy us, and as well as the day's entertainment. We've got a lot of fans on the virtual grandstand as well, so I wonder if there's virtual braais that are going in too, but I doubt is the case. Bevan Williams of the Super Vs has a lot of fans out on the virtual grandstand. And Henriette, her mom is very proud of her and shouting her out there on the grandstand as well. Looking forward to a lot more racing, it seems. Everybody's so excited about the closing races. Race 2 for each of the classes that we just saw ramped up and doubled a lot of our engagement. So that's really great to see.
It's always incredible one. Well, I'm going to put a challenge out to everyone, and do yourself a favor, go and take a selfie while watching, either in the virtual grandstands or even if you're at the track, take a selfie, tag us in the social media, and out there on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, X, and Instagram to be a part of it. And we would like to see, what are you guys doing? What are you doing to enjoy the racing here at Kyalami for round 4 of the South African Endurance Series? I know that I'm feeling like I'm going to take a selfie as well, but well, I've got
favorite part of the circuit.
That's it. I've got my favorite person next to me to go and do it. It's going to be we've got to do this. We've got to start the trend.
We've got to start the trend. And tell you what, you did say that you were asking me what my favorite part of the circuit is. I think so. All the fans should then show us what their favorite part of the circuit is based on where they are. They'll have proof in 4K and 8K as to where that is, and we can compare and rank them according to what the best looking view is on the circuit. So do so, tag us, share it, like and subscribe, all that lingo, all that Gen Z stuff, and do it for us and share it on our page. And definitely it's going to be a lot nice sort of collage, memories, creating a lot of memories when it comes to being out here in the fun in the sun. There we go. Our selfie's getting started right now. Steve out here in the studio for round 4 of SAES. 4 hours of Kyalami. We're pretty much smack bang in the middle. We're crossing over the halfway mark of our championship. There's plenty that has happened before, some curveballs thrown in, the biggest of which definitely was that massive storm that came in round 3, and the biggest challenge was thrown at, for example, the cars that couldn't and didn't have the option of more grippier tires, sliding all across the circuit, spinning out, and particularly with the V8 Roadsters. So all of that came in and threw a spanner in the works, but it wasn't a challenge that they weren't willing to take on. And the challenge right before them now is a challenge against time, a challenge against attrition, even though there's been a lot of feedback about how Kyalami is not a very abrasive circuit when it comes to tires. So everyone is going to be able to plan a lot more stable. They have a lot more stable plan, rather, around how they're going to face things like tire wear and grip levels by the time they get onto the circuit. We should be looking at peak temperatures when it comes to the ambient temperature at the moment, because if I am not mistaken, we're aiming for about the 24-25 degree mark. It is 10 minutes to 1 as it stands, and we're approaching that in the next hour or so. We're going to be looking at our peak temperatures for the day, and that's when the race is going to be kicking off. But a couple of the cars do utilize tire warmers, etc. See a couple of the families utilizing the original warmer, fire itself, to get things going for their prize as well. It's great to see the comfort level you can achieve at a racing circuit. Who'd have thunk it?
Well, I mean, this is what it used to be. It used to be the You come, bring your bride, you bring your family, you get yourself organised, and that's what the South African Endurance Series is all about. It's bringing families back to the track, bringing everyone to enjoy, and it's only innovation after innovation after innovation coming out. I mean, we've had multiple records broken over the course of the series as well, this being the most entries for the Kyalami endurance racing.
Indeed.
That is quite fantastic to have. And the 4 hours of Kyalami breaking that record, going and also bringing back the bikes into the series with there a good number of riders from the MRSSA, a good amount of our Liqui Moly Super Vs coming out, some close racing between them. Silver Cup 2.0, everyone wanting to be part of the show, even though it's a support races, they're going and putting themselves out there like the feature. And also for our fans, it's been a great stuff. I mean, think about this. We sold our tickets for our VIPs in a flash. We managed to give away the most amount of tickets in a race here in South Africa. 300 tickets were given away over the weekend with the likes of the prize at the Four Ways Mall, where we had everything on show. The guys had to take a selfie. We will have our guests going out and doing hot laps around the circuit as well, which is always great around this 4.5 kilometer circuit. But I do want to talk about something that's going to be on the cards here today, and that is going to be, will we see the lap record get broken? We're talking about breaking records.
Yes.
The lap record is held by Matt Campbell, who is all the way out of, if I remember correctly, is from Australia.
Yes.
It was for the SRO down in 2020, returned here with a Porsche 911 GT3R in 2020 and got a 142.021. Now we're getting to see in just a couple of moments for the 4 hours of Kyalami, the drivers are going to have to really put the hammer down. Are they going to be able to take that lap record back? Because, no offense or anything, I know Matt Campbell, really a talented driver, comes from a long history in terms of endurance racing, but this is South Africa. This is our home turf, and we're going to set the record straight.
I'll put it correctly. Hulle weet nie wat ons weet nie. How about that?
There we go. That's the way to do it.
Cool. And I think Stewie White is going to be the man for it. And I saw a couple of... wait a minute.
No.
Hold on.
Hang on.
You're right, yeah.
You said Stewie White. I say Charles Visser. No, even better. Axel Jeffries.
Yeah. One of the three. Charles Visser, I think, is in the best... Is he? I think Charles Visser is in the best standing for that. I don't know. I think Charles Visser is the... I'm gonna put my money on Charles Visser.
Okay, well then let's leave it to everyone out there in the virtual grandstand.
Yeah,
tell us. Who do you think that's going to get it? Is it going to be Charles Visser in the Norma Nova Proto NP02 and with a monster amount of power underneath it? Is it going to be the Lamborghinis from Inter Africa? Will we see the Ginetta be able to do it? We can't count out the Ginetta LMP2 car.
No,
that is going to be out there. We also have got quite a few different cars. We've got the Shelby Can-Ams, we've got the Ligiers, and we've got so many developing factors. I'm also going to put down McLaren.
Oh, of course you will. Of course you'll put down McLaren.
The GNH Transport McLaren, the MP4-12C is going to, well, MP4-12C is going to be the one to do it. It's a GT3 car. It's quick. It's got the power. It looks amazing. I think that's going to be one to climb up. Or maybe Stradale will be able to do it because they've been running good times with the Porsche 997 Cup car. They've been running some good times. BBR with the 992 has also been improving. There is so many different factors. It's going to be an exciting time. And I know lots and lots of people have been waiting for this time to happen. We've watched our support races. We've been chomping on the bit. And ladies and gentlemen, please ensure that you grab something to drink because once this starts, we're going to get going. So let's see how it's going to battle its way through.
Yep.
So let's see how the... All right, as we're getting ready to go. So let's see how this is going to go. So here at Kyalami, it is going to be alive. It's going to be well. And we're also going to be coming to you at Supersport, ladies and gentlemen. So do let your friends and family know to tune in at Supersport at that's 215 at at 6:15 tonight. Delayed broadcast due to the fact of the Olympics. And I've got to say, I'm really proud of the South Africans going to the Olympics, showing off what they can do, bringing home the medals. It's great. But I want to see those same Olympians to come and join us later in the year for the 9 hours of Kyalami.
That would be awesome. And that would be quite the relay crossover and the handing over of the baton in terms of sports and sports cause crossovers.
Why not?
from on-track sports to on-track sport. That would be pretty cool.
Now, I'm gonna really step it up a little bit here, because we're talking about the Olympians coming in, having a look. We want to also see a couple of other sports coming in. Maybe we get some of our fighters from UFC. Who knows?
Okay.
Oh, hang on.
UFC.
Let's go and put the tinfoil hat on. I would like to see the sim racers possibly coming to the track.
Okay, now you're talking.
So how's this?
Now
okay,
you're talking.
let's toss an idea here.
Okay.
Because I know there's a good couple of sim racers on. Hilton Nixon, I know, is currently sitting there. But what happens, and just hear me out here, because we're going to have the 9 hours of Kyalami in November. They're going to be racing. But why don't we put a tinfoil hat on and run a 9 hours of Kyalami virtual at the same time in the same building? So there we go. You're going to have a race upon a race.
Jeez.
So just, I don't know, maybe I'm putting a tinfoil hat here. We're talking about Olympians coming in. We're talking about spectators coming in, enjoying. But for sim racers,
which are athletes, by the way.
And considering esports is recognized as an Olympic sport, and Motorsport South Africa
100%.
does have a sim racing work group. I don't know. I'm tossing it out there. I'm wondering. I think that the higher ups are going to be looking and going, let's see. So we've chucked it out there. I want to see the grandstands. Let us know what you think. What would you like to see coming later this year? But also for those around the circuit, let us know what you want to see coming out. And I know what everyone's waiting for, and that is the 4 hours of Kyalami that will be starting momentarily. Lots to unfold there. Lots of championships to talk about. Qualifying times. Everything looking to improve. Driver changes, car changes, everything. The cat has been completely thrown out of the bag, and now we are just going and giving everything it can. I mean, this is a developing as it happens. And down in the pits, Nadine will be walking around, giving us all the different conversations, interviewing the drivers, interviewing all the mechanics as well. We've seen her do that, and the crew chiefs, to let us know what's happening. I mean, I'm excited for this. The brain is running around right now. The possibilities of this race and the future, the possibilities of the series getting bigger and better. We're breaking records. We're setting history every single time we get out to the track. Well, let's see what's going to come in the future. Prince, I don't know, your thoughts?
The countdown clock is certainly winding down to that final few seconds just before the biggest race we've seen thus far. I think that is very important because we're throwing forward into an even more exciting season going forward, all the way up into the end of the year for the Kyalami.
And next year, because MRSSA is joined up, so that is another part.
100%. So all of that culminating on today is actually quite exciting. The series has taken on that sort of reputation of exciting news landing upon exciting venues and circuits. I like for us to continue on that trajectory. I'm also honing in a bit on the SAE itself and how the race is going to go out. We covered what we're excited about in terms of breaking lap records when it comes to the Class A and who's maybe going to take that honor amongst the vast array of talent that we have and a vast array of equipment. But we also have Class B, where there's an interesting mix there because Class B is catering for the GT4s, but it's also inviting a car that is, can we say, a pseudo GT4? In the form of that backdraft, which
the coupe, yes,
the coupe.
It is a pseudo GT4, purely on the fact it's got the same components that a GT4 would usually carry on its person. It's not homologated into a GT4 class, but there is a few touches you can do to homologate it into a GT4. I think it would be a really good, if you're looking to step up into B class, that is a way to do it because you still got the backing of backdraft. You're still fighting our national championship and trying something different. And then you've also got the likes of our Class E, the National V8 Roadsters that are out there. So it is a good one to go for. A little bit of the cheaper classes that you want to go for as well, Class C and D, that is going to be your Polos, your Polos, your BMWs, that type of stuff. Your Super Cups also fit into there. And that's always a good one if you want to try and do it. We know that there was a Kia Picanto that was meant to race. Unfortunately, engine giving a bit of a trouble, but switched over to the National V8 Roadster, so trying out something new. But we're going to take a look at a couple of the highlights over the past races that have gone by, because there is so much to take a look at and remembering everything that's gone on, and
there is.
It's just amazing. And to the two support classes that are completely different to the world of tin top racing, something that we both enjoy. Let's take a look at the bikes, because this was a bit of an interesting one. The red flag coming out early on after a bit of a restart, and the riders having to improve and get themselves all up together. Some very close racing with the MRSSA, and also going and displaying what the MRSSA is all about, having the side-by-side actions, the great racing between them, and also the friendships and family build that they've got in, and that they install in all their riders to be a part of it, pushing the narrative, but also keeping the fundamentals that have been throughout the whole time. Then you have got the likes of the Liqui Moly Super V, similar type, trying to work with one another. So always a great time to be a part of it. But we've seen the different evolutions, Prince. We've seen the different classes. For you, this was your first time, if I remember correctly, this is your first time calling bikes.
It is.
And the first time that it was the second time that I was ever calling karts. You were the main commentator for that. So I'm glad we're getting to share the experiences here.
Exactly. The hat is on the other head, if that makes sense.
Yes.
But before we continue that chat and enjoyment of the experience, well, I might as well lean into it, right? I really enjoyed this particular battle when it came to the bikes, seeing the different riding style between Jordan King as well as, I think it was Caravello. Yeah, Caravello seems... And also you called the fact that Caravello would step things up when it came to this particular race, given that he has a thing about him preferring the second round or second heat that's given to him to sort of up the ante and sort of put a lot more pressure on the leader. And it's exactly what he did. I mean, the battle between the two of them really was where the heat, most of the intensity and sort of unpredictability was coming from. Although I will say Jordan King's fight back was quite something to behold.
It was always great. And then even in the second heat, where we saw the Adolf with his absolute efforts getting it down into the 46 ahead of Damien Perfecati, second of the fastest lap times, but unfortunately losing out that second place. Camelo going and putting himself into second place, which was absolutely tremendous stuff after great fighting. Unfortunately, late break incident into the S's was what changed it up. But throughout the different classes, there was always a fight, and where we had Christian Calvello and the likes of Jordan King going after one another, there was just so many, lots of interactions between the two groups that went out that were split. There was just so much to go for. This was one of my favorite passes where Christian Calvello went an undercut right by Cheetah, and that forced the likes of Jordan to actually sit the bike up. He wasn't expecting Christian to really lean in to go for a part. So it's something that we really need to keep an eye out for. So at the moment, we are just preparing for the time that is a build-up to the start of the Kyalami, for the 4 hours of Kyalami, the South African Endurance Series Round 4 Championship. So it's a bit of a build-up to that, getting everything sorted out. The riders, the drivers that have now completed the sprint races will be getting their cars all sorted out, loading the bikes, putting them off to one side, and then going and pulling out the briars, going and sitting around the edges of the circuit, the fringes of the track, and we'll be going around. I know that Marius Jacobs has even said that they're going to go and bet on one of the cars that are out in the front every time it passes. They will do a push-up for every time that car passes. Now,
the push-up bit.
So I wonder if Marius is going to pick something that, a little bit of a slower car, because if you start looking towards the sharp end of the field, and, well, by the end of it, he's going to be fit enough to pick up his car and put it on the trailer, not drive it on.
Yeah, and put it on the back of that Bantam Bakkie.
On the Ford Bantam Bakkie that was in Silver Cup, yes.
But yeah, we've got our SAE grid preparing, last and final preparations. It does not get, there isn't another chance and opportunity that you're going to have as calm as they have right now. After this, when the clock hits that 0 and we continue and go up into the 4-hour race, it's literally high pressure, non-stop, right up until the end. So we're just letting them, giving them their chance to set up the grid, and we're going to do the grid work, of course, with Nadine. She's going to take us through one by one to see and talk to some of the competitors that we have. Of course, spearheading that, we have pole sitters, the number 27 Blueberry Lamborghini with Axel Jeffries and Philip Barron there, and next to them, not too far off them, Stewie White and like a Stewie White, who seems to have gotten some fans. I think it's Sibu Hlubi, believes that Stewie's going to break that lap record. We'll see.
Okay.
I really thought
it's
I
a
thought
possibility.
Stewie.
It's a possibility,
yeah.
but they're going to be starting third on the grid, which means there was 2 other cars that were quicker.
Yes. So that's the thing. So it makes it a different call, a difficult call rather. The thing is, Stewie White is not an unfamiliar mention in lap record breaking conversations, because he was at the wheel of that Ginetta not too long ago, and he was putting down some incredible lap times. So we'll see what happens. We'll see how it materializes. Different kinds of machinery, of course. LMP-ish leaning is the Ginetta, and you've got, of course, pure thoroughbred.
Ginetta is an LMP. It's an LMP2.
LMP2. And we've got GT3 thoroughbreds on this side. So that, of course, is a different prospect in terms of handling. But, yep, it's going to be an exciting day.
Well, with that being said, we are going to take a quick breather, have something to drink, and bring back all the action right here at Kyalami for the South African Endurance Series Round 4. As we build up to the 4 hours of Kyalami, make sure that you go and join in. Come be a part of the racing. Tickets are still on sale. You want to be a part of it. Come and enjoy, and into the twilight hours, we will be racing and having a bit of fun. Also, tune in out on Supersport at 2:15 at 6:15. There's a delay broadcast. You want to be a part of it. You want to come and see it, relive that bit of history, or get to see it live here out on YouTube as well. We will be going and cutting over to our Supersport broadcast, so there will be a little bit of a change up in the usual commentary that you're hearing right now, but still plenty of fun, plenty of action. Prince Ndweni, who's got his cell phone out already, put it away. We're not having a safety car, and we'll see you in a couple of moments.
welcome to the Southern African Endurance Series, and a special welcome to all of our Supersport viewers. My name is Nadine Wilkin. Today we are out at Kyalami in Midrand for round 4 of the SAE. We are thrilled to have you with us, and we plan to bring you a lot of action. And as you know, that is what we do. I mean, round 1, we had cars on fire. Round 2, people ended up in the kitty litter. Round 3, we were full of floods. So who knows what's going to happen today? At the moment, we've at the top 3 in our classes. We have overall PPL, BBR, and Promogen Racing. In Class A, we have Promogen Racing leading the pack. Class B, we have Fabian Lanz, who has teamed up with Dan Hirsch today, but will be racing in Class E. In Class C, we've got Kalex, who are only doing the 1-hour dash, Yuri alone, because Cara Hill, interesting note, has teamed up in her father's place with Bradley Liebenberg for Promogen Racing. And then in Class D, father and son combo is Roberto and David Franco. And then V8 Roadsters leading the pack is People Group, as well as Index of Performance. So let's see how things change up today. That's all from me for now, but I'll see you on the grid shortly.
Indeed, it is a welcome to you. It is round 4 of the SAES 4 hours of Kyalami. It's welcome back to you if you're joining us on our live stream, and welcome to our Supersport viewers as well. Great to have you with us. We've got plenty racing ahead. Nadine has already shown us that preview and that build-up we've had from the early part of the year into where we are right now. From round 1 all the way to round 3, it's been jam-packed and exciting, and we're now here at round 4 on Kyalami's Grand Prix circuit, which has provided very exciting action and definitely promises for more, Steve.
It's going to be an incredible one. I can tell you I'm really looking forward to how the race is going to go. Lots of changeovers have been happening, new drivers entering the whole staple. We've got changeover of cars, as we heard, Corey Hill going into a GT3. This is going to be her first time in a GT3 racing in anger. And what is that going to do in terms of changing the bike? Suddenly there's a lot more power. She's trying to get used to the car. Bradley Liebenberg will be able to use her Paul Hill in the Drivers' Championship, so that's going to be able to help. And then we've got Yuri Swart, who's unfortunately going to be in the 1-hour dash, so that means he's not scoring any points for the D class as well. So that's going to be a change up there. But also our Class E, our National V8 Roadsters that are out on the track, they are going to be properly in a fight with one another. Very close racing. At the moment, our National V8 Roadster, People Group and Adept, going and landing up, holding 3 crowns at the moment for this season. So they're trying to really step it up as well. So trying to see how this is all going to mix and match, how the driving is going to go through. We had our qualifying as well, which was incredibly interesting.
Indeed.
Where each driver had to go and get a lap time in. They then get it all added together and divided by the number of drivers. The average of that was your grid position. And that's how we saw things mix up, because suddenly everyone had the bank out on Into Africa, the 125 Lamborghini to score to the top. Unfortunately, it was not the case.
Not at all. I certainly was one of those individuals. But things certainly changed in terms of picture. Especially, I want to go back a bit to look at the case between Cara Hill and Brad Liebenberg. That is what you saw reverberate throughout, not only in the GT classes, but also in the V8 Roadsters as well. The likes of Tradecore, there were significant differences in terms of the qualifying times that we saw between the likes of Philip Mayer and Mark Harvey and his teammates. So that was qualifying. When it comes to the performance now in the race, the gap is even bigger in terms of race pace, because it's not just 1 or 2 tenths, it turns out into minutes. So we'll see how that materializes going into the race.
Well, there's so much to unpack, and we can't unpack it right now. We got 4 hours of racing to do. We're going to go over to Nadine, who's going to be giving us all the information from the grid.
Okay, so we are live on the grid and ready for our 4 hours of Kyalami. The guys have lined up on the grid. Let's go see who we can chat to before we get started. First, I want to chat to our new team from Into Africa. They're all the way from overseas. They can give you a bit more information, but I've got Axel and Philip here. Philip, where are you from?
Austria, Vienna.
Okay, and what you doing here?
Racing, basically. I'm doing the 4 hours of Kyalami for the first time. I'm the first time in South Africa, and I have a really great time.
Awesome. Well, we look forward to seeing what you can bring to the track.
Hopefully a victory.
Yes. And Axel, I see you guys made pole position, gave Stuart and Kolile a bit of a run for their money. Where are you from?
Actually, originally from Zimbabwe, but I live in Dubai now. I raced in South Africa, let's say my junior part of the career, and then obviously went a bit more internationally.
Okay. Well, it's good to have you both with us, and can't wait to see what you guys are going to do out there.
No, we're looking forward to it. It's been great so far. We've had a lot of fun. It's nice to see such a big turnout, and we're looking forward to a good race.
Awesome, and we hope to see you back in SA again. And listen, don't steal into Africa to Dubai, hey? We want them back a bit. Cool, thanks, good luck.
See you later.
Shah, welcome back to the track. Wild Child.
Yeah, it's certainly good to be back, considering the last enduro race I did was a 9-hour with Volkswagen. Considering we put the car on the front row, is looking for a promising weekend this weekend.
And how do you feel going up against some internationals on pole position there?
To be honest, I think a lot of people take it as a threat, but to be honest, I think, that's where us young drivers in South Africa, we aspire to be where these drivers are, and I aspire today to learn from them and stuff like that, and I really take it as a compliment to race against such high-level drivers in South Africa, and I'm really looking forward to it, to be honest.
Awesome. Now, you guys weren't able to race in our last round due to a gearbox fault. Are you guys able to use that now as a drop round?
To be honest, I'm not quite sure. That definitely it did do us bad, considering we had to drop around. I think at the moment, the Promogen Audi is leading the championship at the moment. I think us in Into Africa, we similar on points maybe, but at the moment I think we could use it as a drop. But at the moment we're just happy the car's running in one piece at the moment, and the reliability is looking good as well.
Awesome. Well, I can't wait to see what you're going to bring out there today.
Thank you. I'm certainly hoping to bring the fight to all of them, but at the end of the day we'll see where we finish.
Bring the heat. Thanks, Charles. Okay, let's move on to Stuart and Kolile. Mr. Leclerc. Oh, he's busy with the minister. Let's talk to Gerald. I had the pleasure of going to visit Gerald's workshop, Into Africa workshop. I must say, though, it is more like a museum because it's so well kept and such a tight ship that he runs. Gerald, thank you so much for having us at your workshop. What's your guys' strategy going into today? You guys have 2 cars on the grid for the first time. How's that going to work?
Yeah, look, it's a lot of pressure on the team, but I think we did well with the qualifying, starting first and third. From the race start, we're just going to keep on pushing to the front, and obviously it's race on for both of them. The 125 car is running for the championship, that car not. But at the end of the day, it's open to race, and we'll see what happens in the end. We're just going to keep on pushing.
Well, as you know, always wishing you guys everything of the best.
Thank you so much, appreciate it.
Quickly, who's starting, Kolile or Stuart?
Stuart is starting in 125, and then Philip is starting in 27.
Awesome. Well, good luck, guys. We'll see you guys out there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so let's move over to... Oh, hello, Kolile.
Hi, man. How are you, man?
Good, and you? Listen, huge thank you for always making this all possible for us.
You know, all of us have to do our bit to make sure that this sport of ours that we love sustains. Yeah. And we're back here again. You know, every time we come here, it's like, you know, the best feeling ever, because this is the best track we have in South Africa. To showcase it and to have an opportunity to race Kyalami, such a historic track, is always an honor. So we're happy to be here.
And all the drivers that you've got with us in the series feel the exact same way about Kyalami.
And, you know, for us, we are happy that we've ever been given this opportunity to promote the series and to make sure that all these drivers have this opportunity of probably once in a lifetime to race Kyalami. So we're really honored to have this opportunity.
And I must say, this track definitely pulls in guys from all over the world.
Yes, it does. I mean, this weekend we invited 2 international drivers, and it's part of our bid to expose them to what we do here. You know, we brought them here. They are the lead car. Nice thing they are in our car, so it's a good thing. And it does attract a lot of guys from overseas to come here. We're hoping that a lot of them can come here so that we can support this lovely country of ours.
Yes.
Yeah.
All for the love of motorsport. Well, thank you so much for everything, for your time, and I'll see you out there.
Thank you so much. Thank you for what you do. Thank you.
Thanks, Kolile. Okay, right. Let's go to Stradali Motorsports. Hello, Charles. This is something new. Where's the Mercedes?
Yeah, it's still not fixed 100%. We only got the part of it late. It was delayed out of Europe. But yeah, luckily we've got this. We landed this car
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, here we are. We're excited to see what we can do.
Well, I'm excited to see what she can do. Does she have a name?
No, unfortunately, we don't give names. We just, but mind you, I mean, it is a Manthe Porsche. We just call her Manthe.
Manthe.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, Manthe, impress us, Joel.
For sure. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joel. We'll see you out there.
Thank you. Yes, we do.
Cool. Okay, so now let's go over to Promogen. Bradley Liebenberg and Cara Hill. Cara, don't run away. Come, honey. Come. So this is an interesting combo. Where's Dad?
He's sick, but he's here. But
No, I saw him there, but I mean, you know. Yeah. Anyway, so Cara Hill usually races Class C with Kalex, with Yuri Swart, and today she's teamed up with Bradley Liebenberg. I must say, I'm excited to see what this young blood team can bring to the party. How are you feeling about racing with Cara today?
Yeah, I look forward to it. I think she was quite strong yesterday. I think she impressed herself as well, and a lot of the other people in the paddock. So yeah, we look forward to it. 4 hours is a long time. A lot of things can happen. So yeah, let's get through lap 1, turn 1, and then we take it from there.
Yeah, and just have fun. And Cara, tell me, have we sorted out? Because I remember the first time you drove this car, I think it was at Swartkorps, and the seats, you weren't quite fitting. How have we adjusted to make that work for you guys?
I still not really in the seats. I still have to use like a booster seats because I'm short. But the pedals are a little bit still too far, so I can't really get that point with the brakes. But I'm trying to make use of what I have. So I don't think I'm doing too bad considering that I barely fit in the seats. But I'm doing good, I think.
Well, I think you're doing fantastic. It's your debut in the Audi as well as in Class A, and I wish you guys everything of the best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll see you guys a bit later. Okay, so now let's move on to the Slingshot 72. Mike, let's see if Mike can quickly chat to me. Hello. What you trying to dodge me, eh? Yeah, where's Steve?
They're also dodging you.
I thought you guys loved me. Why are you dodging me?
No, we're good. We don't want to jinx anything by telling you that things are going well. We'd rather tell you that afterwards.
Yeah, we'll talk later in the pits. So how's the car going?
Yeah, good. We're happy. We found some pace in the car since we were last year at the 9 hour. Yep. So yeah, a bit of homework has paid off. I mean, it was quite a while ago over here in, what was it, December? Yeah. And so a lot of development since then. And all small increments, but heading in the right direction. So I think we're good. We haven't had, everything's just, we're comfortable. We hope we've got a car that can run at a sort of a pace, a race pace similar to where it's on the grid. And after 4 hours, hopefully we can take 1 or 2 places on top of that, but we must get to the finish first.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens. Looking forward to seeing you guys cross that finish line.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Mike. Okay, so now we're over to MJR. Now, if you guys remember, MJR had a couple of oopsies at Aldo Scribante. So that definitely won't be happening today again. Let's see who we can chat to here. There's Mr. Jackson hiding from me on the floor there. You thought I wouldn't see you here? Can I sit on this thing? You may. Cool. So, new teammate today?
Yes, Johnny is driving with us, so we invited him for this race to come and join us because Joe is overseas. He's got some responsibilities there at Nürburgring. And so Johnny is joining me in the 4 hours.
Awesome. Well, I'm excited to see what you guys are going to do together. Tell me now, the car obviously had a bit of damage at Aldo Scribante. All sorted?
Yes, everything is sorted, and we're happy to be back on the track. Awesome. That's the main reason why we're here and why we enjoy it.
Yeah. And happy to see that you're starting today.
Yes, yeah. I'm going the first round out, doing the first hour, and then Johnny, and then we will see afterwards what the strategy is. And let's hope for the best.
Cool, all the best. So for those of you who might see a bit of dash cam action, it will be on the MJR car. That'll be coming fed through to you guys live from their car. Okay, BBR, currently one of the top 3 teams in the championship. Sorry for that. Let's see who we can find here. Verissimo, Tavares, yay. Sorry, do you mind if I stand this side? How are you?
Fine, and you?
Good, thanks. Are you starting?
Nope.
Who's starting?
Hein will start, yeah. I'll let him deal with all the confusion.
Okay, and tell me, I see Henk's not here. Where's Henk?
Henk's busy testing with Toyota, so he got the weekend off from us. Yeah. And Robert's joining us, so we're super excited about that.
Okay, and who is Robert and how did we get hold of him?
Robert is standing, Robert's gone. I don't know where he is now. No, Robert races as well in the touring cars. And he joined us with Stuart's team, so we're very happy to have him, pleased to have him, yeah. So I'll do the middle stint, just try and keep things nice and civil, try and stay on the track, and then we'll keep the rest of the work for Robert at the end.
Yeah. I mean, I must say you guys are not doing too badly at all. You guys are currently in the top 3 teams for overall, and you've already missed. You actually missed a round, so you guys are very consistent. So yeah, wishing you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Cool. I'll see you in the pits. All right, let's go through to Samlin Racing. So Samlin Racing hasn't been with us, I think, for 1 or 2 rounds, but they've just brought this new Lambo into the country. Let's quickly chat to Nathan. Hello, Nathan. How are you?
Good, and you?
Good, thanks. So tell us about this brand new beast.
It's the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo Evo 2. So we just finished it. We taking today or this weekend as a shakedown on the car, and then hopefully next endurance races it goes better than what we're doing now at the moment. So we're still learning the car, but it's a fantastic car.
You guys like learning at races, eh?
Well, the thing is, you're not really going to get 2 hours worth of seat time at a practice day, so we might as well use it and see where we are compared to the other cars.
And why have we gone with a different color? Did it arrive like that, or did you guys just want a new sort of look?
So the guys, Hexus and Wrap My Ride, they sponsored the wrap. So they decided what wrap to do. So they decided on the red and the gold, the Iron Man theme. And then hopefully when we bring the Evo 2, you guys can see the orange and silver on that as well.
Okay. Yeah, I like it, lady in red. Someone mentioned to me that this is the only Evo in the country. Is that true?
Yeah, so this is the only Evo 2. And then the only Evo 1 is standing at the shop, busy finishing that up, hopefully for the next race.
Okay, cool. Well, you're racing with your dad today. Wishing you and Sam all the best. And let's see what this bad boy can do.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Enjoy
Thank you. Okay, so G&H Transport. Okay. Charles, where's your car? No, I just spoke to you. Sorry about that. Let's see here. G&H, I can't see them. Looking for anybody. Okay. Anthony and Ryan, come, let's chat to our young blood. So these two are 2 of our youngest drivers. And shame, Ryan ended up in a bit of a tyre barrier at Aldo Scribante, but we're not going to do that today, and we're also not going to get any more fines, hey?
Yeah, I mean, that was more of a brake failure, but I mean, this weekend seems good. I mean, the weather seems nice, so I mean, looking forward to it. I'll be starting off the stint, and then Anthony will jump in for the second stint, so I mean, looking forward to it. The car's been one piece, so I mean, it's looking good so far. I mean, we've had decent pace as well, so I mean, of course looking to win class as well and see where we can place overall, but I mean, should be good this weekend, but yes, I'm looking forward to it.
Just have fun. And you, Mr. Pretorius, what happened yesterday that we were given a fine? You know I always bring up those things.
No, so the team forgot some fuel in the pit lane on Thursday night, yeah. So it was a bit of a mistake from the team, but I don't think we'll be doing that again.
Yeah, definitely not. Well, listen, I wish you guys everything of the best. Bring it home, keep it safe, and yeah, show the bullies what to do, like I told you last time. Okay, let's go back to GNH. Hello, how are you? Good, thanks. Sorry, remind me of your name again.
And Blunden, yeah.
And Blunden.
Yeah.
And so you guys have a new team member today. Who is he?
It's me and Ricky.
Yes. Is there not a third guy?
It was Jimmy, but he had a bit of a medical thing, so he's fine. He opted for out, so it's just the 2 of us splitting the 2 hours and 2 hours for 4 hours.
Okay, cool. I mean, that's not a problem though, right?
Yeah, no problem at all. No problem.
More car time?
Yes, more seat time.
I know you guys going to miss your other trio, Gianni.
Yeah, we always do, but we'll be fine. No problem.
Yeah, I hope you didn't hear that.
Yeah, no, I think he was up to racing today, so it's fine, no worries.
Okay, cool.
Good.
Well, wishing you guys everything of the best, and we'll see you out there.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Okay, so Samlin Racing, the other car, I don't see any of the gents standing there. Let's speak to Yuri Swart. Yuri, can I chat to you quick? So this is something different. I mean, we've got a brand new car. We're not racing Class T. We don't have a partner, and we're doing the 1 hour dash. How are you feeling?
A bit weird, I'll be honest. But all in all, the main task for me here this weekend is just to test the car for Paul, to make sure that it's all one piece. You know, like we've had a lot of bad luck with our other car, unfortunately. And it is a bit of a shame because I really enjoyed that car. But, you know, something different now. The car, I think, just a lot more planted, a lot more solidly built. So, yeah, we can only move forward from here. And I'm excited, hopefully, that if Kara comes back, doesn't leave me here on the sidelines. But otherwise, you know, if it were, not worst case, let's say best case, I'll get Paul to race with me. But no, I think Kara will be back. And yeah, this car, it's built for overseas actually, so we're hopefully going to do 1 or 2 overseas races as well as a team. So some exciting stuff ahead. So for me now, it's get this 1 hour done without any niggles, and that'll be a good step forward.
Awesome. Sounds like some exciting stuff in the pipeline. But now let's talk about Class C, right? So now neither of you are racing in Class C this weekend. What does that do for your championship?
Yeah, to be honest, we all discussed it and said we're kind of just not going to focus on the championship this year. We've had a lot of bad luck. It's cost a lot of money. And I think that, we wanted to look forward as a team into our NSPX solution. And that was sort of throwing away around and testing the car properly, because we're not going to get a chance to test it this amount of time on a normal practice day. And, for put in a race situation and let it go its course. And I think it'll pay off in the future.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, have fun.
Thanks. Cool.
And show the other 1 hour dashes what you're made of.
I'll do my best. I'm going to try and move forward either way. Still a race at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. Have some fun. I'll see you later. Okay, so let's go a bit to the back of the grid and see what's happening. So I'm quite surprised to see Mike Barrera is back in for the 1 hour dash. He was having a bit of car difficulty. So he wasn't sure if he was going to race, but they seem to have managed to fix the issue. Who else is there? These are current Class D leaders. The Francos, give us a woo-woo. Good luck, dad and son. That's Roberto and David Franco. Oh, Richard. How are you? Always lovely to see you.
Oh, likewise.
So, how are you feeling?
Yeah, lovely. This weather's fantastic today. It's going to be a lacquer race. But obviously, the good old nerves are there.
Yeah.
Because we've gone pole, but we don't want to lose it. No, we've done the first part right. Now let's not go mess it up.
Yeah, now you just got to stay consistent. So tell me who's starting?
Gavin is starting. You can say hello to him down there.
Yeah.
But
Hi,
hopefully he puts us in a position that we can finish well.
Do you know what? I think it's actually a bit of a tactic on his side, because he knows you won't get out the car.
Yeah, I think so. He knows if there's enough fuel in my energy, he won't get a chance.
Don't believe everything he says.
I told him it's a tactic. Otherwise, he won't give you a chance to drive, right? How are you feeling for today?
Oh, good, positive. I think we'll have a good race. I hope so. Weather's good, track's good, the field's good.
Yeah.
It'll be good.
Well, have fun out there, and we'll see you guys a little later in the pits.
Thank you.
Hopefully only for a pit change. Okay. 3. Okay, let's go over to Pesty Racing. Barrent, let's chat to you. Your dad's busy. So you starting then?
Yeah, I'll do the first stint and then we'll see how it goes. Quite warm now, so I think the track temperature is going to go up a bit. But yeah, we had a good quali. My dad found speed. I found speed this weekend, especially looking back from last year. So it's looking very promising. So I think we'll have hopefully a good race. I'm sure we will. Done a lot of prep in the car after PE. But yeah, it's going to be a good day.
Awesome. Yeah, we won't say the G word, hey? We'll just make sure that everything there just goes according to plan.
Yeah, no, 100%. But yeah, the car will run perfectly. I'm sure, like I say, we've done a lot of prep. This car's ready, so can't wait. Just wish we can start now. And yeah.
Okay, let me give everyone a bit of TV time and then we'll start, okay? Okay, cool. See you guys in the pits later. Thanks. All right, let's go and chat. Actually, can we just take a moment to appreciate the new people look on their car? They've changed from a white and blue car to a beautiful grey and orange. Come on, come have a chat with me, gents. So these guys have really impressed us this season. Not only are they leading overall, they're also leading Index of Performance, and they are leading the V8 Roadsters. So how does it feel to be leading 3 of our classes?
Awesome. We really didn't expect to be leading overall as well. We were pushing obviously for class and index, but overall's just a bonus.
Yeah.
So it's going to be hard to hang on to, but we'll do our best.
Awesome. We're wishing you everything the best. Tell me, Philip, what inspired the new look?
You know, the past we had lots of white cars on the track with us, and at night it became difficult trying to distinguish the different cars from each other. So we looked at the different colors on the grid and we thought, hey, let's go with something different, stands out. Mark's done a fantastic job in getting the car looking as good as it does. And as you can see, it looks fantastic.
Yeah, it really does. It looks stunning.
Thank you.
I mean, you unfortunately now not the only grey backdraft on the grid, but Murphy's Law. Yeah. Dean, how are you feeling? When are you doing your stint?
All right, so I'm going second today, and our plan is very much the same as the other weeks. I think what we'll do is choose a steady pace, try and stick to that pace, and see what happens ahead of us. But I think it's worked for us in the past. A fast, steady pace is what we want to do. Look after the car and get to the end.
I mean, just keep doing what you've been doing, right? Cool. All the best. We'll see you out there. Cool, no problem. Okay, let's see here. Let's go chat to CJ and JP. Hello, JP. Don't act like you're on the phone. Come on then, give us a chat. You guys enjoying the shade here while you can?
It's actually quite warm today, so yeah, just trying to hide in the shade before the race starts.
Okay. And car going okay. You guys are, I see CJ's obviously starting. Then you're going to go second, or how's it going to work today?
CJ, Ant, and then myself. I'll finish off. Yeah, yesterday we had a bit of an issue with the steering rack leaking, but we seem to have sorted it out. Cars, working. Everything is looking good for today. Looking forward to it.
Well, I'm wishing you guys everything of the best. I mean, your head mechanic looks like he's pretty chill, so everything must be sorted, yeah?
Exactly. All right, perfect.
All right, see you guys out there. Okay, then. Okay, who else can we chat to? You. Okay, yeah. Barney. Okay, Fikile, let's chat to you first. Sorry. So Fikile, how are you feeling for today?
I get a bit nervous, but I'm looking forward to it.
You know, I don't know what's going on. I've also been a bit nervous today. Everyone's feeling like they're a little bit, but I just think it's going to be a great day. That's why.
No, it's going to be a great day. There's about 10 of Class E cars. It's going to be a nice competition.
Yeah, it's quite a big grid. You guys are starting quite far back. How are you feeling about that?
No, it's just a few seconds in between. So somebody had to be here. But they are all 209s in average. You see. So that's why we're here. So, but it means nothing. We've got 4 hours.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a marathon.
Yeah.
Tell me, so earlier on in the pits, I overheard you saying something about your brakes that needed some bleeding. Is it all sorted?
You know, that's sorted. Well, it was done, but I don't know. I've not tested the car after that, but I'm hoping it's okay.
Well, I'm sure it's all going to be fine. Thank you so much for your time, and I'll see you out there.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Awesome. Okay, so let's go talk to Corridus. Shame, these gents are all the way from Mozambique. It's a father, son, and then another international all the way from Portugal. Who would like to chat to me? I know you like to talk.
Okay.
You love the socials.
Yeah, I love that's important for the sponsors. That's important for the race. So I love it. I love racing.
So tell me something. Am I going to see you guys more on the track today?
Yes, you're gonna see us on the track today. Inside of the car, outside of the car. So you're gonna see us.
Well, hopefully more inside the car.
Yes, hopefully. Yes, thank you very much.
Awesome. I'll see you guys there. Bye-bye. Okay, bye-bye. Usually Fabian teams up with Lonica Martins and Dan Hirsch with Trevor Graham, but they have made a new combo here. How are you guys feeling about this new team?
Definitely today is a better day than yesterday. Warm-up went really well. We had a lot of issues yesterday. So I'm really looking forward to today, to obviously making up a lot of places.
Okay. And what does this do for your championship with Class B? Because currently you're leading Class B.
That's correct. So obviously I'm not racing Class B today, but again, I'm here now. Let's focus on today. Dan's been driving really well. We did some driver change practice earlier on and we nailed that, so I'm pretty excited.
Awesome. Before they chase me off, quickly tell me a bit about what's happening with what you're mentioning about women and in the industry and where you're going.
Oh yes, so I'll be representing the ladies in Spain at an international karting event, and there will be girls from South Africa competing. So really, really good initiative. I'm very excited.
Awesome. I'm going to find you in the pits a bit later so we can get some more information about that. But good luck. Dan the man, bring it home, brother. Okay, well that is all from us for now on the grid. These drivers are excited and keen to get started, so I don't want to delay them any further. So that's all from me for now. I will see you in a while in the pits. And I'm sure there's going to be plenty of action. So for now, let's go back to commentary before we get this race started. Thank you.
Indeed, plenty to look forward to. We heard it from the competitors themselves. And an interesting insight, I think, from everything that I heard with each of the racing drivers was what Figile of Team Kubani said, which is that, look, as much as we've qualified in different positions, some are second or two off, the average is what counts, as everyone is in and about the 209 mark in terms of their field. And the fact that the 4 hours is pretty much going to encapsulate what happens as opposed to the individual capability and performance of the cars, which is a huge statement, which says they know that something could come their way and that could apply to any of the cars in any of the classes.
That is very, very true, and the best way of explaining what motorsport is. But as we get this beautiful shot pulling back through the field and just seeing some amazing machinery, all that's ringing through my head, that's going right now, is a couple of words that get spoken every year, and it's been since 1960s. And it's, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, start your engines as we got brute force V8s, we have got V10s, we have got everyone screaming to get going. The drivers have been waiting for this moment. Everyone out in the grandstands have watched our support races during the course of the day, and now this is it. The 4 hours of Kyalami will be getting underway for the formation lap as we get ready to go and have a bit of fun. It's going to be exciting. We also, with our guests, our VIPs, I mean, it was just exciting. Our Deputy Sporting Minister here at the track, getting to talk to her is just absolutely amazing. And now she gets to experience everything coming alive, how motorsport's going to come alive, and how we're going to have this. You can hear the pin drop as everyone gets excited. Tensions build
100%.
as they slowly move away. It's going to be warming those brakes, warming those tires, and then you're going to hear the crowd start to come alive, start to cheer on as everyone getting excited for the very moment. And then as they enter the final corner, silence will fall, lights will go on, everyone's heartbeats can be heard, and as soon as it goes green, it's going to be green and gold, baby, all the way here in South Africa as motorsport will come alive at Kyalami. 4 hours, multiple hit records broken by the South African Endurance Series, and we have got it all. Lap record on the line, 1:42.021, done by Matt Campbell. Matt, I hope you're watching, buddy, because you're about to lose that. Come in a couple of moments. That's going to be gone. That is going to be changed. We will have a new one. I am certain on it. I'm excited. I don't know if you noticed, but man, look at the front of that field. Monster alive. It's brilliant.
Oh, man, what a compliment to this world-class circuit. World-class equipment and world-class talent marshalling that very equipment. There's at least 3 contenders for that lap record, I reckon. At the very least 3, Steve.
Oh, it looks like Andrew Horn trying to get himself going, getting himself into gear, and you'll see Nicky Dix just behind him in the Porsche. Ryan Nijker coming by. He's going to be having a bit of fun. Just multiple machinery. Yuri Swart in the new K-Lex Super Cup that is very close to a few tweaks, and it can actually be a TCR car, a new car to be in, and also tweaks to make it a TCR, which is exciting because we got a Trofeo car, we got GT3s, GT4s, and TCRs, which is very close to what some of our drivers are experiencing over in Germany. We've got cup cars as well. I mean, we've got everything here in South Africa, and it's going to come alive. It's going to get wild. So everyone's sitting at home and in the grandstands are going to be cheering on. We're going to hear the whole of South Africa come alive and getting to go, and the flags are waving as well. Love it. I love to see it, the excitement, the enthusiasm, and this is where it's going to get wild, it's going to get crazy, and we're also going to get into the night hours as well. So we're going to fall into that nighttime racing in the final 10 minutes of the race. That is going to change things up as well. Lots to go on, and just you can appreciate the sounds as they make their way up to the S's, to Leerkop, and then they'll come down the mine shaft, start in the formation, going to about 70 kilometers an hour, lining left to right, getting themselves ready for the turnaround Ingwe. Straight line, wait for light to go off into the kink at full throttle. And in a few moments, we're about to hear a symphony that cannot be replicated. If you want to talk about the best sounds in Africa, no, hold on. The best sounds in the world, you're about to hear it.
Oh, 100%. And I can't help but salivate when you see the entire grid sort of snaking their way along the circuit, slowly sort of tantalizing and whetting our appetites for what's about to come for the next 4 hours. Something you've thrown forward to, particularly in the 1 hour dash, that TCR car. Interesting part of I think a segment of this race is how that's going to play out, because I know that I think it was Dr. Mike Verrier in that Shelby Can-Am who seems to have had a niggle come his way just before the race, and they've overcome that and they're back in the running for the 1 hour dash. So it's going to be that TCR with Dr. Mike Verrier and the second Can-Am as well that are going to be competing for the 1 hour period
and
of the
also,
entire 4 hours.
We've also got the 2 Legias that are in there as well, the Rico Barlow and Andrew Horn. But the safety car lights are off. It's now backing the field up. This is where it gets exciting. Everyone closing the field up, everyone getting excited. Tensions are going to start to build now, mounting. Heartbeats being heard, silence on the radios. It's going to be the only words you're going to hear is good luck. And that's going to be it for the next 5 laps. The team are just going to report good luck. and it's down to the drivers, the symphony that will be singing its praises all the way through as they make their way to Cheetah right behind our commentary box. Now looking at Ingwe. This is the shot down. You'll watch him turn around, go into the left-hander. It's lights on. You'll hear the revs pick up. And will it be the Inter-Africa, the number 27, get ahead of the Just for Sleep? Norma Nova, lights on. Wait. The marshal ready with the button. And lights off, and we're racing for round 4 as they charge their way through. And it is an absolute slugfest heading into the kink. And now charging down towards turn 2. The Norma Nova, unfortunately, stuck on the outside, gets the 2 Inter-Africas left and right getting past him, and now down into 3rd place. So Inter-Africa getting themselves sorted, but 3 wide through turn 2. Absolutely incredible racing off to the start of it. Stradali trying to go move forward as well, and we have got the likes of, who would that be? That would be the MJR Audi R8 that is trying to trail behind, but at the moment, from 2nd to 3rd, that is the Rico Barlow Just for Sleep Nova that's back down and now in the clutches of Bradley Liebenberg, who's trying to get onto the back of him. So that's going to be an interesting one for the drivers to keep a very close eye on, because that is a championship contender to deal with. There's right on the back of him, not going to make life easier, but also we cannot forget that the Inter-Africa the 125 with Stuart White behind the wheel has got clear air ahead of him. He's gotten past his fellow teammate in the number 25, and the number 27, so he's gotten past them. Now can keep going. Now it's up to the number 27 to play a little bit of a defensive role and go and help hold back some of the field to get into this, because it now is a bit of a vying for points as Bradley Liebenberg looking left and right, trying to figure out how can he get past. Jensen losing out the ground though, goes out wide. Bradley gets past, and now it's just a tow through through Cheetah, first time in anger, and they are absolutely racing nose to tail. Shalaranji's also hanging on the back there with the Porsche, trying to make his way through. Our backdraft slingshot keeping ahead in front of the MJR Audi R8 GT3 Evo and making his way around. Absolutely tremendous stuff. Also, the Super Trofeo out there, the Samlin Racing, going and saying this is the perfect testing ground for it. Well, they're up in the field enjoying their run. So Nathan Hammond going and also having the likes of Damien Hammond right behind him. So the 2 Samlin cars working together, and they are keeping Hein Lartigan at bay in the race as well.
Yep, Samlin number 7 there being tested in anger. One way to test it is to throw it in one of the world's leading racing circuits. Now, Brad Liebenberg looked quite racy behind Michael Jensen there. I did see that move coming. I just didn't think it would come literally on the first lap, before the first lap was completed at the very least. But that is, of course, the championship leader. She's not going to want to waste any time. You don't want anything to offset the strategy you have in mind. As soon as you can do it, get it done and get the clean air. Like you're saying, it's a huge benefit to have clean air, and Stu White has shown what that benefit is, apart from the fact that he is super aggressive in the way he drives and he doesn't want to lose any speed whatsoever. You definitely want as little interruption as possible, and you can see Brad Liebenberg already starting to open that gap between himself and Michael Jensen, and he's going to want to reel in Philip Barron as quick as possible in that bright blue Lamborghini.
Now it's going to be an interesting one for the drivers to work out, and also that take a look at Hein Lartigan in the Porsche Cup car making his charge, trying to get onto the back of one of our Class B, and that is the Samlin Racing Lamborghini. Just behind this number 7, the beautiful Super Trofeo Evo 2. Absolutely stunning, and the only one in the country. And then, as we heard, there's an Evo 1 as well, which is just awesome to go and hear about, because that is just extra bit of info, extra excitement to come in. And yes, we will say goodbye to the Hurricane that's in Class B, but having an Evo 1 and an Evo 2 on the track, I think, is a beautiful replacement, especially for an endurance race like this. You get to have 2 cars that are extremely potent. But take a look at the lap time. Stuart White already put in a 1:42.3 on his last lap, so he's really starting to dial it up and get going, where Barron was 1:43.0. And Bradley Liebenberg at 44 as he was trying to make his way around. But we go down the trade course still, now having a bit of a fight and trying to keep ahead of a new pairing between Fabian and Lance, trying to make it all together with Dan Hirsch. So that's going to be an interesting time between them, and see how they're going to work out how this battle is all going to work out. I mean, there's so many different things happening out on the track, lots to think about. the amount of pit stops that they're going to be looking as possibly 2 stops in a 4-hour race, because we do have a mandatory, they do have restricted fuel tanks. You can't put all 110 litres in these cars, even though you can. The fuel tanks say, oh no, that is the Rico Barlow Ligier outbraking into Ingwe, and not ideal circumstances for the car, and thankfully not in towards the wall, but that is going to take him way down the order than planned.
Yeah, JP Stander there. He's part of the 1-hour dash, of course, and that would hurt him more than someone in the 4-hour, because you consider the fact that everything's relative right now in between the two. And they're going to have to maximize as much as possible on whatever advantage and minimize the damage. Let's see how that came about. Oh, there you go. Just lost the rear when getting back on the throttle. Luckily for those backdrafts, they weren't too close and could avoid that unfortunate situation there. But Stander able to get the car back around as quick as possible with minimal disruption for the rest of the competitors and got things back underway. However, the angle at which he was getting back on is a bit drafty. But let's see.
I think it was okay, but the only problem is that car is very quick. It's got amazing straight line speed. It's very nimble around the corners, but what we just got seen there is it does tend to have a bit of a turning angle of a tank. That's the thing. It doesn't turn. It's a beautiful car, but the radius that it can turn is equivalent to a fridge at this point. But incredible action going out into Africa, 1-2 at the moment. The guests coming in and enjoying themselves and battling out. But we did touch on that there is 2 races ongoing at the exact same time right now.
Indeed.
So take us through that.
Yep, so we have, of course, the total 4 hours, which the majority of the grid -5 will be taking part of. Then you have the 1-hour dash, where we have 5 cars, one of which we just saw spin around at the final turn. That was Jean-Pierre Stander in the Ligier. Then we also have Andrew Horn, Mike Verrier in the Shelby Can-Am, as well as Antoine Marks, I beg your pardon, in the Shelby Can-Am 2. And then we have Nicky Dix in that Porsche 997 GTR RSR. Those 5 cars, plus Yuri Swart in that VW Polo that's recently been taken into that TCR spec and should be looking forward to international races as well. Those 5 cars I just mentioned are going to be part of the 1-hour dash, and you're going to see them peel off. There's a special flag that's going to come down for them at the start finish to signal the end of their race, so do watch out for those.
Yeah, that's going to be the MSA flag for anyone that doesn't know about it. It's going to be an absolute amazing time. You can see the MSA flag. It's a white flag with a helmet in it for anyone that's layman's terms to see it. That will display, that means it's the end of the 1-hour dash, but at the same time, that also means that the drivers will then know when their race is done. They're allowed to do 2 more laps after the fact to cool their engines down. But at race pace, that is the Backdraft Coupe of Patemba.
In Class B, that was, I'd say, your second runner in Class B in terms of pace alone. What has gone on there?
That is not a grand idea, but I know who can find out. And that is going to be
investigators.
Nadine.
Side by side go the backdrafts on the brakes down, or rather up at Louikop. And let's see, the stretches out a bit more now, going down into Mineshaft. It's going to be flat out all the way down into the braking zone there at Crocodile. And you've got Lambo Rambo as well as Blueberry. There's the 125 and 27 Lamborghinis of Inter Africa Racing, hot on the trail of these 2 backdrafts. So they're going to have to be wary of them not too long from now.
Yeah, it's going to be a proper fight all the way through. So much to think about. So much happening at the start of the race. We haven't even got in through the first 10 minutes of the race. And no, please don't tell me that is what I think it is. You picked up your phone. That is a safety car board and a yellow flag. That is a safety car and a yellow flag. First safety car of the race in the first 9 minutes of the race. So this is definitely going to be a monumental run at the moment. So I can hear the camera crews also just puzzled by what happened as well. We can hear them chatting to us and trying to also get that bit of information.
Yep, we're going to see what happened there. Definitely is the Backdraft Coupe that's going to be in the situation there. That's the last car we saw that looked stranded. There was nothing else that our camera crew was able to pick up that was the only car really that looked like it was in a difficult position that does need the assistance of not only the yellow flag, but of course the recovery team that may be on the scene and at the ready not too long from now. So we're going to get a clear picture of exactly what happened in a few moments. But Steve, we need to catch a breath. It has been 9 minutes only, I know, but a lot has happened that is definitely going to shake up the shape of the race towards the end as the fans are waving their flags profusely. They're certainly excited for what they see and what they know is ahead of them for the next 4 hours and for the next hour as far as the 1 hour dash is concerned for the 6 cars that we spoke about not too long ago.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible stuff. I mean, it's so far off to a blazing start for Inter Africa, managing to shuffle their cars around, and there's also a couple of backdrafts that are now in the way of Bradley Liebenberg, who is sitting a little bit back in through the order. So he's going to have to try and figure out his way past the back markers to eventually catch up to the Inter Africa, which seem to be playing off one another. A 1-2 bounce their way through. Does look like the backdraft, the coupe, now getting towed back. Thankfully, nothing in terms of damage to the physical car into a wall, but something mechanically or electronically just gave up on that car. They had to pull it off, and now getting it pulled back in. But absolutely phenomenal start to the race. And now this is where we start to break down. Everyone is planning for a fantastic race. We plan for 2 stops within the race itself. Safety car comes out. This now extends your fuel, how long you can go on a tank. It extends your tire life as well. So what are we going to look at? Are we going to look at doing 1 stop and a splash and dash at the end? Is it going to be 2 full tanks? What is it going to be for the drivers as they got to figure this one out? The teams will be frantically trying to get to the planning, because if this happened later in the race, you could use it as a cheap stop. Now you got fully fueled cars. This is not a cheap stop.
Not at all.
Not a single person will be pulling into the pits. This is worst case scenario, because it's just too early in the race to be able to do the pit stop.
And you don't want to compromise your position that early on. The likes of Brad Liebenberg, for example, would not be in a position to do that, because they already have a lot of obstructions ahead of him. He knows he's got the lead of the championship to fight for, so he definitely wouldn't want to give himself too much of a challenge and something to work harder than he would want to for a lot more places and positions up the grid. We saw the recovery of that Ligier that just went in and out of the scene there. That was Jean-Pierre Stander, who had to recover it at the last turn after spinning out, and as he got back onto the throttle, getting control of it again as quickly as possible. That was the near miss as far as safety car inducing incidents are concerned, but the full-blown safety car incident has come now, and that was from that pink, the bright pink backdraft coupe, which has a performance that is capable of challenging in Class B, the GT4 car. So do not be surprised. We may be calling it a backdraft, similar to a number of the other cars you see here, that is the V8 Roadsters. However, the components and bits and pieces that go into forming this car put it in and about in the fight with the GT4. So watch out for that.
Well, let's take a look at what the grid started as and how it's evolved, because Inter Africa, the number 27 car, started in first place. Second place was the Rico Barlow, Just for Sleep, Norman Nova, followed by Inter Africa, the 125, with Stuart White and Mr. Leclerc going and battling his way through. Stradali Motorsport started in 4th, Promogen started in 5th, along with Harp Motorsport in 6th. The Backdraft SA landed up in 7th in qualifying, along with MJR in 8th. 9th was the BBR Porsche, followed by the MJR Motorsport Audi R8. The MJR Motorsport was in 8th. The BBR Racing was in 9th. Samlin Racing with their Trofeo was in 10th. 11th place was Andrew Horn, followed by the GNH Transport, the GNH Racing. That is the McLaren, started in 12th. The Servet Racing in 13th. Fast Development in 14th. Samlin Racing with their Class B, the Lamborghini, started in 15th. 16th was the Calyx, follow with Yuri Umpi-Swat doing the 1 hour dash. 17th was MP17, followed by Anthony Marks in the first of the Shelby Can-Ams. Mike Verrier behind him in 19th position. Graphic Supply World in 20th position. Moving back from that, 21st was Combined Racing, followed by Dutchman Browndeck. Then we have got Team Pesty Racing in 23rd. Car 23 Racing was in 24th position. Strong Racing in 25th. followed by the Kia Le Mans racing team that are not in a Kia. They actually started in 26 and they're in a Class National Roadster because their Kia ran out with its engine giving up the ghost. Trade Core was in 27th, Cobra in 28th, Sophia Motorsport in 29th, Team Kubani in 30th. 31st was the Rico Barlow Racing Ligier that is racing in the 1 hour. We saw spin out earlier. The Corridors Racing is started in 32nd. They've made up a fair amount of ground. Fireboys in 33rd and Backdraft Racing SA in 34th. But you can really see Nicky Dix right up against the back. But safety car has pulled off. It is into Africa 1-2 with the Promogen Audi that's looking to try and make up some time. Has got to pass 4 cars before he can get back up to the GT3s just ahead of him. And our national V8 Roadsters will be following their way through, getting ready to go on the gas and green, and they are racing. And Bradley Liebenberg going and ducking on the inside, trying to get them through, but he is getting chased down by Jensen behind. So Michael Jensen's going to try and keep pushing for a bit of a pass, but is looking like Stuart White has got a bit of a problem. For the first time, he is getting caught out hugely. So this is going to be a proper run for our drivers.
Yeah, that gap between Stewie and the number 27 with Philip Barron at the wheel definitely narrowing. You saw instantly all the Class A cars at the restart, at that green flag, immediately peeling left down the home straight and clearing some of the traffic ahead of them. Let's see Stewie now looking a lot more aggressive in the way he's driving the car. Perhaps it was something that he was overcoming while the safety car was there, or you think it's something a lot more serious, Steve?
No, you got Stuart White, who's very, very quick. He knows the car very well.
Yeah.
But he's got 2 competitors he's never competed against on this track in the sister car that's able to really give him a run for his money.
Yeah.
So Stuart White is having to push himself a little bit more out of the comfort zone, which he usually gets challenged by Bradley Liebenberg. He usually gets challenged by the Norma Nova getting close to him, the Just for Sleep the prototype vehicle trying to get onto the back. So Stuart White is having to push himself a little bit more out of the comfort zone because suddenly competitors are getting onto the same type of machinery that's got that quicker pace to him. So he's having to try and battle it down. I think it was a little bit of a push at the start of, all right, buddy, you got to get the giddy up and go. I'm going to keep behind you for the team game here, but at the same time, I need you to start moving. We need to start breaking away from the grid, which I have been doing, starting to pull away from Bradley Liebenberg and Michael Jensen, but do not count them out. Charlotte Ranges, though, will be communicating with his team, trying to figure out what's going to be the best fuel strategy. When are they going to stop? Now that they've had a couple of laps behind the safety car, you start moving your fuel stop. If you were planning to put on as a number, lap 30, you had the safety car out. Now you can go 32, 33, 34. So where is the pit stop going to go? How far are you wishing to kick that can down the road to ensure that you get through? So a bit of side-by-side action, a bit of a lock-up. That is for the PPL. That's a people and adepts that went flying off at Learcorp.
That was.
So, yeah, not having a white and blue car this time around. Looks like got a huge tank slapper, but the grey goes and cuts off some of the dust at least.
Looks like Mark at the wheel there, maybe a bit too early on the throttle. Not an easy place to be. Heavy under braking, also you want to get back onto the throttle as soon as possible for that full commitment situation that you have from the top of the hill at Loikorp all the way down to Crocodile. But yeah, interesting team dynamic you're describing there, Steve. Definitely some truth to that, because Stewie has always sort of had himself to wheel himself along, and then Brad Liebenberg showed up into the picture and pressed him and has forced him to sort of be sharper. But now when it's coming from within the stable, from within the kraal of the two bulls as you would have it, it's a bit different, that's for sure.
Yeah, and that also changes the dynamic of what the team's going to do. You can imagine going and communicating with both cars, trying to work out what they fuel per lap is going at the moment, how far are they willing to push, how the driver's feeling, what are the cars doing. You've got 4 hours in this race. How long can you extend your stint time to ensure that you keep going? Remember, there is a minimum for the drivers. They have to do at least 88 minutes for both drivers if you're a two-man team to keep going. This is going to change things up. Bradley, on the other hand, needs to keep up the pace because he wants to usurp in the championship for Class A.
Yes.
Not going to be an easy time out there. Lots of hard work to do to try and get through. At the moment, lying in third place in class and overall with Michael Jensen, who's starting to dial up the wick. He's starting to pick
He
up
is.
the pace a little
He
bit
is.
more. So now I think Jensen's starting to find his stride and get going and push their way through.
Yeah, let's see how much he manages that gap or just pecks away at it. He's at the 2.1 second mark, as you've said, in terms of distance between him and Stewie. I wonder if that will be maintained over the next couple of laps. In the meantime, we are at a relatively crucial stage for another segment of the race, of course, the 1 hour dash. We're approaching, very quickly, suddenly approaching the halfway mark. We're a third of the way across, let's call it that, when it comes to the 1 hour dash. And that may be a crucial point. Andrew Horn, of course, leads at the moment, and Nicky Dix is in second place, and Yuri Swart in third for the running there. That MGR Audi R8 leads the number 7 Hammond, that Super Trofeo Huracan, the one and only in the country, and trailing is a very competitive car, a sleeper car, some would say, that BBR 992 Porsche. That Cup car has performed significantly and respectably rather, due to its consistency. You hardly ever see this car beached, you hardly ever see any incidents, and that makes a difference for their championship contention throughout.
I want to point out something very, very interesting. Porsche's one make series, the 992 Cup. But Lamborghini's one make series is the Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2 Super Trofeo. So we're seeing two of the one make series from International having a battle, and the Porsche and goes up on the inside. BBR getting it all hooked in, and now Hein trying to get the exit immediately has Hammond onto the back of him. Damien Hammond trying to push, that's Nathan Hammond that's behind the wheel, trying to get, and side by side, has the legs down the straight line. These two are going to war with one another. So if you're a fan of Porsche, you're going to see your Cup car go and battle out with Lamborghini's version of a Cup. That Super Trofeo is really stretching its legs, showing it what it can do, and it's forcing Hein to really figure out what he can and can't do, where he can go on the attack, because Damien Hammond's not backing out of the fight. He is going to go elbows, wrists, knees and toes to hold it every step of the way. They're turning this endurance race into a sprint race to try and push themselves a little bit further up the road. And these are the main competitors between the two of them. Closer in performance, and I think this is the closest performing that the BBR Porsche has ever had. The Black Bull Racing has always been fighting the giants on the way through, taking on GT3s. This time round, they've got something similar horsepower to them that they're having to fight it out with, which is just great to see, because now it's testing their mettle, not only in consistency as they have been all season, but now it's seeing how they can handle the pressure as they're getting pushed a little bit more, having to really accelerate, focus on aggressive, hard driving versus the slower stuff.
Yeah, you can see the aggression as that 992 GT3 Cup Porsche getting full curb there. That was the first time I've seen such an aggressive approach with the curb, especially at Loico, half the car in terms of width taking on the curb, trying to cut and slash and hack away at the racing line to get that advantage and get another chance, possibly to go down the inside of Nathan Hammond, who is slightly ahead in 9th place as it stands. Let's see if that changes. Of course, the timing screen is going to catch up with the fact that that Porsche took the place back. So it is the 992 that now sits in 8th place, and Nathan Hammond is in 9th. Seventh. I beg your pardon. It is in 7th, rather. It's the MJR of that is Marius Jackson. Behind him is Hammond now. Then comes Lateghan in 9th place. So we'll see plenty of dicing between those two. As you said, performance level is pretty much pound for pound in the same sort of performance bracket. So that's going to excite us for a good chunk of the 4 hours.
Well, another thing to start taking a look at is the lap times, because if I look at Nathan Hammond's lap time, it was a 149.5, while Hein did a 149.4. So he was quicker on that last lap. Not by much, though, but he's just not having that top end to deal with the likes of Nathan Hammond in the Lamborghini. But they have caught up to Marius Jackson, who did a 149.7 and trying to push himself a little bit more. Steve Clark, though, doing a 147.995. So they are well enough ahead. But suddenly, how's this? GT3, Super Trofeo, and a Porsche Cup car onto the back of one another, trying to push for some mistake to eventually come out.
Yep, we'll see. We'll see if there's definitely a mistake coming out at some point. You can see now the Super Trofeo having to go down around the outside. Nathan Hammond, are you going to make a mistake? It's too narrow for you there, brother. But he was given enough room by the 992. That was good thinking there from Hein.
Through
down
Cheetah, different story.
2 wheels, leaping like a cheetah over that sausage curb to get ahead of Hammond down the inside and keep the lead and be closer to that MJR Audi R8. Definitely a picture that's going to change not too long from now.
Okay, so we've got the number 3 backdraft coupe into the pits, but I do want to point out, if we had a replay of that moment, you would see the Porsche up on 2 wheels.
Yeah.
That, I mean, is just incredible. But Marius Jackson is gone now. He's lost out 2 positions in 1 corner. It is now Nathan Hammond going and keeping ahead of Hein, who is all over the back of him. Laterkhan is grabbing at that rear spoiler, doing everything he can. Marius Jackson is going and reeling back. He's trying to bring down lap times. He's got more power than them. He's got more aero. He should be able to get past. But he's got 2 drivers that are not backing down from the fight. They are going to fly at one another. They are going to do everything they can, and now catching up to one of our National V8 Roadsters as they battle it out in a huge battle to claw their way through to victory. I mean, this is going to be monumental, and Marius Jackson, unfortunately, caught through the S's, creates that concertina effect. That's something we've got to always keep an eye out for as they make their way through.
Oh, the backdraft playing its role there. It's always quite a challenge to navigate not only your direct competitor in your class, but also the back markers, usually to the frustration of the person who's being slowed down. But let's see how quickly, or maybe not so quickly, the MJR Audi R8 is able to catch up and close that gap once more. But that was an exciting 3 or 4 laps between the 992 Porsche of BBR. See the back markers are playing a bigger role than before. You see how quickly that gap between Nathan Hammond and Hein Laterkhan closed within literally a matter of 1 stretch of straight from the top of the hill at Looikop all the way down to Crocodile. That was about 3-4 car lengths that it seems like Hein Laterkhan found.
Yeah, they got caught up behind Team Kubani, who is really trying to also make a bit of a move there. So they are having a great time. But remember, there's multiple categories here, not just our Class A's and B's that we're currently watching on track, but our National V8 Roadsters that are out there. We also got to take into consideration we've got our C and D class cars that are going around. But we've also got the 1 hour dash that is still racing at the moment, with Andrew Horn currently in 1st place, with Nicky Dex chasing him down in 2nd place. Yuri Swart running in 3rd. Yuri Umpi Swart, because his dad is also called Yuri Swart, so it's Yuri Umpi Swart, just to really confuse things. The youngster taking the Umpi title. Anthony Marks in the 1 hour, and Mike Verrier chasing him down behind. So some very, very close racing between them. And it does look like our PPL, our People and Adept now trying to make up some time getting onto the back of our Class E. So not going to be too much longer before we see the National V8 Roadsters come alive, because at the moment Bernard Pretorius is out in front. PC Racing long since disappeared out of them. Gavin Rook, who is in a shot, going and keeping ahead. But now you can see the frantic move around that's happening. And Nathan Hammond with a huge stint on the inside, a 3 wide at the top of Leerkop. Hein putting all the trust in the drivers, saying, look, we can fit 3 wide, and they've done so. Unfortunately, I've seen people get it awfully wrong there. And it looks like, on the brakes, trying to swing it in. Hein looks for the inside line. Once again, just not able to get it through. And also Marius Jackson trying to carve his way through. He's caught up by another one of the Hammonds. That would be Damien Hammond right behind him. Through Cheetah, side by side. Suddenly, it's coming alive. It's all coming unglued. The 131 that went and started the race in 1st place is trying to keep it all together. This is giving a little bit of a run. Gavin Rook having to really fight it out with the likes of CJ Blackman right all over the back of him. It is coming unglued at the back. It's coming unglued at the front. It is just, forget about it. It's all unglued everywhere.
Listen, there was a moment where Marius Jackson had to firstly go wide to avoid some of the back markers, and then switcheroo. There's Damien Hammond taking that place from the MJR Audi R8, and it's definitely not over, that's for sure. It looks like Marius Jackson's going to tuck back in behind it, slipstream as much as he can, because you've got plenty straight line section here between now and the top of Looikop. So there's definitely a chance for maybe under heavy braking, going at the top of the hill for him to get back down the inside. And having to navigate not only your competition, but the back markers as well hasn't been easy, especially for Marius Jackson. He had to find a wider line and then tuck back in ahead of Hammond at the same time. It's like avoid the slower car and defend from the car that's fast enough to pass you while you avoid the slower cars. The multitasking is incredible.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, my brain went error 404 on that one.
I noticed.
Because it's just chaos everywhere. Where do you put your car? Where do you want to go? And you're having to trust the drivers. Please, you saw me. They're in their own fights as well. You having to watch your mirrors as we see, Hammond going out very, very wide. That has allowed Marius to get the drive out of Leocorp down in the slipstream. They are really chasing down. Marius can go for the inside line here if he can dial it just correct. Hammond holding the tight inside line. Marius is going to try, though. Puts his nose in and just forcing Hammond slightly off that apex. Couldn't get it done as yet. So Damian Hammond really getting very defensive, but being very cautious of Marius Jackson, who's putting his nose in the whole time, trying to go and poke holes in the armor, trying to figure out what's going to happen. But we are now past the halfway mark of our 1 hour dash, with, at the moment, Nicky Dix having to play a little bit of catch-up to get to his way. No, he got his way to the front. Sorry. Catching up on our timing here. Nicky Dix in first place with a 1 hour dash. Yuri Swart in second. Anthony Marks, Mike Ferrier, and Andrew Horn, who was leading, is now down the order.
Yep. Switch up there while we're catching up on the action with the GT3s here. There's a lot more going on. Well, it's a GT3 versus a Class B car. But when we go down here, Nicky Dix, interesting to see, because at halfway mark, past halfway mark now, and plus 1 lap between him and Yuri Swart, that is going to be huge for the 1 hour dash class. We saw JP Stander lose his stuff early on in the race at turn 1, which may have affected a couple of the competitors. But Andrew Horn, the biggest loser of them all, really, having gone from the lead into 5th now. He's probably, let's have a look at his lap times and see what that means. Is it a performance deficit? Is it something that went wrong in front of him? Because if he's fine and something interrupted
150 down in 24th. Something's gone wrong.
Yeah.
That car is in the pits. I'm telling you now, that car is in the pits. Horn is in the pits. And hopefully Nadine can go and find out, because that is a big turn of events for our 1 hour dash. But side by side as we return to the action.
Boy, look up there. Did you see that?
On the left rear, getting a little bit too wild for the likes of Nathan Hammond, immediately having Hein all over the back of him. Hein's going to go for the inside line into Ingwe, late braking.
How late can
is he
going to
get it? No,
Are you
he's
going to keep it?
wide.
He's wide. Definitely
Way too
wide.
But keeps on the power to bring it back. Thank heavens for runoff. But that was a send of note. That was pretty much take my passport, take my wallet. Here's the deposited cash.
Just throw it at
gone.
the post
that
office.
Was it.
Just shove it in there.
Huge send. That was about 4. That was 4 postage stamps in it. But we have got our first of our problems creeping up, and it is for the Honda Type R.
Oh no! Oh dear. And as far as I know, these are first-time entrants, are they not?
Yes, it's first-time entrants, and unfortunately,
Combined Racing is going to have to work a lot harder to get the car back. There's plenty of time, though.
There's a lot of talking there. There's a lot of talking, shaking their head, hands up.
Hand signals. And the closing of the bonnet is looking like resigning to their fate here.
No, he's going not getting out. He's going to go.
He's resuming, yeah.
So
maybe
whatever the problem is, drive through it.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So we're getting into lots of stories here.
Cool.
Oh my heavens. All right, so lots of things happening, lots of things unfolding. As our co-commentator that Gareth Burley usually says, there's lots of permutations happening. I think we can lean on that. In your words, there's lots of layers to this race as well.
Yeah.
In my case, it's just absolute insanity off to the starting. And we've only done 17 laps so far. It's just turning into a wild, wild run. But so much happening at the moment. I still want to point out the fastest lap time. Bear in mind, a 1:42.021 that was set by Matt Campbell in 2020. Take a look at Stuart White, a 1:42.2. So he needs to drop 0.2 of a set. Well, he needs to drop that 0.262 to be able to get the fastest lap time in a GT3, which is the equivalent to what scored the fastest lap time in 2020.
And that is how long? 34 minutes into the race. That lap time is already under threat. So, yeah, let's leave it there. Should we leave it there? We've still got 3.5 hours to go, Steve. So
Okay, leave what there? Because we'd seen that Nathan Hammond Eugene gets held up into turn 2. Now it's through the XK sweep. Up in towards Barbecue. Hein is looking for the inside line. Wasn't close enough just to do it as yet. Really standing on the anchors, reeling the car in, letting it slide his way out as he's trying to get onto the back of Nathan Hammond. So I don't know what you're talking about leaving, but at the moment they're leaving nothing on the table to chance.
Pretty much. And pushing hard. I mean, for the past 3-4 laps, it's just been non-stop, especially in this battle here, and the one that now materialized as a result of the spin-off battle was the MJR Audi R8 that fell back and is now in another fight a bit further afield with the other Hammond. In fact, the Hammonds are busy.
Samlin Racing from Red Star, where they had both Lamborghinis fail on them. They have really just worked on these cars, and now they are really showing off what they can do. Samlin Racing has now come to make their mark, and a lot of our vets that have been here knowing what the competition is suddenly raising an eyebrow and going, hold on, we've got a problem. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a problem. Mayday, mayday, captain. We have got some new contenders to the floor.
And you know what? None more so, I would say, than the BBR 992. Because this was the sleeper challenger. In this pocket of performance, they were relatively alone. They didn't have too much challenges, and now suddenly it's like, hey, there's everything to play for. Because they knew their consistency and relative speed was going to pay off in the long run. And it was going to be, but now it's a different thing altogether. Because after the headaches and hurdles, like you said, that came in round 1 and 2, the Hammonds were able to, Samlin Racing rather, were able to come. One of the GT4 car, that Audi R8
that's
at
Ryan
Nyka, trying to avoid some of the back markers as well as the Corridas GTI. It's Aranjis. I need to say Nicky Dix because from far it is Aranjis. Also navigating alongside the GT4, having gone down the inside as GT4 got over the curb, it looked like there, while he was trying to make way for Aranjis. Getting a taste of the curb does Aranjis as well on the inside of the people car, and clears that 3 cars in the matter of 2 corners. Ryan Nyka doing the same, trying to be as clear as possible from the people group car to make sure he minimizes.
Ryan Nyka went on the brakes down the mine shaft.
He did.
So into the kink, he went onto the brakes.
Yeah.
You don't brake. That is a flat-out corner.
Flat out, yes.
So he wasn't confident in the car going down the mine shaft on the inside. Does that mean he's worried about the car understeering and he leaned on the brakes to try and get it turned in? Which is a problem because that kills his drive completely.
But
how often has he been doing that?
Is what
that's
going to
throw him down.
Yeah, let's have a look and see if he consistently does that, or it's something inherent in the way he's driving it. I wonder how that's going to turn out overall. Let's see how the next few minutes goes. We have, as you said, Steve, we passed the halfway mark of the 1 hour dash, and we're a good way across, leaning in and approaching the end of it. And still, the pictures changed again with the 1 hour dash, with now people group going around the outside.
The
there.
189.
Yeah, it's the 169.
169, to apologize.
Yeah.
And that is Garcia, who is new to the front, having a bit of fun.
And Garcia's rear getting all loose there, and getting even on the curb, trying to win that place back from the people car, the 23 there. It's looking, I must say, the grey looks really good on it. I loved it in the blue, but the grey also looks good for the Panda guys.
I prefer the blue and white, to be honest.
For the blue and white?
I like blue and white. It just looks, to me, a bit of a wild one, but I got to say, the grey is starting to grow on me a little bit. But Garcia keeping in a good toe. But take a look, first of our 1 hour dash, Yuri Swart is challenging going on ahead of Nicky Dix. So Nicky Dix has actually dropped off somewhere, which means the brand new Super Cup car is actually doing a really good job. And what Yuri Swart's looking to do is capitalize. He wants to go home with a trophy. Yes, he might not be in the 4 hour, but he's definitely going to help out in the pits. But, you know, he wants to go up to Cara and say, look, Paul, Cara, I got the trophy regardless.
You know what's impressive to me? Making way and overtaking at the same time. Yuri Swart just made way for Steve Clark behind him in the Slingshot 2.0. There's Nicky Dix approaching side by side. I think that was a backdraft they were side by side with. Yuri Swart making way for Steve Clark while overtaking the people group was a bit of a skill, and it continues to happen at the top of the hill at Looikorp. I don't know if you've noticed, Steve, that's where most of those changeovers are happening between the lead classes and the backdraft. And there is Yuri now, that's the leader of our 1 hour dash, and he's well on his way to lead the next few laps is all I will preempt. Nothing more than that.
He's clipped the inside of Cheetah, going a little bit aggressive there, picks up the rear wheel, also turning in naturally. A front wheel drive will lift the rear, inside rear, to try and get that rotation in. But I know, like Luke Lecchesi, who is one of his friends, will be keeping an eye on it, and say, even Julian Familiaris, the rest of them will be keeping an eye and saying, listen, Yuri, let's see what you can do. Now that you're out there, you by yourself, you're in a 1 hour dash, you've got a Porsche chasing you down of Nicky Dix, who has many, many years of racing experience. I mean, Nicky Dix has driven Porsches for quite some time, but take a look. Here is a move, and that was the outbraking. Unfortunately, Hein looks left, right, and just goes and outbrakes himself, loses out that little bit of time. That immediately helped Nathan Hammond to get back on the power and launch up ahead. And Mike Verrier just in the background.
Yeah, that was early on in the fight.
Yes,
that was the most impressive. I think that was the one that set it off.
That
and
was
then
the
from
send.
there, that was the send. And then there was the send, which came on a couple of laps later. Now again, the backdrafts and the back markers ever a feature in that fight. It's gonna make for some interesting highlights at the top of the hour.
Hein.
Yep, under braking, Hein drops it right down inside of Hammond, and Hammond is gonna have to answer back. By the time we get to Looikorp, I think Hein is going to get definitely not going to be just blue ticks. He's going to have a ticks back by the time we get to the top of Looikorp. Let's have a look and see what that looks like. But yeah, he does have a bit of breathing room now, and not necessarily.
There's our leader starting to come through, because that looks to be the first of the Inter-Africas, second of the Inter-Africas. That's Barron trying to chase him down.
Yep.
And with Hein going a little bit wide down the mine shaft, it's going to be an interesting one. A light tap of the brakes for Nathan Hammond down the mine shaft. So is he trying to just give a little bit of room to allow the Inter-Africa to get in on the inside? Hold on, hold the phone here. If he can hold on to the back of Barron, who will be the wrecking ball to get past Hein Lottekon.
Yeah.
But now,
he has to stay. He has to keep up with him, though.
I think he can, because Hein, it's going to be close, because now Hein's lost out too much time. If Barron keeps within this earshot towards turn 2, means Hein's going to be pushed offline. And Nicky Dix coming out of the pits.
Yeah. But look how far off Hammond is at the moment. Our back mark is... Never mind the wrecking ball. We've got 5
Anthony
of those.
Marks going and getting caught out, and suddenly Barron having to climb on the anchors. And that backed up the likes, over the curbs again. So, Anthony Marks just becoming a little bit of a handful for all the cars. And for Hein, this is worst case scenario, because there's nowhere to go. They're having to filter their way through barbecue, lights flashing, now heading into sunset, as Nathan Hammond just getting on the power. He's like, please guys, I need to catch Hein ahead of me. I think Hein at this point is trying to breathe. Anthony Marks, though, not getting the same amount to drive. That Shelby Can-Am not looking as connected up as it was. So there's a little gremlin that's bugging that car on the way through. But we're at 42 minutes into this race. We're getting closer to the end for our 1 hour dash. And at the moment, Anthony Marks is in second place. Mike Verrier is in third. Nicky Dix is in fourth. JP Standler is in fifth. And Andrew Horn is out of it. Andrew Horn is out. So now Yuri Umpiswat can take his first ever 1 hour dash victory ever. He's never done it.
Now let's see what that looks like in the 1 hour dash championship.
Well, the only one that's really going to hurt you is Horn. So Horn is Horn's going to hurt, but that is going to bring Mike Verrier into the contention of it as well.
Exactly. So now Yuri Umpiswat is even, as it stands, Yuri Umpiswat is even with Andrew Horn on points for the 1 hour dash championship. So they're going to be tied for first, where that's concerned. Because as far as it stands, Horn has 1 win, and that was at round 1, 50 points.
Well, Horn needs to finish the 1 hour dash to score. So
then he could, he could take it out for the remaining bit of the 1 hour dash. Possibly just to edge whoever the winner turns out to be, because we can't even call whether or not that would be Yuri Umpiswat.
Yeah, well, the only ones that are really going to make a break here would be Mike Verrier, because he scored 50 points.
Okay.
He is running currently in third place, so he's going to maximize points. Anthony Marks is yet to score, and Yuri Umpiswat's yet to score. So the one to keep an eye out for is going to be the Revolution Racing Mike Verrier, who's going to make up big points here.
Oh, geez, all of them are okay. We've got 3 on 50. We've got 3 on 1 win apiece, and then we have, who is this? Charles Ranges with, okay, Charles Ranges, of course, is a non-factor for today's race, so he's not going to be scoring here because he's in the endurance.
Which means it's not a worry,
Yeah.
but 45 points will go to second place, which
Yeah.
will go to Revolution Racing, which means he will it wouldn't be 45 points, be a little bit less than that, but that means he will usurp the Zayna Chemical cars of Andrew Horn, which means Mike Verrier may actually take the championship leading into the next round for the 1 hour dash. A driver that said he's just here for fun suddenly has an opportunity to win a national championship.
Oh, geez. I wonder if it's still going to be for fun then when he learns that. In that exact phrasing, we're going to see the most competitive version of Mike Verrier you've ever seen.
It's going to be back to the old days of Shelby Canham. I can tell you that, where he's going to go and get the bit between his teeth. The doctor will have an opportunity to get into first in the championship because sudden changes, but all the drivers working their way around. This is getting exciting. This is getting wild out here. 45 minutes completed of the race, and it's all or nothing. But hold on. I'm seeing yellow flags. Please tell me I'm wrong on this one. It is. That is my McLaren. That's a GNH Transport that spun out.
Oh, what's going down there?
But hang on, I got a question.
On its own steam, what's
That's
going
a safety car. Marshall is there. That's a safety car out. That's the second safety car. 14 minutes left to go.
Nearly an hour. That could affect someone. Yeah.
That's a 1 hour dash that's going to get affected.
Yeah.
But second of our safety cars within the first hour, but that also does bring in the factor of Nathan Hammond getting ahead of the BBR Porsche. Suddenly they closed up on one another. MJR.
It's going to start again.
This is going to concertina everything.
Yeah, it's going to start that battle we've seen. The 2 battles we've seen in that Class A and the Class A versus Class B cars are going to form again. Now, what I want to see now is how this is going to affect. Just a second, I've got my permutation. Oh, yeah, the Marshall's getting ready to recover this. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a full safety car. Yeah, it's too deep into the kitty litter.
This does happen for our national V8 Roadsters because now Bonan Pretorius, who's made all that time, suddenly gets backed up into Gavin Rook and Mark Harvey with Garcia on the back of them, CJ Blackman. We saw how they were having a monstrous fight. Now everything closes up underneath it.
Yep, starts again, plus, not to mention the back markers and the role they've played in this one. Breathe, Steve, breathe.
No, but I just realized, when we saw that safety car, we did see a Lamborghini pass cars, past 2 backdraft Roadsters. When the safety car came out.
Which under the safety car is not allowed. It's not permitted,
which means a penalty can be received.
And listen, this is not just us being pedantic, because this very scenario is what cost Stewie White the win at the previous round, passing under the safety car, and that delayed the final result. So it is something that is worth mentioning. So we'll see what that materializes as later on.
It's going to be really, really wild stuff for everyone. I mean, I don't know where to put myself in this one. There's just so many things going on, grabbing at so much. But let's go through the running order at the moment, because Stuart White in first place, the Inter-Africa 125. Then you got Philip Barrett running in second place, also the Inter-Africa Lamborghini, the number 27. Bradley Liebenberg in the Primogen Audi. Michael Jensen in the Rico Barlow Just for Sleep is lying in fourth. Charles Ranges of Stradali running in fifth. We got Steve Clark, who is running in sixth place for the backdraft Slingshot 2.0. Going down, we've got Hein Latergan in the BBR Porsche ahead of Nathan Hammond in the Super Trofeo. Anthony Marks pulling into the pits. That is going to be a major upset, because that is, if Anthony Marks is in the pits, Mike Verrier inherits second place. That's 45 points. That means that is well enough ahead of the likes. It was fueling.
Oh, this is a fuel stop.
Hey, that's a fuel stop.
Yeah.
In Ford, no.
They think, what?
They underfueled the car.
Oh, no.
They underfueled
it's the 1 hour
car.
dash. They shouldn't need to fuel.
They underfueled the car. That is...
Oh, no.
Oh, my heavens.
That is literally handing it. That is handing it away to Mike Verrier.
That is... They're getting a cheapish stop, but you can see that it wasn't planned.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Which explains why he was going slow, because now the car is sputtering and it's saying, listen, I'm out of juice here. There's a problem. Nicky Dix comes into the pits. Was it? No, that was Stradali that shot through the pits there. So Stradali's coming to the pits for their a cheap pit stop. It's under the hour mark, which makes sense. They're planning that 1 hour 10 as their first pit stop for a lot of the drivers to get that cheap stop done. But this is a major, major factor that's just come into play. Oh my heavens.
The amount of note-taking needed at the moment for all of the things that have come into play within this first hour, all of it is going to have a knock-on effect further down when we see towards the end of the race.
Okay, so words from Nadine down in the pits. So the coupe that we had that stopped on the track that brought out the first safety car, the Patema car, was a prop shaft suspected. Looks like it snapped drive shaft. Unfortunately, that running into a problem. Nicky Dix is out of the race as well. So Nicky Dix is out, wasn't getting enough fuel pressure in his car, which then takes it out, which means our 1 hour dash is set between Yuri Swart and Mike Veria. Anthony Marks is in the pits. He's getting a fuel stop. So he's way out of the fight. Mike Veria has an opportunity to score monster points here to take the lead of the 1 hour dash. At Swart Corps, he said, I'm just here for fun.
It's begging for it.
Audi pull into the pits. Gavin Rook is into the pits. Michael Jensen into the pits.
Yep.
Oh boy, lots happening here, Prince. Lots happening here.
Yeah, look, that safety car was way too close to the hour for some of the other teams not to take advantage of this and actually lean into it and incorporate that into their strategy. Now, in the meantime, though, look, the championship is begging. We've got that your McLaren's now moving on its own steam. It was just beached. Was that the only issue? What's going on there? We'll know in a bit. In a bit, Nadine, of course, is at the ready to find out for us if there was anything mechanical or terminal.
Oh no, he stopped.
What's going on?
He stopped. He tried turning the car around. I don't think it can.
There we go.
It's got a turning circle of a tank. Come on. Yes, there we go. Sorry, when it stalls out, it's a problem, but also to get it to turn around is an absolute pig.
Yeah.
One thing about GT3 cars, you definitely don't want to use them in the parking.
That's right. You need to test whether or not you bought your driver's license.
I would rather take my Jazz, to be honest.
Glad to see it running on its own steam again. So we're going to be in the clear not too long from now.
Right, so.
There's Richard van Heerden back into the circuit.
So
do you think there was a change there?
Gavin Rook was originally in the car.
Oh, it was Gavin that started?
Gavin was in the car. So would this now change how that's going to play out? So Gavin Rook is in the car. Did he change to have a bit of a swap there? And, well, we're about to find out as the transponders will be picking up. But that means safety car will be removed shortly and the racing will be back underway. Stuart White leading out at the top of the order, well enough away from the second of the Inter-Africa cars, going and chasing down. That is Barron, who's going to be keeping a very close eye now. But take a look at a couple of the drivers, but lots and lots going on.
Jeez, we're trying to... A lot of the racers are also now trying to recover. Nadine's going to tell us more about what's going on in the pits.
I'm here with Nicky Dix. 44 minutes, and now we've got a sad story. What happened?
Yeah, I've got a fuel pressure issue. I think it's a fuel pump that's busy packing up. So down the straight, the car doesn't get enough fuel and it jerks all the time. So I can't continue, unfortunately.
Rather save the car.
Well, you can't race that way. No, it's dangerous. As soon as you're on the gas, the car jerks and they're going to crash into me. I'm too slow now.
So now you promised me some tears.
Yeah, but I'm still working on that.
Okay, well, I'm so sorry that you're out, and we hope to see you at the next round.
For sure. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Nicky.
Cheers.
That's it from Nicky. Let's go back to commentary.
Yeah, Nicky looking distraught there. Definitely can't give Nadine the tears on the spot, but you can see that he is disappointed in that fuel pressure issue. And we do have green flag conditions building up. We're still on the yellow flag. We're just clearing up the last bit.
Safety cars moved off, so it's just they're going through. Green flags will be going very, very shortly.
Coming not too long from now.
But there's a Primogen Audi sitting at the back of the train. That is a big, big problem for Bradley Liebenberg at this point. So as we're back underway in racing conditions, we are going out and giving everything they can, but time running out for our 1 hour dash. Yuri Umpiswad looking to take his win in the 1 hour dash, the first ever win for him in a 1 hour dash, and I think this is the first ever time he's competed in a 1 hour dash. He's looking to take it with a brand new vehicle that was meant here for testing, might I add. Emphasis there was testing, but suddenly now in for a championship win. We're going for a good number of points, but that would put him on 50 points, which would tie him up with Andrew Horn, and it would tie him up with the likes of Stradali. So that would mean second place would be a tie heading into the next round with Yuri Umpiswan. So suddenly, hold the phone here, ladies and gentlemen. It means that going into the next couple of rounds, not only Mike Verrier will be at the top, but second place will be a tie-up between 3 different cars.
Yep.
Which is...
It could be split 3 ways.
Oh, no. That is the Toyota
Sergio.
Altis.
Yep, it looks like Sergio over there smoking too. That does not look
Safety
good.
car's going to come out for that, which means we just gone under green flag conditions, so it's going to go back to safety car, which would put us to 3 safety cars, but that would cement Yuri Swart in first. That would cement it.
How long do we have? 5 minutes to go.
No, it's cemented.
Definitely, yeah.
So Yuri Swart will take the win if all going well. If all going well, will take the win, tie up for the next round of points. So even if his teammate can't rejoin, which they've already said they're not going to worry about the championship, suddenly they could go for a 1 hour dash championship in the Kalex. Oh, how's that for a big one?
Wow.
How's that? A bit of a change up there. Oh boy, 1 hour dash. Who knew it could be so exciting as time goes by? Safety car is called. So this is it. Mike Verrier must be chomping at the bit, but because look who's ahead of him. If we go to the camera shot of the Rust car that's ahead, the Mike Verrier Shelby Can-Am, in the shot, you will see the Kalex literally right behind. So as they start feeding their way through, this is going to be so... All right, let's keep an eye in the background. There is a Kalex coming through turn 2. There he is. Turn 2, exiting, coming up Yuxke sweep, right behind this. So here we go. Up through the Yuxke. There is Yuri Umpiswan. There is Mike Verrier.
You can literally see the championship.
Yeah.
Oh, Mike Verrier.
Oh, man. Mike Verrier must be asking the marshals, please get that car out the way. Give us one more lap.
Oh, man, what a finish to the 1 hour dash.
It's not done yet. We still got a couple of minutes. But this is going to be a proper run. And we have got more news down in the pits. Over to you, Nadine.
Right, I'm here with Rick Lorero. Rick, you guys are currently in the pits. It hasn't even been an hour. What's going on?
We've got a cracked manifold at the moment, so we've got no boost for the last, so we only had boost for 4 laps. So we're going to take the manifold out, and I'm going to try and get it welded down the road and then try and get it back on the track before the checkered flag comes out.
Okay. And tell me, how long do you guys think it might take?
Well, hopefully less than an hour, so we can get it out still in the last 2 hours. So it's a bit of a plan going ahead, but it's the best we can do at the moment.
Sure, that long. Hey, well, I'm wishing you guys everything of the best.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Cheers.
That's it from them. Right, let's go back to Stephen Prince.
Oh, thank you very much, Nadine. But cracked manifold, definitely a hard one there. I trust that they can do it. I hope that they can do it. A little bit of work. Oh, man, this is where, come on, please move that car out the way. Move that car out the way.
We have 2 minutes on the clock for the 1 hour dash. Oh, my word.
So that would cement it. That would cement. Mike Verrier would take the lead of the championship. Yuri Umpiswan will be going second in the championship for the next round, which that changes how it's all going to go, because suddenly Yuri Umpiswan can also go for the championship in for the 1 hour dash if Mike Verrier can't get it together for the next round. So this is going to change things up for Mike Verrier, who thought it was just here for fun. Going to have a jewel. Why not? Brought the Shelby out. No need to go and bring a fancy engine or gearbox or anything like that. Don't worry about it. I'm here for fun. I think he's going to take the old Shelby spec, put it back in the car so he has all the power for the next 1 hour dash and leave nothing on the table. But this is a monster change for the championship. And remember to everyone at home, this is a national championship that's on the line. Suddenly, we got 3 cars tied for second place. We got 1 car jumping up to first, and Andrew Horn, who looked like he could be scoring valuable points. Something went wrong with the car. Nicky Dix had the problem, and Anthony Marks landing up with an issue as well.
Crazy. The first domino to fall was Andrew Horn, to be fair. After that, things seemed all sorts of dramatic in the 1 hour dash for this class. And it certainly has come, more than anyone, it's come Mike Verrier's way.
I want to see a shot of the Kalex and the Shelby Can-Am of Mike Verrier, the Rust fighter jet together, because as we count down 40 seconds to go, that will be the ones to look at. And you can see how physically close it was on circuit. So our cameraman going and panning into the shot of our Altezza that unfortunately has run. But there is Mike Verrier, and straight ahead of him will be the Kalex machine. But Mike Verrier will be scoring the championship, getting ahead. And there is Yuri Mpiswat right behind the Super Trofeo Lamborghini that is out in front. That's how close it is. 1 car away, 8 seconds. I know. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's the end of our 1 hour dash.
That's it for the 1 hour dash.
And you know what's even worse? Mike Verrier, if he gave it everything, that Shelby Can-Am would beat Yuri hands down. He's got more than enough power to do it. But unfortunately, didn't do it early enough. He will get points for the start of the next round. He will be leading the championship. Yuri will be second in the championship. But the MSA flag will come out. Yuri Mpiswat will take the win for the 1 hour dash. And it all came down to the safety car within the first hour.
It's literally, the safety car, like you said, it cemented the win. You called it pretty early. It was about 10 minutes out. 8 minutes out is when the safety car came. And you called it and said, this might cement the win for Yuri Swart. But it also cemented the championship lead for Mike Verrier.
Oh, it's just, I mean, the doc who said he's in it for fun.
No.
Suddenly, you know, when last Mike Verrier has been in a national competition, he's been out for a good couple of years in nationals. He hasn't raced nationals for quite some time. Suddenly, he's back into it. From a fun race, he's now competing for a national championship once again. Something he said, I don't think I'll ever be able to do. So
he spoke too soon. Spoke way too soon.
So it is going to be a proper run for it. Oh man, that has just, I don't know about you, I'm standing on my feet, ladies and gentlemen, and it is going to be a wild one. Thank you so much for joining us for our 1 hour dash, now done and dusted for the South African Endurance Series. But while I'm trying to catch my breath after that one, Prince, take us through what happened in the first hour.
Wow, so much has come and gone. It's where to begin. From literally, I think the 30-minute mark is where everything came, where things started falling into place in terms of the drama we're at the head and the peak of now. Particularly with the fight between us, I just saw one of the Inter-Africa cars peel into the pits. They're going to take advantage of that as their pit stop. Definitely another of the backdrafts as well. We are at the hour mark, so you can expect a lot of that to happen. But the Super Trofeo of Nathan Hammond, as well as the 992 BBR of Latachan, were both involved in quite the battle. Even more so of a battle it was, because it became a three-way battle with the MJR Audi R8 of Marius Jackson joining that fight. And at that moment, things sort of fell apart. Marius Jackson then fell back a bit as they tried to navigate and snake their way through and past the back markers, and it resulted in him then being in a fight further afield with Damien Hammond, and that was him and Hammond for a good 2, 3, 4 laps, until then they also became parted by some of the back markers. Then in Class D, one of the first incidents we saw was with, and I think at that point in the 1 hour dash, by then Andrew Horn had already bowed out around the 13-odd minute mark or so, and that was the first domino to fall for the 1 hour dash. And of course the implications of that became something we started calculating and focusing on. But in Class D we also saw L'Oreal Loreo rather, falling away. He's got an issue in the pit, and we would later learn that it was actually a cracked manifold, which at the moment, as we speak, they're trying to get welded down the road, which they very well can, because we are in racing district, racing valley, if you will, and we'll see if they're able to get that fixed. But it was a cracked manifold that came their way before we even passed the hour mark, so they must be very frustrated, but there is still some hope for that Honda Type R. And then at around the 45-minute mark is where the McLaren GT3 got beached. Around, I think, where was it? Just the beginning of sunset, if not mistaken. That's where it had to be recovered by the safety, and that's what brought about a full safety car, because the car had to be recovered. And that's the safety car then that would ultimately shape the closing of the first hour. Not only for the 4-hour overall, but particularly for the 1-hour dash, because it froze the positions that the TCR, that VW Polo Super Cup that Yuri Swart is marshalling, was ahead of Mike Verrier, who at the moment stands as the championship leader, having secured himself the second place position and gotten enough points to usurp the leader of the championship, who was Andrew Horn. But of course they were tied at that point, so now all the races, like Andrew Horn, who's not scored a point, he remains stationary on 50 points, and Verrier gets to add, what is it, Steve, 45 points to his tally, so it's 50. It's 95 points that Verrier has now, with that first place and that he got in the previous rounds, and the second place that he secured himself now. But an interesting twist, the reason why we're so excited about the 1-hour dash is the fact that that Kalex that you have in frame now is now in a championship fight. Suddenly, because Yuri Swart is not naturally, hasn't been in the 1-hour dash. This is his first appearance in the 1-hour dash, and he's instantly in the championship fight with that win. That is something.
Oh, it's going to be an incredible one. But I see Mike Verrier peeling into the pits here. Yuri's going to keep going, though.
He wants his flag. He wants his MSA.
That's it. He wants it.
Oh, man. Mike Verrier knows he's cold. Maybe he's also worried. Verrier may be worried about fuel as well, possibly.
No, I think he's done his amount of laps. And remember, they were given provision of 2 laps to be able to cool the car down after the 1-hour dash. So I think that he's done enough. He's happy with the car. He's going to bring it to a close, let the guys continue racing. Yuri, on the other hand, is still, remember, testing this car. So he wants to give it a proper go. Unfortunately, safety car is going to be out. I'm wondering if Yuri is trying to keep going, because he wants to. So I think someone's going to come on the radio comms and say, "Hey, Yuri, buddy, you've done it, bud. You've done it.
You've had your fun.
You got it, buddy." By the way, you are the only one in the car, just as a reminder. So you might want to come in. You were doing the 1-hour dash, not the 4 hours. We understand you have the stamina to do it, but that's
enough now.
Yeah, let's bring it home.
Maybe trying to prove a point like this. He and the car are one. But yeah, if you didn't catch that recap, the long and the short of it is we have a new championship leader right now in the form of Mike Verrier with 95 points. And then we have 3 tied for second. That is Andrew Horn, who bowed out of the race earlier. Yuri Swart now, who's announced himself and said, I'm around 2, as well as we have Aldo Scribante, who also is in that championship, and he won this. But yeah, he won this race in the previous round. He won the 1-hour dash in the previous round, and that was 3 tied for second at the moment as it stands, with Mike Verrier now the leader, having formerly been tied for first with everyone else. So it's going to be an interesting couple of rounds going forward with the new name in the running. That is that of Yuri Swart, who we have in frame there in that Super Cup Polo.
The only thing that can change the scope of what we've just noticed with the 1-hour dash is if Andrew Horn gets qualified for going and doing the amount of laps in the percentage. He's done 15 laps. He did 6. What? No, let's double check. Because if he's done enough, he can qualify for 3rd. He can qualify for points, which would move him up. So I'm going to be taking a look at that just to see how much has he done, because he's done 26 minutes of racing. Is that enough?
That is 40-odd% of the race.
Which wouldn't.
40-something% of the race.
Which wouldn't, because
he
you
needs
70% to count as a finisher.
Yeah.
So hang on, and I'm gonna put the tinfoil hat here. I got my pen. I've got bad math. As our safety car comes in.
Do you ever take the tinfoil hat off, to be fair?
Well, I don't know about this, but take a look who's out in front, and the safety car's just moved. It's BBR, and we have got Nathan Hammond behind the wheel of the Super Trofeo as we go green, and it looks like Hein is not leaving it anything to chance. He's on the gas, and long since gone, accelerating well enough away to try and claw his way to the top. Absolutely tremendous charge for him, breaking away early on. But we do have a very, very slow car coming out. That's Corridus. That's a 111. Okay, right. That's just going to add another thing. Nadine's going to have to try and find out what's going on. But I think he's just staying away out of trouble. He's exited the pits.
Possibly.
Oh, man, this is now going to create a secondary Consine effect. But, okay, going back on what I'm saying, because I'm losing track of myself here. If Andrew Horn gets qualified for the race, if he qualifies for points, it means he will take second. The others will be fighting for third if he scores points. But if it doesn't, then it's a three-way fight. So that's something to bear in mind of. So different permutations there.
Yeah.
Bradley Liebenberg, though, has taken the top of the chart. Shoulder Angie's in second place. So Stradali now in for a fight. Then we got Steve Clark, who's running in third for the backdraft Slingshot 2.0. And Jeffries running in fourth, ahead of sister team with Mr. Lataka going and moving his way up into the fight as well. Nick Adcock is now behind the wheels. He's taken over from Jensen.
Yep.
So a driver change there within the first hour. Remember, they've got to go through 3 drivers. The others just ahead of them are going through 2.
Yes, so that was an over pit from Jensen to Adcock.
Right, so
let's see how that's going to shape up.
I've got to say, beautiful shot here of the Samlin cars. 2 variations of the Hurricanes going and doing it. Your more street version behind, having a bit of fun. That is our B class with Damian Hammond, and then you got Nathan Hammond behind the wheel of the Super Trofeo. The more kitted out customer car you could go buy from Lamborghini, going and having a bit of fun. And just in frame, we now have the likes of Jeffries, who is also on the climb. He's changed seats as well, remember, because it wasn't Jeffries in the car.
Yes,
it was Barron.
Barron, yes. It was Philip Barron.
So Barron has gone and climbed out of the car. Jeffries has gotten into the car. So that's a driver change. And Steve Clark closing down on Jeffries, trying to make up some time. So the Slingshot 2.0 is now 2 seconds off the back of the blue Lamborghini of the Inter Africa. So Blueberry is now going to have Steve Clark, and Jeffries is going to, for the first time, feel what Steve Clark can do with that car. Jeffries has never raced against the backdraft. So what is he going to do now that he's getting chased down? We got Aranji's trying to make his way through. He's seeing that the 2 Hammond cars are moving around, so he's going to try and make his way quickly past him, knowing that there is a very big threat behind him.
Right, and we still have Aranji's in the car. I don't know if we saw that 997. Yeah, Neveling hasn't gone in, and I don't think we saw that Porsche pit, did we?
No,
because that means then it was Nicky Dix who came in with the fuel pressure issue.
Yeah. So there is a lot going on here, lots of working out that's happening out on the track. Liebenberg leading out for the Primogen. If he finishes where he is right now, it means that he takes over the A-Class Championship ahead of Paul Hill, because remember, it's a driver championship, not a team championship.
Yes.
So he needs to stay where he is. He needs first place. Regardless of anything, he cannot allow the others to get ahead of him.
Yep, and the most difficult thing to do in this championship, the most challenging thing to do, is beat your teammate in the race. You can beat your teammate in qualifying, but even that has been nullified recently. But beating them in the race and therefore in the championship is a very difficult thing to do, because you really have to rely is maybe a bad word, but an anomaly or circumstance that happens to put your teammate out of the car, and then you get to score points and they don't. And that has come Brad Liebenberg's way, meaning he's further ahead in the championship for the drivers.
You best touch wood. It's a wooden table.
Is it?
Yeah, you making commentators curse of stuff may happen. You best touch the wood here, because we've seen quite a bit here.
That was a generic statement, Steve Koenig.
Well, take a look at Hammond going and racing up against, and Ranji's busy hassling him through the corner, because now take a look. Jeffries is closing the gap. This is second place within shot of one another. So Ranji's really needs to dial it up to keep ahead of Jeffries, who's now chasing him down.
Yep, that is full position.
He's going to have more power than him, so he's going to try and close the gap as quick as possible. Not going to be an easy time here. Remember this, Aranji's has got a car that 2 weeks ago was sitting in a container out in the waters, now going and battling against Jeffries that 2 weeks ago, he wasn't even over South African soil. So this is now into a very interesting time. Both two anomalies onto it. Aranji sticks to the outside, going to go around wide, losing a bit of a time.
Jeffries has the inside. He's going to make a stick by Crocodile, definitely, because they're side by side now.
He's got the aero, he's got the power. Is it going to work side by side? Aranji's is going to...
There you go.
Nah, I wouldn't count out Aranji's just as yet. Jeffries trying for it, but Aranji's does lean into that right mirror, saying, hey, buddy, I'm here. He's touching that point continuously, ensuring that there is an opportunity to get by. And just as a little warning to Inter Africa, don't get comfortable. Stradali will be here. And if we go back a little bit, last year's championship was between the drivers of Stradali and Inter Africa. So there's a bit of history, and it was set here at the track. I think it was only a point difference between Stradali and Inter Africa.
Indeed, it was 1 point.
It was 1 point, and that was not Charles Aranji's. It was Arnold Neveling that took the championship with help from Charles Aranji's, but also, unfortunately, it was Mr. Leclerc who was in the car and landed up losing that championship right here at Kyalami. So if you want to talk about history coming full circle, this is it. It's coming full circle, fighting for the championship. And don't count the teams out because they remember this. They've got infant-like memories. I mean, 1 point is all it needed for the championship to be won. It was 1 point that needed for South Africa to win the World Cup. I mean...
You sound like our CEO, Wayne Riddell. He gave me the 1 point breakdown.
Exactly.
As we watched the final.
and guess what? There's only 1 point to go and bring up here. We've got some amazing racing at Kyalami. We've just gone past our first hour. There we go, just to add to it.
Clean with Nick Adcock in that Nova Proto, having made light work, of course, with Class B Lamborghini that we have there with Hammond at the wheel. Nick Adcock, of course, going on to try and catch up to the other three Class A cars ahead of him. That is a straight fight we have so far between them, and it's looked really appetizing so far. Let's see what Adcock is able to put and produce at the wheel. So far, it's Jeffries now with Blueberry under his control, and right behind him. We haven't had a driver change with the BBR Porsche, have we? I saw them going to the pits.
That's still Hein in the car.
It's still Hein.
That's still Hein in the car.
Yeah.
So he's trying to make up a fair amount of ground as well and look to do battle. They can go out a little bit longer. We've seen that Porsche push into the 1.5 hour mark, but remember, they've got 3 drivers to go through. So Hein's going to be climbing out of the car. Then we have got Tavares that will be getting in. And then the Joker card, Robert Volk.
Yeah.
So let's see what he will be able to do, because this will be his first full outing in the 992 Cup car and debut run in the South African Endurance Series. So we've got multiple new drivers lineups for the series for round 4. I mean, there's a lot of chips being put into baskets here, and which way the cards are going to fall. I mean, this is a house of cards at the moment in the championship, not only for our class championships A, B, C, D, and our National V8 Roadsters, but also our index and performance and overall coming into play here. That's going to turn up, but I'm seeing a little bit of smoke coming off the back of that. Please tell me my eyes deceived me hugely and I need to go see an optometrist.
It better be your eyes deceiving you.
Because that didn't look so good up the hill. I'm trying to keep a very close eye on the Rico Barlow just for sleep, trying to battle it out against the Stradali as they went charging down. There is, the Slingshot 2.0 getting nearly a door fall.
That battle's done. Nova's already cleared that. We've got the number 125 Lamborghini Rukan of Inter Africa. That is Tlolile Litlaka at the wheel. Steve Clark stealing the wheel of this Slingshot.
Steve Clark is still behind the wheel. He hasn't handed over to Mike McLaughlin. You'll notice Mike wears a silver helmet, and it's a lot of a wider, well, it's a wider helmet. So that's Steve Clark in the car. Mike McLaughlin will be the next one. You would see his helmet's a lot wider. He's a bit more of a broader chap in the car versus like a Steve Clark, but Steve Clark is the mad Einstein that usually works in the car, coming up with all the strange ideas of how to make it all work and claw their way through. So very interesting times there. But Bradley Liebenberg still in the top of the charts. Jeffries in second, and Nick Adcock now up into third. Charles Ranji's down into fourth, and we've got Kontlile lying in fifth place. Steve Clark in sixth. That's gaining that little bit of time, slowly pulling it in. Hein Lartzakhan still in the car, going a little bit longer. And take a look, Giancarlo jumping into the number 80. So Giancarlo is now into the race.
Jackson out, okay.
So this is going to be a bit of an interesting one, because now Giancarlo into the Audi R8 looks to try and make his way through, and he's onto the back. Trying to make his way a little bit further up towards Lartzakhan. Damien Hammond is dropping down the order as well.
He stepped into the pits as we had Steve Clark in frame.
I do want to point out, though, we have a B class sitting in 9th, and we have got a D class car within the top 10.
Read that to me again. Wow, how's that for SAES and excitement? Jeez, we've skipped a couple of letters in the alphabet for the Francos to be there, but there are no slouches. You've seen their performance, their consistencies help them out, and David as well as Roberto would be looking to perform if they don't think about it too much. This is very early on. If they keep at it and be the little GSWs that could result in something quite interesting towards the end of the race.
But I mean, this is a change up where you've got low-powered machinery, stuff that should not be fighting for
Has
a
no
top 10.
business being there. Has no business being there. Absolutely.
In turn, consistency and driver skill has put them into a top 10. As we're taking a look at our Audi R8 GT4, my personal hot take on this one, I know a lot of people will disagree with me. I prefer the Audi R8 GT4's look over the Audi R8 GT3. It's narrower frame, just looks better to me. Little low profile wing compared to the GT3.
Okay.
That is my personal take onto it. I like the look of what we see right on track. Ryan Nike appearing out and having a bit of fun. This is just turning into a monstrous run for them. And after a car that is landed in the kitty litter at Swat Corps, got beached, we had the car land on the top of tires at Aldo Scribanti due to a brake failure, and also got a fine for this round. I mean, they haven't had the easiest rounds of racing since they got the car.
They've had to fight through it, haven't they?
So it's definitely going to be an interesting one for the Bucket List Racing team, trying to improve their car, make sure that it can claw their way through. So, Bucket List Racing working on the car is really making it happen. So absolutely lots and lots going on for this. But let's go through the classes right now, because we've been talking about our 1 hour dash. We've been talking about the overall, but Prince, you have got sights on the classes over the course of this race.
Yes, I do. We'll start off with the Class A, where vital for it to be the case, Brad Liebenberg in the lead, because he is fighting for the championship lead at the moment. 6 seconds adrift from him is Axel Jeffries in that number 27 Lamborghini Huracan. Blueberry, they nicknamed the car. And we've got the Nova Proto of Nick Adcock in third place. Charles Ranji's in fourth. Uleli Tlaka in fifth place. Also Venter Africa, and Steve Clark in sixth. Hein Lartzakhan is in 7th place with Giancarlo in 8th place. He just got into that MJR Audi R8. And Nathan Hammond in 7th, still in the car at the moment, of the Samlin Racing Super Trofeo, as well as Sergio Alvarez. Sergio Alvarez ended up bowing out, if I'm not mistaken. His car actually triggered the most recent safety car that we have seen, so he then is at the trailing end of Class A, despite the hard work that's gone into that turbocharged V8 Toyota. And then in Class B, at the lead is Wayne Rhodes. Just got into the car, just got into the Samlin Racing Lamborghini, the second one that is. And in second place is Anthony Pretorius in the GT4 Audi that we had Steve saying has his heart by both hands. And then we have Victor Giancarlo in third place. In fourth place is Mikael Pittenberg, but I don't think we've seen him in a while.
No,
because he bowed out very early on. He caused the first safety car.
It was the first safety car that came out
yes,
because of a failure that lost drive, which wouldn't be the first time, because they had the diff break at Red Star in round 1.
Yeah, so a little bit of history coming back to haunt them. Then in Class C, Rodriguez in the lead of Class C. Second place is Loreo, I beg your pardon. However, Lorero is actually busy trying to get his Honda Type R's manifold welded. So they're also out of the running for Class C. And then in Class D, we have, of course, the Francos, David, as well as Roberto, the singular Class D car, of course. But they're in the running. They're running in the top 10 at the moment. Make of that what you will. A VW running with the cutting-edge GT3 machinery of the entire world of racing, pretty much. And then to close it up in Class E, arguably one of the most exciting classes, considering some of the slower performing cars, but a Class E car leads 3 championships as it stands. Going into this round, we had a Class E car, one of these V8 Roadsters, leading 3 championships. And we have Gavin Rook at the moment leading Class E. Andre Betancourt in second place, Pretorius in third place, Dean Wilson in fourth, and Armstrong in fifth place. Anthony Hoare in sixth, and Dan Hirsch teaming up with Fabian Lance there in seventh place. And in eighth place, we have Fucha. And in Mina, it's Minar and Khubuluza of Team Kubani wrapping up 9th and 10th.
Right. Can I throw another spanner in the works for you?
All you have is spanners, Steve Koenig.
Would you like a screwdriver instead?
Honestly, you've given me, and it's the same size spanner too, bruv. Do you realize I need some variety? But go for it.
A 13 spanner is always needed because it's the first one going missing. Okay,
Jeez,
well,
man.
Let's talk about this. We've got our Class B championship. Lonica Martins. Is she on the grid?
No, she's not.
Okay. Fabian Lance. Is she on the grid?
Oh, we've got another Brad Liebenberg, Cara Hill situation, don't we?
Hold on. No, Fabian Lance. This is Class B.
Yeah.
What is Fabian Lance in at the moment?
At the moment, she's in Class E.
The National V8 Roadster.
Yeah.
Which means what?
Which means she's going to then get into contention for this championship.
She wouldn't be in Class B. She wouldn't score points.
Yeah.
But third of our Class Bs, Nathan Hammond on 35 points. So the top 2 are not scoring. What does it mean for Nathan Hammond?
No, he's got a chance to run away with this one at the moment.
No, he can't, because guess what? He's in an A-class car.
Oh, my word.
And Darby van der Merwe is not in a B-class
so
car.
That's
He's not here.
-1.
Okay.
2, 3.
Lorato.
Not around.
Not around. And who's next lying in 6th?
Giannicaro.
Who, guess what, is in an A-class car.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, so he's not scoring.
Class B's being hacked away at. Ricky Giannicaro.
He's out because he's not feeling well.
Yeah.
And
Blunden.
And Blunden.
Where's Blunden? Where's Blunden at the moment?
And Blunden is in the McLaren that's still going around. So
it's still going around.
McLaren's still going around.
Are you sure about that? I haven't seen it in a while.
I'm going to take a look. I'm going to take a look.
In the meantime, someone who's taking a look at things, Axel Jeffries having to navigate and get his way past that Corridors Racing VW GTI, as well as a couple of the backdrafts. Obviously, he's going to make light work of that and continue his quest to catch up to Brad Liebenberg. He's 1.4 seconds adrift of him. And there was a conversation we started earlier on with the Class A cars regarding lap times and lap records. That's gone down slightly. We're at the 142.8 is the best time that Axel Jeffries has set so far. Stewie White, before he got out of the car, and stepped in with a 125 of the same team into Africa, got himself a 142.2. He was 0.2 seconds off the official lap record at the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. So we'll keep that on ice for now. In the meantime, I think Axel Jeffries just wants to get into a rhythm, get into some momentum, and depending, of course, on the stint length. And I'll leave it at stint length because Steve Koenig tends to accuse me quite often of commentator's curse. So now I don't even know. I'm walking around eggshells here that don't activate the commentator's curse. But in the meantime, it looks like some activity there with Brad Liebenberg. Brad Liebenberg has pitted, so the new leader of the race is Axel Jeffries. And that means then this could be a driver change, a driver swap that we see between Brad Liebenberg and Cara Hill. As we see one of the back markers there going a bit squiggly, trying to get back onto the power at the beginning of sunset. It's not an easy task to modulate your throttle and keep the rear of the car steady. The McLaren still is on the circuit, Steve.
Okay, so Ant is going to score points here, but another one that's going to score points. So Blunden in the McLaren who is still going around, has to be very cautious because guess what else is in the B-class category?
I'll tell you now. Ryan Nyker right behind those very two you just mentioned.
Yes, and Pretorius as well.
In the same car. So they'll move in a similar sort of distance. Well, then no.
Yes.
They're 2 points apart there. Yeah. Two points between Anthony Pretorius as well as Ryan Nyker. So that if they're scoring, since they're scoring in the same car, that difference will remain the same when they're bumped up. But of those three, Ant Blunden will get the most benefit. Well, of course, depending on where he finishes. But he is 2 points ahead of them as it stands in the championship.
Which means he maximizes his points.
Indeed.
So what does that mean?
As far as the past 1.5 hours of racing that we've seen is concerned, I'm going to let you go on with the calculations while I continue seeing how the points are sitting at the moment.
He's got 7 cars ahead of him that are not scoring points. He's got 7 drivers not scoring points.
Yeah, Class B is about to be turned on its head.
Which, no joke,
yeah,
he has an opportunity to jump 7 positions in the championship.
Yeah, that's correct.
Go McLaren, go!
That is incredible. Oh, no, so I see that's where the Go McLaren girl is coming from. We've got the number of laps covered at the moment that we've seen. Of course, A-class cars all around the 43-odd mark. So are the B-class. Yep, 39 marks for the Class Bs. When Roach getting that lap counter up, he just stepped into the car, of course, so he's trying to get as warmed up as possible. David Franco in tow of the MJR Audi R8. I believe Gianni Giancarlo is in that car at the moment. Yes, there was a driver change for Maurice Jackson Racing a couple of laps ago. So it's not going to be a tow that David Franco is trying to get benefit of. I guess it's just the view of having an Audi R8 GT3 in front of you.
How about a swap up for the top spot? Jeffries is now up into first place. Liebenberg into second.
Yeah.
But what does that mean for Liebenberg? Because now he's losing those points. And unfortunately, Charles Orangi's and Arnold Neveling getting a bit closer. And the Inter Africa 125 has got their sister car at the top spot. So now that whole championship starts having a concertina effect and pressure starts being put on. Bradley Liebenberg, who will be jumping up ahead into getting ahead of Paul Hill in the championship, can he hold it to get all the points in the championship to stay ahead of everyone else for Class A?
I wonder if that Blueberry might play a gunner role there for his sister car. I do wonder. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Way, is there a box of Smarties in the pits? Because if there's a box of Smarties and a chocolate milkshake, anything is on the cards here.
We'll see, Steve. We'll see. I'm not going to call anything again. I risk being accused of atrocious crimes by you. So I'm not going to say anything and be too liberal with my unlimited word count as a commentator. I think that's Hein Lattergan we just had in and out of frame very quickly there. The GT4 of Ryan Nyker as well as Anthony Pretorius also running up the lap count. Anthony Pretorius actually in the car at the moment. Yes, we saw that R8 GT4 get into the pits not too long ago. The leader of Class B, we don't have him in frame yet, is Wayne Roach, and Pretorius, who is in frame, is in second in the Class B cars.
And that will be his first time scoring points in Class B. So what he's essentially doing is taking points away from Nyker and Pretorius, and also taking away points, well, giving some points for the likes of Ant. So Ant Blunden will be scoring a bit of points here.
Yeah, I bet he'd be looking forward to that because he sits at the moment.
He's got seven drivers ahead of him now, not scoring any points.
Exactly,
so
yeah. Huge jump.
So this is a bit of a game going on, and only towards the end of the championship that we get to see this all-star falling in place, but we cannot go and throw out, because if you don't do well in these next rounds, the 9 hours of Kyalami happening in November is double points. So that means you can score points now.
It's 2 races worth, yeah.
That's it. You score points, move yourself up, then get the double points to secure it. That's what's needing to be done on the cards.
Yeah.
And this is why you want to join the championship early to maximize just in case. And we saw it. Suddenly, a massive turn of events have happened.
Yeah, huge swings came in.
The 1 hour dash, that's been turned on its head. Our B class has been turned on its head as well. I mean, this is getting a bit wild. I don't know. I'm sitting here going and scratching my head and moving forward. And then you've got the family, the Franco family, going and winning their side of things. They're maximizing points. They are looking to take the Class D championship because now suddenly Kara and Umpi are not in contention anymore.
Exactly. Yeah. Kara and Umpi are not in contention, and the Corridors car is struggling right now, as of the previous 3 rounds that we've seen. So, at least for the time being, I'm not going to put the word cement into this, but the Francos look very good right now for Class D.
No, the only time you can bring out cement is if you call yourself Bob the Builder.
I thought you were going to say Scribante, but okay.
You haven't got a Lamborghini. When you got a Lamborghini, then we'll talk about that. So, I mean, take a look out there. There's an Audi R8 GT4, which is what you start in before you move on to the bigger sister, the Audi R8 GT3. You can already see the body difference between the two.
Yeah.
Bigger aerodynamics, more power underneath it, a lot more tech underneath it. The GT4 is all about having a closer to a road-going car than a race car. Then the next evolution, next step, will be into the GT3. 2 new spec in GT4 and GT3 out on track here in the South African soil. Always a fantastic sight. Both coming from the MJR side of things, where Marius Jackson brought both cars in. And just to add out there, that remember Joseph Ellerine, who was the partner for Marius Jackson, is out of the car. So Marius Jackson is scoring points by himself here. In turn, he's getting to see what the 2 cars are all about. But this McLaren that has come out, and for anyone that's going, hang on, a McLaren, where have I known this car around? Let's go back a little bit. Let's go back to last year. Ultimate Outlaws, Isak Spies and Rolf Duplessis, both in a McLaren MP12-C. Ooh, where is that coming from? G&H bought both cars. They have also put the cars back to their original bodywork, so slimmed it down a little bit, gave it a new respray, going blue and white, and that's why we got the car back out, which was originally the McLaren. When I spoke to and London down at Aldo Scribante, he said, it's going to be a sprint race car, don't worry about it. Suddenly, it's now a championship contending car.
Yeah, everyone who sort of played down their ambition in the championship is suddenly in a different position. We saw that with the 1 hour dash, and we're definitely getting another picture of that as far as this class is concerned. And we're about halfway across the 2nd hour, if that makes sense. We're 1.5 hours across in the race generally, but we take it an hour at a time because so much could happen in 30 minutes, let alone an hour. We try to break it down a bit into 4 segments that we can actually focus on and concentrate. And we've seen a very busy first hour, incredibly busy first hour. Second hour has been more focused on, it looks like, strategy, pit stops, especially with the Class A cars. The biggest changes we've seen have been in second hour. A, because of generally at the hour mark, because we look for pit stops. B, we had a safety car in and around that time. The safety car was the biggest differentiator for our hour mark crossover. So a lot of pit stops have come into Africa. We've seen Samlin. We've seen also I beg your pardons, we've seen with the MJR car. Marius Jackson also stepped out, as well as the second Samlin in Class B with Wayne Roach getting into the car. Wayne Roach also one of the newer entrants, getting into the Samlin setup as what they call a pay driver in racing circles, and he's having the time of his life. He cannot believe his good fortune when it comes to stepping into such a stable as Samlin.
Okay, I'm going to chuck this one out here because we saw that Ricky was unfortunately not feeling so hot, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Who's in 12th place in the number 75 car?
in the second place in the class. Well. Ricky Gianocaro.
But you know what that means?
Yeah.
He's going to score points.
So he's back in the running.
It's back in the running against Ant Blunden. This is getting wild, folks.
so it turns out it's not Smarties in the paddock. It's medicine for people of the likes of
Blue Smarties.
Ricky Gianocaro.
It's the Blue Smarties.
It's the Blue Smarties. Those are medicine. Okay, got it. I'll remember that.
This is now turning into, I think Ricky, who said, look, I wasn't feeling so great. I'm just going to rather wait it out. Someone gave him a tap on the shoulder and said, hey, buddy, listen.
You showed him
you've
the
got a
championship
problem."
standings. You showed him the championship standings.
That slid across the table, that's for certain. It was just with a highlighted effort there. And now he's back in the car, which means Ants Blunden's chances of defending is suddenly dissipating as well. So this is going to be an interesting thing because Ricky has a chance to put himself back into the championship contention, which means there's only 6 drivers not scoring in B class.
Yep, initially it was 7. At the moment we have Class B leader in frame. It's Nathan Hammond pushing, not Nathan Hammond, sorry. That is Wayne Roach stepping in for Darby Hammond, who stepped out of the car there. And he is well on his way to get some points down for the Class B championship as well. So yeah, so far smooth running for him. No interruptions in terms of back markers. He's had a really good couple of laps actually. Gotten some time to get acquainted with the car and the circuit at racing pace tilt, let alone I mean, there was quali that came in practice sessions that we've seen over the past couple of days. But as one of the racing drivers on the starting grid told us when speaking to Nadine, look, you're not going to, I think it was actually Nathan. He was like, look, they have a car they want to run in, the Super Trofeo, the beautiful number 7. They say they want to run that car in and get used to it, but you're not going to get nearly as enough time as you want using practice sessions. You need hours upon hours upon hours and layers of data and information. And the only place you can get that is during the race. And that's exactly what the quote-unquote newbie, Wayne Roach, is doing in that second Samlin Lamborghini.
How big are those air quotes? Because Wayne Roach has got a fair amount of experience. But going down to our Class E's, take a look at this. We have got Team Kubani going and making their way and pushing onto the back of the Tracor Steel.
Yeah.
And our national V8 Roadsters going and having a great time out there. Kubani actually showing that they're in top flight this time around, which they've battled on and off throughout the season, but now it's starting to get a little bit more alive and really hanging on to the back of the cars, which is fantastic to see. And we got to learn not so long ago that avid runners for communities and major support in terms of that. So fantastic to see how they, excuse my pun, stretching their legs. Oh, there has been a twist round.
And it's again at the start of sunset. It seems like
that is barbecue.
Sorry, barbecue. It seems like the backdraft seem to be struggling there. I think the exit, when they get back on the throttle, destabilizes the cars. Well, the drivers at least struggle a lot more than anywhere else to get the rear a bit more stable. I don't know what. I never got a look because I was busy looking at the championship points.
That's Anthony Hall.
Let's have a look and
see. First round, so he went in.
There you go. The rear comes out. The rear comes out every time.
And Kubani having to take evasive maneuvers. That was extremely close. That could have ended in a very, very bad situation at barbecue. We could have had 2 cars and we were needing to go to the barbecue after that. But now we have got the pit stop starting to roll in, and one of our Class C's pulling into the pits. This is the championship lead, the father and son duo going and making in some valuable points for them. Suddenly, they are looking with a bit more of a smile, coming in saying, oh, we worked on the car, we kind of figuring it out. Suddenly, they are moving really, really well. It does look like the Corridors team going and mining out of the way, allowing drivers to come through. They've also just been keeping a nice steady pace for Class D and just trying to keep on going. That's the main thing about this. The one thing about endurance racing is about crossing the line. Now, I know lots of people have heard this before, where we keep going and bantering on. Just get yourself back into the car. If you can get that car across the line, do so. Score those points, because you don't know how that's going to help you in the race as well. So it's always, don't worry about where you are in position. Get to the checkered flag. That is the main goal for every endurance racing. Whether you're on a sim, whether you're here in the South African Endurance Series, it is all proven to be helpful around the world, and now it is screaming efforts, because if you're not in it to win it, if you're not going to cross the line, you're going to throw away your championship, as we have seen.
Yep, 100%. You just have to be there. And you also sometimes just have to be there to win the lead of the championship, even though you never intended to, as we've learned is the theme as far as the 4 hours of Kyalami is concerned. That is our Class E leader, of course, Gavin Rook, piling up the laps, getting in the times, and looking quite steady with little to worry about ahead of him and behind. Maybe you could say you could worry about Nick Adcock, who's approaching in that Nova Proto, but two different fights. It's different strokes for different folks. And we've got the BBR 992 in the pits at the moment.
Hein will be climbing out. Tavares will be going in. There is no time for them not to do a driver swap.
Yeah, they definitely have to do exactly that. And considering also we're approaching the halfway mark of the race, we're a good chunk clear of the second hour of racing, so they absolutely have to make their driver change now.
And they're doing a tire change as well. Interesting. Going for a fresh set of rubber on the car as well. Full refuel and a tire swap. That would be a tire swap to the end. They wouldn't replace tires unless weather dictates. That car should get to the end on a set of tires. It's going to be pushing it, but it should be able to get on the set. So fresh set of boots put on the car, and now out the pits. Lots of hard work from our drivers, and also fantastic work by the pit crews. And we cannot stress this enough. It's a team, it's a team effort in the pits where refueling, tire changes, the lollipop man, making sure that entrance to your box is absolutely perfect, and ensuring a safe exit out of your box. Don't want to drive into your competitors or put your car at risk. So he's got a very, very difficult job there. You got your team boss radioing in, trying to get all the planning. The drivers going and talking to the engineers in the pits, saying, look, this is what my car's doing. Mechanics having to frantically work on the cars, adjusting on the fly, making it work. So there's so much happening in the pits that we don't get to see on camera, but we get to chat to in the post-race and pre-race with all the different mechanics and the different teams, just getting a little bit more of who they are, what they do, and how it all turns out during the course of the race.
Yep, definitely a lot of work that goes into this, and you have to be, I beg your pardon, you have to be on the ball at every point. You cannot miss a detail. You certainly have someone who hasn't missed any details so far, as far as Class E is concerned. That's the reason he's the leader. Again, Gavin Rook, definitely, like I was saying, not much to worry about. He hasn't got any much of a challenge actually from the Class E competitors. Second place in Class E is Betancourt, but he's a lap adrift from him. So you can imagine maybe the signals that he's getting from his team as he passes the start finish. Okay, you can relax a bit. You don't have to be too aggressive. You also have to be careful with these backdrafts, these V8s. You've seen how when you get back onto the power, especially at barbecue, more than anywhere else, they just seem to be so squiggly, and it takes quite a bit of skill for you to keep it stable at many parts of the circuit. But barbecue seems to have dribbled a lot of the V8 Roadster racing drivers. Someone who hasn't been dribbled by anything at all, a pair of drivers who haven't been dribbled by anything at all, are the Inter-Africa racing drivers so far. Axel Jeffries having taken over, of course, from Philip Barron not too long ago at the crossover point of the previous hour that we saw starting, and he's done well to take and marshal the entire field of SAE racing cars. Oletlaka also took the wheel from Stewie White earlier on. Stablemates, of course, to Axel Jeffries and Philip Barron, and we've got a nice synergy that is establishing here with the Inter-Africa racing team with international projects, races ashore, across the shores rather, that are forming and on the horizon. So we've got some exciting things coming up for them, as that's why you see that international visits from Axel Jeffries as well, Philip Barron. Both of them quite experienced in GT racing across so many different countries. I mean, Axel Jeffries, the moment he left South Africa about 14 years ago, he has pretty much touched every cutting edge leader of the industry piece of equipment in racing, from single seaters. I think the furthest he went in single seaters was F3s, and at the time it was GP3s, I think, if I'm not mistaken, before they changed their names to F3s.
So it was F3s and then it went to GP3s.
Yes.
So it's essentially the same thing, just the machinery changed, a bit of a name change to Grand Prix 3s, or Formula 3s as they're more commonly called.
Yeah.
But definitely going to be an interesting time there and coming back. But remember, 15 years ago he left when Kyalami still had a completely different layout to what it is now. So he's having to experience a new track back at home. 15 years ago he left here And the whole world of South Africa is completely different to what he left behind. And even the track that he has known to love, it's been the home of many, has evolved in not only one generation, it's evolved 3 times since he's last been here.
Yeah, I mean, the last time he was here, literally, I would argue, was the last time he set foot at Kyalami? Yes, 1, it wasn't renovated yet, and 2, he was visiting his old karting team. And I think that was back in the Burrell days, if I'm not mistaken. Neil Curtis and Leo Poulter were still at the helm of that team. And I happened to be there on the day and was with his family. I suspect that was the last time he actually set foot on Kyalami's grounds. And after that, it's just become
and the
something
karting
else
circuit's definitely changed and moved as well. So it's
yeah.
not even the same kart track he once knew. So definitely a bit of a shock to the system for him. But coming to a circuit that FIA recognized to have endurance racing on it, to have the type of machinery going around, is definitely an exciting time. I mean, this circuit at the moment can host a WEC race. And for anyone that doesn't know, that is the World Endurance Championship. That's why we had the SRO here, and it's why we can even have the LMDH cars, LMP2, and GT3s able to race here. Also Asian Le Mans.
Were we not on the cusp of being on the WEC calendar until a certain pandemic hit?
Yes,
yeah,
we were, which means who knows in the future, anything can happen. I mean, the South African endurance scene has kind of thrown a whole bunch over the course of its races. I wouldn't be surprised if we suddenly had the Porsche coming, the Porsche LMDH, or having the BMW LMDH coming through. Hopefully we can fix the nose on that car because it looks terrible. But there is so much that can happen, and international drivers recognizing what the series is becoming and how it's developed, that they want to use it as the training grounds for their racing overseas, because it's high altitude training for one here in Midrand, and also you get to try out the exact same machinery that you're piloting overseas as well. That does change things up for everyone.
Yep, and of course that export of talent is an important factor. We've seen our talents be exported overseas. Apart from Axel, we've seen Stewie White, the likes of Jordan Pepper, the likes of Calvin van Linde and his brother Sheldon, the likes of, the names are escaping me, Gennaro Bonafide, as well as you have Wanda Mukwena. Most recently is a good mention because he was effectively introduced into GT4 machinery by MJR, Maurice Jackson, training him, sort of nurturing him. He got experience to race side by side with an international GT racing driver at Kyalami in GT3 equipment for the first time, and he has since gone on to race overseas, and he's comfortably in a European series racing GT3 machinery over there.
Yeah, done the Spa-Francorchamps. He has gone and done well at Zandvoort.
Yeah.
And just had a fun time out there. Part of the Inter-Africa initiative for him. So it's been a great time for it. But I also want to bring back to a proper moment here, because Nick Adcock is now 6 seconds behind Bradley Liebenberg. So we may see a change up for second place between the Audi R8 and Bradley Liebenberg, who at the moment is trying to get himself back into the swing of things. Nick Adcock, though, behind the wheel, closing down that gap. He is properly getting on the power, trying to ensure he can get closer and closer and closer, get into second place. Remember, this is for championship points. Nick Adcock in Class A is currently running way down in 10th place. Michael Jensen in 11th and Charles Visser running in 12th. All three of them will look to try and maximize their points here today to try and get ahead of Steve Clark and Mike McLaughlin, which they are ahead of. And the Slingshot 2.0 is now lying in 6th position. After that is the Inter-Africa 125 car of White and Leclerc, who are trying to improve their times as well. So, and the only other rivals to them is Henk Latergan and Tavares running 3rd and 4th. Henk Latergan will not be scoring any points here, so he's going to drop down the order. Paul Hill is not driving, so he's going to drop down. Bradley Liebenberg is target.
Yep, and we're closing in on the halfway mark, the exact halfway mark, as we have some of our backdrafts in frame there. We're counting down to see what happens now. Some teams, look, most of the Class A cars have changed their running order around, so I get the sense we're going to overlap and cross over here. And
it's
also
be a splash and dash.
You reckon?
I think the safety cars that we have seen
Threw us off.
They've thrown the pit stops entirely.
Yeah.
So this is going to be for a moment that you're going to come into the pits. Now there's a Corridors car parked in the pit lane, but a beautiful shot. This is off the balcony overhang, and you can see it in the shot of the Kyalami, the building, and you can go off the balcony and just look at the cars coming by. Absolutely amazing. VIPs going up there, watching all the stuff. But what is going to be a very interesting turn of events is who's going to have enough in the tank, because the next fuel stop, put it that way, for a lot of these cars, they're not going to be putting maximum fuel in. So if you've got a 90-litre tank, you're going to probably put 40 litres in it, because you're going to run it down to the wire, and there's not enough to burn that tank. There's not enough time in it as well. So it's going to be a splash and dash unless someone is able to, burn the fuel off 100% now, and then you go in with a full tank and risk it, or they're able to save fuel that you shorten your pit stop time. And that is going to be for all the different cars at the moment, because even our Class E's have our V8 Roadster National Championship, that's changed out. Our Class B's, our Class D, and also our Class C, just going in everything, changing up throughout the running order of guys making their way through. I mean, this is turning into a very, very interesting fight. But take a look who's in second. Ricky Giannacara going after Wayne Roach, trying to close up that gap as much as possible to try and maximize his points in the championship for Class B. So there's so many little points happening around the track, and even within our national V8 Roadsters, the guys are trying to really give it horns till the very end, and no one feeling the pressure more than our people group and Adept, who went into the race leading the championship, now unfortunately a little bit further down than they had planned.
Yeah, and well, you know what, speaking to Mark Harvey and the guys, they really, for them it's a matter of trying to be as consistent as possible. They don't seem to have the idea of leading championships in their planning or written down as something that is a goal they speak about. It seems like more of a result of the consistency and the little work that they put in and build up towards, and then the results just come to them.
Okay, well, we do have the MJR Audi pulling into the pits, and that is going to open up for Steve Clark to keep on going. So a bit of a pit stop happening out there, and then we have got our Samlin Racing Lamborghini Super Trofeo keeping ahead of the Promogen Audi of Bradley Liebenberg, who's going to try and make short work of him, not to lose out too much time. Going to put a lap up on them, because in the same shot of Bradley Liebenberg, who's just gotten past a Lamborghini, wait, and watch what comes around turn 2. In the background, there's
That
Nick
Nova
Adcock,
Proto, yep.
and they fighting for position. So Bradley Liebenberg, from having a 7-second gap, is now down to 3.
Let's see what that looks like. You know what, the kind of effect the top of the hour, the turn of the hour has on these races, but so far it looks like it's going to be, it's not going to be easy to get past that that number 7 Samlin Racing Lambo.
I think it's going to be very short work, to be honest.
Let's have a look.
Inside line.
Okay, there's a lot of space ahead, but once
Goodbye.
he's overtaken, fair. That was loud. Okay, I've made it too easy. I would have tried to widen my car a bit more, but to be fair,
Why?
2 different competitions, nothing in it, nothing to gain between the 2 of them. But let's see what Nick Adcock can do to close that gap between him and Brad Liebenberg between now and the next time he sees Steve Clark. Steve Clark still is in that slingshot, and Nick Adcock is moving at a rate of knots at the moment. He's now in the same frame as Brad Liebenberg. He's going to have to quickly swing around Steve Clark and continue this fight for position between himself and Liebenberg. Liebenberg also navigating around some back markers, a backdrafter there that is making light work of in time to hit the curb of Cheetah. That was quite impressive. And Nick Adcock.
Fabian Lance getting swamped into Ingwe as she's having to deal with it. Well, I want to go and just bring up something. You said, why not make your car a little bit wider with a blue flag?
Yeah.
Racing rules of Motorsport South Africa is you hold your racing line, you're predictable, you don't do any erratic maneuvers, but you're not allowed defending against the car getting past you. The faster car needs to find a safe way around you, but you're not allowed defending against it. So you hold your racing line, let them go, and then they'll figure out their way around you. But now, unfortunately, that did that very same rule has just compromised Bradley Liebenberg, because now Nick Adcock onto the back of him, heading into Sunset, now towards Clubhouse. Nick Adcock has got Bradley Liebenberg in his sights with a quick flash saying, "Hello, my friend."
Been a while.
It's been a while, Crocodile. Let's see what that V10 can do against a Ford Coyote 4-liter V8 as it makes its way through. I mean, this is going to be a monster, an LMP car, well, a prototype taking on a GT3. We usually see the LMP3s and GT3s race against one another overseas. Nick Adcock is used to that. He's used to competing with the two different machineries, with the likes of his run in the Asian Le Mans in the LMP3 against LMP2s and also GT3. So he's used to this. Bradley Liebenberg, though, coming across the nose saying, no, buddy, hang on, you're Nick Adcock. I know who you are, and I know how close you are in championship points. I can't let you go because you are going to put a monster dent into it. But now the question is, what are they doing to their tires? What are they doing to their fuel? And what is that going to impact in the final hour of the race?
And don't you reckon Nick Adcock would have the better fuel saver between the two?
Well, yes, lighter car, smaller engine, and that all does work. But he is thrashing his tires, and he's trying to get past. And Bradley going to come right. Oh, he tried to turn in to go for the apex. Unfortunately, there was a backdraft, a V8 Roadster in the way, and Bradley had to just pull out of that. So he got a little bit caught in tunnel vision and had to second guess the move. So he moved it back out. But with 52 seconds to go, we will be hitting top of the hour, which Prince, you know all too well.
Yeah, I do know it all too well. And there's top of the hour, and then there's an SAES type of top of the hour. So there's two different things all together, and it looks like we're gonna have a top of an hour that is acceptable across all circles, across SAES circles, across human circles, across school is over, across it's a Saturday, a bright and sunny Saturday, and you're chilling at home enjoying your braai. This is a type of top of the hour that we like to see once in a while. And things have run quite smoothly for Nick Adcock to get back into the lead, and he's a championship lead contender rather with Brad Liebenberg, so he's happy to see himself ahead, and with Liebenberg in his rear view mirror at the moment. Liebenberg is going to have to work hard and hope things come his way for him to change that around, but as it stands, there was just no answer to the way Nick Adcock had the Nova Proto in full command, in proper command, and he's putting it at Brad Liebenberg getting into the pits. Did you just see that? He peeled off into the pits just now. So a quick change, strategic change there for the Promogen team, championship leaders at the moment. I
think that's going to be a driver change.
Yeah, it definitely. Carrier Hill hasn't gotten into the car at the moment, and we are at the exact halfway mark. So we're looking forward to seeing her get into the car there. Otherwise, Nick, how much time has Nick spent in the car? It looks like an hour, if I am not mistaken, because at around the 45-minute mark, Jensen got out of the car, and so it's about an hour or so, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it would be just shy of an hour right now that he's been in the car.
Yeah.
So he's going to be pushing himself. Remember, they've got 3 drivers, so Nick Adcock is trying to maximize his time in the car before he has to swap out. There is a minimum stint time that each driver needs to do.
88 minutes.
Yeah, so this is going to be a very, very close run in a 4-hour race. And for the 4 hours of Kyalami, if you look at the lap times that they're doing, it's, you're looking in the 150, 140s, or 142s is going to be the running time for a full race pace. But Axel Jeffries is still out there doing everything he can to try and maximize. He's looking for a win in the debut outing in the car, which would be a monster win for them, especially for round 4 of the SA Endurance Series here at the 4 hours of Kyalami. And
whoa,
very close!
Samlin's Lambo and Nick Adcock's Nova Pro to come together. Nick Adcock was trying to go around the outside of Crocodile. I don't think it's down.
Samlin didn't look in the left mirror.
Yeah, Wayne Roach wasn't aware of Nick Adcock going around the outside. Yeah, that is a broken mirror.
He squashed his mirror against the... There was contact.
Yeah,
he squashed the mirror against the Just for Sleep Rico Barlow Norma Nova, and let's take a look at it, because he started moving to the left. He's going for his normal brake line.
Oh, I see what happened there.
So he's trying to go for the normal racing line, and unfortunately Nick Adcock decided he's going to go for the normal racing line, hoping that Wayne Roach would stick to the right-hand side. Wayne Roach, oh, hold on. There's a car slowing down through the Yuxke sweep. And Wayne Roach going wide. Hang on, if we pan the camera to the left, we have a very, very slow backdraft V8 that I saw there. Does that mean they were going to have a safety car? Down, there was a silver. There, I promise you, I did not. There it is. And that is our championship contenders.
Oh no! It's the people V8 Roadster, leaders of 3 championships: the Index of Performance, Class E, and the Overall. They've been the most consistent performers that we've had in our SAE Racing Tour across the 3 rounds we've seen thus far. And at the moment, as it stands, they are beached at the beginning of barbecue. Oh no! Oh jeez!
That's going to be a safety car. Okay, you know what that means? Just as a heads up, hey, we've got my McLaren in there, the G&A Transport. Beautiful McLaren getting now a free pit stop because safety car will be deployed. They're going to be doing fuel and tires.
Yeah.
Safety car will have to be deployed for that.
And what you thought was a splash and dash may just happen
And there's
for
a
a lot
quick
of the
stop
teams.
just ahead of them. That is one of the Lamborghinis. Is that a Lamborghini or is that Promjet?
No, it's a Lamborghini.
If we
it's a Lamborghini.
If we just had to sit up a little bit, it's still not safety car out as yet. Drivers are still going as fast as they can. It's a bit on the risky side here. Are they gonna bring out the safety car for this? It's parked just by the entrance of the pit lane. It's off the racing line. I don't know. Nick Adcock has taken first place though because he still needs to do the stop. So there's been an early pit stop for Jeffries and also for Bradley Liebenberg. So they have got themselves caught out there. Ranjis is back up into third. So yeah, this is going to be a tough one for them. I don't know how it's all going to work out and how they're going to make their way through. Going to be a proper run for the drivers. Nick Adcock taking the lead of the race. He's still got to get that stop done and dusted. And now we've got Charles Ranjis moving into second place. Axel Jeffries is in the pit, so that does confirm that the Inter Africa Blueberry is now into the pits and leaves the likes of Leclerc now out on the track, looking to usurp fellow sister car, getting chased down also by one of our Audi R8 GT4 that's on the back of him, trying to move his way up. Pretorius going and having a bit of fun in the car as he travels his way through. Still no safety car out. So obviously there is reports that maybe that car is in a safe enough position that it isn't going to be a safety car. And for those that thought it was going to be a safety car, that was hoping for a cheap pit stop, it's not going to be the case. But it does make a bit of a problem for our V8 National Roadsters, because now the People Group and Adept, who is stranded, is stricken on the outside and needs to get back to the pits to find out what's going on. They're losing a lot of time here. This is not working out for them, and they're starting to see that championship slip, because not only does this affect the running for the National V8 Roadster Championship, but performance in index and overall starting to slip out of their hands. I mean, this is turning into a proper run. Honestly, going to be an interesting one. Kari Hill now jumping into the car, and Bradley Liebenberg is out the car as we suspected. The car is now going to be in for 2 hours. Marius Jackson back into the car for the MJR. Tavares is in the car. Wayne Roach is in the 95 Lamborghini. Lying in 9th place, Nathan Hammond in the number 7, the Super Trofeo, is down into the top 10. Gavin Rook up into first place. He's trying to make his way up. Bittencourt chasing him down in second of our National V8 Roadster class. And this is now turning into a very interesting time for the drivers and a bit of a guessing game for the teams. 1 hour, 53 minutes to go. And there's still so much happening out on the track. So we have to keep an eye on how this race is going to go. Big turn of events. We saw the 1 hour dash earlier. That's been flipped on its head. Class B being flipped on its head. Class A being flipped on its head, and now we've also got our National V8 Roadsters flipped on its head. Corridus rejoining the circuit, so they have been in the pits for quite a bit of time and now looking to just get back out, get going. This is turning into a bit of a rough run for our drivers. It's going to be a huge time out on the track for everyone to make their way forward. So going to be a proper run for everyone fighting it out and doing whatever they can to ensure that they stand at the top of the charts as they battle their way through. Nick Adcock leading out the top. Charles Runge's in second. Car that 2 weeks ago was across the waters trying to make their way through the circuit. And then Jeffries, who's running in third place after spending 15 years away from the track, now going and having a bit of fun looking at the podium spot, now only lying 4 seconds behind Charles Runge's, so looking to retake that second place. So keep an eye out on the number 1 Porsche and keep an eye on the Blueberry Lamborghini that will be chasing down. They're going to be fighting out for second place, and they're within a shot of one another. As we keep a lookout, we do see the Hondas back out on track, the Type R that originally had a cracked manifold. They went and go down the road, got it welded, and now they brought it back to get the car back out onto the track. Really incredible to see that all happening. But this is all developing. This is going a bit wild. Steve Clark is now getting into a closer fight with Inter Africa's number 125. So Leclerc needs to really step on it. But what a turn of events for our number 37. They're now returning to the track and getting themselves sorted. And we haven't had the safety car come out as yet. I don't think the safety car will be deployed, as they decided that car is in a safe enough spot to get them going. So this is going to be a proper run. Prince, I'm lost for words because so much is developing here. Because take a look, third place is in earshot of second. So this very Lamborghini is now having a bit of a challenge towards Charles Runge's, and the Porsche closing down in the same shot. There they are, coming through Cheetah, and not too far behind is 41 seconds is Leclerc in the other Into Africa, the number 125, but he is now getting chased down by Steve Clark, who needs to still change over to Mike McLaughlin. There's 1 hour and 49 minutes to go in this race. How much time is there really going to be for a driver change, and who's going to do it? I think it's going to be whoever pits now. This is their final pit stop they're going to have to do. No one else can pit afterwards, so they're going to get right into that hour mark and then stand on the gas.
Yep, Steve Clark may be one of the first to do that. As of now, until I don't know. Look, time is going to be difficult to tell because opportunity and circumstance are never something you can call. But as of the moment you made that statement, Steve, until a bit later on, Steve Clark, I reckon, will be one of the first. He's had a very long stint, and if I'm not mistaken, he's the only racing driver to be in the car for this long, apart from Sam Hammond, maybe. No, Nathan was in the number 7 Super Trofeo. So Sam Lynn Racing have also had that change happen. Betancourt has been in the car for quite a while in that 169. Franco, the GSW, have had their change, and Blunden also have had a change in that GTR. We've seen Anthony Hoare, the likes of Brandes. A lot of changes have come and gone, and the only racing driver to remain, at least for the first 2 hours, has been Steve Clark. So there's a stop imminent there. We're just waiting to see it. We've got the 911 and 997 911 Porsche there with, I think it is a Runge still at the wheel. And he, too, is trying to chase down that Blueberry Lamborghini. But at the moment, the closest in terms of position where things stand at the moment is Nick Adcock, who marshals Class A of the Runge's, chasing him down. And behind him is Axel Jeffries, as well as Xolile Tlako, who's a bit further adrift. So the Inter Africa stable is looking strong and standing stable. And in the meantime, someone standing stable is Nadine down in the pits.
with Philip Barron, all the way from, where are you from again? Is it Dubai?
Dubai in Austria, yes.
Dubai in Austria. And he is racing Car 27 with Into Africa, and it's the first time he's racing at Kyalami, as he mentioned, and in South Africa. So how's it going?
It's a story of ups and downs. We had a very good qualifying starting from pole into the race, but then we had an early issue with the power steering, so we have to do every hour technical stop to refill the oil, and obviously due to this we lose some time, but we're still up to fight for the win.
And do you know where you guys are currently standing? Are you in first place still?
Right after the stop right now we've been in 4th position, I guess, but I'm sure Axel will fight his way back to 1st, and then I hands out the car to me and I do the final stint.
Okay, nice. Well, I look forward to seeing you go back out there.
Yeah, me too. Bye.
Awesome. Well, if you guys are wondering why they keep pulling into the pits, there you have your answer. Let's go back to the gents in commentary.
Thanks to Nadine, that was perfect timing. We're wondering why exactly Blueberry had stepped into the pits. We could see them just ahead of that McLaren GT3 car, but now we know exactly why. It is a power steering issue that number 27 car is struggling with, so every now and then we see them peeling in. Philip Barron says he's going to be doing the last stint, and we look forward to seeing how he closes things off for his first time here at the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. The racing driver there from Dubai and Austria. But of course, leading things at the moment is Nick Adcock in that Nova Proto, and is being hunted down by the likes of Axel Jeffries as it stands. They're quite some way off, but at the same time, it's not much, as very much capable are the likes of Axel Jeffries and Philip Barron to close that gap and sort of reel them in. But the advantage definitely is there where Nick Adcock and that Nova Proto is concerned. Let's take a look at some of the lap times that have come and gone recently. We alluded to it, the conversation, the potential of lap times being broken. I think the quickest I saw from Axel Jeffries, if I'm not mistaken, was, yes, a 1:42.5, and he hasn't visited those times lately or not too recently. I mean, he's in the 1:43s now, 1:43.1 or so. It has been his average over the past few laps, so the pace was significantly quicker maybe in the second hour as compared to now. So that may change later on. Perhaps Philip Barron is going to dial it up a notch when Axel allows for him and makes way for Philip rather to take over and go for the final stint. In third place, rather, if you look at just the most recent lap times, we've got a 1:48.1 for Shalaranjis at the moment. His quickest, though, was a 1:46.2, which is still some way off in terms of performance. However, as you'd understand, the potential of the cars. And speaking of lap times, Axel Jeffries just put down a 1:42.3. That is his quickest yet, the best lap time we've seen. He just found 2/10, which is quite, I don't know, significant, can we say? Is that throwing forward or alluding to something in his intentions over the next couple of laps? Who knows? But suddenly finding 2/10 after having stayed on the same pace and the same relative performance for a good 5, 6, 7, maybe even 15 laps even. I'm being sort of missed the mark there in terms of how long his pace has stayed within that 1:43 or so range. He's really been doing it deliberately, and you can tell right now that he's dialing it up a notch and shaving off the tenths in a very methodical and gradual manner. Of course, his level of experience would allow for him to know exactly what to do and when to do it in terms of increasing the pace of the car. Back markers, of course, would be a factor and be a mention there. We've got Shalaranjis who's gone in for a pit. We were speaking about him not too long ago, and I think not too long after that, he immediately went into the pit. And it's a fuel stop, of course. We're going to find out once the transponder activates again at the start-finish whether or not we've had a driver change, because I can't tell, as far as the helmet is concerned, if we still have the same driver in the car. And the pit crew there trying to be as quick as possible. So the front left off and a new one on. And the same is happening at the rear right. One at a time they have to do it on either side of the car as efficiently as they can, safely as well, with our official, the SAS official, making sure that all safety procedures are being adhered to while this is happening. jacks back down. And the car is going back on the circuit. And straight back to Axel Jeffries, who continues to shave away the times and drop the times and get quicker and quicker as we go along. I think the quickest we've seen so far, again, with relation to that lap record conversation, 142.3 from Axel, but 142.2 was set by Stewie White earlier on in the race, much earlier in the first hour. So Axel Jeffries a 10th off Stewie's fastest time. So we stand by for that and see if that progresses at all. But we're still tracing the second placed car as far as the race is concerned, who's gotten 70 laps completed so far. Xolile stablemate with 69 laps rather is a bit further behind, and that is the Promogen car, the Audi R8 GT3 with Cara Hill at the wheel. We saw the driver change take place a couple of laps ago. It was Brad Liebenberg who had taken the car into and across the 2-hour mark of the race, and Cara Hill now takes over. Her first time racing in anger, as they say in racing, and she definitely is getting a worthwhile test of her abilities, and after this she definitely come out a better racing driver. She has of course been exposed to the simulator in terms of preparing, and she would chuckle at the fact that look, sim is one thing, but racing the car in the metal is another altogether. She steps into the car in place for Paul Hill rather, who unfortunately for his health had to step aside, and happily so, knowing that Cara is perfectly capable of taking the wheel with Brad Liebenberg. This change does, of course, switch things up a bit in the championship. Steve and I spoke at length in terms of the championship implication, the permutations, and how this affects things. But the bottom line is the fact that Promogen are in the lead as it stands. Both Brad Liebenberg and Paul Hill are at the lead of the championship in Class A, and Paul Hill stepping out of the car for Cara means that now Brad Liebenberg is the leader of the championship. However, there may be a change yet, depending on how this race finishes. As you see, Xolile making his way around, completing Ingwe and starting a fresh lap. Just want to have a look at the kind of pace he's running at the moment. He's in the 147s and now a 148.5, affected of course by having to make his way around back markers as well as a couple of other cars. And someone who recovered and we thought was ill but stepped back in the car was Ricky Giannicaro in that MJR Audi R8. We just got him in and out of frame very quickly there. The Corridus GTI is looking rather limp, or it's just a relative thing when you consider the pace of the cars getting past him. It's GT3 cars that are passing, so they will look a lot quicker, but it does not look like the car is being driven to its full capability there. And there is Cara Hill making her way around and being chased down by Ricky, I beg your pardon. And then that is Xolile back in frame with the trail of cars possibly to worry about, similar pace that they're running now. And he can pretty much see Brad Liebenberg ahead of him. And it's Neverling now who just stepped into that 997 Porsche we were speaking about earlier. So Aranjis indeed did step out of the car, and it was a driver change that was taking place there in addition to the fuel and tire stop. Axel Jeffries having some back markers. The backdrops having to navigate around them. Oh, that looks rather tight. You have to be careful there. But finally they're getting out of the way without too much trouble. And then we got some news from Nadine down in the pits.
I'm here with Philip Meyer from the People Group. They are currently leading 3 of the classes, but unfortunately they've had to pull into the pits. Philip, what's going on?
Yeah, it looks like we picked up some diff issues. The team are busy looking at it now and seeing if we can repair. It unfortunately looks like catastrophic, but yeah, maybe let's see. We're holding fingers, maybe we can get it repaired, it'll be out again.
I had to disappear for a bit, but how long have you guys been in the pits for now?
We just arrived now, so about 5 minutes.
Okay, so not too bad so far, and hopefully we can get it sorted as quickly as possible to try and get you guys out there again.
We hope so, definitely, hope so.
Well, fingers crossed for you guys, all the best. Thanks. Well, there you have it from our championship leaders this far.
Yep, and that's Philip updating us there about the situation with the people. V8 Roadster car. Unfortunate for them, that is our championship leader across the classes. And how quickly things can, well, spanner in the works, as Steve would call it. Definitely the case for them. Ooh, look who's back. Lorero have had their manifold welded in time for them to get back and compete again in the race. 4 hours certainly is a long time, long enough for you to weld a manifold. And it's good to see that Honda Type R back on the circuit as Cara Hill completes Crocodile and starts a new lap. And such is endurance racing. You don't let the race pass you by without fighting the elements that have come and have been thrown your way, like a damaged manifold, a cracked manifold, which had to be welded by the team there. That is Combined Racing, which had to fight through that. So that's going to be something to celebrate for them. The fact that they'll be able to finish the race, which usually is the first goal you should have when it comes to endurance racing, let alone beating your opponents. Now, apart from the fact that you're fighting your opponents, you're fighting against time, the elements, temperature, weather we saw at round 3. But all things ideal. This is the most picturesque, the most ideal, perfect altitude and conditions for these cars to reach peak performance. We're gonna creep just a little bit into the dark when it comes to the racing we have here, because we have passed the halfway mark and sunset is on the horizon. You can tell the shadows are getting longer again. The sun has definitely left the peak position that it had in the sky a couple of hours ago. But we're not going to go fully into night racing, but nonetheless there will be that nighttime-esque challenge for the likes of Axel Jeffries.
Something to think about here. Lap time, fastest lap time.
Yep.
1:42.021. And Axel Jeffries has now put himself a 1:42.154. That lap time starting to get closer and closer.
Tumbling. And he found 2:10s a couple of laps ago. So he went down from a 5 to a 3 and now is on a 1.
Interesting stuff. I actually ran into Yuri Mpiswart when I went out quickly and had a chat with him. He's saying that he was having a lot of fun in the 1 hour dash. He's still missing teaming up with his teammates. Seeing her on the track is always a bit of fun, but still wanting to get his hands on behind the Audi R8. I think he's going to have have a good scrap between Bradley and Cara for that one. But did say to him, how did it feel though maximizing points in the 1 hour dash? He said, what do you mean? I said, well, you would maximize points in the 1 hour dash, which means you would tie up your points for second place. And his eyes widened and said, but we were testing the car. I said, well, are you sure now?
Yeah.
Now I'm not quite sure, and I think we need to have a chat with the team. So it's definitely going to be an interesting time out there as they move their way through. Charles Visser driving the car in anger though. Last time we saw Charles Visser get very, very close to the lap time. I wonder if the Just for Sleep Rico Barlow, the team, have gone and put a hand on his shoulder and said, right, keep it consistent, let's keep it going. You are still on the same lap as the leader.
Yeah.
Don't push too hard.
Yeah.
There's no point now in the final hour, 33 minutes. Now it's a fuel management strategy between them, because now it's maximizing what fuel you've got towards the end. So interesting times ahead for all our drivers as they make their way through. So definitely something that's going to be developing as the race goes on. So there is the Slingshot 2.0.
There it is. Some work is being done here. This is not, obviously it's not a pit stop considering the position. Got the mechanic out at the front of the car trying to keep it as cool as possible. Steve Clark as well as Mike are trying their best to see what the issue is here.
Was he fanning it down while they're trying to work on it? So he's busy trying to cool down something enough to put your hands in there, and that is over the motor. So What are they inspecting? But that is going to drop them way down the order as well. Not going to be an easy time. And it just seems like every race thus far has been a problem. And here is Kubani moving into the pits. They are having an absolute banger of a time this time.
Smooth race. Love it for them. We've also seen the return, of course, of the combined racing Honda Type R. They managed to weld that manifold in time for them to get back, which is a great thing.
But also our championship leaders now in the pits able to work on their car. But also I do want to point out Nadine going and doing a little bit of work, some inspection work coming in. If you want to talk about the world of motorsport, you always have that one photographer that tends to take some of those action shots, and she's going and finding that later scoop. But interesting developments as they're making their way through. But drivers trying to make their way up through the order. Who's going to be able to make their way to the top end of the field? This is the number 25 car running in the 15th place. That is Brandes. That's going on a proper charge on and making his way through. So interesting stuff there as our leaders now trying to make their way through. And also Marius Jackson getting unfortunately caught up in a little bit of a tough time. And our Provincial Audi is still in a world of hurt at the moment. Cara behind the wheel, now getting used to the car, getting handed over by Bradley, who would be giving a bit of guidance at the moment. I think she's saying, listen, let me handle the traffic at the moment. I'll talk to you after the fact. She is learning the car in race conditions instead of just in field practice. So not having a easy welcome to GT3 racing.
Yep, as we've seen is the case with the likes of, well, the Hammonds, for example, with the Samblin Super Trofeo, the number 7 also being tested out and run at full tilt here with the SAS 4 Hours of Kyalami. Now, someone who confused me a bit, I was trying to see who was in that McLaren MP4-12C GT3 a bit earlier on. And it seems like Ricky has stepped out of the car, and it's Ant Blunden who's back in the car at the moment. While
69 is into the pits and did jerk forward while they were working on. So that looks like a quick just jump out, get the brakes, and everyone pushing onto the car. It is a driver change as well for the 169. And Ben Betancourt climbing out of the car. So that is going to be an interesting run for him, because now he's got it up into 13th position. The number 99 that was parked in the pits, and I also saw coming off a flatbed not so long ago, is now heading back out onto the track. So whatever the problem was with that car, they're able to get going. And that had Minnar in the car. So Minnar is, I think, still in the car at the moment. They down in 24th position, hoping to get a little bit more of a run. So interesting times ahead nonetheless.
As ever, he's got the team profusely working
there.
You
look
don't
at
just
that
hop
lap
out
time.
the car.
Fastest lap time. Rico Barlow adjusts for sleep, a 1:42.061. And
still,
that means
still a shade off a lap time.
Fastest lap time. Take note, folks. A 1:42.021. Matt Campbell set in 2020. That is the record fastest lap in a race. And that was set by a Porsche 992 GT3R. So keep that in mind. Charles Visser is on the hunt to go and get that. So this is going to be a close time if he can break it down.
Look, I think Charles the man today. Look, at this point I can confidently say,
traffic?
But I'm going to keep quiet. Yeah, plenty traffic that is. And Charles, knowing Charles, he's relishing the fact that he's racing
Yellow
amongst...
flags at the top of Leopold.
Oh yeah, I see that.
So where is
what the story is.
Nothing from the entrance of Leopold. It has to be to the right, because there's yellows. Is it down the mine shaft?
The yellow's also down.
Yeah, so safety car out. 1 hour 20 to go.
Fabian Lanz. That's Fabian Lanz out.
Boy.
It's the Lanz Hirsch V8 Roadster.
That's heading into Crocodile.
It is.
That's
so it's going to be a quick recovery.
Yeah.
It's going to be a very quick recovery at the 2.5 hour mark passed for the race. And we're just trying to calculate how far off the lap record Charles Visser is at the moment. That's the fastest lap we've seen so far and instantly his momentum was taken away. Is going to be taken away by the safety car, that's for sure.
Alonso sitting in 18th position,
Yeah.
so she's going to lose out to Anthony Pretorius in the number 93, and Rabaluza. Oddly enough, the Team Kobani has an opportunity here, but whoever's gone for a pit stop that thought they were going and keeping things in, now a cheap pit stop comes in, as we do see the Samlin Racing GT, or the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo in the pits, and they're doing a bit of work on the car. What are they doing? You're looking at the master cylinders. Are they looking at the brake fluid? Yes, so this might be a bit of a top-up in terms of brake fluid. Honestly, getting a little bit too hot there, not too comfortable with it. Yes, it is a top-up of brake fluid, so they have gone through quite a bit. They are worried about that left front as well. So definitely a bit of a problem here, checking the brakes while they can, see if there's any leaks, if the brake pads are okay, but they definitely topping up, which is not often we get to see in a 4-hour race for a top-up. But remember, this is a shakedown for the car. So, interesting time, but our leader is now being picked up by our safety car. We'll be having Axel Jeffries looking at the back of the safety car, and we will see Cara Hill now lying right behind them. She's going to be picking up the safety car, and not too far behind Marius Jackson. And how's this for a nice little shot? Lamborghini, Audi, Audi. Now, Lamborghini has got most of its parts from Audi.
Yeah.
So you have essentially got the 3 sister cars, if I would call it that, all together. And that's absolutely amazing shot. And you think about it, here at Kyalami, we have got that advantage of seeing the more modern day machinery coming into the South African soil, getting to see 3 cars that share very similar parts, engines, gearboxes, drivetrains, all of that very close to one another. Lamborghini going and outsourcing a lot of their parts to Audi that they know are reliable, fast machinery that is able to keep going, but still keeping the Lamborghini flair. But the Audis also going and lining up right behind. Marius Jackson, who is all about pushing the youth forward in racing. Axel Jeffries, who is part of that international youth that went overseas, represented South Africa, and Cara Hill, youth of South African motorsport, first time in a GT3. So we have got a bit of a mixture here, a bit of a mixed bag, but all representing the same thing, youth in motorsport and carrying the flag forward.
Absolutely, and what a way to do it, by being more aggressive, I think, is the main thing. The youth, a lot of the time, South African community in racing is large enough and big enough to have a decent grassroots, and many more rungs in the ladder have been added for you to begin from karting all the way through and run up the ranks and get yourself into main circuit machinery. It doesn't necessarily have to be a GT3 or GT car. However, it can be good enough and thereabouts, and it puts you in a position to be picked out and sort of be chosen as the cream of the crop and put into the equipment that you see, such as that which Cara Hill is in at the moment, and that's all the years of racing that's paying off. A couple of years ago she was in polos, and a bit further back behind that she was in something else, could be in karting. So all of that pays off, and because we have all those steps in place and is slowly becoming more complete, that is the ladder for the youth to climb up in South African motorsport. Ari Neveling is in that 997 at the moment, that Stradale Motorsport 997. He seems to be the one who's going to close off the stint. It seems like a direct 2-hour split between him and Charles Ranges, who did very well in that first half. And Ari Neveling at the moment sitting third as far as position is concerned, some way off, of course, from leaders of the race, Axel Jeffries as well as Charles Visser. But it's going to be a brilliant finish for them, considering the fact that this car, like you were saying, a couple of weeks ago was floating over water. So it's sort of a battle of jet lag for them, and they seem to be winning the battle, at least as far as things stand.
It's going to be an interesting time as the Fabio Lance car getting moved into the pits, and Stuart White going and dropping down a little bit down the order, and he's having to really tussle his way through. This is going to be an interesting time because suddenly our A-class cars are all within earshot of one another. Cara Hill is now staring at the back, staring ahead of Marius Jackson, who is going to be looking to be a big push to try and close up that time. Interesting plays coming in here, and who's going to be able to get their way through, as we do see the number 93 into the pits, and Anthony Pretorius will be climbing out of the car by the looks. Is he climbing out of the car? Is that Ryan Nika? No, that is still Anthony Pretorius in the car. Nika not in the car. You can always tell by Nika's outfit that his whole suit will be the tell whether he's in the car. Very luminescent, very colorful compared to Pretorius. So there he is, just taking a wander over yonder. He's got his helmet in his hands though. Are they prepping for something? No, he's just going and showing the team. So, was possibly thinking of a driver change during the refuel, and maybe they thought differently of it.
Yeah, perhaps, because it does look like he was preparing to get into that car. He wouldn't reach for his helmet for no reason. Maybe the discussion was there in the air, but the team thought differently and want Ant to continue for the time being.
Yeah, so it was definitely a thought that crossed the minds of possibly maybe something might happen, but that definitely changed out. So different set of ball game coming in. The drivers having to move forward, move back, and waiting for this is going to be a proper charge for the drivers to move their way forward.
Yeah.
Who's going to be able to close up the gaps as they make their way around the track. So time starting to tick over, safety lights off, and now it is going to be up to the likes of Axel Jeffries to start it out. You see a quick move of the tires to left and right, keeping everyone guessing, but Cara Hill not backing down. She wants to try and hurry the pace along, keeping right onto the back, and will be told, right, keep on to the leader. When they start accelerating, go with him. Axel Jeffries played the poker face and has launched his way through. Cara getting caught out and now has Marius Jackson all over the back of her as he looks to try and usurp and get that spot back. Remember, it will be a fight for 5th and 6th out on track between the two. Marius Jackson, the MJR, looking to try and increase his lead in the, his fight in the championship, scoring valuable points. Joseph Ellerine not in the car as he is overseas representing the flag over at the Nürburgring. So this is going to be interesting. Cara Hill, though, looking to stamp her name in the A-Class. Debut outing in A-Class, not the first time in the series, but debut in the GT3, debut in A-Class, and after seeing Yuri walking away with the win, she wants to also take that fight.
Yeah, definitely. She's not going to make it easy for the likes of Marius Jackson. You can already see at full tilt, nothing's changed, nothing to call between them as it stands, but it's toe for toe, neck and neck between these two Audi R8s. And at any moment, we could have a bit of a switch up. Let's see what happens. This is one of the pairs, one of the few pairs that have actually matched in terms of spec. The other pair that have matched directly in terms of spec, of course, were the Lambo, the Inter-Africa Lambos, but however, they weren't obviously going to go toe-to-toe as far as a battle is concerned. But this over here can be full swing from either of these racing drivers.
It's going to be a tremendous one, and let's see how it's all going to play out as time goes on. Headlights starting to come ablaze, and drivers are starting to move forward in it, because now we're getting to that bit of an odd time of the day. We are starting to get a little bit darker, that the drivers are going to turn their headlights on to become more visible. Suddenly reflections in mirrors are becoming a problem, and everyone's starting to feel the wear and tear of the race as it goes on. We're starting to get to that more of a dust time. Cara getting the Getty up and go to break away from Marius Jackson, though, as they try and open up a little bit more. But question is she pushing the car a little bit harder? Is the fuel stop now completely out of the question with another safety car that was included? So much that can go on in this race.
Yep, absolutely. We're closing in on that longer shadow period, that pseudo night period. That is it's a bit of a hybrid of everything we've experienced today, from the cool of the day to the absolute peak of the temperatures that we had. It's been a chilly weekend, relatively chilly weekend, but it got really warm today, and you could see the results out on circuit. And now it's getting back to the cool side as we approach sunset here in sunny Kyalami Grand Prix circuit out in Midrand. A pit for BBR. the BBR 992 GT3 Cup car is ready for a pit and a driver swap.
Yes, that will be now Robert Volk getting into the car, his first time.
Stint,
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting time to see him go out, and going to be a new driver to the car, new driver to the team, and hoping that he can really start stretching his legs in the car. Lots of pressure put on, because he's filling the shoes of Henk Laterkhan, who's going and testing for Toyota. So Henk's going to be looking back at this saying, okay, bud, I've given you the opportunity because I can't make it. But what are you going to do with the opportunity? That is the question at hand.
Definitely going to give it his all. No racing driver holds back. Even the likes of, how about with Dr. Mike Verrier, who said, I'm going to hold back. I don't want to.
Yeah, I'm not in it for the long run now.
Yeah.
That all suddenly changes. But take a look, lap record now broken into Africa Racing. The number 27, Axel Jeffries, doing a 1:41.970. That means he has broken the record. Matt Campbell no longer holds the Kyalami lap record. That has now gone over to Axel Jeffries, who represents South Africa in the Into Africa Lamborghini, has traveled overseas. 15 years in the making. He's finally got that lap record and will be quite happy with it. So proper run from their side.
Oh, beautiful. How poetic is that? 15 years later, coming home to set the record straight. It starts at home, the place called Kyalami, and it stays at home. When the homeboy's back and states his claim and puts his name on history. The race is still running, to be fair, and we do have a Charles Michael Visser who may be made aware of that. You just never know. But as it stands, the new official record holder for the lap record here at Kyalami is Axel Jeffries. Now, how beautiful is that?
We witnessed history right now, which is absolutely just incredible. So Matt Campbell's got to come back at it, and you can see Cara also not giving too much room for Charles Visser, and two young guns going at it and walking him off to the edge of the circuit, saying, listen, if you're going to get past me, you got to earn it. Charles Visser going and tying up his mullet, saying, all right, watch this, Cara, as he has a good go at it, now chasing down the 125, and that has got Stuart White behind the wheel. So Stuart White not having an easy time out there. Charles will be looking to put a lap on him and getting ahead. So now this is going to be interesting. The lap record held on by our number 27 car, and I'm sure that Charles Visser might not get the radio call saying open full taps at this point.
No, he won't. It would be way too soon. Way too soon, considering the fact that we haven't crossed over into the final hour, which is looming. 14 minutes to go until then. We're seeing a couple of pit stops. We've seen quite a few pit stops actually over the past 5 to 10 minutes. Some of them were the recovery of cars which were stuck in the pits and getting back out on to finish the remainder of the race, and they were taking the time they needed to actually get their cars running again. And some of these also strategic driver changes that maybe I'm going to have a look now and see with the transponder whether it's Wayne Roach who's back in this car or not, or it is Damien.
I don't think so. I don't see
Damien Hammond. It's still Hammond.
Yeah, but I've just saw they went and cable tied that left mirror to get it fixed.
Yes, there was a knock, yes.
Yeah, and that was against Nick Adcock in the Just for Sleep Rico Barlow the Nova Proto that's out on track. So it's definitely going to be an interesting time. They cable tied it, got it going, did a fuel stop, double checked the wheel nuts though, so they might have been unsure whether they all checked up and ready to go. But now Charles Visser, if he gets a radio message to go, he is having to really stand on the gas, because now he's only 20 seconds behind Axel Jeffries.
Yeah, and he's very quickly able to close that gap. We've seen his signature Charles. And is that Stewie White?
That is Stuart White.
Yeah, that's the Lambo Rambo. Yeah, definitely that is Stewie White. So that Charles Visser would also have to get past very quickly as they both make their way around the Corridors Racing GTI.
Okay, now I'm going to once again put my tinfoil hat on. Was there a box of Smarties moved across over to Stuart White and saying, listen, buddy, we need to stay in first here. Can you keep Charles Visser? And maybe that radio call coming in, because here's our leader who is making his way through to Sunset, and not too long ago we will see Charles Visser closing down. He's already taken a second out of that gap. So Charles Visser reeling in Axel Jeffries as quick as possible. Lap time starting to drop though.
142.5 for Charles Visser, 143.3 for Stewie White. I don't know, maybe he hasn't opened the box of Smarties yet. Still some time. He needs to maybe stamp on the hammer a bit harder there. But also, in all fairness, he is navigating traffic. There are a couple of things in his way, a number of cars that there would be. But we'll see. We'll see. At the moment, as it stands, though, things aren't changing much. Once Visser gets past one of these backdrafts, then we're going to know for sure exactly what Stewie White has in mind, because that moment is looming and we're counting down to that as we
are pushed to the outside
by the 99. Yeah, 99 just returned. That V8 roadster just came out of the pits. So at the moment, the traffic is helping for that let's not call it that meeting, that brief meeting, that handshake, that fist bump between Stewie White and Charles Visser. Charles Visser now is following behind Stewie White and getting past the traffic that Stewie has already cleared, and possibly by the time we get back up to turn 1 and Crowthorne, the two will be together again. Never mind.
Never mind. We're about to see it heading into turn 2.
Yeah.
Charles Visser has got the red mist down and he is going. Suddenly, it's turning into a monster fight as Stuart White is going to have to give it absolutely everything at this point. He will get overtaken and get a lap put on him by Charles Visser, but there's an opportunity now that is going to help him close up and stop the attack that's going to be going on to their sister car, the number 27, with Axel Jeffries behind the wheel. So interesting play there of how the guys are going to keep going. Going to be a monumental run for all the drivers. I've got to say, anything is possible. So with that being said, we got Nadine down in the pits with some information. Over to you, Nadine.
All right, so I'm here with Andre and Pedro. Pedro, so these gents started the day off in a Kia, a number 44, and something's happened to the Kia. Now they're in a backdraft, 169. So, Andre, do you want to tell us what happened?
Well, the car didn't come out as we expected it to be, but we turned a problem into an opportunity. That's the way you have to face life. The backdraft was here, there was opportunity, we took it, and we're back on the track.
I like the way you think. I saw that car up for rent earlier this weekend, and I'm glad somebody found a home for her. And how is it going in the backdraft?
Well, amazing. The car is very sweet to drive. It's not as difficult as it looks, or it's very easy, and you need to drive it very soft like a gentleman. And I think every lap we are learning, and we are going fast, so we are very happy.
Well, I'm very happy for you guys. I hear you guys are not actually from South Africa. Where are you from?
We are coming from Mozambique.
Okay. And have you raced in South Africa before?
Yeah, actually I did the 9 hour in Kyalami in 22, and then I finished. So it was very nice emotions just to finish the race, and that's why we are here, and I invite these guys. We need to go to that championship because just to finish, it's an amazing feeling. So we prepared the Kia. It's not ready yet. Well, we have this solution, and we are very happy, yeah.
Good. Well, we hope to see you again, especially maybe for our 9 hours at Kyalami, which will be taking place in November.
Well, that's the plan. Let's see if it's in a backdraft or in a Kia.
Well, either way, we'd love to have you. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Let's go back to the guys in commentary.
Well, Pedro is actually he owns a Kia dealership, and he's going and having a bit of fun there. So good to see that they've managed to turn a problem into opportunity, but Charles Visser not having an easy time here. Stuart White flexing the elbows a little bit, not making it the easiest for Charles Visser to get by. Yes, under blue flag conditions, you're not allowed to fight, but if you just happen to be 1 or 2 seconds ahead, it means there's still a little bit of a gap. You can argue, you can get into the fight.
You can take a swing or two, you can bob and weave. It doesn't look like a lot of bobbing and weaving there by Stewie.
Just didn't happen to look at the mirror at that exact moment.
Yeah. A split second later I might have, but not particularly there.
Yes, no.
Fair argument.
And that's it. And the corner came up quite quickly. You know,
it just flew at me.
Yeah. You just happened to lose time to our sister car, just FYI. But it does look like Charles Visser now starting to flick his lights and saying, hey, listen, I've got to get past you now. This is not helping at the moment. Axel Jeffries is going to be getting the reports of, listen, you've now got the opportunity. You need to go. You can't hang around right now. You need to get on the gas because we are trying everything we can. They've managed to put a second on Charles Visser just. But you know if Charles gets past, he's going to have a radio call saying, right, the lap record has just been beaten. Take the car and go.
Slam it, absolutely. It's incredible. Competing for more things than just what you see right ahead of you. More honors than, for example, the SAES 4 Hours of Kyalami. It's also writing your name in history right alongside the fact that you were at the 2024 round 4 of the SAE. Is 4 Hours of Kyalami. It looks like Charles Visser went a bit squirrely there, obviously under the pressure, trying to press Stewie White ahead of him and trying to stay within control, not to slam into him, because it certainly is a straight out fight at the moment, and Stewie is not giving an inch.
No,
he's not moving.
No, that is defense. That is defense all the way. Stuart White is now defending and fighting his way with Charles Visser. And I think these two are going to be soaking it up as they make their way through. Team Kobani suddenly having a Norman Nova get in between them and now back onto the ass and charging his way through. So definitely some hot running there. But Stuart White getting into Crocodile, leaned into that fight. He was defending. There was no, I didn't look in my mirror. He watched where the move was going, went for the defense and got on the power like, okay, if you're going to get past me, you've got to earn it to get past me. I'm not going to make it easy. I'm going to hold my racing line through and through, regardless at this point.
Yep, two racing drivers, bred from the same school of racing. Literally up the road, Swartkorps, the likes of Vereniging, the likes of Idube in Natal, in Cape Town, all sorts, all of these circuits, these two race side by and Kyalami.
And Kyalami and karting.
Exactly.
Way back when.
These two race side by side from the karting days all the way through the classes. They know each other very well, and here they are at loggerheads in the world's cutting-edge racing equipment. One in GT3 and the next in the Nova Proto 2. How about that?
Properly awesome, but also they are fighting heads in a championship as well. So,
yes, what are the permutations saying?
Well, at the moment, we've still got the Just for Sleep that's going to maximize a fair amount of points here. Won't get full points to get ahead of Inter Africa. They both, the Just for Sleep is on 50 points, and Stuart White and Leclerc is currently sitting on 90 points. So there is a bit of a deficit there that will change. But unfortunately, for the Just for Sleep, Rico Barlow, they will not be able to get enough points to get ahead of the likes of Stuart White and Leclerc. So this is going to be an interesting factor because this does close up the points gap heading into the future rounds. But by eliminating the getting 50 points, by eliminating that side of the cards, it does give them a little bit more breathing room. That rope around the neck is suddenly a little bit looser than planned.
Yep, a bit of breathing room is exactly what you would need because this championship suddenly got very competitive. Apart from what we're looking at in Class A, overall, a lot of the cars descending on this venue understand how valuable it is for you to be here from this round onwards because of that incentive for what's waiting for you at the end of the year. You need to have enough rounds competed in for you to be able to compete at the end of the year. A minimum of 3 races, and you can include the Kyalami round as your 3rd race. So you need to be here.
Okay, can I once again, I know you've got that 13 spanner. I'm going to grab that 13 spanner as well as Stuart White trying to make his way through. But let me run you through the order here because you're going to take a look at this and you're going to wonder a few things. Paul Hill in the Promotion Audi in the championship for Class A is on 95 points. Bradley Liebenberg on 95 points. Okay, we know that. Leading the top of the championship. Where's Bradley Liebenberg now?
Someone just went Ori there. I think that's Damon. Is that Damon Hammond? Just went completely off the circuit there and understands there's a fight behind him. And last time he met the Nova, it was Nick Adcock at the wheel. This time, is Charles Visser in a fight with Stewie White. So he's going to let them get by without too much trouble.
Okay,
As you go.
so Bradley Liebenberg, the Primogen Audi, where are they in the point currently?
Currently, we got Cara Hill in 5th place overall.
Okay, so 5th place.
In Class A, yeah.
All right, which means they're not going to maximize points. Where is the likes of Hein Latergan and Tavares?
Hein Latergan and Tavares, we've got Robert Volk behind them in 7th place. Also not maximizing.
They are on 91 points, where Bradley's on 95. 90 points, though, is Stuart White and Latlaka.
Yes,
so
Stewie White and
5
Latlaka are
points
maximizing.
behind.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they're ahead.
Yeah.
But then you've also got the Mike McLaughlin and Steve Clark. They're sitting on 79 points. And then you have only got Charles Visser, Nick Adcock, and Michael Jensen going and running at 50 points. So championship now suddenly under heads as we do see a try on the outside, backed out of it big time.
They're on the same breaking point at the moment.
They're going to look for the undercut, trying to get into that slipstream. Now it's all going to be travel down into the Crocodile, down the mine shaft. Going to be really getting it 90 meters into the ball as hard, well, into Crocodile. Late onto the brakes, try and turn it in. Stewie White is now leading on as much as possible because every step that he does now, if Charles Visser caves and deals under pressure, he caves under pressure as he tries to look for the inside line. Stuart White immediately over the nose. If Charles Visser makes a mistake here, he's going to lose out a low run. But if Stewie White goes and loses out, if he lands in dirt for whatever reason, their championship is also landing into the dredge.
How long can they keep this up, Steve? That is my question.
I think it's going to be very, very tight, and these two are absolutely going to war with one another. As you take a look, Stuart White really battling out, and Charles Visser all over the back of him, trying to make their way through the Sandlin. Lamborghini Super Trofeo is about to get a whole lot of cars around them. A Lamborghini and a Nova Proto coming at him at a rate of knots as they go fighting their way through into Sunset, and now it is going to be into Clubhouse. But while we got all this action happening out on track, we do have some more action that's down in the pits. Nadine, over to you.
I'm here with Steve Clark from Slingshot 72. You guys were in the pits for quite a while, and boy oh boy, I mean, you had to catch your breath after that one. What went down?
Yeah, we had a left rear wheel bearing let go, and I think it started early in the race, but you didn't know what it was. And we had lost our comms, so we couldn't really talk too much. So yeah, it just went really bad. Probably in the last 10 minutes of my run, I just tried to make it to the pit stop so that we could just do one more stop and be done. I didn't know it was a bearing. I thought maybe like a loose shaft or something like that. Unfortunate.
Well, unfortunate, but I mean, as we know, you and Mike, you guys got it sorted and you're back out there.
Yes, yeah, we never give up. Hopefully we get a finish today.
I'm sure you'll get a finish, and it's just so impressive to see the both of you so hands-on with fixing the vehicle.
Yeah, good, thank you.
As always. Well, thank you, Steve. Go get some water and have a rest now.
Thank you very much. I will do. Cheers.
Thanks so much. Let's go back to the guys in commentary.
Okay, so just for sleep, Rico Barlow will be getting ahead of them in the points, as we learned. Now they're giving an issue on the Slingshot 2.0. Drivers having to really get their hands in. Bad comms as well not coming into play there, so you're driving blind. But we are now passed into the final hour. Prince, this is getting wild.
Oh, it's been wild for the past 30 to 40 minutes since 20 minutes as of the entry into the cars, that is of Charles Visser as well as Stewie White, and more recently, of course, when the two quote-unquote collided and came together and now are involved in the longest battle we've seen, I think, in ages here at SAES. We thought the 5 or 6 lap battles we saw earlier on today with the BBRs and some of the other GT3 cars were long. This is too close. They're literally on the same braking mark because their braking lights are going on at the same time at pretty much every corner at the moment. And I think that is the Lance cars back in. That's Dan Hirsch now in the car. saw Fabian Lance walking around in the pit, so that has to be Dan
That's Dan Hirsch.
Yeah, but in the meantime, this is the battle of the moment, and it's been the moment for the past 20 to 30 minutes, and it just may remain the moment for the next hour as it stands. Stewie White has put on an incredible defense against Charles Visser.
Well, that's it. If all going as stands, though, the Just for Sleep will get ahead of the Backdraft Slingshot 2.0 in the championship points, which means they are a lot closer to the Inter Africa. So what they are staring at right now is their championship rivals and staring at the rear tail lights. And Charles Visser turning up the wick, but he just can't get fast enough to try and get past. He's losing a lot of time behind the likes of Stuart White, but that is exactly what is playing into the hands of White, because he is now in a battle. Fair enough, he is trying everything he can to maximize his points and minimize the amounts of losses that come into it, but is also in turn helping out their sister car that is out in first place. Charles Visser was faster than Stuart White on the last lap with a 143.140. Stuart White at 143.3, but that tells me that Charles Visser's still got a lot in the tank there. He just can't get around Stuart White.
Yeah, the incentive definitely is there for Stewie White. You can see that from every direction, really. The two of them just keep coming closer and closer and closer. Really, an hour is a very long time for this to be happening, but they're certainly skilled enough to do so. I want to ask you a question, Steve, with regard to these two cars right here. We've got two different specs, two different builds, but they seem to be matched to a certain extent. So where are the advantages and disadvantages with each car around the Kyalami circuit?
Okay, so where we're taking a look at these two cars, the Nova Proto, for anyone that knows, an LMP3. It's very close to an LMP3. A European Le Mans, they do run the GT3s and LMP3s together. So they're very spec'd closer to one another. The Nova is a lot lighter, so the power to weight ratio makes a huge difference between them. So it will definitely have the cornering over the likes of Stuart White if he can put his nose in. Stuart White has got a lot of straight line horsepower, but there is a bit of a refuel going on for the people in Adept. That is our current national V8 Roadster leaders, index leaders, and overall leaders now managing to get their car out and going once again, and it's been a long time for them to get going. But back to the conversation at hand, the Nova will be able to, in theory, get cornering, and does so. Stuart White running out a little bit wide out of sunset, and Charles Visser ensuring that it's no one gets his tail out, and that is unfortunately going to hurt him into the S's. And Stuart White knows exactly what he did. He put enough pressure onto the back of Charles Visser to ensure that he's got him rattled, and that is it. So the Nova will pull away through the corners. It stands it will have no competition to the GT3. But that being said, when it comes to getting past was the harder part. So it's got the cornering, it's a lighter weight, in theory should be the top car, but in practice you put the right driver in a GT3 and we can see how it can hold back the likes of the Nova, which is incredible stuff. And now we're getting a little bit of a held up as well.
With the 992.
No, that's the BBR.
Yep.
So gets past BBR, caught up at Cheetah, into Ingwe, just fine, gets onto the power, and now trying to pull away. Also not very steady on the way through, and Stuart White now going to look to go back on the attack, and now to give the advantage of radioing in the messages. But we do have our National V8 Roadsters, as it is getting very busy into turn 1 by the looks of it. 3 wide into, turn 2, and just the Dutchman Browndeck doing an absolutely bang-up job. Now getting caught with Stuart White, who I think had to climb on the anchors a little bit harder than planned there.
Yeah, quarter 2 code Brown. That was very close. Jeez, high risk. Talk about high risk. That was 3 versus 3 in terms of pace. In terms of pace versus being back markers, and they had to all make that as smooth as they could. And kudos to the back markers are not making it too difficult, more than it should be.
Stuart White went down 3 gears there. He was meant to be hanging in third, and he went down into first to just try and slow the car down, that's for certain. But we do have a bit of smoke off in the distance that I think is actually coming from one of our bries. It's not from a car that's on the right-hand side. So hopefully not one of our cars, but someone having a really good braai. I think if we go and stand outside, we might be able to smell what it is.
Or if you were Sharpfus or Stewie White driving past, you would have thought, I wouldn't mind right now.
Yeah, and that would be the worst. As you drive past, you get a lovely braai smell heading through the car, concentrating on your race, and you get caught out with that. The stomach starts talking to you.
Yeah, you go from unleaded 95 to like something.
Oh, boy.
Fantastic scenes. It's exactly the theme. I suppose that encapsulates what the idea of the 4 hours of Kyalami has been, which is fun in the sun, both on and off the track. And we've had an amazing time for all of our fans across the circuit. We've seen the gazebos come out, the cars come out, everybody tailgating, having a whole camping setup, the full-on tents and, little camping safari setups that come out, and everyone is having fun and have enjoyed premier racing. Is the best way, I think, to summarize it. Premier racing we've had all day long, and none more so than this very moment right here. Literally from hour one until where we are now, it's been non-stop action to talk about and to look at and to zoom in on. And as it stands in Class A, in the lead is Axel Jeffries, the international talent, our African export, returns home and stakes his claim on not only the lead of the SAS 4 Hours of Kyalami as it stands, but also the new lap record with a shattering, a destruction of what Matt Campbell said a couple of years ago with the 142 dead. He says, I will see your 142 dead and raise you 141.9. And behind him, Charles Visser, who has battled for the past 20 laps, maybe 15 to 20 laps, against Stewie White. Stewie White putting on a mighty defense to try and hold Sharpfus back as he fights to try and get ahead or catch up as close as he can to Axel Jeffries. But eventually, Visser was able to get past Stewie White and take second place. Stewie in third. Strudali Motorsport, that is Ari Neveling, now in fourth place. Carry Hill in the Promogen GT3, the Audi R8 GT3, that is in fifth place.
All right, so just talking about the Class A, our number 27, the pair-up, are going to score 50 points if they come in first place. That means they'll put themselves into 13th and 14th position, respectively, on their outing. So they would jump up ahead of the Safa Motorsport, the likes of Scuderia Scribanti and MJR as well, because MJR has yet to score points during the course of this race. So they lost out in PE. So they weren't able to get that as points. So they will put themselves into 13th position, but there is the drop round. And if this is their only scoring, they will drop their first place. So, that does change it up. But by the end of today, if they hold first place, they will get into 13th and 14th position until the drop round is put into play.
Yeah, and we'll see if they're able to add on to the number of rounds they compete in the championship as a pair as well, which seems the likelihood considering the ambitions of the Inter-Africa team along with this pairing of racing drivers. Now to continue the running in Class A, we've got Gianni Giancarlo in 6th place in that MJR Audi R8 behind Cara Hill, and then Robert Volk in the 992 BBR. He's finishing this one off actually. We heard the running order. He's going to close it up for the BBR team in that 992 in 7th place. And Sam Hammond in 8th place in the Super Trofeo. And Mike McLaughlin back in the scene, back in the running, several laps behind. A total of 22 laps missed out on, working on a rear left bearing. I believe a wheel bearing. Was the issue, and they also had some terrible comms, so they couldn't quite get through to each other as far as driver to pit, but they're back in the scene now with a 9th place. Alvarez, of course, bowed out a while ago, earlier on in the race. In Class B, the leader, Damien Hammond, in the 2nd Samlin Lamborghini. In 2nd is Ricky Giancarlo, back from the ill. So to speak, he seems to have recovered his health, or someone showed him the championship standings and what it looks like, which I think is the most likely pull for him to have taken.
Yes, because that would put him up into first in the class for Class B. So he needs to keep on going, and if they hold the Class B lead right now, it's a big points to keep ahead of Ant Blunden, who was in the McLaren.
Yeah, he probably had a direct feed. Along with the drip, he had a direct feed to exactly what Steve Curry just said now. Yeah, bilateral lines. And then we have Ant Pretorius in that GT4, that Audi R8 GT4, 993 in 3rd place for Class B. We, of course, saw Class C as well, with the Campos car. It's been circulating. For a while, it was the only Class C car on the circuit, because the second Class C car, that of Lorero, had a manifold issue, cracked manifold, so they had to step out, get the manifold welded, and they got back onto the circuit in true Saes spirit. That's how you do it. And I think that's as much of a win as you'd want to come and walk away with from an endurance race such as this. The sole Class D car, we have that of Roberto and David Franco in the lead and in contention for Class D. They're also considering the fact that Yuri Swart is in a different car. Carrie Hill's also been taken out of the class, stepping into GT3 machinery. And then, of course, Class E, where Richard van Heerde is at the helm. In second place is Boucher. In third, JP Brana. And in fourth place, Armstrong. Futcher in fifth. Hoboluza in sixth place for Team Kubani. Pretorius in seventh, and Dan Hirsch and Fabian Lance managed to repair their car and get back onto the circuit. And Minar in that number 99, who initially at the beginning of the weekend was in a Kia Picanto, but now sits in the same V8 Roadster you and I saw in the pits with a 2 rent sign over it. And you would have sworn that that's just a 2 rent sign over a car. It's a decent advert. However, the backdraft class, knowing the nature of endurance racing, said this right here, this car right here, is going to be driven. You watch. And there it goes. It's the Minar behind it at the moment, trying to finish that SAE 4 hours of Kyalami.
So would that be a pseudo Kia in that point?
A roadster Kia, I don't know what to call it at this point. A Kia in spirit. You know how they say sometimes you're in the spirit of the regulations of GT3 with some of the specs of the cars? That's in the spirit. It's a V8 roadster in the spirit of Kia.
You pry the Kia badge off the front of your car and you keep it in your pocket while you're in the backdraft, and as you go across, you just kind of put your hand up.
Absolutely.
But a little bit of flashing going on from the Stradale team trying to move their way up. Interesting enough, though, as we have got a bit of a change up. It looks like Ryan Nyker is going to be getting back into the pits, getting back into the car. As Pretorius jumping out of the car, that will be the final pit stop for them, and very deep into the race. I mean, 46 minutes to go, and you're doing a driver change. Others have done it on the hour, so everyone pushing maybe a little bit longer. But once again, I keep reiterating this. The team is definitely one to keep an eye out for. The Fast Developments team now having to change the tires, and they've got 5 wheel nuts they have to take off on their car for each wheel. I mean, oh man, if you want to talk about tedious in an endurance race, you haven't got essential wheel nuts. You got wheel nuts, 5 of them that you have to go and take off and re-put on, and they're blazing hot that you now got to be grabbing them with your hands, man.
Oh, jeez, you know what?
Get them a Coke.
And then some. But considering the history that we're rewriting here at Kyalami, where the sun seems to be almost done with its shift for the day, we've got about half of the circuit under lights and half in the dark, but there was certainly long shadows around most of the circuit. They've definitely tried their best, and it's definitely worth the reward that awaits them as we count down 2-0. We're at the 45 minutes remaining mark on the clock, and certainly seen possibly the most exciting bit of racing, some of the most exciting racing we've had over the entire season. That was a good 10 to 15, maybe even 20 lap battle between Charles Visser and Stuart White. Stewie putting on a mighty defense, but Charles Visser, the man in frame here in that Nova Proto 02, overcame the toughest defense that anyone could put up against him. Once he got past, he just flew away with it, and that's exactly what Stewie knew. That's why he had to hold up and defend as much as he could.
Interesting enough, though, Charles Visser has now climbed into the gap of Axel Jeffries. It's 16.2 of a second behind one another. So Axel Jeffries,
Damian Hammond went off at Loikop and managed to recover. Very lucky for him. The kitty let us the worst place to be. Oh, wow.
That's as you go off, you can hear the dollar signs. you know, that cash register starting to go off.
Yeah.
And just like, no, please, let's not break this car. I mean, it's got to get to the end. We've got a new one coming up very, very soon. But take a look. First place is now 16 seconds apart with 43 minutes to go in this 4 hours of Kyalami. On the same lap, really fighting their way through. And Charles Visser going to have to really dial it in if he wants to go after Axel Jeffries. His last lap time, though, was a 1:43.4, a bit slower than his usual, but was getting past back marks. Axel Jeffries doing a 1:42.9 on his way through, so he's definitely picked up a huge amount of time at this moment to try and break away. As we see Hammond going in, lightly touching the brakes multiple times, just trying to be a bit more cautious, allow the car to get through. And now I'm sure the brake marker has moved back an extra 5 meters when he gets up the hill. And they're already braking very early. Learned the first time that maybe things aren't quite, try and readjust the brake marker. Now that's just nervous kicking into it.
That's hilarious. It's where the brakes improve. Nah, that's pure. That's a human effect, a very human response to what happened about a lap and a half ago.
No, definitely. It's something that does rattle you. You're coming up there at quite a speed, and when you suddenly arrive on the scene, you're suddenly a lot closer. Everything's happening, and now it's just fatigue kicking in for these drivers, because remember, they've been going at it hammer and tongs throughout the race, experiencing 4 to 5 G's of force pulled onto their body every lap that they go around, and they're having to deal with this and get used to what's going on. So their bodies are aching, the muscles are fatigued, there's lactic acid building up in the legs and the arms and the neck. There is just the eyes are getting tired of just looking, and now you're looking into the sunset as well. That's a glaring effect down into your eyes. It's just so many multitude of things happening, mentally fatigued as you're trying to navigate your way through. My heavens! As Charles Visser thought to go to the far right, suddenly couldn't go to the far right, and that's I'm awake now. I'm awake now.
My goodness, I yelled in Japanese there. I don't know if that makes it there. I think it should. Everyone understood what I was saying there. That was close.
That was far too close, and Charles Visser had to take some maneuvering actions there. Unfortunately, it's just getting very, very close in a battle. But we have got Nadine with some extra news down in the pits. Over to you, Nadine.
I'm here with Anthony Pretorius. He's just jumped out of a double stint. How did it go?
We had a bit of a problem with the left rear, so we had to come in for about 15 minutes, so I lost a lot of time there, but otherwise the stint went well. We didn't make any mistakes and kept it on track.
Okay, well, good. I mean, these things happen, right? At least you guys were only out for 15 minutes of the race, so I'm sure you got some time now to make up. I think there's just under 1 hour left.
Yeah, hopefully Ryan can put in a mega stint and see what happens at the end.
I must say, I quite like your guys' little addition there of Ryan's seat to adjust his seat to fit him. It's quite nifty.
Yeah, it's a bit of a challenge having a much taller driver and a shorter driver, but came up with a solution to change it, so I must say it works.
Okay, cool. Well, hoping everything for the best for you guys. Hope you can make up some time, and we'll see you a bit later.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Anthony. Let's go back to Stephen Prince in commentary.
Still at the helm, ever at the helm. Thank you, Nadine. Is Charles Visser. Things haven't changed much at the helm of, a life after Stewie White ahead of you. He's trying his best to close in on Axel Jeffries, who is so far ahead. We haven't seen him in frame next to anyone else for a while now. 18 seconds in between him and Visser. So it's a lot of a gap to try and minimize, rather. And you've got, 40 minutes of the race remaining. A lot of that could be slashed, but it's going to be difficult to make it something that looked like the battle that Visser and Charles had. It looks like there was a change down in
Jenna
8th.
Cara in 6th place is losing time to Robert Volk.
Yeah.
And in the BBR Porsche. So now Robert Volk in the Black Bull Racing Porsche closing up a bit of time to Jenny Giannacaro. Now 15 seconds. That is going to be one to keep an eye out for, because it is a battle for Class A. Down the order for 6th and 7th position. So keep an eye out, Lamborghini and Robert Volk in the BBR race, the BBR Porsche. That's silver and red. A Porsche that's absolutely going as a bit of a turn in.
Listen. Ooh, my goodness, the number of near misses we've seen during the course of this race has been something else. I think at the helm here is Richard van Heerde at the moment, and he leads the class in the 11th overall, but he's leading Class E, and his nearest competitor is not so near, in the 169 of Boucher. So things running smoothly so far in the V8 Roadster Class 4 Funny Herder, which someone just gave us some insight. You have to drive like a gentleman, which makes perfect sense and perfectly adds up when you consider the amount of times we've seen these V8 Roadsters go awry, especially on the exits more than the entrances, their entries into corners. Getting on that throttle genuinely seems like you have to be smoother, gradual, and not too quick twitching of your steering inputs as well, and that would see you navigate around this beautiful circuit smooth as possible, smooth as can be. Smooth is relative, I suppose, when it comes to motorsports.
So, well, just to point out there, Rich Vigneto, who is currently leading that Class E, is also one of the drivers in sim racing with his friends, always gets in trouble because he tends to get in the most trouble at the best of times. The reason why he says if you don't push the limits, you haven't tried hard enough. But as drivers making their way through, trying to get a little bit more pace, it's turning into an interesting effect that's starting to build on. Drivers now feeling that fatigue. Robert Volk now 15 seconds behind the Porsche. So very, very interesting time there as Rich Vigneto getting hit very sideways out of turn 2, trying to get on the gas as much as possible, and has the Stradale Porsche onto the back of him.
Yep, indeed, Vigneto there getting, and that's the exact part. The barbecue on the way to Sunset is where a lot of the V8s have fallen for that trap, and it seems to be fine. I think that's Neerveling now who's making his way around. Yep, there he is, that's him. And he sits in 4th at the moment of class. And we've got someone who's fallen out of the running, and that is car number 37. And they're trying, oh my goodness. Now, how about that in timing? The final hour for them to fall out. And they were refueling. And that is, Lorero, actually, who had the manifold issue. And they had to weld their car, and they unfortunately have bowed out of the race. They were in Class D, and that means that leaves Class D solely to then the Franco pairing, the father and son pairing of David and Roberto. Unfortunately for Herrero, and you know what, hat off to them. But I do see a change at the top there. Steve, talk to me.
Charles Visser has taken the lead. Charles Visser's taken the lead.
And he's got a purple on his name. What does that mean, Steve?
Purple means fastest lap time of the race, which means he's broken the record. 1 minute 41.781. And that is ahead of Axel Jeffries doing a 141.970. So that is a proper scream to the top.
Talk to me.
And now Charles Visser goes and leads, which means they are maximizing the points.
You're talking to me.
That's going to be 50 points.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, which means they have a chance to usurp and get up closer to the championship, which is unfortunate for the likes of Bradley Liebenberg, because suddenly his gap is diminishing as Corey Hill's only in 5th.
Yeah. It came the wrong way at Brad Liebenberg. He's going to be seeing that and thinking, oh, ruining it. But also at the same time, like, you know what? It's going to make a difference for Kara to be able to be around to take over and be there for that GC3 car. And the layers and layers she's going to have to shave off are going to come bit by bit. For the time being, we're celebrating history being rewritten again in the same race. Twice we got to see that happen, and I wonder if someone has gotten around to the pit wall to signal to Axel Jeffries to be like, Brev, grab that hammer again, please. Okay, and you've got 34 minutes to use it.
Step up and go. Light fuel tank, everything properly. Just send it right now, because we are losing a lot of time. Actually, it's not Axel Jeffries in the car. They did a driver change.
They did. It's Philip Barron now who's closing it off and putting in the final stint.
Last 34 minutes, and this is going to be a rough one. So Barron has got all the chips on the table to get ahead, to try and go after Charles Visser. Pro for them, they've got a larger fuel tank than Charles Visser. So if Charles Visser needs to do a splash and dash, that means they will retake the spot.
Yep.
So how much fuel has that Nova still got left on board
after
to
the
get
fight
to
with Stewie as well? How
That's
much fuel
it.
does he have?
How much fuel? When that, you know, this is where if you had an analog gauge where it starts getting to E for enough, which we like to think it's enough, you want to turn your head slightly, just so it looks like it moves up a little
Find the
bit.
gap that's not there. He needs to engage all the I know my car experience he has. He needs to summon it right now and use it to the best of his capability. All his throttle inputs have to be on point. He can't miss a step. And let's see how it's going to go for the Novo Proto 2 with Visser at the helm.
Well, Visser holds the lap record at the moment, and this is going to be an interesting one because Axel Jeffries held it for quite some time, but Charles Visser, I think, got told, listen, they're in the box, hammer it to get past. We need to make up time. And that landed up with the fastest lap time here at Kyalami. And it's going to be a proper run, but our leaders now having to work their way out. 33 minutes to go, and it's still on the cards, but take a look at third place. Stuart White, 15 seconds behind the sister car.
Oh, my goodness. 50. Okay, now let's look at how the sister car is lapping at the moment. Of course, Philip Barron just got out, so we want to see what kind of pace he's going to be running as compared to Stuart White.
Regardless of that, Barron has a choice now. Hold second and walk away with a silver, or points-wise allow the Inter-Africa, the number 125, to get through to allow the sister car to score a second loaded point. I mean,
high likelihood for that to happen, considering the defense Stewie put up in respect of said sister car and self, of course. That was also some self-interest there, considering the championship, you could say.
32 minutes to go. Okay, I've got a question for you, Prince, and I'll actually to everyone watching at home. Is this going to be a run? Is this going to be, if you had the opportunity right now, you're holding the silver in your hand, you're chasing down the gold, are you going to go and give it up for a bronze?
Come on.
Knowing who's in the car from Barron and Jeffries and what they have accomplished in the racing scene, do you think they're really going to give it away, or they're going to walk away with some prizes and say, look, we got this. This is what we were able to accomplish.
That's what we came for.
That is it. You're now challenging a team game versus a driver run. I do want to point out they're scoring in a driver championship, which means they need to maximize their points to climb up a driver championship.
Oh, that is a tough one. That is a tough one. You need to be a fly on the wall at the Inter-Africa team to understand what the dynamic is there. Is it let them race all the way through? What it really is, and I don't think that could even stretch far back into the way the team thinks and structures things. It's just purely about the moment, the field.
I'm gonna give you a better one. I think in that car, I'm going into a tunnel and my hand happens to grab the radio line.
It's a Lando Norris.
Yes, it just happens to grab the radio line and click, it goes out. Oh, this is a bit of a problem, and well, we landed up with Mike McLaughlin, Steve Clark, sort of. Oh, geez. It's all just, I couldn't quite hear you guys.
Exactly. Someone was saying Lando Norris should have done exactly that at Hungary in the recent Grand Prix. We wonder if
okay, he's in the pits. He's in the pits.
You did say.
Visser, I went and warned you about that fuel tank. That means Barron's got a first place.
Man.
But is Stuart White going to be allowed to get past?
Oh, dear.
This is a make or break. Charles Visser is going to come out fighting. Barron will be in first, and 16 seconds, 15 seconds behind him is Stuart White.
Let's see. Where is Stuart White?
First, second, and third are right on top of one another.
White is probably around Loikop at this point?
Yep, he will be around there, but this is what it's going to be. Oh, they've been cleaning those windows as fast as they can, nerves kicking in. This is where you want to be pumping as much fuel as possible, but there is regulation systems to stop too much fuel getting pumped in quickly. So we have that regulation and timer system that's into it.
They're going to be side by side when he comes out.
This is going to be close.
They're going to be side by side.
This is going to be properly close.
Oh my word.
I am absolutely...
Stewie's approaching.
Okay, there's...
Clubhouse.
Right, no, this is S's. This is S's.
Starting the S's, okay, got it.
Okay, he's getting sideways. He's sliding it around. He knows that there's an opportunity here to catch up to Barron, but Barron will manage to get past and try and make his way through. So, no, Charles Visser on the exit.
He saves it.
Okay, right. I don't think it's done yet. First, second, and third, 29 minutes to go. Do you think this is going to be game over? No, I think not.
So, saves it for the moment. I mean, 30 minutes is a lifetime, as this race has proved time and time again, hour after hour. Definitely can't call it from now. But that definitely was well executed by the Just for Sleep team. You got to give your credit to them, and for timing it at the moment they did.
I think that was not quite what they had in plan, because now there's 40 seconds with Barron chasing him down and Stuart White getting told, dial it up. Gold is on the plate for us here. A 1-2 for Inter Africa is a high possibility, and he put it in a 14 seconds gap. He's knocked off 2 seconds. He's coming back at full force. Charles Visser is only 40 seconds ahead of Barron, and now only 50-odd seconds ahead of Stuart White.
Yeah.
First, second, and third, coming down to the checkered, are going to be on top of one another if they dial it in. Radio comms are shouting, floor it. Who cares about the fastest lap time? Go and make it a 140.
Yeah, pretty much. Sounds exactly like Kyalami, doesn't it?
Oh, yes.
Leave it to the last lap, the last 10 centimeters of the race remaining. That's exactly how you do it. Jeez, what an exciting race. Since he entered the car to take over from Shalaranjis in that 997, and he's went along relatively quietly too. I'd imagine 3 laps in between him. Yeah, definitely, it's fact even. I don't need to imagine that. 3 laps in between him and now
Bradley's back in the car,
who's now in that Audi R8 GT3. Kara having stepped out a couple of laps ago, and Ari for 3 laps or so should be comfortable unless Brad pulls off a miracle in between now and the checkered flag dropping. But most of the focus has been at the sharp end, the spear end of the race, and the head of that spear certainly looks like a spear is the car you see right there, that Nova Proto 2.
Oh, this is going to be Barron now, 38 seconds to Charles Visser. He's closed it down. He's knocked off 2 seconds. He is dialing it up. Charles Visser has got a genuine problem here. If he gets caught up behind too much traffic, he's going to have the Inter Africa Lamborghinis on top of him. And Stuart White with 13 seconds behind that. It is going to be a 2-3 right behind him. Inter Africa will also be saying, guys, you need to push. Go, 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 go. But we're about to see a fight for first. And it is going to be wild. We know what all 3 drivers are capable of. We know what all 3 teams are capable of. And we know what all 3 cars can do into the closing stages. 26 minutes to go. Everyone standing up on the edge of their seats. I'm physically standing right now because there's no way you can sit down with this action. Charles Visser sliding the car out of Cheetah. Now going into Ingwe. Getting on the power early on. You can see really having to just fight the car to bring it back in check. He's trying everything at this point. Squeezing out every little bit of power. Whether it's that extra 1 or 2 kilometers, that might be enough to save first place for the Just for Sleep. And this is going to be monumental run. Now Team Kubani getting the lights flash at them, saying, come on, move out the way. But in the shot, there is
Brad
Barron.
Liebenberg.
That's Brad Liebenberg.
That's
yes,
Brad
he's
Liebenberg.
out, but you should see that Barron will be coming down to the Lamborghini any moment now. So waiting for him to come through. So Charles already gone up the hill. And here he comes. Yes, there is the Lamborghini. Not too far behind will be the sister car. There it is.
That thing is moving.
So, there is communications. There are chats here. Barron now 36 seconds.
Look at that.
And Stuart White onto the back. Is this going to be a pull each other along situation, or is this going to be a fight? I know what Charles Visser will be hoping for right now is that the Inter Africa team are not having the best conversation in the pit and saying, hey guys, this race, this is where, are you going to tell the drivers to race it out? Prince, if you're sitting in Mr. Mutlaka's boots right now and you have the radio call to fight it out or work together, what are you going to do with the caliber of drivers you got in?
How long is a piece of string?
How far can you kick a can down the street?
You know what I mean? How strong is your duct tape? I don't know. This is a tough one.
This is a tough call.
Oh my goodness. I do not wish to be in that position of having to make that call. But make them race. I'm leaning towards let them race.
You want them to race, that will be great. But then
championship, yeah.
But yeah, championship gets thrown out and going for the gold gets thrown out.
Yeah.
So do you really want to do that? Remember, they don't have throwaway rounds.
And to be fair, the enemy of my enemy is, you get me.
But
we
teams
have a common enemy.
But both teams of Just for Sleep and Into Africa, the number 1, 2, 5, don't have any more drop rounds.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Into Africa laid it clean from the early part of the season that they had to win every race. They've tried their best with second places. The wins haven't come, and this is a chance for them maybe to salvage that. So you are right. You are right.
So what call are you going to make, Prince? If you were on the comms right now with the drivers, 38 seconds, Scholfisser really putting in the lap time, feeling that pressure.
Yeah.
Lights are going down. This is it. Are you going to let them race? Stuart White now 12 seconds onto the back.
No, I'd actually leave it to the end. Obviously, Stewie White and Philip Barron, pace relatively similar. They haven't changed much. Stewie still in the 13-second mark. He's 12.7 now. Philip Barron is at the 38. They have very similar pace. Count it down right until the end. What are the lap
Stuart
times?
White was a second faster than Philip Barron.
Yes, but that is relative to that 22-minute gap that's closing.
Yes.
Right? So what is track position say in the last 10 to 5 minutes? I'd make that decision then, not this early on. Too early would be disrespect to either one of those racing drivers.
Okay, I've got a better one.
Okay.
How did the last Kyalami go?
You see, I didn't want to use that as a reference because that is unfair. And that swings it one way.
Does it? Does it really?
I'd say it does.
No, I don't think so, because at the moment, the Inter Africa brand needing to work their way through. Stuart White getting really caught into those back markers. That is going to hemorrhage time to Philip Barron ahead of him. And remember, they are doing this to practice for international runs. So you want to let them fight because that's what they're going to be doing. But at the same time, it's a team and your points.
And you just arrived and we've got a championship. Which way are you going to go? We want the championship. That's the obvious one.
And
we want the championship.
The only person that's going to be smiling, Scholfisser and the Just for Sleep team are going, please fight, please. Guys, the box of Smarties for the winners.
Jeez. Stewie White is not going to like the traffic ahead of him right now. I was like, get the heck out of my way. Jeez, I'm thinking about a championship right now.
Oh, but then you've also got Jenny Jaracaro, who's got Robert Volkon to the back of him. They're fighting for position. There is fights up and down throughout the circuit. Richard van Heerde, who's out onto the track, he is right behind Franco, so he's trying to make his time up, but he's on first place of the class, the V8 Roadster National Championship, so he's trying to have a go at it. I mean, there's so many times, but take a look. Stuart White hemorrhage lap times from a 13 to 18 seconds just at Leerkop.
You see what I mean? So you can imagine being Philip Barron and being told 5 laps ago, bro, let X, Y, Z happen when something like that could have happened to Stewie.
No, I was thinking the other way around.
Yeah.
Stuart White to get told, get on to Stuart Barron and wait as let Barron pull you along.
I think he's got it. Well, you did say Stewie's a second ahead in terms of lap time?
Well, if you want to know how that last lap time went for him, Philip Barron did a 1:42.6. Stuart White, just reading it out, it's going to hurt. 1:48.4. The guy's been doing 42s, a 1:48.
Yeah.
But, Stradale off into the dirt in front of Scholfisser. Oh,
and look how dark it is. The sun's pretty much set at certain parts of the circuit.
That would have killed Scholfisser's drive, no question. Oh, boy. And, a bit of a flash of lights there saying, sorry, my bad. Don't worry about it.
Whoopsie.
If that gave you a heart attack,
All in good faith.
If I'm as a spectator, this is the action that you want to see. And so close towards the end. Every round has been that. Yeah. Round 1 was split by 0.8 of a second. That was literally just 800 meters that made the difference. Well, not even. There was 80 meters between first and second.
Yeah.
Schwartz also very, very close right to the end. There was no dominating win for anyone. Aldo Scribanti, round 3, reigning, finished under safety car. First and second were staring at each other in the rearview mirrors. And now Kyalami. That would be 4 rounds on the same lap, under a minute. Just so under 40 seconds.
Yeah.
first and second, and now third place into the mix. I mean, this is just wild at the moment. Philip Barron is going to be catching the cars. He's going to get the advantage down. Thankfully, not caught behind the Corridos car that has been just trucking along. Give it up to them.
Absolutely.
Consistency.
And you got to finish.
This is what's changing it out, how the whole race is developing and keeping everyone on their toes. I got to say, personally,
you haven't sat down in about 10 laps?
No, and I'm not planning to anytime soon because now it's getting darker. This shot alone, heading towards sunset, tells the story that the bright lights are needing to be needed. Our cameramen going and lifting up the gain on their cameras to give you all the action, and it's going to get harder and harder for the drivers into the final 10 minutes of the race. That's when we're expecting it to get a little bit more darker. It's going to become a bit more challenging, which means back markers are going to play a big effect like Franco's having right now.
Onto the marbles. Jeez.
Oh, this is going to be wild stuff.
Let's have a look at what the lap time's looking like as of late. Sharper saw the 142.6, and in second place for Barron with the 143.6. A second slower. Stewie White with a 145.2 further adrift.
Better than the 48, but that's traffic that dropped him. He did do a 43 on the previous lap.
Look how dark it is down at the Crocodile now. It's absolutely nothing there because it's covered by the hill. All the lights is pretty much gone on the other side of the hill there.
Charles Visser missing the apex on Cheetah, trying to make his way through, so he's definitely taking a bit more of a beating at the moment. And take a look, Stuart White now 20 seconds and Barron 40 seconds, so the back markers coming into play hugely here. Wouldn't count it out though. Schalfus has had some poor runs and are catching at the worst time for each of the back markers into corners, pushing him offline, getting him unsettled. He's having to really work his way through here. Not going to be an easy time. Philip Barron in second place in Blueberry is on the charge and trying to get past the Samlin Racing and through Cheetah nonetheless.
Yeesh, he's not wasting any time as Philip Barron.
No, then that was a very risky move.
Listen,
there.
I tell you what. But he couldn't hang about. There's a difference between first hour and last 15 minutes. Huge difference.
Oh, it's only been a race for the last 3 and a bit hours at the moment. And, first place is on the cards.
Exactly. The pressure definitely piles on.
Now this is the question, because anyone that's not in the car is standing on the pit wall or going and looking in the pit and just going, come on guys, come on, let's see what you can do. Philip Barron now goes and digs in 1 second into Charles Visser's lead. How much are they going to bleed off? What are they going to do? What really brought this race and kicked it into touch was Charles Visser needing to come in and get fuel on his car. So Bradley Liebenberg, he's trying to make up the deficit to Arnold Neveling, because remember, he's trying to get higher in the championship and create spacing in the Driver Championship for Class A.
Yes.
Oh, there is so many things happening during the course of this race. And take a look, even in our V8 Roadster class, Richard van Heerden is only 4 seconds ahead of Boucher, who is running in second place. And if you go further down, Nika has got Armstrong 0.3 of a second right behind him. So that's also turning into a bit of a run. Mike McLaughlin trying to make his way back up through the field after they've been in the pits for a fair amount of time. There is races happening all over the circuit. Robert Volk is only 14 seconds behind Genie Giannaccaro.
Yep.
I mean, wherever you look, whoever you're going and supporting, there is a race upon a race. Rolf Visser getting at rear to step out through barbecue.
Charles needs to stop doing that around barbecue. It seems like
change for our Class E. Change for our National Roadster. Rich van Heerden down into second place. Boucher has just taken first place. So we have got a change of position for our National Roadster V8. And this is going to turn things on its head. So Boucher will be scoring his first set of points and maximizing the points in the 169 car ahead of Richard van Heerden. And if I remember correctly, they were in the Kia Picanto. They entered in a Kia.
They did.
In a 1 liter, 3-cylinder, turbocharged, front-wheel drive.
Oh, goodness.
And now they're leading the National V8 Roadster. Yeah, I think the next race is going to be jumping into one of these cars. I think the Kia badge will be lurking around, but suddenly...
Whoop. some work to do for Baron there. He's cleared the two backdrops.
But he got caught up by Franco.
Yeah.
In through the S's is very, very difficult. You're going to have to wait out on the second S and move their way through. So definitely some interesting times coming into here.
Oh, jeez. But so many of the cars that have, well, the cars we didn't expect to be in a different class have had good fortune where they went. You had the likes of Mike Veria benefiting, obviously, from the point swing that came his way. But Yuri Umpi-Swart, I think, the biggest winner out of all the cars that went in, or the competitors that went into a different class. And now more recently, Boucher coming in, having stepped out from the Kia into Class E in that V8 Roadster for rent, mind you, is now a beneficiary of being there, leading the class ahead of Richard van Heerden and JP Breiner. Certainly not a lack of things to chat about and look into towards the end of the race. It's right down to the wire. From start to finish, we've pretty much been on our feet, to be honest. If I'm being honest, maybe hour 2 was the most, can I even call it quiet? I think between hour 2 and 3 somewhere, it's just a transition for pit stops and things like that. And then we got back into it for the last 1.5 hours. It's all been action non-stop.
No, it's been incredible stuff. And lots of people really amazing. I actually got a message from Yuri Swart Sr. going and saying absolutely amazing racing. He's proud of his son that has done so well. But now we do have a pit stop for Stuart White. This is a splash and dash.
Yep.
This would take them out of the running for second place.
Effectively, yeah. So it's left up to Philip now to take it.
So pushing too hard, unfortunately, nailed the tank. We spoke about the safety cars. What are they going to do for the splash and dash? That is essentially it. Stuart White, unfortunately for the Inter-Africa, will have to be content with third place unless Philip Barron gets off the gas and switches around, which, considering first place is 40 seconds up the road.
That's as good as switching the car into reverse, honestly.
Oh, man, this is... But now, remember, pit lane closes at 5 minutes. So anyone that gets into the pits at the 5-minute mark can't get out. So
got it.
Charles Visser all over this show. But it means if, and I'm putting this, if one of these cars had to land in the dirt and safety car comes out, to eventually get the car back to the pits would mean when the pit closes, which means you can't get out, which is a possibility for a lead change if a mistake happens. So do you tell Charles Visser, come off the gas and just protect the car, or tell him to keep going and risk it landing in the dirt? Likewise for Philip Barron as well. Keep pushing, might have a mistake.
Yeah,
or
fair.
I mean, this is just a really hard game. You've got such amazing talent on track, incredibly quick. They know what to do. But as race drivers, the red mist tends to come over, and then looking at the clock and getting a sense of reality tends to dissipate on the way through.
Yeah, to allow them to push, thereby by virtue of that showing them that you trust them with the car. In this particular situation, you trust the ability to push it to its limit and still keep it on without risking the possible rewards at the end, the gold at the end of the rainbow? Or do you tell them, look, right now, do you really want to risk it? Yeah, it definitely is a tough position to be in. But so far, it looks like Charles Visser, at least, he definitely is trusted by Nick to bring the car home at the pace that he's been pushing for the past. How many laps have we seen him run at this pace, Steve?
Yeah, no, he's been out there for quite some time. 121 laps being done by that Norman Over. I mean, I'm just amazed at it. I'm just trying to get my breath, figuring out how this is all going to work. We're into the final 10 minutes here, Prince. And it's still an open cards game. It's still... You can't say who's going to win this. Now we're in 10 minutes to go. We have seen, let's take it back to round 1.
Yeah.
In the last 10 minutes of a race, we saw a lead change, a car on fire, another car breaking down, and 80 meters was the decider between first and second. In this similar scenario, go to the next round. SWAT Corps, Charles Visser into the dirt in the last 5 minutes of the race. They were able to pull the car out and let him carry on circulating to get the win. Okay. Aldo Scribanti, gearbox problem, wasn't able to go out racing, but Bradley Liebenberg and Paul Hill within arm's reach of first place by the end of the race. They could physically see each other out on track and had to battle it out. Now we come to Kyalami, same thing, 10 minutes to go, anything can happen. the pace has either got to slow it down and the drivers have got to just be knowledgeable.
That was a scene of it coming together with the Nova and the Super Trofeo, so that...
No, that's a backdraft roadster.
Yeah, that is a backdraft roadster, but remember, there was a Nova and not the Super Trofeo, the second Lamborghini from Samlin.
And, Damien Hammond.
Yeah, Wayne Roach.
Wayne Roach, that was behind the wheel, yes.
Yeah, so that was a close one. Jeez.
Oh, man, this is turned in. And, I mean, the Just for Sleep at the start of the race dropped back quite some time, and they were losing the ground into Africa.
They were.
But now seeing that Stuart White is out of the fight with them, so they got some breathing room there. Stuart White now 57 seconds behind Barron. I don't think Barron is going to get the call of wait for Stewie. He's going to try and keep going. So Philip Barron's going to try and keep putting the pressure on Visser in the long run of this as they make their way through. There's not much time left in the race for the 4 hours of Kyalami, and it's all happening here at the South African Endurance Series. Nerves on in. We are seeing championships being turned onto their head hugely, and this is going to be a wild one. I think the person that's taking the most knock out of this entire race has to be the likes of Bradley Liebenberg, because suddenly the gap that they've built up over the course of the rounds have now
minimized
hugely.
Yeah, in pretty much one swing. Oh, what a difference a race makes, hey? Sheesh. But look, we've seen a whole 4 hours come and go, and still there's nothing to call for the remaining 7 minutes. So many things have happened across the championships. I mean, for the people who are going to be calculating, crunching all the changes and numbers of the things we know from a distance, we already know how complicated it is. But there's a lot more to factor in that we don't know yet. A lot happens behind the scenes. I mean, you remember how there was a delay with the final result for, was it round 3?
It was for round 3. There was a delay for the results there.
Yeah.
And what we thought was out on track was actually not what it was meant to be. So
there you go.
That changed up the whole thing. That was the swap around between Inter Africa and the likes of the Promogen team getting a swap around. But I mean, this is Kyalami, and it's bringing all the drama, all the excitement, all the highs, the lows, the thrills and spills, all being given out for the 4 hours of Kyalami. I've got to say, you said there is nothing that we can call right now. What I can call is there's some amazing racing. I think our hearts are racing that we're going to have to get hold of cardiologists, because this has got our nerves on end. We're trying to figure out, along with you guys at home, trying to watch this racing and see what it's going. At the moment, we are watching Charles Visser trying to pull the gap away from the Blueberry Lamborghini of Philip Barron, who's trying to close down that gap and do everything he can to catch up to Charles Visser at the moment, but just not having enough legs on him to get that gap done and dusted. And Stuart White, who was closing, unfortunately landed up having a problem where he needed to refuel. But Philip Barron now only going and running 39 seconds away from Charles Visser. So 39.5 seconds away. It's close. If Charles Visser gets bottled up quite a bit, as he's happening here at Leeuwkop, because he has got the corridor stuck on the inside, he's got Kubani who's moving to the right. He's going to have to thread it down the middle. It comes across the nose, and quick flash to the CJ, to the Blackman car. Number 10 trying to make his way through the trade course Steel, going and getting a notice that they're here. Into the number 3.
It's always such a nervous navigation of Crocodile. None more so than Crocodile. Jeez. Wow.
Got to be careful of the teeth at Crocodile. There's 2 corners that can catch you out. Crocodile, because you're coming down at such a rapid pace that you're braking hard. You want to ensure that you're on the correct racing line. Otherwise, you're going to go understeer off a circuit, or you land up with a problem. 4, 3, 2, 1. Pit lane is officially closed. Anyone in the pits now cannot get out and will not see that check flag. They will not count as a finisher. So this is a race on for every single one of these drivers to push themselves that little bit more, close down the gap. For Charles Visser, it's all or nothing to maintain the gap to the likes of Barron, and also Stuart White trying to close up onto the sister car and do as much as possible to get there. And honestly, anyone watching here at the track or watching at home is thoroughly enjoying it. I can tell you, I'm thoroughly enjoying it. If you're a petrol head, this is amazing racing. And coming down to the final crunching numbers, if you think about it, the drivers have been going at it for 3 hours and 55 minutes, and first place is still undecided.
That's the best way to put it. And that's exactly how SAS does things. Round after round, that's been the case. And we continue to stick to the brand, and the latest of which to be carrying that banner high is Charles Visser, Listen, this is a home race, of course, for all of these racing drivers. Well familiar with the territory here. It's just in different equipment that they're navigating this circuit. Fastest car he's been out in Kyalami with yet, and he's proven to be worthy of the task of navigating that Nova Proto.
He's holding the lap record. He's holding first place. Yep. The cards are in his hand, and this is what it's going to have to be. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. The gap between himself and Philip Barron, 37 seconds. Honestly, if you start tapering off the gas now, it is next to impossible, bar something happening catastrophic, that Philip Barron will get that first place. But if he tapers off, brings a comfortable pace, then he will get the win. The Just for Sleep, Rico Barlow, will be able to get the win here at the 4 hours of Kyalami after a multitude of fighting to get to there. But don't count out into Africa as yet. It's motorsport. Anything can happen. How much fuel they put in the car? It was a late splash and dash to get it done. And you can even see that rear tail light that has finally given up the ghost. I mean, that's one thing on the car that I've never seen drop out on it. And now today it's finally dropped out. So they've got one brake light. It's just making their way through. I think a connector's just shot there.
Maybe it's trying to save weight to make the car lighter.
And that's it. That's it.
It was like, all right, guys, I'm gonna go off duty for now. The ride can handle this.
Yeah.
For the remaining couple of laps of the race.
Its nerves are shot and it let go long ago.
You know what? I wouldn't rule that out. But yeah, we've seen incredible things come and go. I mean, for about 40 minutes, we thought the lap record had been broken and taken and claimed by Axel Jeffries, returning home after 15 years out of African racing, racing abroad. And here came Charles Visser after fighting off Stewie White, who held him off for a good maybe 15 to 20 laps. It looked so difficult. He made that Lambo so wide in front of the Nova Proto. But that's because Stewie knew the moment this man behind me gets clear air,
we got a problem.
And he knows him from not only the main circuit, he knows him from karting, he knows him from tin tops, he knows him from polos, he knows him all the way through right up until this very moment. And he knew what it took to try and hold him back, and still that wasn't enough. And Charles Visser came out ahead.
Oh, I mean, if you take a look, Axel Jeffries did a 1:41.970, and then Charles Visser went and backed it up. He was 0.2 of a second faster, doing a 1:41.781. So he managed to just pip him right at the bit.
Yeah.
So, I mean, 0.2 of a second, where do you find that on the track? Where did you miss your brake marker to get that extra 2 kilometers to get through? I mean, these drivers are doing it in race condition. Bear in mind, these lap times were done later in the day with huge amount of dirt on the track, colder track surface, a little bit darker as well. I mean, not an easy time here. So...
Yep. And we saw similar, not too far off times. We saw a 1:41.9. That was in quali trim, and that was Axel yesterday. And that was a different time of day, different temperatures at play. All of that was just out the window. We're in a completely different day altogether now. And still they're able to reach this kind of performance.
Okay, so for Charles Visser, it's now take a breather. If you get stuck behind the Audi, don't stress about it. Gentle drive, 20 seconds. Come on, buddy. If you're lifting off the throttle here, it's not a problem. Don't give it an extra lap. Just, no, please, after you, get that extra lap. Get what you paid for. Go, go.
Exactly.
You know, try and just get that timer to clock over. We got 4, 3, 2, 1.
And he's at Ingwe.
And that's it.
Checkered
flag is coming out. Checkered flag is coming out. And Charles Visser for the Just for Sleep, Rico Barlow takes the 4 hours of Kyalami after a monumental fight. Philip Barron going and taking for the number 27 into Africa, second place, and had a monumental charge, tried making up that ground, but unfortunately 43 seconds was the deficit there. And third place going to Latlaka and Stuart White on that, doing in the 1:25 into Africa. First, second, and third on the same lap managed to come across the line after a monumental effort. 127 laps completed of Kyalami done by our drivers. 4 hours of racing, and it has been a monumental run. Wow, wow, wow.
That was phenomenal. That was phenomenal.
Big news, Boucher
Class
comes
E.
across the
Yeah.
line and wins the National V8 Roadster 4 hours of Kyalami ahead of Richard van Heerden. First time out in the car, the 169 that had a problem.
Started off in a Kia Picanto.
Started in a big Kia Picanto. Got into this car, and guess what?
Won the
Drove
class.
it like a gentleman.
Oh,
up
gee,
to the
those were his words. Drive it like a gentleman, and you'll win. Apparently, how about that, Steve Koenig?
Wow! What a run! What a rush! What an exciting time! It's going mad. Honestly, the pits are going wild. I'm going absolutely wild. I mean, who isn't? This has just been absolutely monumental. Proper racing all the way through. What a race. I'm taken back by that, to be honest, and I know the families and the teams are going to be through the roof, but I'm going to hand it over to the top of the radio business up here in Gauteng. Prince, over to you. Use your magic voice to lead us through who finishes where as they came across the line.
We had 4 hours in total of racing ahead of us when we started this, Steve, and we had no way of calling which way it would go. In both categories of racing, we had, mind you, it was the 1 hour dash in front of us. It was also the 4 hours of Kyalami for the rest of the grid. No way to call it. And when the 1 hour mark came, we were already excited as ever at the prospects of the changes that were ahead of us. Yuri Swart took the 1 hour dash win. Yuri Swart, when this weekend started, we thought was going to be in a different situation altogether. Knowing that he was a Class D competitor alongside Carahill, things came to a change for them with the main team, the Promogen team, calling for Cara to be in the GTP car, meaning Yuri was alone as a competitor and would take that TCR VW Polo, that Super Cup Polo, into the 1 hour dash class. And what does he do? He comes in and shakes up the championship. And his winning of this race now means, what's the case? 3 of them tied for second.
Yes, 3 tied for second place.
3 tied for second place in the championship, thanks to the win here by Yuri Swart today at Kyalami. In second place, Mike Verrier, who now leads the championship, having thankfully scored points. And remember, he started this race shaky as to whether or not he would go on with the mechanical niggle. We heard that when the grid walk was happening with Nadine. It was 50-50 about his chances starting, and it was even more laconic generally about the championship, thinking, oh, I'm just going to saunter along, just be there or thereabout. Today, he leads the championship by some margin, by some swing. And why was that? It was because the initial leader of the 1 hour dash race, Andrew Horn, bowed out with about 20 or 30 minutes of the race having gone along. 20 whole minutes. Imagine how heart-wrenching that must have been. Bowed out and couldn't finish the race. Nicky Dix couldn't finish the race because of a fuel pump issue. And then in third place was the second Shelby Can-Am, that of Ant Marks, in third place for the overall 1 hour dash. And in fourth, of course, JP Stunder, the first time out at the circuit, in fourth place. Also out of the Rico Barlow Racing stable. That was the first hour of racing. So much happened in between the first, from the start of the race, the drop of the green flag, and all the way to the first hour. In Class A now, where the 4 hour race is concerned, we've been hopping on for the past 1.5 to 2 hours about the battle between Charles Visser, Philip Barron, and Stewie White, and not forgetting, of course, their teammates, the likes of Nick Adcock, the likes of Michael Jensen, who started the race and handed over to Charles towards the end. But with Philip Barron, it was Axel Jeffries who did a dice and a swing back and forth in terms of changing and rewriting history. Lap record for about 40 minutes to an hour was in the hands of Axel Jeffries, who thought after 15 years, I'm going to come back on home soil and show you what I've learned among the world's best, amongst Asia's best, amongst America's best, amongst Europe's best. And I'm going to take the lap record to show you that I've done you proud overseas. But Stewie White came in and changed things, tried to stop Charles Visser from fighting against that and changing that lap record, but he just couldn't quite do so. And Shalfusser came in and said, no, we're homebred. As much as you've gone overseas and seen what they've got out there, we've got the best right here at home. And where I've been racing, they've shown me how to do it. And he came in that Nova Proto 02 and took that lap record from him. And not only did he do that, he won Class A. In second for Class A, Philip Barron, Stewie White. In third, Ari Neveling and Charlotte Ranges. In a different car, managed to take fourth place. We initially thought they were going to be in Mercedes going into this one, but they took a 997 Porsche and brought it home. In fifth place, Brad Liebenberg, Champ Liebenberg. The champ leaders, rather, going into this race are in fifth, finishing the race, of course, having to adapt to the fact that Paul Hill not around and Kara in the car. Brad taking the first stint, the first 2 hours, and Kara stepping in a bit later. And then we went on to see how Robert Volk stepping in for Henk Lattergan, who had to get out of the 992 BBR Porsche there. He, of course, was on rally duty, and he made up the trio of Hein Lattergan as well as Verissimo Tavares in that BBR Porsche, finishing in fifth place. Johnny Giannaccaro in seventh place, and Damon Hammond, very interesting race and a bit of a contribution to how things played out there with the Ricobalo Racing Nova Proto at some point in the race, but at least that coming together wasn't too bad. Sam Hammond also in that beautiful Super Trofeo, the one and only in the country, in seventh place. Ricky Giannaccaro, at some point we thought wasn't going to be a feature because he fell ill. And suddenly his fate changed and things turned for the better, recovered. Maybe someone showed him the standings in the championship and the potential for them to improve a bit, and he somehow recouped his health and he was back in 10th place is where he finished. And of course our Class D superstars, David and Roberto Franco, in 11th place, right behind them.
It's just incredible stuff. And I mean, just going through it, then you've got Boucher in Class E that has done a fantastic job. They managed to get themselves into 12th position and win out the 4 hours of the V8 National Roadster Championship, the 4 hours of Kyalami. And it's just absolutely incredible to see how this has all changed out. The dynamics change of the race, and celebrations will be going down in wild. There will be lots of people, the highs and lows of going it. But I think the three teams at the top of the charts between Fisher, Barron and White will be going and shaking each other's hands there. It was an absolute fight, a clean one all the way through. Richard van Heerden will walk out and also give a handshake to Boucher saying, hey guys, well done for going and getting us right at the end. We chased you down 26 seconds behind that. So, I mean, this is just absolutely monumental stuff, Prince.
Yep, we've been spoiled for choice in terms of what to look forward to and throughout all the classes, and we've enjoyed a lot of the fun racing that we've had from a variety of cars, variety of classes in total here. And we've been, of course, enjoying all of this racing live on Super Sport. And thank you so much for joining us for the day. Throughout to our viewers out on YouTube and the stream as well, who've been commenting and urging along. The likes of Shalfus are having his family chipping in and saying, we're watching from afar, watching you from all over across the world. And it's been really a lot and thrilling. Exactly what we promised coming into round 4. We had no idea how round 4 would shape up, especially considering what round 3 came and brought. Incredible scenes coming towards the end, even after. We couldn't call the results for round 3 until sometime after the race had ended because of a couple of things with the passing, I think, Stewie White and how he overtook, and the circumstances under which he was overtaking had to be decided a lot later on so that it all lined up to the letter of the law. And then that just tells you the nature of SAES racing, Steve.
No, honestly, we went and said, you will never see a championship like this where it can flip on its head at a moment's notice. And it has. It's delivered. All 4 rounds have been a nail-biter to the last second. And even beyond that, 2023 was a nail-biter. 2022, nail-biter. So it has always been a challenging one. And I've got to say, this is what makes it such a premier running series that it's truly an honor to be on the microphone with it and seeing the talent that was out there. I mean, this is the masterclass talent that I think South Africa is busy showing. We always want to push ourselves out a little bit more. There's rounds to come in the championship. It isn't done and dusted as yet. Nerves are still on edge for that. So let's keep an eye on how it's going to go. Social media is going to go wild with all the photos, the behind the scenes of what's happening out there, the celebrations that's going wild. And also, we'd love to hear from all our fans taking photos and letting us know at home and at the track of what's happening.
Indeed. And I want to look at and zoom in a bit on some of the things that we had on the circuit, and particularly the fact that when we came into the race, we had a leader of 3 championships in total, and that was PPLE. But now that's switched up, and at some point it became pretty much thrown out the window, and that changed things.
It's been an incredible bet. We have to take a look now because we're into the closing stages. We're going to be bowing our heads and saying goodbye to you guys over at the Supersport. Thank you very much for joining us. It's been an absolute honor to be on the microphone, but keep an eye on all the racing that's heading forward. Plenty of action going forward, and that's going to be a wild one, Prince.
Yep, indeed. And we're looking forward to the 5th of October, where the next round is coming up.
That's going to be an interesting one. Keep an eye on the social medias because there is a tentative on what's happening there. So keep an eye on it. Anything can happen. But end of the year, we do have the 9 Hours of Kyalami brought to you by the South African Endurance Series. And that is heading into November. So you want to be a part of it. You want to be a part of the show. As I said, I put my tinfoil hat on what may happen for the championship. 1 point was the decider for 2023 for the Drivers' Championship in Class A. We still got the overall. We still got the index, B class, C class, D class, the National V8 Roadsters. We've got the Liqui Moly Super V. We've also got all our support classes joining us. I mean, anything is possible, and this is what we love about the South African Endurance Series.
Yeah, absolutely, and you got to remember that towards the end, that is at the SAS 9 Hours of Kyalami, you're looking at double the points. It is double the race distance and double the points on offer, so the incentive definitely is there. In fact, the incentive was here from today because of that tiering system. You have to have at least 3 races on record, including the Kyalami race, for you to be able to compete for that SAS 9 Hours of Kyalami. It's been an absolute pleasure being beside you for the day, Steve. We absolutely enjoyed all the offers of racing that we've seen in the different variations. We boiled it, we fried it, we baked it, we sauteed it for everybody to enjoy, to come out in person and out on the virtual platforms as well. And it's always a pleasure to be here. We've been live on Supersport as well on Channel 215. Of course, we had to accommodate for the Olympics, but everyone's going to be catching up with it. Hopefully you enjoyed, and absolutely make it certain that you keep track and see what's going on for the 5th of October. So hold on out for the next rendition of SAES Racing.